Chapter 161 Get Out of FUD. Look how cool you are. Cheng Yao smiled and high-fived Mao Xiaomo. This dish was really hearty. Nothing else. It's just cool. Nanjay also walked over from FUD and looked at the jubilant CD crowd and the players from other teams around them. The bearded man patted Mao Xiaomo on the back so hard that he almost made Mao Xiaomo angry. However, everyone was happy and Mao Xiaomo didn't care. You kid can do it. You're so good. The bearded man laughed loudly. Mao Xiaomo said modestly, It's okay. So. However, Mao Xiaomo's modestness caused another burst of laughter. The frustration of the other three members of DAT also eased a bit. After all, they had just watched such a relieving battle. Laughter is always the best thing to heal pain. Zhou Qinglian also has a good impression of this team from Jiangsu. They are all of the same age and are all PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds players. So they can all chat together. Awesome. Brother. Zhou Qinglian also praised. Fish_45 AI. One of the 5S level players in the finals. Also praised Mao Xiaomo's operation. Which was indeed spiritual and bloody. And he admired it. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5S level players were next to CD. 45 AI, Zhou Qinglian and Yang. Yang also smiled and shook his head. This wave was indeed very beautiful. There was no chance for FUD in the whole game. However, this was just a one-on-one duel. It was almost impossible for them to face off in this kind of environment during the game. Unless the two teams insist on fighting to the death in the early stage. This is unrealistic. The marksmanship of both teams was not reflected. After all, some team members did not even have rifles. Let alone sniper rifles. If Mao Xiaomo had to say it himself, he could only say that his ability to respond on the spot prevailed in this game. And he had no idea about the strength of FUD. Different from the atmosphere here at CD. The 4 people at FUD were silent. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, every team has to experience countless team wipeouts. But this time, they said all the big words, but lost in the end. Which was undoubtedly a slap in their face. Lu Ruiyang glanced at Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao who were laughing fiercely. He couldn't control his emotions for a while, and said angrily, One more game! Not Ears gave Lu Ruiyang a cold look, which made Lu Ruiyang snort. Although he respected Not Ears, his status was not comparable to that of these small players. The bearded man laughed loudly and said, Yo. I can't afford to lose. You? Lu Ruiyang pointed at the bearded man and glared angrily, his face looking gloomy and ugly. Okay. You guys agreed to play a game. And if you lose, you lose. Not Ear stopped Lu Ruiyang who wanted to continue talking. It is true that losing to CD is a very demoralizing thing. But everything has happened. And you can only try. Go and accept him. If not, Lu Ruiyang was still trying to find an excuse. But someone from CD3 stood up to him. He wouldn't even have a chance to perform. Shut up when I tell you to. Can't you hear me? Not Ears was also very angry. Lu Ruiyang was indeed a talented player. But what use was a talented player who didn't obey orders? Lu Ruiyang had never been scolded like this since he was a child. He tilted his head and looked at Not Ears coldly and said, Do you have the hacking ability to say another word? The people around him saw that something was wrong. So they quickly returned to their seats and did not disturb FUD. On the other hand, the bearded man looked at the FUD with great interest. Mao Xiaomo waved his hand. Stop looking at it. Let's go back to the room to rest after 2 sets. Noter's expression did not change at all. And he even felt a little disgusted with Lu Ruiyang. And said calmly, If you don't obey orders, get out. Lu Ruiyang grinned and sneered. Stood up and walked outside. Not Ears still had the same expression. With no intention of retaining him at all. Captain, it's not okay. Wang Yi said cautiously. Players who disobey orders will only be a hindrance on the playing field. Not Ears turned his head. He had had enough of this young master. But his dad is our sponsor. Kargotspy also said. There is no conflict between the 3 of them. Not Ears laughed and said, We can play games without sponsors. Does our FUD fame rely on sponsors? It's our own results. What about the sniper position? Call me Dong Dong. Not Ears didn't even think about it. Even if Lu Ruiyang came to him later to admit his mistake, and the team would not be able to take him after something like this happened. This man would not be completely convinced by him. Dong Dong. Can Dong Dong be okay? Wang Yi was a little unsure. Not Ears gave a rare smile and said, You can do it. Why not Dong Dong? Just ask him to come directly. Good. Han Dong Dong is a substitute player for FUD, and has only been exposed to PUBG for less than 4 months. He has never been exposed to FPS games before. But his talent is very high. But he has no experience in competitions. He is probably still sleeping in the dormitory. FUD_winter is online. I simply played 2 ladder games and easily completed 2 consecutive chickens before returning to the room. I did not conduct high-intensity training and mainly relaxed before the game. As soon as they returned to the room, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao lay on the bed. I'm not that good. Not only did I defeat him, but I also beat him away. Mao Xiaomo was still in bragging mode. Cheng Yao suppressed her laughter and replied, It's just average. Mao Xiaomo turned over and pressed on Cheng Yao's body and said viciously, Tell me how powerful I am. Okay. You're awesome. You're awesome. Cheng Yao had nothing to do with Mao Xiaomo, so she could only reply with a smile. Time stands still. Mao Xiaomo kissed Cheng Yao's soft and sweet lips. Cheng Yao closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, all the way down, and finally kissed Cheng Yao's thin neck, greedily smelling the body fragrance coming from the girl. Cheng Yao's face was also unusually red, and she held down Mao Xiaomo's dishonest hands. Rogue, Cheng Yao whispered. Mao Xiaomo looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, and continued to try to conquer. But Cheng Yao still refused to let him take advantage of it. I'm going to take a shower. Don't make trouble. Cheng Yao's coquettish voice is too lethal to men. Mao Xiaomo can definitely restrain himself, and is already a role model among men. Can I see it? Roll. In the end, Mao Xiaomo got another bruise on his body. But looking at Cheng Yao who entered the bathroom, Mao Xiaomo also smiled softly. Although he and Cheng Yao only knew each other for 3 months. These 3 months were the happiest 3 months in his life. No matter what happens in the future, I will never let you go. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 162 Debugging Parameters. At 11:40 the next day, CD, Nanjay, FUD, and 1896 got on the same bus as the first team to go to the venue to debug the machine. It was about a 10-minute drive from Constantine to Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, and it was very convenient to go back and forth. Sure enough, he's gone. Good smiled secretly. When the FUD4 people got on the bus, they could see that Lu Ruiyang had disappeared and was replaced by a very handsome boy who looked like he was only a sophomore in high school, but was actually a freshman. Han Dongdong looked excited. Although he has never participated in the competition, it does not mean that he does not want to participate in the competition. To a certain extent, he has to thank CD. Although Lu Ruiyang was his former teammate, he had little contact with him. It was precisely because of Lu Ruiyang that he never got a chance to play, although he had only played for a few months. Under the guidance of Not Ears, his technology has advanced by leaps and bounds, and it's hard to say how far it will be able to compete. But the main draft strength is definitely there. The car started, and the official in the car also introduced the venue for their finals. Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, also known as the Crown of the Sea, is a comprehensive sports venue focusing on water sports, with a total capacity of about 15,000 spectators. Hearing this, CD and several people also sighed secretly. In a venue with 15,000 people, they have seen many 10,000 people. This time, there are only so many spectators at the venue, and they don't know how many CD fans there are. This venue has also hosted many esports events in recent years, such as the LOL 2017 Global Final Shanghai Station, PlayerUnknown's Battleground Shanghai Invitational Tournament, etc. This time CUEL will be held in this beautiful and majestic venue just like last year. Arriving outside the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, several people from CD took photos as a souvenir. The shape of the building is like waves and alum thrown up layer by layer, and also like a laurel crown full of kingly spirit. The symbolic meaning of the original construction is to symbolize the passion and high-spiritedness of athletes, the enthusiasm and strength of climbing to the top, and domineering. The venue is very large. Under the leadership of the staff, the 4 CD people came to their seats, which is a seat in the center. On the left is Fish, the champion of the Hubei division, and on the right is SIC, a team from the preliminaries, Sichuan. In offline competitions, there are always some external factors, because the 24 teams definitely do not have soundproof rooms. The distance between the CD and the surrounding Fish and SIC is only about 10 meters. If you talk loudly and wear headphones, you can still hear it. Arrive. There are isolation boards between teams to prevent screen peeping incidents from happening. Hello. Please give me the peripherals for inspection. Each team will be equipped with 2 official personnel. One is to serve the team and help handle any emergencies. On the other hand, it is also to monitor whether the team has cheated during the game. The 4 people handed the peripherals to the supervisors in turn. Although there are no plugins in the national server competition, some mice have mouse macros, and the auxiliary pressure gun cannot detect them. Professional personnel must conduct peripheral inspections. During this time, another supervisor briefly introduced the competition process and the main points to pay attention to. Communication with people outside the team is not allowed during the entire game. Even if the 2 teams apart died during the process, communication is not allowed. There will be 2 supervisors, a man and a woman, standing behind each team throughout the game. If violations of the regulations may result in penalty points or direct disqualification from the competition. During the competition, only tissues and drinks are allowed on the player's table, and no other things are allowed. If someone needs to go to the toilet during the game, they must be accompanied by a staff member. The team can enter and exit the restroom at will between games. Because the game lasts a long time, they can also eat and replenish energy in the lounge between games. However, once the game enters the official game screen, players are not allowed to leave the game seat without permission. If they do not enter the seat within the specified time, the player will be deemed to have abstained from the game. The matter was explained very clearly, and the CD4 people understood it well. Anyway, they were here to compete, not to travel, and they must follow the regulations. Okay, you can start debugging the machine and setting parameters. At this time, all CD peripherals have been inspected and installed under the supervision and help of the staff. Once the peripheral is pressed, it cannot be removed until all games are over. You can't take it back after today's training match and put it into use tomorrow. The computer must be top of the line, and the interface only has the national server of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The competition is held on the competition server of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Each team has an OB position. In order to bring a good visual experience to the audience, everyone needs to reset the parameters in the game because everyone has different game settings, including the sensitivity of the magnifier and the settings of the keys. These things require a period of experimentation before you know what kind of settings are most suitable for you. Chung Yao's sensitivity is very fast, while Muyun and Good are slower. Each has its own advantages, but the main thing is to be able to it's comfortable to play. Everyone knew the game settings by heart. After setting them up, they each played a game to see if there was anything wrong. The main purpose of debugging before this kind of competition is to jump to a large spot without anyone, then collect all the equipment and multiplier accessories, and then test the gun. If the feeling is the same as when you usually play, it means that the setting is complete. However, for the sake of caution, everyone still puts all the multipliers on it. Tried it all over the mirror. After the CD test was completed, exactly at 1 o'clock, they were forcibly removed from the competition venue. The next hour was the debugging time for the next 4 teams. CD can choose to wait until 6 o'clock in the lounge, or go back to Constantine and wait until 6 o'clock. They were the first batch, and it wasn't around 4 or 5 o'clock. It was good to go back and take a rest after such a long time. For them, there is nothing to do this afternoon or tomorrow morning. Not even training. Not because the training rooms aren't open, but because of their peripherals. Their peripherals are all in the venue and cannot be brought back to Constantine, which means they cannot use their own keyboards and mice in Constantine's training room. This is not only unhelpful but harmful to their game-finding experience. Then what are we doing in the afternoon? Good asked lazily. They can't continue sleeping. Chapter 163, The Battle of Our City in the Training Match. They all went to bed very early last night and fell asleep at 10 o'clock. This morning, they went to the training room to play 2 sets at 9 o'clock. It can be said that they had enough sleep. It would be too lazy to sleep for another afternoon. Study the videos of other teams. Mao Xiaomo disagreed. Holy shit! You're kidding me! There are still 23 teams. How can we study it? Good cursed. If he watches all the videos, he won't be able to see next year. Mao Xiaomo held up his forehead and said helplessly. You don't have to watch all the teams. We are no longer familiar with other teams' playing methods, entry routes and styles. So the 2 training matches this afternoon and evening are crucial. Looking at the serious expressions of the other 3 people, Mao Xiaomo continued. Our jump points will definitely change in these 8 games. Nanjay also said before that for a game of 24 teams, it would be better if we jumped to the airport. Z City is too difficult to enter. So we basically abandoned this place. So I decided that we would skip schools. our city, and Water City. There are 3 resource points here, which is more than enough to support 3 teams. We will go wherever there is no one during the game. This is a central position, and the vehicle will definitely be competed by many teams. So I will explain the jump and play style to you in detail later. Look, here are the 3 teams that often compete in this area. Glory, Sik and Kim. Mao Xiaomao pointed at the information and said, as a large resource point in the schools or city, it is normal for many teams to compete for it. The resource areas and vehicles here are relatively balanced. In addition to CD, there are several teams that like to jump here. But it is just information. As far as I'm concerned, we don't know how many teams there will be in the official competition. Let's study the entry routes of these 3 teams. After listening to Mao Xiaomao's explanation, Good felt that he understood something, but was rejected by Mao Xiaomao. No, listen to me. We will compete with these 3 teams at night. Our first choices are City and Garden, because we can control the car and have rich resources. It is best to win the battle and defeat the opponent. But if we can't beat the other side, we can only do the next best thing and go back to the Water City we are familiar with. This place may not be empty yet. According to the data, Kim's team often dives into the Water City. Anyway, we will have a meeting after the fight in the evening. We will talk about it in the evening. We will definitely choose other points. It is easy to target one point. Mao Xiaomao continued. Mu Yun, go to the training room this afternoon to study the terrain and transfer routes around the school. Mao Xiaomao said to Mu Yun. Mu Yun nodded. Although Mao Xiaomao directed the team's transfer, he was the pathfinder and had to help the team avoid risks. In the afternoon, he had to find some hollows suitable for the team to station and hide their cars. When we watch REP in the afternoon, we mainly focus on these teams. In my opinion, the stronger teams study their ideas for entering the circle, their route into the circle, and their playing styles during encounters. Mao Xiaomao said to Cheng Yao and Gu said. The 2 nodded. They had done this before. When they were in Changzhou, they had done the same thing. However, it was impossible to study all the teams. Now that they had time, they naturally couldn't waste it. I have watched the game videos of other teams before, but I didn't watch them all because there were too many. In the afternoon, I will mainly watch a few teams that have the potential to win the championship, such as ZQL, Fish and Psy. As for the 2 powerful players 1896 and FUD, they were thoroughly studied by CD as early as in Changzhou. It's 1 o'clock now. Watch REP and see 4 o'clock. Then take a 2-hour break and play those 2 training games. It's very likely that we will directly run into those 3 teams in the evening. It's best to win. It doesn't matter how the training matches go. The main thing is to adapt to the rhythm of the game. Yes, different games have different rhythms. Just like the 3 rounds of CUL Jiangsu Division, the intensity is different, and the timing of entering the circle is also different. Not to mention the 24-team national finals. Strong college teams from all over the country are all crowded into one map to compete. It is very likely that no one will be left behind in the first few rounds, but it will become very crowded later. This also requires get used to it through actual combat. All teams have this mentality. After all, no one has played before. Even last year's CUL finals, and this year's finals must be very different. At 6 o'clock in the evening, all teams were debugged and the venue was closed. 24 teams and 96 players began today's 2-set training match. This is a training match for the players and also an official test for the finals, ensuring that there will be no problems tomorrow. After the CDs cheered each other, they entered the first game interface. Our city? Mu Yun asked. Our city. Just play like normal games. Mao Xiaomao indoctrinated the players and should not underestimate this good opportunity to adapt to the rhythm of the game. There is also a small reward and punishment system for these 2 training games. In fact, it cannot be completely calculated. After 2 games, the team that will appear in the opening ceremony tomorrow will be determined based on the points ranking. The higher the ranking, the lower the order of appearance. If you rank first in the 2 games, you can play in the finale tomorrow. Someone. CD and Fish said in the team at the same time. Sure enough, as shown in the data, there are still 4 people settled in this area. CD and Fish occupy and compete for our city, Chem Water City, and SIC School. Fish was not surprised. During the pre-game discussion, they had already thought that someone would compete with them to grab the space in our city. Sure enough, this team appeared. In fact, There was originally a team that had the same idea as CD to capture our city. But when they saw 4 teams falling off the plane at the same time, they gave up the idea. Grab the car. Mao Xiaoma and Fish Super Assaulter 45 AI said to the team at the same time. Although they are competing for our city in these 2 games, they still have to play according to the game. Of course they can go to the city to get guns, but if it is a game, their car will be driven away directly by the opposite party. What will they do to continue? Keep playing, walking into the circle and escaping death. After all, this is not an era where you can cheat. There is a car on the road. Mu Yungu goes to the garden, and we take the car on the road and go to the loot-sharing house. Mao Xiaoma directed. He had no intention of competing with Fish for the R City garage. The probability of buying a car in the R City garage was much smaller than in the garden. Who knew that Fish was also like this? Jumping between 2 cities and 2 gardens, cutting the entire battlefield into 2 pieces. Mao Xiaomo frowned. He didn't expect Fish to be so fierce and had no intention of retreating. Chapter 164 Super Commando 45 AI. There are 2 of us here. Get the gun. Mu Yun and Good are considered a small team. When separated from Mao Xiaoma, Mu Yun will take command of a local team. Mu Yun and Good landed in the red building on the first floor in the garden, and they saw 2 players from Fish landing in the garage building and the second-story house. Searching, robbing, and fighting. This was the rhythm of our city in the early stage. On the other side, Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo were also very close to the other 2 Fish members. After picking up an M16, Mao Xiaomo had been observing the opposite position. There were many buildings in our city, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. Fish's 2 team members knew that Mao Xiaomo was watching them, and did not dare to move casually. The 2 sides are at odds with each other, and what really determines the outcome is the battle in the garden. Once the battle there is over and the winner is determined, the balance on their side will tilt. Mao Xiaomo suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He really did not expect that he should have let himself and Good go to the garden to get the car. It was not that he did not believe in the strength of Mu Yun and Good, but whether he is dealing with large or small battles, his thinking is the clearest, which is very important. Do you have a gun? Mu Yun asked Good. He only had a UMP-9 in his hand, but it was enough for the early battles. Yes, you can shoot. Good had an M16 in his hand, although he was not particularly good at this gun. As long as it was a gun, there was no way they wouldn't be able to use it. On the other side, Fish's 2 men also found firearms in their hands, a UMP-9 and an AKM. It can be said that the 2 sides have almost equal firearms. Mu Yun and Good walked around the wall, and when they walked around to the red room on the 2nd floor, they heard a trace of footsteps. One in the red room. Find the other one, Mu Yun said. They had seen someone jumping across the garage building before, but now they were not sure where it was. The 2 of them kept focusing on watching downstairs in the red room, and did not stop their steps. The people in the red room opposite knew their location, and they would not do anything like that. I see. The wall opposite. Good's perspective was stuck on the wall here, and he saw the enemy on the opposite wall. At the same time, the other side also saw him. Can you trap him? Mu Yun asked. Both sides are stuck. Let's fight. Good took a deep breath. Both sides were blocked behind the wall. This wall was also very long, more than 30 meters long. If neither he nor his opponent showed their heads, they would definitely be stuck here. Both sides were constantly showing their positions to cheat and wait for the opportunity. The scattered gunshots did not cause substantial damage. At this time, Mu Yun also entered the room of another Fish team member and restrained this team member from going downstairs to help with the shooting. The risk factor of rushing the building in TPP mode is too high, and the gain is not worth the loss. We still have to wait until the battle on Good's side is over. If Good wins the 2 of them, we can then attack the building. But if Good loses, he will have to go directly to see if he can kill this person. If he can kill him, he will be in an undefeated situation. The person confronting Good is Fish's Super Commando 45 AI, one of the top 5 S-level professional players in this CUL finals. Both 45 AI and Good continued to fight early. Good did not feel that he had made any mistakes, but 45 AI's sensitivity to the fighter planes exceeded his expectations, because there is a time to open and close the camera. Both sides are in the same rhythm, but 45 AI suddenly changed its rhythm during high-intensity operation, and did not immediately retreat into the bunker, directly holding Good's headshot position. Oops! When Good reacted, he had already been shot in the head by an AKM. Fish_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down CD_Godric. No one had helmets. And with one shot from the AK-aim, Good fell to the ground. Beat. This sound was not made by Good or Muyun, but by Mao Xiaomao. Muyun sat next to him. He roughly knew what the situation was like in the garden. In the end, Muyun was in a disadvantageous position, and it was difficult to make a comeback. His side had to break through. Hold it! Mao Xiaomao knew that Cheng Yao had 98k, because he trusted Cheng Yao so much. Mao Xiaomao wanted to rush downstairs to an enemy. Duh. Boom! Cheng Yao was very focused. The moment the enemy stepped out to attack Mao Xiaomao, she aimed at 98k and killed the fish player with one shot. CD_King used Car 98k to knock down Fish_Agra with a headshot. A precise shot directly pulled Mao Xiaomao up from the edge of the cliff. At this time, Mao Xiaomao only had residual health left. If the shot had been delayed, CD's situation would have collapsed. Mao Xiaomao also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no other way. Otherwise, he would never have broken the balance of our city. The victory or defeat depended on Cheng Yao's shot. Fortunately, the Agra opposite was a little greedy and gave it to Cheng Yao. This opportunity to snipe. On the other side, Muyun also rushed upstairs. But Fish's team members made no mistakes and directly leaned over the shoulder and shot a headshot to knock down Muyun. Fish_Kolo uses Yippee 9 to knock down CD_Kakarot with a headshot. What's going on? Kolo asked accusingly after seeing Agra being knocked down. Agra was a little embarrassed and said quickly, "He was shot in the head. One downstairs from me. And another sniper on the 3rd floor opposite. It seems he didn't have a long rifle." As the core of the team, 45AI had no intention of blaming Agra. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, Agra didn't expect the opponent's snipers to be so fast in this wave. "I obviously took it back," Agra said secretly. "Can you retreat?" 45AI asked another surviving Fish team member. The last Fish player wants to wait for 45AI and Kolo to help. But he is not sure whether he will die if he retreats outside now. "Don't dare to retreat." He and Agra, who had just been knocked down, were in 2 neighboring houses. Agra was knocked down, and he had no time to save him. If he retreated from behind to join the large army, Mao Xiaomao would not pose any threat to him. The main thing was to fight. Cheng Yao is on the 3rd floor. In this case, he didn't dare to gamble on the opponent's marksmanship. "Posted downstairs. Forced to retreat." 45AI looked at his teammates' screens and commanded decisively. Good. The team member climbed down the window. His building was easy to attack and difficult to defend. Mao Xiaomao, who was coming up on the 1st floor, could block his view through the stairs, so he had no chance at all. Cheng Yao was waiting for this moment. She kept holding the land under the window, waiting for her opponent to jump down. Boom! The moment the enemy has not yet stood firm after landing. Cheng Yao flew a 7.62 bullet towards Fish's player. Chapter 165. The showdown between super commandos. Fish_XM's health bar was instantly empty. This shot only hit the body. With the machine sight at a distance of 98k, it cannot hit XM's head. However, without the body armor, XM's blood volume also dropped a lot. And in an instant, only residual blood was left. XM couldn't help but smile. He had seen that Cheng Yao only had a sniper on him, and the 98k reloading time was enough for him to run out of Cheng Yao's shooting range. But the smile instantly solidified after half a second. CD_King used P1911 to knock out Fish_XM. After firing the 98k shot, Cheng Yao immediately took out his small pistol rifle and knocked down XM, who had been beaten to a low level of health with one shot. Nice. There are 2 more. At this location. Mao Xiaomao saw 45AI and Kolo coming from the garden from a third-person perspective. Because the distance was relatively far, 45AI did not have time to support these 2 teammates in the city. I rushed to the red building. Kolo stood outside. 45AI did not panic. Although his 2 teammates fell, they were not replaced by CD players. On the other hand, CD had completely lost 2 players. 45AI's thinking was also very clear. He already knew that Cheng Yao only had a sniper rifle and a small pistol in his hands. Holding an AK-aim, he rushed directly to the 2nd floor. Cheng Yao did not dare to climb down from the 3rd floor. Kolo was standing outside, looking at him. Fish's execution ability is very strong and his speed is also very fast. 45AI directly deceived Cheng Yao's gun and went straight up. The pistol was against AK-aim. Moreover, the opponent was one of the ace players of this year's CUEL. So there was no chance to fight back. After a wave of firefight, Chung Yao was directly knocked down. Fish_45 AI used AKM to knock down CD_King. Mao Xiaomo was not idle either. He did not go to make up for XM, who had been defeated. Time is money now. And being able to take action earlier would be of great help to the entire situation. The moment Chung Yao fell to the ground, Mao Xiaomo and Kolo also faced each other directly. Mao Xiaomo didn't turn on the camera and shot directly over the shoulder, while Kolo subconsciously turned on the camera. And with a time difference of a few tenths of a second, he directly shot Kolo without a helmet in the head. CD_King used M16 to kill Fish_Kolo. He was directly compensated, and Chung Yao was also compensated by 45 AI. Then 45 AI jumped directly from the building. Although he suffered some blood from the fall, it was not serious. Now only Mao Xiaomo is alive on CD. Agra, who fell to the ground first on Fish's side, has bled to death. Kolo and XM were also killed by Mao Xiaomo, and only 45 AI survived. In the entire R city, only CD Captain King and Fish's ace assaulter 45 AI are left. The battle situation can be described as tragic. No matter which team wins this battle in our city, they will become the only remaining lone wolf in the team. It will definitely be impossible to do big things next. Mao Xiaomo and his CD look serious, not because of winning or losing this battle, but because they really felt how powerful these final teams were. Fish's odds before the game were only in 8th place, which is almost the same as their 10th ranking. But such a team has the ability to easily destroy them. If it weren't for Chung Yao's sniper shot that turned the situation around, they have now been destroyed. Thinking about it, in the preliminaries of the Jiangsu division, they will hardly lose to any team in a head-on 4v4. Even if they face Nanjie, they can have a slight advantage. Yesterday's duel with FUD was won without any blood. Although there is no feeling of pride and complacency, there is still a concept in the heart that our positive team is worthy of destroying any team. But this battle with Fish made them understand. The teams that can participate in the finals are the champions and runners-up of each division. They are all teams that have experienced the baptism of death matches like them. If you want to pick the soft persimmons, sorry, there are no soft persimmons. Mao Xiaomo got stuck on the wall, and 45 AI also got stuck behind the house. The two sides fell into a stalemate again. Mao Xiaomo used the cover of the fence to get to the other side of the house, only 2 walls away from 45 AI. You can't enter the house at this time. Inside the house, the distance you can move and the space you can play is too small. After all, it is not an offensive and defensive battle between teams, but a duel between team members. Mao Xiaomo pinched a thunderbolt, which was his only throwing object, and held it in his hand for a while. 45 AI was not far away from him, and he heard the sound of Mao Xiaomo pulling the ring. Throwing objects are definitely the most powerful thing in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. But at this distance and position, Mao Xiaomo couldn't just throw the thunder at 45 AI's feet. He wanted to use this thunder to get closer. To put it simply, it is to throw a mine next to the house where 45 AI is, and let 45 AI forcefully give up that position. With this time, he can move forward without cover, because 45 AI has already given up the position, and it is impossible to do so. Attack him. The team voices of both teams were very silent. At this time, it was all about personal performance, and other people's opinions would only affect the player's judgment. Moreover, these two are the top players of both teams, and they are also the players with the strongest overall view. No one knows what they should do and what they should not do better than the two of them. King vs 45 AI. The battle is about to begin. Mao Xiaomo directly pulled him out to throw the thunder. In his expectation, 45 AI must have given up a position now. But he completely underestimated 45 AI's strong self-confidence, because he had an AKM in his hand, a very powerful rifle, and Mao Xiaomo didn't have any armor on him. And the way of throwing mines in this position was very different from the way of throwing mines behind the wall. Behind the wall, you can hide behind the bunker and throw mines. But in Mao Xiaomo's position, you need to lean out. As soon as Mao Xiaomo reached out a little, he felt the murderous intent from 45 AI. He also instantly understood what 45 AI was thinking. The other party wanted to shoot him in the head before he could throw the thunder. If his guess is correct, the 45 AI AKM should be ready to pull his headshot line at any time. This is indeed the case. When 45 AI saw Mao Xiaomo peeking out, he pulled him out and shot him a few times. But Mao Xiaomo reacted very quickly and didn't dare to lean forward to throw the thunder. He just forced it and threw it far away. Boom! A thunder without any achievements helped 45 AI establish an advantage. because 45 AI rushed over directly. And Mao Xiaomo hasn't picked up the gun in his hand because of the thunder. Chapter 166. ZQL eating chicken. The figure of 45 AI flashed across Mao Xiaomo's view. He didn't have time to draw a gun for him. So Mao Xiaomo simply opened the door of the house and got in. Go straight to the second floor. 45 AI's expression is also very solemn. Judging from the series of operations just now, the level of the opponent is very high. In terms of the operation ideas, it can be said to be comparable to him. In real life, he can have this kind of thinking with him. There are really not many synchronization rates. Speaking of 45 AI, he is now the absolute main force of the team and has been playing professionally for a while. This is the first time that he can have such a hearty duel. After going up to the second floor, Mao Xiaomo took advantage of this time to immediately draw his gun and turn around to greet 45 AI. 45 AI's footsteps were not covered up, and he rushed up to the second floor using the first-person view. A head-on collision with Mao Xiaomo. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. The advantage of the first perspective is that you will not be stuck in the field of view by your own model. 45 AI and Mao Xiaomo bumped into each other, and the advantage of the first perspective was infinitely magnified. The AKM in 45 AI's hand quickly and accurately hit Mao Xiaomo's body. Even though Mao Xiaomo opened the camera one step ahead, he still didn't pull the gun and was directly killed by 45 AI. Fish_45 AI killed CD_King. CD group destroyed. CD and Fish's seats were about 10 meters apart. After the fight, both sides subconsciously looked towards the opposite position. Mao Xiaomo and 45 AI met yesterday. They didn't expect to face each other today. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mao Xiaomo lost this duel because of CD, while 45 AI almost lost his combat effectiveness because of CD killing 3 people. Although CD could not be said to be disappointed, his expression was a little solemn. Good spoke first. Oh my god! I'm stupid. I didn't beat him. The match between Good and 45 AI was the first wave of matches between CD and Fish. No matter when and where it happened, the first wave of matches was the one that established the victory. This is why it is necessary to focus on the strong points when spreading out the formation in the mountain battle. Placed on the side. I haven't beaten him either. Grandma, there's something about him. The first set is over, and there's no point in continuing the discussion. Besides, in this set, even if Fish wasn't beaten, it doesn't count as a mistake. Good vs 45 AI lost, which led to the team's disadvantage. Mao Xiaomo vs 45 AI lost, which led to the team's destruction. It's okay. It's okay. Let me think about how we will dance in the next set. Mao Xiaomo was also very confused at the moment, for many reasons. Tomorrow is the official match. Today's 2 training sets are crucial. One is to confirm the territory, and the other is to adapt to the rhythm. However, it can be said that there is no achievement after the first set. Apart from understanding the strength of the final teams, I didn't seem to get any other useful information. The next set is very critical. This is their last TPP training match before the finals. Although there are exhibition matches in the official competition, it is FPP. The rhythm is completely different from TPP, and the team selection of points is also different. Do you want to give up this part of our city? Mao Xiaomo had such an idea. In this set, if they are still in our city, regardless of whether they win or not, even if they win, they will definitely lose 80% of their players, which will not be of any help to the following games. But if they don't jump to our city, where can they go? There are 24 teams, and there must be people in the big resource points in the region. There is no time to study the video, and there is no one there. Although you can watch videos at night and observe the attrition speed and rhythm of training matches, only experiencing the pressure of the game in person can help CD further feel the rhythm of the game. Let's continue to our city. Good rubbed his wrist and said. He was also very unconvinced when he lost to Fish and 45 AI in the last game. But Mao Xiaomo had to make the decision on this matter. What do you two think? Mao Xiaomo asked Mu Yun and Cheng Yao, who were sitting on his left and right. Mu Yun thought for a while and said, Our city must be robbed. We are familiar with this place. We can definitely get a lot of equipment when we go to Y City and P City. A large resource point. But we are not familiar with the car farming point. So there is nothing we can do. Beat. Cheng Yao nodded. The only spots we are familiar with to brush cars are the school, Z City, and the airport. There are 2 teams at the airport, and there is no place for us. Z City is too far away, so we can only fight in our city. In fact, Mao Xiaoma's original Shuicheng was very good, but it was occupied by Kim. If they wanted to rob Shuicheng, it would be a bit unworthy. If they wanted to rob it, it would have to be a slightly larger urban area like our city. Okay. Hit again. Mao Xiaoma made the decision. And the confidence of the team members was still there. Although they lost to Fish, it was not a hopeless battle. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao have relatively reserved personalities, but he and Good both have the kind of temperaments that get stronger when faced with a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more excited they are. After the team dies, you can watch other teams. CD also picked 4 different teams to observe and learn their playing styles. FUD 1896. ZQL and Glory. Fish's only surviving player, 45 AI, was also killed during the transfer process and ended up in 23rd place. He and CD could be regarded as a team with the same fate. One team was in last place, and the other was second to last. Neither team could get better. Mao Xiaoma looked at it from ZQL's perspective. And the more he looked at it, the more fascinated he became. It's not because ZQL's marksmanship is so gorgeous, but because their playing style is so professional. The professionalism mentioned here refers to ZQL's discipline and transfer to explore points to protect the car. It is obviously different from other college teams. The 4 people gather information on one side and observe the next point they want to go to. The cars move as soon as the circle is cleared, and people and houses are cleared first when the time comes. Every step is so in place. After a year of professional training, ZQL led by Zhou Qinglian is definitely capable of winning the championship. Wow. Damn it. Good looked at 1890 SIX's perspective and kept praising him. What's wrong? Mao Xiaoma asked as he had to share information. Good glanced at Mao Xiaoma and said in disbelief. This YQ is too accurate. YQ, VG's current sniper, is the only player in this year's CUL finals whose TPJ overall rating has reached S+. Some of the players recognized by TPJ are in vain. This one from me is also very accurate. Cheng Yao also said, the perspective she sees is that of Glory. Joker, one of the 5 S-class professional players. Mao Xiaoma is 1 head and 2 big ones. This time, the finals are really full of thorns. In the first set, ZQL took an advantageous position due to continuous operations. In the finals, Glory was on the left and 1896 was on the right. ZQL decisively chose to play dead under attack from both sides. When the poisonous circle began to close, they continued to harass Glory and 1896, and coupled with the mutual fighting between the 2 teams, they successfully eliminated 1896 and Glory and successfully won the chicken game. In the first training match, ZQL6 killed the chicken. Chapter 167, the end of 2 games. Although ZQL didn't have many kills in this set, the ranking points will always account for the majority of the game. If you can win the game, you have won the game. There is a 50-point difference between the chicken points and the second place. 1 head is 6 points. You have to get 9 heads more than the first place to surpass them. How many head CDs did the second place 1896 and the third place Glory get? Do not know either. No team will really care about the points in these 2 sets. It is just a training match. Adapting to the rhythm of the game is the key. No matter how high the points are, they cannot be carried over to tomorrow's finals. On Fish's side, they are also discussing the jump point in the second set. Although they won the battle with CD just now, it didn't help them much. They were also thinking about whether to change the point and give up our city to CD. There was no achievement at all in the first set, and the second set can no longer be spent in our city with CD. Let's change to City Y. There should be only 1 team there, Captain Kolo decided. Their usual tactics are our city, Y City and jungle area. Since there is a team leader who wants to steal their city, they will not choose to fight with their opponents even if their strengths are equal. The second set started quickly, since it was just a warm-up match. Everyone started the match as soon as they were ready. This was also to save some time. The players had to have a meeting to analyze when they went back in the evening. CD and his party still chose our city, but this time, they were surprised to find that there was no one in our city. They ran away. Good looked at the sky carefully, made sure there was no umbrella, and said to Mao Xiaoma. Mao Xiaoma was a little confused. This time Fish was not in our city, but he didn't know whether Fish would release our city to him in the official competition. He was afraid that Fish would suddenly return to our city during the competition, so they really needs a big adjustment. Search first. Look around and grab some. The point-grabbing tactics in our city are not much different from the ones they used when they landed in Water City. They mainly focus on the circle shape. There are several big spots that they go to frequently and are very familiar with. If the circle is in the upper and lower city areas on the left, they usually go to the courtyard at the end of the bridge here, where they can hide cars and collect tolls. The other few points are the hill on the toilet street that they are familiar with, and the hill in the upper right corner of the air raid shelter, because there is a small depression in the middle of the hill, which is also an excellent place to hide a car. The circle brush reached the center, and CD searched for 3 minutes. All the members had combat effectiveness and began to move. They went to the hill in the upper right corner of the air raid shelter. It was also nicknamed Chicken Mountain by CD, because as long as the training was stationed on that hillside, they ate chicken several times, transferring and capturing points. Everything went smoothly. CD also successfully captured a member of SIC, a scout who came out from the school to explore the road. CD came to this hill very early because they were already in the circle, and could grab the hill in the center of the circle faster. However, not long after they arrived, they found that teams were constantly moving to the center of the circle. Within 2 minutes, the large warehouse, small field area, and shooting room outside the air raid shelter were all filled with people. "It's not like they're all in the circle now," Good said, looking at the blue circle that was only half painted. Mao Xiaomo nodded and said, "It is very likely that at most 4 teams will take poison. This circle is relatively central. Teams that can enter the circle early will probably enter the circle to occupy points." The advantage of entering the center of the circle in advance is that the team can collect a lot of information about other teams, because it is a third-person perspective. Even if the CD is hiding behind a tree, he can see whether there is anyone in the room below. But the teams that entered the circle late had no idea what was going on in the circle, and finding a parking spot was just a matter of luck. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, 3 consecutive circles. CD is in the circle, but the position is on the edge of the circle, which is not particularly good. But there is no way. There are 90 people on the field. That is to say only 6 people dropped out of 3 circles. Continuously observing the information in the upper right corner, I didn't find that any team was destroyed. Basically, the scouts came out to explore the way and were killed. CD's circle originally wanted to grab the center of the circle, but there were too many people. The circle was already crowded with people. It was already difficult to get into the center of the circle. After some attempts, CD finally gave up. It wasn't until this moment that everyone truly realized the pressure of the national finals. The attrition circle in the second game still occurs from the 4th to the 5th lap. This rhythm is similar to the preliminaries in the Jiangsu division. But the difference is, in the 4th round of the Jiangsu division, there were only about 60 people, or even less. But there were still 80 people out of 96 people from the 24 teams in the finals. Once the circle is cleared, all teams begin to work hard to enter the circle. At this time, a destiny circle is very crucial. With a destiny circle, you don't have to worry about your own safety. And you can also do damage to the teams around the circle to your heart's content. The most important thing is that no one dares to directly attack the teams in the destiny circle, unless there is no threat to them from the surroundings. Under normal circumstances, once in the center of the circle, they will be attacked by teams from all directions. Sometimes, before even facing the team in the center of the circle, they are already beaten to a pulp. CD also started to move. The point they chose could only be moved by car. Moving on foot required crossing the road, which was not practical before such a high-intensity competition. The team directly found a position with relatively few people and jumped in. But there was already a team waiting by the white circle. They directly swept Mu Yun and Cheng Yao off the car, directly reducing the number of CDs by 2. Mao Xiaomo and Good in the back had no choice but to take poison and look for positions. Finally, they entered the circle and found a place with trees and used the car frame to get out. A bunker. However, Good was also knocked down by a rifle from a distance when he got out of the car. Mao Xiaomo immediately threw 2 cigarettes on the ground. But before the smoke could rise, Good was pedicured to death. Mao Xiaomo was hiding behind a tree and shivering. His position had been blocked, and he could no longer move. Down the slope of CD was Glory. Seeing the news that CD kept dying in battle, they knew the identity of the team above, determined their number, and their location. Glory had no reason not to solve this hidden danger around him. 3 thunderbolts were thrown directly into the smoke, without giving Mao Xiaomo any chance to react. And he was killed directly. Glory_Joker used the frag grenade Dan to kill CD_King. 1924s. It was only ranked 19th. From CD's perspective, A very long time had passed. This was the first time they felt this kind of rhythm. Many teams have experience in the first game and have a lot of skills in grabbing points and transferring them. For example, the point they go to must be a point that can be observed from the current point. They can have nothing on them. And they cannot be without throwing objects, especially smoke bombs. When the team is in a small circle to open a way into the circle, the smoke bombs play a very important role. Chapter 168 Preparation before the game. I feel like I still have to occupy the room area, Cheng Yao said with a solemn expression. Mao Xiaomo nodded. The room area in the center of the circle is a battleground for military strategists. All teams will be there. Cars can be hidden in most room areas, and team members can be rescued if they fall in the house. But the biggest problem they face in the wild is that once the number of people is reduced, another team will immediately pounce on them. At the edge of the final circle, it is impossible for teams to avoid fighting. Everyone will try their best to clear the surrounding enemies, so that they can make moves in the next circle. If the two teams are very close to each other, once the next circle is refreshed, the two teams will be stuck with each other, coupled with the constant attacks of the teams in the circle. The teams that are stuck with each other will definitely be wiped out. When making a circle, you must clear the edge. Otherwise, there will be no room to move in the next circle. Muyan also realized this problem, and several people watched the ZQL game seriously and discussed. ZQL can be said to be the only team that does not have to adapt to this game rhythm, because the intensity of their usual training matches is not much different from this. After watching all the teams, Mao Xiaomo still feels that only ZQL has a truly professional style of play. When he is bored, he also watches live training matches of some star players. And there are some similarities. ZQL's marksmanship is not bad. And with the captain, S-level professional player Zhou Qinglian, they can match up with most teams in head-to-head battles. But the 1896 they faced in the finals completely crushed them. There's nothing we can do about it. Mao Xiaomo shook his head, and the opponent was destroyed in a 4v4 frontal attack. This was the difference in marksmanship. In the second game, 1896 won the chicken, and ZQL came in second. The strength of the 1896 team is indeed strong. Zhou Qinglian was directly sniped down, and he immediately launched a strong charge. Almost the entire team ate ZQL, and got the second plate of chicken. According to the results of these two training games, ZQL should be ranked first, 1896 second, and Glory third. These three teams are all within everyone's expectations. Another powerful FUD team in Shanghai seems to be still getting used to it. The results were not very good either. CD's result is the second to last, and there is nothing we can do about it. In 2 sets, we only scored 30 points based on kill points, and our ranking is 0. The team in the bottom of the list is CD's fellow sufferer, Fish, with 24 points in 2 sets. Similar situation to CD. At 10 o'clock in the evening, all CD members gathered in Coach Jiangjin's room to watch the REP of today's 2 training matches. First check which point on the map is empty, Mao Xiaomo said. Their city has not yet been decided. If Fish is not released to them, they will definitely have to leave, no matter who is strong or weak. Encountering them in the early stage will definitely be harmful but not beneficial. Even if you can fully devour your opponent, the time spent in the middle will be spent on other teams occupying points and moving them. And you haven't collected all the equipment yet. REP is clear at a glance, because these 2 sets are a relatively normal route, and it can be said that it can go anywhere. Familiar teams. Nanjay is on the farm. 1896 is in the prison air raid shelter area, and ZQL is in Y City. I see. When Mao Xiaomo saw FUD's jumping point, he realized why FUD's results in these 2 sets were not very good. FUD jumped on large and small power plants. The key was that there was another team competing with them. Although they were successfully eliminated, they were still delayed. Less time. Hey! There's no one in Port N. There's no one in Port L. There's no one in City K. There's no one in Port P. Good counted. Mao Xiaomo nodded and said, I didn't expect that there would be no one in Port N, but there will definitely be people going to this place tomorrow. For example, there are 4 teams of people in Shangxiaching district. It's too crowded. I guess the team from Big and Small Dian will definitely go to Port L. The team that competed with FUD for power plants is called Tay. It can be said that they were beaten badly by FUD in both games. They will definitely adjust their jump points tomorrow. If a team changes points, it will definitely change the resource points around the points they are familiar with. In this case, the routes into the circle can basically be interconnected. There are no people in L City, and a nursing home. Plus the surrounding wild areas. It is enough to support 2 teams. Mao Xiaomo was also thinking about where they would go in our city if fish really tried to rob them tomorrow. There is also a team in City Z. Because there are 24 teams. All the large resource points on the map are divided up. Let's go wild. This is the only choice to be made. Who didn't speak? He was not the same person he was when he first joined the team. Mao Xiaomo still remembered him at that time, shouting that he wouldn't go here or there. But now everything had to obey the team's command. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. I personally guess that fish won't compete with us head on. They went to Y City in the second set. And Y City only has 1 team. CQL. It's totally okay to have 2 teams in such a big city. Furthermore, they are charging the cars at the gas station here. And ZQL is charging the cars at the Rainbow building in the court. We'll see if that's the case. If it doesn't work, we can control the cars and go directly to the North Wild area. The North Wild area is also still there. Generally speaking, the jungle tactic does more harm than good. Generally speaking, 1 resource point should account for 2 out of 3 locations, vehicles, and resources. For junglers, there are definitely enough vehicles. But resources are scarce, and the search speed is slow, which indirectly leads to slow team members' rendezvous time and slow circle entry. Just think about the huge difference between the time it takes to search for a set of equipment in the jungle and the time it takes to search for a set of equipment in the city. For these final teams, they must search for 3 minutes to capture points. In urban areas, in most cases, 3 minutes can collect all the equipment. But in the jungle, it is a bit unrealistic. Then it's time to enter the circle. Let's do this. The location in our city is very good, and you can move up and down. After the search, go and occupy the spot immediately. It's safer to go together with 2 people. Hurry up and search for things. After collecting all the equipment, we will go straight away. There are 4 of us. The 2 of us who have collected all the equipment will occupy the points. When the time comes, I will mark the points on the map. Just adapt accordingly. Everyone nodded. Although Mu Yun is a free man, this kind of occupation must be very fast to save all time. If the personnel of the occupation are solidified, it will be meaningless if Mu Yun has no combat effectiveness. First class head, first class armor, and a rifle with a basic scope. This is considered to have combat effectiveness. Do you understand? The 2 people behind are searching for equipment in the city. They need everything, including ammunition, projectiles, and medicine. As for medicine, it depends on the situation. It is best for 1 person to carry 3 sets of medicine. The concept of a medicine kit is a first aid kit plus a can of drink or painkillers. Okay, understand. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath and said seriously, our marksmanship is not particularly outstanding. Don't be weak when facing any team head-on. Just listen to my command. The other 3 people also nodded vigorously. With the professional players running around in the finals, their marksmanship was indeed not an advantage. Therefore, we must devote 200% of our concentration to execute every command. Okay, let's talk about the route into the circle again. Chapter 169A plus Big Brother, January 1st, 2019, 3 p.m. Beijing time. Ticket checking began for the CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds National College League National Finals held at the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds enthusiasts from various provinces and supporters of each team come together to welcome this exclusive PUBG event. Initially, everyone was excited. But when they actually arrived outside the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center to check in, they all fell into a sluggish mood. A sea of white. The uniforms of CD and Nanjay are very similar. Both are sponsored by Suning, so their fan jackets are all white. Because of the sponsor's generosity, nearly 3,000 students came to the university alone, including CD fans from other places in Jiangsu who came to support. There were nearly 5,000 CD fans alone, accounting for 1/3 of the entire venue. The number of Nanjay's fans is probably about 1,000. At this moment, they are also standing together with the CD fan group. The group of 6,000 people wearing white coats makes everyone who sees it smack their lips. Who do I rely on? I don't know. Go over and ask. Many people who didn't know the truth came over to ask them what was going on. And the answers they got were still incomprehensible to them. CD and Nanjay from Jiangsu. The number is 6,000. Nanjay and CD are originally brother teams. Fans of both sides know this. Even though this competition is in a college league, They are both teams from Jiangsu province after all. This time, they are also playing for Jiangsu province. Many fans of CD and Nanjie already know each other. Of course, there must be a home team to watch the game. And the other team is their second home team. CD's banners are also very domineering, which is exactly their team's slogan. They are not many in number, but are very huge. This large-scale fan group is also a beautiful sight in the finals. Last year CUL Shanghai had the largest local audience. But it was not like CD, where thousands of people came to cheer for a certain team. Even for FUD, only about 1,000 people came last year, and the rest were scattered fans and classmates. Because of the large number of people, CD fans waited outside the final venue early and lined up to enter early. If they all crowded in at 4:30, it would be a mess. The backbone of the CD support club is also trying its best to maintain order. Fortunately, everyone knows their difficulties and is more cooperative. Everyone is here to cheer for CD, and the purpose is the same. It was also 3 o'clock, and 24 college teams from all over the country also entered the venue through the player channel. Although the CD players had been prepared for it, they were still shocked. In the auditorium, thousands of fans wearing CD white cheering jackets were helping each other hold banners. The scene was extremely spectacular. Holy shit! What's going on? 45AI said, as he looked at the spectacular scene in the auditorium outside in the passage. Zhou Qinglian also came over to take a look. With the same expression as 45AI. They could see the two letters CD clearly. There was no doubt that these thousands of people came here specifically to cheer for CD. It's so awesome. I wish I had so many fans, Big Beard said with a sad face. In the whole venue, he didn't know if he could find a few of their fans. It's impossible to think about it. Firstly, they are not well known. Secondly, they are a northeastern team. Fans who have nothing to do will fly back and forth to cheer for them. You must have fans guarding you before the live broadcast, Mao Xiaomo said with a smile. That's right. Big Beard still has some confidence. They reached the finals, which is quite news in the Northeast. There is a large screen in front of the auditorium, and there is a commentary booth in front of it. Behind the commentary booth is the competition room. The competition room is fully enclosed, which means that no sound from the outside can be heard inside. And there is no audience to interfere with the players. Such a situation. Players from each team sat in their seats, with 2 official personnel, 1 male and 1 female, standing behind them to prevent sudden situations from happening. Although there were only 2 girls in the finals. Hot hands! Every player started preparations before the official competition, and all 96 players were absent. From 3 o'clock to 4:30 is the preparation time for the players. And the warm-up is also a very important step. If the team plays in a group with 4 people, there will be no chance to find a gun feel, especially in the latter game. The same goes for solo queue. Apart from the resource point war at the beginning, it takes a long time to find someone. Generally, players warm up by lining up in 4 groups alone, fighting with a team, practicing spear skills, and at least warming up their hands. Like CD, the weapons they carry are all commonly used weapons, such as Mao Xiaomo's M16, Good's AKM, and Cheng Yao's 98K. During the warm-up, try to fight with the gun you will use in the game. 1.5 hours is a bit long, so everyone is playing and taking a break. Today we will play from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. plus 5 sets in the exhibition match. If we get into the state now, our bodies will definitely be exhausted later. So everyone try to stay relaxed. When it was about to reach 4:30, the staff also informed each team to go backstage to prepare for the appearance ceremony. It was very simple. After hearing the instructions, they walked up to the stage and walked through the scene. Then, they stood at the position that their team had arranged on the stage before and waited for the end. Just finished the boss's speech. Coming! Coming! On time. The stage went dark, and 15,000 spectators from all over the country started cheering. The opening ceremony is actually very simple. There are only 3 links in total. The singer sings, the finalists enter the venue, and the sponsor CEO announces the start of the finals. But I think the singers in the finals will not be too bad. The music is playing. As soon as the prelude started playing, everyone knew who it was. Mayday! Mayday! Mao Xiaomo didn't expect that he would see his idol today, and he couldn't contain his excitement backstage. However, according to the staff, Mayday left directly after singing these 2 songs, without asking for his autograph. Time. It's okay. I'll get it for you later. The person who spoke was a rather honest male voice. which made Mao Xiaomo turn around subconsciously. A plus level. A plus, brother. The famous necklace. Brother A plus? Mao Xiaomo said in surprise. Standing next to Big Brother A plus was Coach Jiangjin, who was obviously an old acquaintance. Members of Fish and Muyun also joined him. Big Brother A plus, as the big brother of the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, was once the ace player of the top PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team IFTY in the country. Respected by everyone. Chapter 170 National Finals. Coach Jiangjin looked at the CD with a smile and thought to himself that there is only so much I can do to help you. And the rest is up to you. He knew that Mao Xiaomo had the dream of playing professionally. But he also needed a guide to enter the professional circle. As his old acquaintance, A plus was perfect. Before this, he had already hyped CD to the sky. And A plus himself said that he would pay attention to CD's performance. Whether he can enter the professional circle will be judged after he watches the game. Brother, why are you here? 45AI asked, having met his eldest brother once. Brother A plus is also very impressed by the talented assaulter 45AI. The Commander team. A talented boy. Did not expect that this competition would be included in it. Come and explain. Brother A plus is still smiling. After retiring to the second line and becoming IFTY's coach, his temper has improved a lot. This time, Kuehl's commentator seat is also a commentator that the official paid a lot of money to invite, and is determined to create the best college league in Xia country. There are 3 commentators and 2 fixed commentators. Mbab Shirong 117, a veteran figure in the FPS industry, and one of the co-founders of Mbab. The second fixed commentator is Ms. Joy, recognized as the #1 commentator in the country. She is currently the coach of the DLG team. She is definitely one of the top players in the country in terms of overall outlook and tactical thinking. The third guest can be regarded as a guest. On the first day, it was Big Brother A plus, and on the second day it was Godv. These 2 guests have a very high life in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in Xia Kingdom. Perform well. Many teams will come to watch this game. If you play well, you will be directly admitted to the first team, Brother A plus said. And his words were not a joke. Although many of them are registered professional players, there are also teams of 4 amateur players, like CD. If they play well, they will definitely be snapped up by major teams. Even as a substitute for the first team, you can get very generous treatment. Although 45AI is now under the Commandage team, if he performs well, and a team is willing to pay a high price for him, it will be regarded as a valuable player. In this game, there are not a few people who have this idea. Okay, do your best. We'll be on the field soon. Brother A plus patted Mao Xiaomo on the shoulder and left the contestants backstage. Career? Mao Xiaomo thought about it more than once. But, on the stage, Mayday's performance has also come to an end. There is light at the end of darkness. There is light at the end of night. That fame has nothing to do with the truth. If you always believe in your heart, no one can do anything, no matter who you are. You can fly. You can fly. You can fly. Fame is in sight. And it is also a song that is very suitable for the CUL finals. The venue is also completely heated up by Mayday. It has to be said that as a popular band in the Chinese music scene, Mayday's appeal is unmatched by other bands. Ashen stood on the stage, panting slightly, and said to all the audience, "Today is the final of CUL. I actually miss when I was young, working hard and running constantly to become famous. In order to realize my dream, I wrote song after song. And finally I succeeded. And now, there is another group of boys with dreams standing on the field. I believe you can succeed. Come on." Ashen's words also made many people stand up. Being able to see Mayday here was something they never imagined. Next, let us welcome all team members enter. At this moment, a beautiful commentator was also sitting at the commentator seat, holding the draft of the team's entrance. And she was a little nervous. She was an intern at Mbat, and this task was also a test for her. The first thing we welcome is the champion of the Hubei division, Fish. The backstage passage opened, and all members of Fish walked towards the stage. 45AI walked at the front, and the remaining 3 people followed behind. Although they were a little nervous, they were still in their prime. Fish team won a total of 5 chickens in 12 games in the qualifiers. Captain 45AI is also the ace of the team. The current command position of the professional team is also the heart of Fish team. CD4 were wearing Snow White team uniforms. After adjusting their clothes a little, they heard the commentator read their names. Go. The beautiful commentator introduced. The second person to appear is Jiangsu champion CD. Just when I was about to continue talking, I heard the whole venue cheering like a mountain and a tsunami. Even he couldn't hear what she said clearly. You must know that her microphone has been enhanced several times. The shouts of 6,000 fans, coupled with the cheers of many spectators, made the CD team shout so powerful. The audience and contestants backstage, who had discovered CD's huge fan base early on, also shook their heads helplessly. His appeal is really enviable. CD waved his hand and walked to his position amidst the shouts of mountains and tsunamis. And this shout could not stop for a long time. The beautiful commentator wiped her sweat. She didn't hear a word of what he just introduced about the CD. And the audience probably didn't hear a word of it either. However, this was also an accident, and I believe she couldn't be blamed for it. The next one is the runner-up in Beijing Division. Next is Shanghai Division champion FUD. Coming to us next is 1896. The runner-up in the Shanghai Division, joined by a sniper YQ who has an S+ rating from TPJ. They are also the favorites to win the championship. The finale is ZQL, a team from the qualifiers that is composed entirely of members of the same professional team. After all the teams were introduced, 96 players, plus a beautiful commentator and a manager beside them, all stood on the big stage. Although the stage was large, it was still a bit crowded with nearly 100 people standing together. The middle of the stage was also given to the beautiful commentator and the boss. We are fortunate to have Mr. Chung Haijun, chairman of Vans Hong Group, one of our many sponsors, for this CWL Finals. Mr. Chung attended our opening ceremony despite his busy schedule. As the chairman of a large company in the IT industry, what stories does Mr. Chung have about esports that it is a pity to share with everyone? Could you please say a few words for the majority of esports enthusiasts? The host shouted. There was also a commotion in the audience, as a large group that has suddenly emerged in recent years. Wanzhong Group has attracted the attention of the people. Unexpectedly, the boss came to show his face. Chung Haijun took the phone and said, "Hello everyone." A round of applause. Actually, apart from the business reasons for investing in CWL, a large part of the reason is also because my daughter is also a chicken lover. And I myself, how should I put it, was obsessed with CS when I was young, which can be regarded as the childhood of our generation. Chung Haijun sighed. Nowadays, children's school bags are getting heavier and heavier, and their studies are getting heavier and heavier. It is not until college that they have spare time to play the games they want to play and do the things they want to do. Now esports must participate in the Olympic Games, and it is no longer just something to play with. Although the power of Vans Hong Group is very small, we also want to make some contributions to the esports industry in Xia Kingdom. Good. Okay. The audience cheered again. Next, I announce the CWL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals officially begin. Chapter 171 FPP Exhibition Match. Okay. Hello everyone. This is the CWL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals broadcast by Bat. Shirong 117 was also sitting in the commentator seat, making the opening remarks. The 96 participating team members also left the stage and returned to the competition room, doing the final warm-up for the first day of CWL competition. I am 117. Today we are fortunate to invite teacher Joy and brother A+. Mr. Rong is still so handsome. Hello everyone. My name is Ms. Joy. Ms. Joy wore glasses and sat in front of the commentary table in a polite manner. It was completely different from his private state. He himself said that he was different when he sat on the commentary table. Hello everyone. I'm A+. The A+ brother seemed a bit unfamiliar. Although he had been a guest commentator several times, he still hadn't adapted to such a role. This time, the CWL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds National Finals is also broadcast live on major platforms. Because it is an official event, there is no exclusive copyright. This year's CWL has also come to the finals. I remember that last year's game was very fierce, and the winner was decided in the last game. Do you remember, Joy? Rongi asked. Ms. Joy nodded and said, I must remember that there were many new players last year, and more than half of them entered the professional circle. I have an impression of many of these IDs, and I also know some of the players. After all, Mr. Rong is just a commentator, not a person in the professional circle. It is normal for him not to understand this information. Oh, I know there are players from professional teams coming to participate, but I really don't know the specific ones. There are still 15 minutes left before the start of the game. This time is for commentators to help everyone understand some of the game members and content. I'm not as familiar with a few of the ZQL players. And I've also met them in our DLG training matches. Of course, they competed under different names. And VG's sniper YQ is also one of VG's two main players. Brother A Plus also chimed in. Yes, our IFTY has also been actively recruiting some youth training players. There are a few people here that we really want to recruit, such as Fish's 45AI and FUD's Nighters. Joy smiled and said, IFTY is interested in such commanding players. Do you want them to take over your class? Forget it. I personally admire this player 45AI. His command is very smart. The eldest brother replied. A Plus brother said so. I can only look forward to a wave of Fish's performance. There are also many first-line professional team members and team leaders present at the scene today. As the largest talent pool in the PUBG professional circle, college students attract many professional teams to recruit people every year. Rongi introduced Tao. The right shot was given to the first row of audience seats. When the camera caught these people, the 15,000 spectators cheered again. The whole OMG team. The whole 17th team. The whole 4AM team. XQ's 2 players and the team leader. The LGD team leader and coach. The Amani team. The FTD team leader. And many, many more. Players from these first-tier teams have all come to CUEL. Joy continued. Yes. Xbox, which came out of this competition last year, reached SS in the TPJ overall evaluation in just 1 year. It can be said that the CUEL finals are full of treasures. It depends on whether you have that discerning eye. Okay, let me briefly introduce the rules of the competition. It is a total of 2 days of competition, 8 points matches, and there will be an FPV exhibition match at the beginning of each day, which will not count towards points. The points rule is still 250 points for the first place, 200 points for each second place, and 6 points each. It is also a relatively common competition system in China. This competition system also has requirements for team selection. Ranking points and kill points are equally important. It depends on how the team chooses. There are a total of 24 teams in this competition. We all know that the average island map competition of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has around 20 teams, which is also an easier number to perform. If there are 24 teams, it will be very crowded, especially in the final attrition circle. So I think there is a high probability that the team will grab a center circle and then wait for destiny. There will be very few teams in the circle. Joy analyzed. As the coach and analyst of DLG, what he said is definitely not comparable to the 2 half-hearted commentators in the Jiangsu division. The director's voice also came from Mr. Rong's earphones. The team members were all ready. After 20 seconds, the game screen was cut. Okay. The players are almost ready. The much-anticipated CUEL is finally about to begin. The first FPV exhibition match. Please direct the director to cut the picture of the match. After Rongi said that, the big screen behind the commentator it lights up. The game is still being prepared, and there are still 20 seconds left to officially enter the game. But the route has been displayed. From north to south, the route from S City to the airport can be said to be a satisfactory route. This route is relatively peaceful. There shouldn't be so many teams fighting to the death in the early stage. There may be a little friction on the way to the upper and lower city teams to grab the car. Rongi predicted. Joy nodded and said, yes, in FPP mode. I don't know if this college player who usually plays TPP is used to playing, but it is also a very good opportunity to warm up his hands and adapt to the rhythm of the game. The game officially begins. We can see that the ZD here has directly landed in S City, and then in our city. Wow, there are more than 8 teams. Among them, 4 to 5 teams are flying towards the upper and lower city areas. There are still people on the road. Which team can control the car? Nanjay landed on the farm. FUD Big Electric, 1896 Prison Air Raid Shelter. ZQL and Fish landed in Y City. They are all relatively conventional jump points, and they are almost the same as what they said in reality. Rongi said, one team's jumping point for a complete change is Jiangsu CD. Their information shows Z City and the airport, but they lost to our city in this game. I don't know if anyone will compete with them. Do you want to grab the car? There is one on the road. It's at the top of the city on the left. Muyun saw several people in the sky trying to grab the car on the road in our city and asked, it's still a normal game. Control the cars on the our city garage and the garden side. Don't grab the cars on the other side yet. There are probably a lot of people there. Mao Xiaomo replied, Chapter 172 CD without a car. The CD is still jumping in the same way as yesterday. Good, and Muyun jumped into the garden. if no one went to the road to get a car and drove it back to the garden. Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaoma both landed on the side of our city garage to prevent someone from stealing the car. The worry soon turned into reality. Not only there our city garage, but also the garage and the garden were robbed. The battle for vehicles also became the first collision between the starting team and the team. We can see that the SIC players want to steal the cars in the two garages of CD. This will kill you. Even for an exhibition game. It is a bit too unrestrained. Joy said with a smile. And the two SIC players jumped. Our city garage jumped to the garden garage and ran away with the car whenever he wanted. Look at how CD responded. It should have been to save the car first. Sure enough, one person chose to grab the car and the other took the gun. Let's see if the cars in these two garages will be stolen by SIC. On the big screen, the SIC team member who jumped into the garden got into the car one step ahead of Muyun. Muyun also got on the car at the same time, but found that the other person had already occupied the driving seat. Muyun jumped out of the car immediately and reacted very quickly. This Kaka.rot player reacted very quickly and gave up the car. Otherwise, he would be dead if the opponent brought him to his teammates. Joy explained. Obviously, he doesn't watch anime very much on weekdays, and even Kokoro doesn't know about it. Oh, the SIC player just drove away. But the other player in the CD above the fake garage has already got a gun. Let's see what kind of gun it is. DP-28. Big Pan Chicken. See if you can hit your opponent from this distance. The perspective cuts to Good. Good is standing on the second floor of the fake garage, with a loaded DP-28 in his hand. He shoots wildly at the SIC car-stealing team members, who have already driven out of the garden. Good did not sweep. It was a bit difficult to control the gun at this distance. And the opponent had no head or armor. The big chicken should be able to be defeated by hitting it. Duh. Look! 1 shot! 2 shots! He's not dead! He's not dead! He was hit by 2 shots, but he didn't die. This is a DP-28. Are you kidding? It's a 7.62 bullet. Rongyi thought somewhat incredible. Good shot was very accurate. The SIC team member in the car was hit twice with blood, but he managed to survive. This scene also made the audience exclaim. Joy explained. Before the damage of the DP-28 gun was not increased. The damage it dealt to an enemy without armor was 49. After the increase, the damage was 51. There is only one explanation for why the gun did not die after 2 shots, which is that it hit the SIC team member's arm. Although Joy said this, she still found it a bit unbelievable. But this is really rare. A car was hit by 2 bullets, one in the arm and one in the body. It was a bit unlucky. Normally, it would float to the head of the gun and collapse. Although this person was not knocked down, Good superb marksmanship still made everyone remember this member of CD. After all, it was the first shot of the opening of CUL this year. FXCK. Good cursed. He didn't win even this. The opponent was really lucky. Mao Xiaomo's face was solemn. Not only was the car in the garden stolen, but even the car in their city garage was not snatched away by the SIC members. And another SIC member was allowed to go straight from the other end of our city to the school. I don't know which team took the car at the top of our city. It might be Kem from Shuicheng, or it might be another team looking for the car. The first dilemma CD faces is not having a car. The CD team is having a hard time right now. Fortunately, it's just an exhibition match. In the main match, it's basically a bad game without a car. They won't be able to go very far. Unless the circle moves north. They can still walk up the mountain. A dozen. Joy continued. Mao Xiaomo really didn't consider that these two garages would dare to have a team come to steal cars. They made no preparations before the game. What they thought was that if Fish competed with them for our city, they would fight first. It was just a qualifier anyway. If there was no Fish, they would just search our city. But 6 interference this time was something they didn't expect. After all, such behavior is too dangerous. Master Rong asked. Joy, why do you think SSE did this? This style of play should be very dangerous. If we don't get the car, these two team members will explain it here. Joy thought for a while and analyzed. I think this is a test. After all, it is just an exhibition match. Our team also often competes with our city school. In fact, stealing cars is not impossible. But the car in the garden cannot be stolen. The risk factor is too high. The city garage is relatively feasible. Because if you don't grab it, you can still get in the car and run to the school. The garden is too far from the school. And there is a flat area in the middle. The chance of being targeted is extremely high. But I personally do not recommend SICN to do such a risky move in an official game, because their school will swipe at least one car. At least. There are no teams in the east and west of their school. It should be very easy for them to search and drive to find a few cars. If they have to grab the car, it will be a bit awkward. Worth. Ms. Joy's words were also combined with the environment of SIC, and she analyzed that it was indeed true. This game of SIC was just to test the feasibility of stealing cars and the speed of shooting with guns on the opposite side. Although the two car-stealing team members succeeded, one of them almost died. But luckily, they all succeeded, leaving CD in a predicament of not having a car. It's okay. Search for things and fight them later. Mao Xiaomao didn't panic at all. He glanced at the first circle, which was an eastern circle with a prison air raid shelter as the center. Although their position on the edge of the circle was definitely moving. It requires a vehicle. At this point, there is only one way to conjure a car out of thin air, and that is to steal it. Their car and 6 original car are both near the school, and our city is surprisingly close to the school. It only takes a minute to get there. Ms. Joy continued to help CD with suggestions. The most correct choice for CD now is to go over and eat the SIC, otherwise, if they don't have a car, they can only enter the circle on foot. This is the FPD mode, and everything is possible. If it is TPP, our city is definitely a weak party, because if the school touches our city, the team in our city cannot find it because there is an uphill slope. But if our city touches the school, 80% of them will be discovered. But if it's FPD mode, and if you set up your guns and cooperate well, CD will have a chance to get close to SIC. The game has only lasted 2.5 minutes, and CD is ready to get close to SIC. Chapter 173 Fair 4v4. The rhythm of this game is similar to yesterday's training match. In the early stage, except for a few people who were killed on the road, there were almost no casualties. As soon as the CD started to move, the OB's perspective cut to them. In the boring early game, there were very few teams that could be encountered. The possibility of such a duel gave the commentators and directors a sigh of relief. Commentators are afraid of embarrassing conversations. Even Joy, the country's #1 commentator, who is full of witty remarks, is no exception. Directors are afraid of being boring. As a director, he definitely hopes that the game will be as exciting as possible. The more exciting the game, the more successful it will be. Sick Captain Lewin had already thought that CD would not accept the fact that the vehicle was stolen. It can be said that he had set up a large formation to wait for CD. Mr. Rong raised his voice and said, SIC here discovered the CD immediately. Ms. Joy praised. You can see how high the level of CEL is from this small detail. If it is not as expected, SIC is temporarily changed to 31 jump points. The normal jumping method must be 22 jumping points, or 1 person in the school and 3 people in the school district, because the school is not a very fat place. But this time all 3 SIC team members left the school, leaving only 1 team member in the school district. I helped them set up guns on the top floor of the building, and the gun line can be said to be very open. Of the 4 SIC team members, 2 were waiting for the CD on the wall. 1 was on the platform on the 2nd floor of the swimming pool, supporting the top of the R-City water tower, and the other team member was doing a side expansion on the school district building. This wave of 6 tactical literacy has been fully demonstrated. In addition to the 10 main competition areas, there are 2 qualifying competition areas. Anyone from Xia's universities can sign up. Fighting through so many teams. CQL. Sick. There is no soft persimmon. As soon as Mao Xiaomao went up the hill, he saw the SIC team member with the gun on the 2nd floor of the swimming pool. Because it is FPP, when you see the opponent, 99% of the opponent has also seen you. The CD team member froze immediately. Don't dare to show your head behind the slope. What should I do? It seems like I can't get through. Mu Yun frowned. They were blocked by the 4 people on the opposite side and had no chance to go downhill to the school. Ms. Joy said, This is a bit uncomfortable for Team CD. We haven't searched much for things, and our car is gone. Now we can't post it to the school. If you ask me, CD should move earlier. It's impossible for your opponent to get close to you if they hold you back. There. Master Rong asked the A+ brother, who had not spoken for a long time. Brother, what do you think? If you were the conductor of CD and were in such a situation, how would you conduct it? Brother A+ is also one of the most famous conductors in Xiagua. His conductor is also very stable. which directly forms their IFDY temperament and style, which is completely opposite to 4 a.m. Well, in this case, I'll definitely leave directly. If I can't get in from the east, I'll have to cross the bridge and look for the north. Maybe I'll find a car in the wild area. The 8+ brother said. There are also several car farming spots in the wild area above our city in the north, but there are only a few of them. Moreover, these wild spots do not have many resources, and few teams will come. Mstoy agreed. I also agree with my brother's opinion, and there is another advantage of entering the circle in the north. That is, it can block the teams from the upper and lower cities that want to enter the circle. This circle is in the east. There are only 2 ways for the 4.5 teams in the upper and lower cities to enter the circle. One is from the ruined side, and the other is from the north. There is definitely no danger on the way into the circle from the ruined side, but from the school starting from the edge, the jungle area, the air raid shelter, the large warehouse. There must be people here. If nothing else happens, at least 3 to 4 teams from Shanxiaching district will choose the north to enter the circle. It is relatively safer. The 24 teams must be conservative when entering the circle. Mstoy continued. Mao Xiaomo directly ordered the evacuation. As everyone thought, there is no point in wasting without results. As Mstoy said, CD swam across the river and entered the circle from the northern mountain to the east. But it was still farther away. Sick took a few shots. CD could only march all the way into the circle. Watching as they walked, they had no vehicles, so they could only try to get as close to the center of the circle as possible, so that when the next circle was refreshed, they could be closer to the white circle. CD touched the top of a mountain and did not feel the crisis coming. But from the perspective of OB, it was clearly displayed. CD is almost on FUD's face. FUD probably doesn't know that CD has gone up the mountain. And CD doesn't know that FUD is on this mountain. Take a look at this encounter and see which team reacts faster, Mr. Rong said when he saw the CD and FUD getting closer and closer. Mu Yun took the lead, with Mao Xiaomo on the left, Gu on the right, and Cheng Yao trailing at the end of the team, charging forward in a diamond shape. This formation is also one of the most commonly used formations in domestic PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, especially in mountain battles. Once a battle breaks out, Good and Mao Xiaomo on the left and right sides quickly pull away to complete the double teaming of the enemy. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao didn't play much FPP, although Mao Xiaomo and Good often played before. Because Kule's games were all TPP, they haven't played in it for almost 3 or 4 months. It can be said that the team's operation and playing TPP there is still a slight difference. The character of Mu Yun kept moving forward, turned over a small slope, and came face to face with the FUD rear team member Winter. Mu Yun's reaction was half a beat too slow. Han Dongdong reacted very quickly. While shouting about the people coming from behind, the AKM in his hand spit out tongues of fire. Although it was in single-point mode, Han Dongdong's hand speed was very fast. The precise AKM took Mu Yun away directly. FUD_Winter uses AKM to knock down CD_Kakarot. There are people. The formation is full 50 meters ahead. Mu Yun reported the information he already knew, taking advantage of this time. He also climbed to the back of the slope. But Han Dongdong was not able to make up for him immediately. CD has fought this kind of mountain battle countless times. There is no need for verbal communication at all. Mao Xiaomo and Good pulled the gun line sideways to the left and right. Save! Because Mu Yun was downing a slope with a reverse slope, and the opponent's formation was not spread out. He did not dare to rush to CD immediately. The not ears were originally observing information from other points in front. The moment they heard Han Dongdong's voice, they turned around and returned to the hillside. After the knockdown information just now, they also knew the identity of the other side. It was the CD that wiped them out in Peace City a few days ago without any bloodshed. Spread it out! Not ears looked serious and ordered FUD to be spread out and fight CD again. Fight a true 4v4 team battle. Right on this hillside. It is rare to have such conditions in a game. And it is FPP mode, which minimizes the advantages and disadvantages of terrain. CD versus FUD. The war is about to begin. Chapter 174 Godric. Winter wants to throw thunder. Take a look at this thunder, Rongyi explained while looking at Winter's OB perspective. Boom. Boom. The distance of the thunder was still a little far away. Cheng Yao kept observing the trajectory of the thunder without any panic. The result was as she expected. The two thunder made no achievements. It's a little far away, but it didn't explode. The players on FUD's side were all rushing, and Winter didn't rush in rashly. CD's side was also very smart. And they just pulled away to eat FUD. Joy said in surprise. FUD is a popular championship team, and its strength is obvious to all. In addition to having more fans, CD doesn't seem to have impressed Joy at all. According to the information, the 3 chickens in the 12 qualifiers were almost at the bottom among the 24 participating teams. Among the 12 divisions, the Shanghai division is recognized as the strongest in terms of competition intensity, followed by the 2 qualifying divisions, because there are many teams and many strong teams from provinces outside the top 10 divisions have come to compete in these 2 divisions. The strength of the Jiangsu division is relatively average. According to Joy's data, Nanjie is the stronger team. Moreover, in last year's finals, Nanjie, as a dark horse, reached 4th place in the country, which also surprised him. Last year, Nanjie's lineup was very average. This year, they added a sniper who was rated S by TPJ overall. But their strength was still only in the middle of the pack, which indirectly shows the strength of this competition. The sides of the CD are pulled apart, ready to eat FUD. There are several reasons. One is because CD has a psychological advantage, and it is FPP, a fair and just contest. And the other is because they have no choice and can't leave without a car. OB gave a panoramic view. The 8 people on the mountain were gradually moving in the direction of each other. Brother, who do you think will have the advantage in this wave? Although Mr. Rong has a deep understanding of the game. As a guest, Brother A+ always has to say a few words. And he is also constantly asking questions. A+ touched his chin and said, CD. CD's gun line is wider, but it still depends on the shooting skills. The 2 people flanking CD must hold their guns tightly. Joy nodded and continued. Yes. Once these 2 players knock down one person, the 4 of them will switch to attack. Mao Xiaomo stretched his waist and touched the FUD flank from the left slope. Since Mu Yun had not taken the medicine yet, he did not dare to go too fast. Once a frontal battle broke out, the support of his teammates would not be in place. Okay, Mu Yun said in his voice. The medicine was ready, which meant that the attack started. Strictly speaking, CD is the attacking side, and FUD is the defending side. Although Mu Yun fell to the ground first, the FUD team members were not there at the first moment. When they arrived at the second time, CD's formation had already been stretched out. This is a standard strong attack formation. Good also touched the right side, used a small depression to lie down, and crawled forward. The team was following him, so he had to find an opportunity to get up and steal someone's side. FUD's discipline is also very good, although the 4 people are a little crowded. In mountain battles, everyone has a bunker, so they will not be at a huge disadvantage. It seems to be behind a tree. I dare not show my head. Good lay on the ground and did not dare to look up. Once he showed his head, the FUD flankers would definitely be able to see him. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao also walked forward for a while and got stuck behind a small slope. If it was in TPP mode, the 2 teams would definitely be stuck until dawn tomorrow. But in FPP, it was easy to open the gap through marksmanship. What CD has to do now is to pull Mao Xiaomo to the side, win the 1v1, and then forcefully pull the gun line to eat. The OB perspective was also given to Mao Xiaomo, the most critical person in this encounter. The left player of FUD was Kargat Spy, who was also a good player. They also guessed that Mao Xiaomo might be behind that slope. They were at a high place, but did not dare to touch him casually. Cheng Yao and Mu Yun were in a position where they could hit him. Let's see if King can break through from the side. It's obvious that CD communicated. 2 players, King and Godric, came out to fight at the same time. Take a look at the situation, Joy said loudly. The moment Mao Xiaomo poked his head in, I felt my level 2 head fly off instantly. FUD_Kargat Spy used an M16 headshot to knock down CD_King. Beautiful. Kargat, the player, took away King with 2 spears. It was already set up in advance, and it was too difficult to forcefully attack him. Moreover, Kargat didn't give any chance in this wave, and took away King with 2 spears. Master Rong said. Mao Xiaomo was helpless. In FPP mode, the opponent was holding his position with the mirror open. If he wanted to kill the opponent, there was a step to open the mirror. But the opponent did not. He didn't expect the opponent's shooting to be so accurate. He had shrunk very fast, and was still taken away by 2 gun heads. Good also pulled out to fight the opponent on the right side of FUD at the same time. In this wave of firefight, both sides discovered the opponent almost at the same time, and opened the camera at the same time. Neither of them were in a position to hide anyone, and there was no option to hide behind a bunker. CD, this member, must stay here. Otherwise, he will be eaten, Rongyi said. The commentary is usually from the perspective of the disadvantaged side. If CD kills one person first, it is definitely a disadvantage. The player on the far right of FUD is their captain, Not Ears. His comprehensive strength ranks among the top 6 players in the entire final. This battle with Good can be said to be a close quarters encounter. The distance is not particularly far, so he can shoot straight away, with blood pouring from his face. Not Ears still had the courage to fight Good, but there was a slight deviation in his marksmanship. The distance of Good's AKM is not very good for players who don't often use AKM. However, after using AK for so many years, Good has become very familiar with this gun. Shoot directly and fully automatically. The bullets are so powerful that the winner is determined the moment they come into contact with the Not Ears. CD_Godric uses AKM to knock down FUD_Not Ears. Beautiful. The AK at this distance is very accurate. This Godric player is very confident in his marksmanship. The moment he knocks someone down, he bends down and sprays medicine. There is a small slope here, and the FUD team members can't replenish their guns. Mstoy also praised Dao. This wave of Kargid Spy and Godric's marksmanship also showed him the level of first-line professional players. Kargid Spy players can understand. After all, the TPJ overall rating has also reached S-. But Godric is a complete newcomer, not a registered professional player. Chapter 175, The Ever-Changing Situation. This scene also made many first-line team leaders silently write down this ID. Can a first-tier professional team take a liking to a gun showdown? This is of course impossible. But Good used an AKM. Although the overall strength cannot be seen from this wave of marksmanship, Godric's gun control of AKM surprised all the first-team players and coaches. Xiaoguo's professional team does not lack good marksmanship and good body skills, but it lacks good AK shooting. The composition of a professional team is usually 2 assaulters, 1 free agent, and 1 sniper. Due to the particularity of this game, the team usually only has 2 to 3 5.56 rifles. And sometimes the team even needs 2 or even 3 AKs. Also because the AK gun is relatively difficult to control, there are only a handful of domestic players who are good at playing AK. It is still a treasure of major first-tier professional teams and cannot be touched by others. This is why all the major teams look at Good in a different light. He is also an S-class assaulter, and the value of an assaulter who is good at AK can be increased by 10 times. Looking at the frontal battlefield again, after Good knocked down Not Ears, the situation also changed. Good was very angry that there was only a small slope in front of him, which could not be used as a bunker. If there was a slight bunker, he would use the bunker to continuously dodge the gun, the FUD team members. If 98K did not give 98K a sniper shot, the other side is 100% destroyed. Don't worry. Mao Xiaomo comforted him first, and then looked at Cheng Yao's screen. In this case, Cheng Yao, you seal the cigarette to my position, and seal it on their faces. Mao Xiaomo said. The current situation is that CD and FUD each fall 1. But Not Ears' position cannot be saved. Mao Xiaomo's position is hard to say. Mstoy happened to say, now CD can find a way to save King. FUD here dare not block smoke. Once they block smoke to save Not Ears, they will block all their sight. Godric, the player, can also directly if you pull him out and beat him. You won't be able to see him anyway. Master Rong saw Cheng Yao and Mu Yun smoke sealing operation and praised. Sure enough, CD started sealing smoke on the face of player Kargid Spy. After a while, one by one ran away, and when he ran down the slope, he could pull him King. Not Ears looked solemn. Wang Yi had been on Good's side on the mountain, and Kargid Spy's face was also covered with smoke, unable to provide combat effectiveness. Only Han Dongdong could pose a threat to the 2 players opposite CD. But if the other side pulls down to rescue someone, there will definitely be someone to hold Han Dongdong up. Not Ears thought of the only solution. Feng Yin, don't let them save people. Not Ears asked the team members to seal the smoke to the left, and wanted Kargid Spy to forcefully sneak down the slope where the CD was located, and attack the faces of Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun. CD really wanted to save people. Kakarot immediately started running. Winter was a little uncomfortable being held up by the king, and didn't dare to show his face. The OB perspective was given to Winter. From the first perspective, the positions on both sides were constantly being hit, and it seemed that there was no room to fight back. Chung Yao's original purpose was to make Mu Yun run away. The fault tolerance rate of a rifle is a little higher than that of a sniper rifle. If a sniper rifle misses a shot, the opponent will have a chance to deal damage to Mu Yun. However, if it is a rifle, it can suppress the opponent's head. Han Dongdong looked solemn. Although he had only been exposed to this game for a short time, he had made rapid progress under the guidance of Not Ears and knew everything he needed to know. The current FUD situation was a complete disadvantage. If anything can change the situation, it's the Car 98K with an 8x lens in his hand. Han Dongdong tightened his grip on the mouse, and without any trembling, he pulled it out and aimed at Chung Yao. This shot! If you don't win, you will die. Winning to turn the situation around. Han Dongdong's operation was so fast that the commentator didn't even react. After being killed by the opponent, he swayed to the right, was shot in the arm, and instantly pulled out from the right side to open the camera. The M416 in Chung Yao's hand flinched after being hit by a single shot. The sniper's sense of smell told her, she wants to die. Boom! After opening the scope for only a little while, Han Dongdong fired a sniper shot. The bullet drew a beautiful arc and directly hit Chung Yao's head as she squatted down. FUD_Winter knocked down CD_King with a headshot. Chung Yao. Wow. What a beautiful shot. Joy said excitedly. This shot is definitely a nerve gun. Even if YQ comes, he can't do it better than Han Dongdong. Brother A+ also gave a rare compliment. This shot is really beautiful. The one on the other side shrunk very quickly and still hit the target. Wow. This shot. It's awesome. Master Rong shook his head after hearing the exclamations from the audience. Without Chung Yao's harassment, Target Spy also successfully used the cover of smoke bombs to rush down the slope. Although he was only a few steps away from Mu Yun, there was smoke and neither party could see clearly. Mu Yun listened quietly to the voice and did not dare to rush to rescue Mao Xiaomao. Originally, the other party should be more anxious than them. But that is not necessarily the case now. Once Han Dongdong comes down to help Target Spy, his situation will be very uncomfortable. Good and Wang Yi were also in a situation of mutual constraints. But Wang Yi had the initiative and could see Good's movements. But Good was lying behind the slope and had no idea of the information on the field. I don't know if Wang Yi is holding him back. If Wang Yi was holding him, with his current condition lying on the ground, he would definitely be knocked down if he tried to stand up. Mao Xiaomao didn't speak either. Talking now would not only have no effect, but would also interfere with Mu Yun's judgment. Mu Yun had been playing with him for so long, so he still had this strength. After Han Dongdong knocked down Chung Yao, he immediately turned around to help Target Spy. Target Spy also immediately stopped and did not reveal any steps to Mu Yun. When Han Dongdong arrived, it was a wave of 2-on-1, and there was no cover. Chung Yao fell to the ground, and Not Ears also climbed to a position that Good couldn't reach. This position could not be climbed before because it would expose his body to Chung Yao. But after Chung Yao died, there was no problem. The situation is changing rapidly, and even Joy dare not predict what will happen next. He wouldn't be surprised if Mu Yun made a mistake. The twists and turns in the past also gave him heartfelt expectations for the unknown results. Chapter 176 Defeat. None of the commentators spoke, allowing the audience to hear the sounds of the game more clearly. The stadium with more than 10,000 people is already very noisy. If they use a microphone to commentate now, the audience will definitely not hear any footsteps. Mu Yun thought for a while and pressed the rescue button. At this stage, the smoke has not dispersed, and the opponent will certainly not dare to act rashly. He will not reveal his steps. If the opponent does, he will definitely notice it immediately, and it will not be too late to grab the gun at that time. Rescue in progress 7-6. The audience's hearts almost jumped out of their chests. Mu Yun could calmly save people when the two people on the opposite side were confronting each other, which can be called a big heart. As soon as Mao Xiaomao was rescued, the smoke began to dissipate. There was no time to spray, so Mao Xiaomao immediately raised his gun. Mu Yun retreated slightly, allowing Mao Xiaomao to be slightly in front of him. The cooperation between the two CDs, especially Mu Yun and Mao Xiao between Imo and Imo, a tacit understanding has long been formed. Mao Xiaomao has residual health, but he also has to try his best to attract a wave of firepower for Mu Yun, so that Mu Yun has more room to output. The smoke is getting lighter and lighter. Mao Xiaomao saw Han Dongdong first. Without any hesitation, he raised his gun and fired. Although Han Dongdong's reaction was a little slower, Mao Xiaomao's health was too low, and he was knocked to the ground with one shot. Han Dongdong, who was crippled by Mao Xiaomao, was shot twice by Mu Yun. Mao Xiaomao and Han Dongdong fell to the ground almost at the same time. FUD_Winter uses AKM to knock down CD_King. CD_Kakarot used M416 to knock out FUD_Winter. This wave of Mao Xiaomao withstood the first wave of firepower from Kargit Spy and Han Dongdong. The task of attracting firepower was completed very well, and the disadvantage was forcibly restored. Next, there is only one person left on both sides. Mu Yun glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Kargit Spy, who had also discovered his position. Neither of them dared to turn off the mirror. In this race against time, it took too long to turn off the mirror and then turn it back on. The two of them pulled their guns almost at the same time. Ta-ta-ta-ta. FUD_Kargit Spy used the M416 to knock out CD_Kakarot. Beautiful! Rongyi shouted. This wave gave Kargit Spy a perspective. From his perspective, Kargit Spy made a wave of very accurate gun pulls, knocking down Mu Yun first. Mstoy analyzed for everyone. Let me tell you why this wave of FUD won. The two players of FUD are one on the left and the other on the right, while the two players of CD have overlapping positions. This also leads to a situation where player Kakarot's gun draw will be very large, and the two players CD are very close to each other. As a result, player Kargit will draw the gun more accurately than Kakarot. Mstoy's words suddenly made everyone realize that it's such a close distance. The winner and the loser can be determined in an instant. Unless one has world-class skills in drawing a gun, it will be difficult to counterattack. In this way, none of CD's three players were saved, and Good was killed. It was only a matter of time before CD's team was wiped out. On the FUD side, Kargit Spy was pulling Winter down. Wang Yi was holding Good, and Captain Not Ears bled to death because he had been on the ground for too long. 1 for 3. FUD can't be said to be very profitable. After all, I reduced my numbers in the early stage, but I can still count as winning this wave of team battles. Good had no choice but to crawl to the left and stand up to try his luck. If Wang Yi's marksmanship was unstable, he would have a chance. Otherwise, when Winter is pulled up, 3 versus 1, he will be killed directly. From this position, he has no way to evacuate. He will die if he runs. If he doesn't run, there is a 90% chance of death. So he might as well get up and try. Wang Yi's concentration is very concentrated. Although he is a relatively weak link in FUD, TPJ also has an A+ overall rating, which is enough to be worthy of the ace players of many teams. There was no mistake. With the 4x scope connected, Good only fired one shot, and CD was wiped out. FUD_Wang Yi used M416 to kill CD_Godric. With this kill information, FUD successfully defeated CD at the cost of one person. However, in this wave, the strength displayed by the two teams also made everyone enjoy watching it. Mstoy kept praising. The game between these two teams was so beautiful. One mistake could cost the team the victory. What changed the situation was Winter's shot of 98k. That shot of 98k directly reversed the situation and put CD in an instant. Passive, Rongyi said in an unbelievable tone. Yes, I didn't watch last year's game, but it would be too scary if the college leagues are all at this level. Mstoy shook his head. No. The strength shown by these two teams could compete for the championship last year. Last year FUD was second. This year's FUD seems to be much stronger. It can compete with the team led by Xbox last year. The teams compete. In last year's rankings, ST led by Xbox was first. FUD was second. And the third place was also a team from the Shanghai division. However, this year 1896 was too strong and squeezed them out. The fourth place was Nanjay, a dark horse from the Jiangsu division. In the third year of the development of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the level of college student teams has made another qualitative leap. Brother, how do you evaluate these two teams? Master Rong asked. Brother A+ still had the same smiling expression and said, there is no problem with the fighting on both sides. But the FUD sniper changed the situation. The eldest brother didn't say much, but expressed his views on this confrontation. The FUD exhibition match was also the first of today's 5 matches. It was the first head-to-head confrontation between teams, and it staged such a thrilling offensive and defensive battle for everyone. In the end, the veteran FUD had the last laugh, but the strength shown by CD also made everyone remember them. The first team to appear always leaves an impression. CD was eliminated, and the thousands of fans present could only sigh. But fortunately, this was only an exhibition match, and did not count towards points. Let's just save our character. Many CD fans think so, fearing that being eliminated first in the FPP exhibition match will affect CD's mentality. However, their worries were completely unnecessary. Mao Xiaomao wiped the sweat from his hands. There was nothing he could do about it this time. However, if he had not rashly jumped in and was knocked down, the situation might have been different. If he wanted to take the blame, he should be the one to take the blame. It's okay. FPP exhibition match, Mu Yun said. After fighting together for such a long time, CD has always encouraged each other. Although they were eliminated very early, FPP is not a mode they are good at. In addition, 2 cars were stolen in the early stage, which made it a completely passive transfer. With the lessons learned in the first set, we will definitely pay attention to this in the main race. Fortunately, it is an exhibition race, and the problem of car control was exposed early. Chapter 177 Points Competition 1/8. The game continues. After the FUD team here wipes out the CD, they will lick their bags and continue to guard this hilltop. However, I estimate that they will be kicked out of the safe zone as soon as they clear this hilltop in the next lap, Joy said. In the FPP exhibition match, most teams are warming up for the main match. If there is a target, they will shoot. And when they see people, they will shoot. Try to find some feeling of killing and shooting. If it is in the main match, sometimes even if there is a target, also score situations to play. Because once a shot is fired, the position of one's own team will be exposed. Subconsciously, other teams will also pay special attention to the transfer of this team. The final round took place at the shooting range, and Fish occupied the position in the Destiny Circle. However, after 1890 SIXS sniper YQ knocked down one of Fish, the other 3 drove decisively to pounce. Fish could only pull out and fight hard, but was sniped by YQ. YQ's 2 M24 shots also attracted constant exclamations. After rushing down to the Destiny Circle position, 1896 and ZQL had a final decisive battle of, okay. During the fighting phase, ZQL's players were constantly knocked down, and in the end only Zhou Qinglian was left. He was unable to defeat 4 opponents with just 2 fists, and finally lost to 1896. And 1896 also successfully won the first FPP exhibition match, which was a good start for today's game. There was a 20-minute break between games. Joy 117 and A+ also came down to take a drink. Although it was a live broadcast, commercials would be played during the break, and music would be played on site to wait for the start of the game. The 15 minutes passed quickly, and the 3 people sat on the commentary table again. Okay, welcome back. Now you are watching the live broadcast of the CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals brought by Mbat. I am 117. Thank you to Wanzhong Group, Moondog, Na, and Hoopu for their strong support of this event. Mr. Rong opened the show as usual. The first set of the exhibition match is also over. Although it does not count for the points of the main match, it still contains a lot of content. I don't know what Joy and Big Brother think, Rongi asked. The first game is FPP mode, which requires higher marksmanship. Although it still has flaws, there are many bright spots. Brother, let's talk first. Joy smiled. A+ did not give in and said, the team that impressed me the most in this game is probably 1896. After all, it is the last chicken team. Their marksmanship is accurate and decisive, and they are not afraid of direct shots. There is also the wave of FUD at the beginning. 4v4 with CD. It's really exciting. Joy watched the Big Brother finish and continued. My Big Brother and I have similar views. But I think apart from 1896, CQL and FUD, who have a higher demand for winning the championship. After watching the first set, I think there are 2 or 3 teams that have the same potential. Might be able to become a dark horse team. Rongi is also curious. With so many teams, the 3 favorites have performed well in these games and have relatively high results. I wonder which 2 teams Joy is talking about may become dark horses. CD may be one. Everyone has seen this. I personally think it is a pity that CD lost the team battle just now. But there are no big problems in terms of marksmanship or consciousness, as well as the SIC and Fish. Although the shooting skills of these 2 teams are slightly worse, you have noticed that the selection and movement of these 2 teams are very bright. In the TPP mode, this advantage may help them achieve good results. Joy said, the TPP mode is different from the FPP mode. In the TPP mode, more emphasis is placed on the team's execution ability and point selection and transfer. Moreover, the TPP mode also gives many teams the opportunity to defeat strong teams. In the FPP mode, which focuses on marksmanship, it is unlikely, and the hard power requirements of the team are higher. Under Mjoy's understanding, FPP is more competitive. Okay, the first game of the main match is about to begin, and this one will be a real fight, Rongyi said after receiving the information from the director. Mjoy nodded and said, "That's right. Everyone must be utilitarian and score points in this game. It may not be as exciting as FPP, but you can't say for sure. Who knows which team will give you a defiant attack?" Big comeback. Enter the game screen. The first set of the 8 points matches in the national finals officially started. It's a route from upper left to lower right. This route is a bit boring, Rongyi said dissatisfiedly. This route can go anywhere. It will be very boring in the early stage, and there will basically be no major friction. Master Rong wants to cause trouble, so you can check out the route for the orphans here. Right, Mjoy said with a smile. Mr. Rong also smiled and said, "Yes, let's not talk about it. Let's take a look at the jump points of each team. It's still the same. One team in Z City jumped 4 teams in the upper and lower city areas. Then G Town, school or city. There are still 3 teams left behind, and the director will wait to see if SIC will grab CD's car. 1896 is still a prison air raid shelter. FUD, big and small, and ZQOI City are all my regular jump points. I guess everyone has experienced the previous training matches, so there won't be too many battles in the early stage," Rongyi continued. Mjoy took out a piece of information in his hand and said, "Yes, that's right. I also have the information from yesterday's training match. Yesterday Fish and CD were competing for our city, but Fish seems to have given up." Mjoy said this. Everyone subconsciously believed that Fish was beaten away by CD. But what they didn't know was that the loser in the training match was CD. 24 teams fell off the plane one after another, as the first conflict between our city and the school in the previous game. The first shot from the OB perspective was the school's SIC. However, this SIC was very honest. It honestly took a car in front of the school and a car in the jungle on the right. It did not forcefully grab it with the CD. The risk and reward were not proportional. After playing CD, Mao Xiaomao sighed heavily. None of the things he was afraid of came to pass. SIC didn't come to steal their car, and Fish didn't come to steal our city with them. Such a situation in the first game can basically declare that our city will become a regular jumping point for CD in the past few days. CD and the other 3 people were searching the house as fast as they could. Mao Xiaomao was still observing the refresh of the circle while searching. In a 24-team competition, the room in the center of the circle is a safe haven to avoid risks. It is much better to find a room that is easy to defend and difficult to attack than to be stationed on the mountain. The number of 96 people surviving became 94 after landing. 2 players were killed during the car grab, which is also very common in competitions. Look at the refresh of the first circle, and see which way to refresh this circle. Master Rong observed the map and said, Chapter 178 Sihiyuan. The first circle. It was brushed on the upper left, Mr. Rong explained. The center of the circle of the first safety zone is G Port, which includes Shangxiacheng District and Little G Town. The white circle on the right reaches the Shuicheng area. Ah, in this circle, let me analyze for you what places are worth choosing for the team. The courtyard at the bridge of G City is definitely the best location. Mjoy analyzed that as the coach of a professional team. They will get a lot in each circle. Interpretation, such as the pros and cons of the location and the next transfer route. There are several reasons why the quadrangle at the end of G Port Bridge is the best location. The first point is because the back of the quadrangle is close to the river, which reduces the potential threat of enemies. The second point is because of the central housing area. The location is very good. The third point is because there is a wall next to the housing area, which makes it easier for the team to set up guns, making it easier to defend and harder to attack. The fourth point is that he can receive tolls from Water City, our city, to transfer the team here. The fifth point is that the house behind him blocks attacks from the south. The sixth point is that this housing area is perfect for hiding cars. The seventh point is an easy place to evacuate from the front, back, left, and right. The view is very good. You can observe everything you want to go to. Mjoy mentioned 7 reasons in one breath, which made everyone stunned, and each point was very reasonable. Although Mr. Rong also understood these reasons, it was a bit difficult for him to explain each point so clearly. After all, he is the #1 commentator and professional coach of a professional team in the country. And everything he says is true. Mr. Roan continued to ask. What about this housing area with a fake garage next to Port G? Everyone knows where this housing area is. It is the only relatively large-scale wild area next to G Port. It has a fake garage with a yellow room and faces the courtyard across the river. Joy shook his head and said, Generally, it is not recommended for teams to choose this place, unless this place is the circle of destiny. Otherwise, it will be taken care of from all directions, and you will not be able to leave even if you want to. It is too empty on all sides. Target shooting is actually not very easy. The cars passing by will definitely avoid them. If a team wants to charge, if the team cannot defend well, it will be easily beaten, Joy said, because the early game was boring and the team was searching for supplies. Everyone played more cautiously in the first game, and there was less friction. Joy, what do you think of the fake garage room type? I see that many professional teams are obsessed with fake garages, but the fake garage room type is relatively easy to attack. Why would professional teams choose fake garages? Rongi asked. In the relatively boring scenes in the early stage, it is necessary to rely on commentary to occupy the time. The biggest advantage of the fake garage is that you can hide your car in a professional team's game. Protecting the car is so important, and I don't think the fake garage is easy to attack and difficult to defend, if there is enough firepower to support it. A team of people want to. It's also very difficult to forcefully charge, Joy said, while they were chatting. A team from Chongqing district, closest to the courtyard, took action. Hey, after looking at the PK, I chose the courtyard as expected. I lined up a team member to occupy this housing area. The remaining team members continued to search to ensure a basic supply. As expected by the commentator, the PK team searching at the top of the city wall in Chongqing district decisively occupied the courtyard. With this point occupier, when other teams wanted to occupy their point, they could just shoot and scare them away. This was also a routine in the current PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competition. It is definitely unrealistic for the team to occupy all the points now, as the basic supplies have not been collected yet. Huh? This seems to be one of the 2 female players among the 96 people this time. Rongi seemed to have discovered a new world. The player holding PK_Barbie seemed to be one of the 2 beautiful players. Joy looked at her ID and said, It seems like I was not there during the opening ceremony, so I don't know what they look like. Barbie. This female player's ID is quite interesting. Rongi smiled brightly. They are all very good looking. I can only say that female players in games such as FPS can reach high levels if they are talented. Buzz buzz buzz. Hey, there is the sound of cars. Let's see which team it is. CD? Just 2.5 minutes into the game, Mao Xiaomo said to the team. Get some points. I'm ready to fight. In Mao Xiaomo's hand, there was a red dot M16. Level 1 and Level 2 armor, which gave him basic combat effectiveness. Chum Yao and Good didn't say anything. They were either missing heads or armor, and there was no need to report useless information to the team. I can leave. Muyun immediately ran to the road and got into Mao Xiaomo's little yellow car. Because they only have 2 cars, they have to leave one for Good and Chum Yao in our city. The center of the circle is near G Port. They must grab some. Our city is also very close to the center. Let's go to the courtyard. Mao Xiaomo started the vehicle and whizzed past the road outside Shuisheng. Muyun frowned and said, There must be someone. Muyun's suspicion is reasonable, but Mao Xiaomo's idea is that there are at most 2 people at this time. This position is too good, and they must try to rush in. If you can't make it through, Good and Cheng Yao will still guarantee your ranking. CD wants to force it. You are so reckless. Master Roan looked at CD's little yellow car speeding up to full speed, and seemed to understand CD's intention. They wanted to capture this housing area. Joy looked at PK_Barbie, who was in the room, with a pity expression, and said, It's over. Barbie is still searching the house. If he is by the wall, he may be able to prevent the CD from being pasted. There is nothing we can do about it. What Barbie needs to pay attention to now is never to open it. Before Joy could say the last word gun, Barbie spotted CD's vehicle and fired 20 bullets through the window, only hitting Mao Xiaomo once. Barbie was a little panicked and kept shouting to her teammates. Someone has posted a room at the wall. Teammates kept soothing him. Don't worry. Don't worry. Come here right away. Hold on for a while and get stuck down the stairs. Barbie took a deep breath to calm down and blocked the stairs of her red building. There were only 2 people in the car on the other side. In TPP mode, If the other side chose to attack the building, the outcome was still uncertain. Anyone who can reach the national finals, no matter who they are, cannot be without some strength. PK's 3 teammates immediately went downstairs, gave up search support, and rushed to the courtyard with all their strength. However, when they gathered in the car and set off, 2 players from CD, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun, had already rushed up to Barbie's building. Chapter 179 Convergence. Come on! Alone? And I'll give you a shot, Mao Xiaomo said directly to Mu Yun. Mu Yun did not hesitate at all. This kind of battle must be fought quickly. Support from the opposite side must be on the way. They must solve it as soon as possible, and then go downstairs to defend. Mao Xiaomo was not sure at first, until he heard the gunshots fired at them in the courtyard. And after confirming that it was a person, he decisively chose to capture this area. Mu Yun went directly to the 2nd floor. As soon as he stepped on the floor, the firepower from Barbie poured into him. However, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun raised their guns at the same time and knocked her down without giving her any more output time. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down PK_Barbie. Barbie's position for this wave of cards was already very good, but with 2 guns on the opposite side, she wanted to knock down Mu Yun immediately and then jump out of the window. But she still missed 1 shot. Mao Xiaomo was still full of health. After replenishing Barbie, he climbed over the window and jumped down to get stuck in the wall. PK's support was about to arrive. Let's first see if you will choose to fight in this wave of PK. In fact, you can do it. There are risks and benefits in fighting. After all, there are only 2 people on the other side and 3 on your side. Joy didn't even have time to explain why PK might have chosen not to fight. Unexpectedly, PK's vehicle turned around and disappeared without a trace of nostalgia. All the audience laughed. PK was so spineless. The beautiful player on his side was killed and just ran away without taking revenge? Although Joy understood PK's approach very well, she still smiled and said, It's very fast. But it's normal. My people are already dead and can't be saved. And the wall on the other side is blocked. If another person is swept off the car, then PK is really a big loss. Out of consideration for performance, this wave of PK made a rational decision. With 1 less person, 3 people can still play a lot of content. And it is not difficult for a good team to cooperate and destroy the full formation. But it would be unworthy if the 2 CDs were eliminated and the number of personnel would be reduced. 3v4 still has a great chance. But 2v4 is almost impossible. Besides, they still have to defend the courtyard. So it is impossible for them to defend it. Good said from the team. Do you want to help? No. You continue to search. Come over when you are almost done. Unless there are 4 cars blocking the wall at the same time. It will be easy to hold the wall, Mao Xiaomo replied. He was not afraid that a team would attack them. The probability was low in the first place. They could see the team coming from Shuicheng from a distance. Given the firepower of 2 people to suppress them, the probability of a force charge was too low. Seeing that the situation was gradually stabilizing, Joy also continued to explain why Barbie was raped this time. It can only be said that Barbie, a female player, is still lacking. She should not have fired again when there was no pressure on CD in the first place. If he shoots again, CD will immediately get the information that there is a person in the room and lock the location, Joy said. Brother A+ rarely takes the initiative to speak. It would be really difficult if she stays in the house and plays CDs. Joy nodded. Yes, because the teammates are already on their way here. If Barbie doesn't say anything, the 2 CDs will still have to spend time clearing the building. Clearing the building is very time-consuming because you have to be very careful. This time is enough time for PK's support to arrive. But Barbie's gunfire completely exposed her position. The friction between CD and PK came to an end. The first poisonous circle began to refresh. Many teams began to move. The room area in the center of the circle was constantly occupied. And FUD, which was originally located in the punishment circle, also moved to the north. This wave of moves by FUD, Fish and SIC is very beautiful. You can see that the southern part of the circle near G-Town and G-Port Lower Town are already a bit crowded. These 3 teams entered the circle in a big circle from the north, which is a bit interesting, Joy said while looking at the team's transfer route. When Brother A+ was a player, what he was best at was selecting points to transfer, especially Fish's transfer, which made him shine. The transfer of FUD and SIC is still mainly to avoid the team, but from Fish's position, he can observe where he wants to go next. This is also when the team commander needs to consider it. Information is very important. Continuously collecting information can mark the sandbox in the mind with the location of each team. PUBG is in principle a tactical sandbox game. Both information collection and information sharing are very important, Brother 8 Plus said, which is also his understanding of the game. Mstoy also said something similar. And the understanding of professional teams is not much different. In the early stage, the terrain of the selected points can be poor, but there must be information. Without information, no matter how safe it is useless. After all, everyone is preparing for the attrition circle and the finals. The more information you collect, the better you can ensure the team's safety in the mid to late stage. The 8 Plus brother also kept Fish's 45 AI in his heart. After he turned to a behind-the-scenes coach, IFTY still lacked a spiritual leader. In terms of personal strength, Roastman, Teeksoon, Soso, Little Turkey, and Gwiddy Gang are all good. But the lack of a leading conductor has also led to IFTY's recent performance not being very good, giving Big Brother 8 Plus a headache. If 45 AI is interested in playing professionally, he can be allowed to try out. 8 Plus thought secretly. As for the CD that Coach Jiangjin mentioned to him, it is also on his watch list. When coming to the CUEL finals, all the first teams originally had the purpose of poaching people. The second circle has been refreshed. Oh, this Longji Mountain is going to be lively now, Master Rong said. The second circle was refreshed in the northern position, but it was not a corner circle. The teams in the north were basically heading into the circle. The teams that were going to move on a large scale were several teams from G-Town in the south. The stalemate here lasted for a long time, and many teams had their tires removed. The only way to give them a chance of survival was to climb up Longji Mountain. Longji Mountain, also nicknamed Brokeback Mountain, is on the outskirts of G-Port. The altitude is very high and difficult to get up and down. The view is very good, but it is difficult for other vehicles except motorcycles to drive upright. Generally speaking, teams without vehicles will choose to go to Longji Mountain to see if they can survive. Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun were still collecting tolls leisurely, although they had used up all their bullets to kill one person. The team that should leave was almost gone, and they should pick up the remaining 2 people. Come right over here. We're out of bullets. Good. CD4 people gather together and occupy the most favorable terrain in the circle. Chapter 180, Keep the Destiny. In the second circle, except for the team on Longji Mountain, almost all other teams are within the circle and do not need to move too much. Rongi analyzed. Things were as Rongi said. The fighting was very high on Longji Mountain, but everything else was very calm with almost no friction. Mstoy said, I boldly predict that not a single member of the Longji Mountain team will survive. Mr. Rong also agreed. Yes. Once the next circle is cleared, they can only enter the circle on foot. With so many teams, they probably have little chance. This is not due to destiny. Strong teams will not put themselves in such a dangerous situation. They play with cars, and play without cars and without cars. These teams are definitely not that big if they are stuck here. Opportunity. The DAT led by Big Beard was also one of them. They came from Peace City. Most of their cars were taken away by Glory, who was also in Peace City. When they came out of Peace City, they only had 1 car in total. The 4 people drove to the small G town in fear. The car was also swept away and smoking. With no way out, they had no choice but to force their way up Longji Mountain. It was not impossible to get down from Longji Mountain, but the space was very small. There are several slopes around the hospital that can be used as bunkers. As long as they use smoke bombs to force their way to those counterslopes, they will have a chance to sneak into the city. The CD side is also very quiet. Although their position is good, it is not to the point where a team is willing to fight for their lives for this housing area. The center of the second circle is not something to be happy about. The safety zone is still large, and it takes at least until the 3rd or 4th lap to vaguely see the general topography of the finals. There was a melee among the teams in Longji Mountain, and only 1 team was wiped out directly. All other teams had members alive. There were 23 teams on the field, and the 3rd safety zone was refreshed. Mu Yun, look behind. Huang Mao and I are surrounding the wall, inside Chun Yao's room. Don't fall down. Mao Xiaomao couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the circle, even though he was calm. This courtyard house of theirs, in the center of the circle. In this circle, almost all of the upper and lower city areas have been removed. The center point is the courtyard where CD is located. Port G and some of the city walls of the upper city are also included in the circle. Someone should come to attack their destiny circle. It would be difficult to forcefully rush into the housing area, but in the terrain of the courtyard, if they start an offensive and defensive battle with CD outside the housing area, there will be very few teams that can harass them. Glory's conductor was thinking. FUD's conductor was also thinking. And Fish gradually came closer, with some intention of occupying the CD area. 1896 didn't want to move. Their small slope was not bad. There was no need to storm the CD room area. But Glory was different. They were a team from P City. They walked half a circle to enter the circle from our city. And their location was not the same. Very good. If they want to enter the white circle in the blue circle, they have to pass through CD's defense line no matter what. Rather than doing this, it is better to take the risk and rush forward. Mstoy is constantly analyzing the situation of each team on the field. G-Port will definitely become a big haven for the team. There is not much space for the team on the south side of the bridge. Apart from the fake garage area outside G-Port, only G-Port can a place to accommodate the team. I don't recommend that the team go to G-Port now. There are too many teams here. I guess there will only be one team when they come out. This team is definitely the most tolerant team. I will wait until you finish fighting before I come out. Look. Look. Nanjay and KEM. The two teams are swimming directly. Nanjay and KEM have no choice. They don't want to go to G-Port to work hard. And there is not much chance of survival in G-Port. They can still get a good ranking in the water. Brother A+ heard some boos at the scene and explained. Actually, if it were me, I would choose to go into the water. There are still many teams on the field. And there will definitely be no points if you die in G-Port. But it's different when there's water. Even if a team has 3 killed and 1 more, they can at least get a ranking of about 10th. If they want to move forward, they can only pray that the circle will be wet. Master Roan complained. Why is there water again? Everyone knows about Master Roan's aversion to water. In the previous commentary, Master Roan has been emphasizing that he does not like water. Because once there is water, the scene will be boring. This was not the first time Joy heard Master Roan say this. She smiled and said, whether it's water or not is secondary. But CD's house will definitely be attacked. The location of CD is great. This small housing area is the team's favorite place to go. At this point in the game, with this terrain, it doesn't matter whether there is a car or not. Most of the circle is in the north. As long as you brush the north side, the CD will go up the mountain. Because it is in the center of the circle, the CD will definitely be inside the circle no matter how you cut the angle in the next circle. Glory's captain was a little hesitant, but quickly made up his mind. Attack the building. In their team, there is also one of the players who is rated S by TPJ overall in this competition. Joker, who is also a slightly famous attacker. He serves as the main attacker in the second-tier team RBG and is also the team's ace. Because the level of snipers in Glory's team is not particularly high, they can only put Joker in the back with a gun to suppress CD's firepower. The team member who sets up the gun in the storm room area must be indispensable. Usually a sniper in the team. Because the single point burst of 98k is so powerful that it can instantly kill the second level and first level enemies. You can press it with a rifle, but the effect will be less effective. Players who have reached the CUL finals will basically not be able to do this kind of operation by letting you click the rifle head twice. With CD's reaction, as long as it's not the nerve gun that prevents them from reacting, they should not be killed directly by taking advantage of the cover. Walk. Joker is the battle commander in the team. Once the battle starts, he gives the orders. In the college team, the player standards cannot be kept at the same level as in the professional team. This time, among the 5 players rated S by TPJ overall, 3 players are in somewhat similar situations. Nanjay's Young, Fish's 45 AI, Glory's Joker. There are 3 S-level professional players, but the level of their teammates is not very high, and they are only A at best. If they are given a team with stronger comprehensive strength, their output will definitely increase exponentially. Coming. Mao Xiaomo heard the sound of the car and called Mu Yun over. While the 4 of them defended Glory's attack, they also had to prevent other teams from charging. There is an old saying, when the snipe and the clam compete, the fisherman will profit. Fish is doing this. Apart from Glory, they are also interested in the CD housing area, but they have to know the timing of the house rush very well in order to swallow up the winner of CD and Glory in one go. Chapter 181, 45 AI's concentration. Fish's abnormality was noticed by Mstoy and also by A+. They are all seniors who have been in this circle for several years, and they can still guess the thoughts of these players. Fish has been looking at CD's room area, and his covetous intention is very obvious. It's interesting. Msjoy also became interested in Fish's Command 45 AI. Brother A Plus smiled even more. Although he had only watched 2 games, he had already thought about the next move and must bring this 45 AI into the team. Let's take a look at Glory's house sale first. Glory's 3 cars rushed towards CD's housing area in a straight line. This was the best formation for house rushing. If the 3 cars were just flat for house rushing, 1 or 2 people might be swept away. But if it were a straight line, in the current situation, at most 1 person would be swept down. Chang Yao! Mao Xiaomao shouted in the team. He saw the Glory player with a gun in the distance and told Chang Yao to pay attention. Understood. Chang Yao and Mao Xiaomao also had a tacit understanding, and almost understood what each other wanted to do with just 1 sentence. Mao Xiaomao directly pulled out his head to attack the car at the front at a very fast speed. As soon as Joker opened his 4X lens and was about to push Mao Xiaomao back, he saw a large black tube exposed on the 2nd floor of the red house. Car 98K. An 8-fold mirror with sound cancellation. Boom! He directly shot Joker's 3rd level head. Fortunately, it was a 3rd level head. Otherwise, he would have confessed with 1 shot. But the current situation was a little more uncomfortable than the explanation. He could only lie down and spray medicine to give his teammates no support. And the CD in the room was unscrupulously dealing out damage to Glory's other 3 players. Fish_45 AI took a look at the battle situation and said to his teammates, "Let's go!" Fish has been ready for a long time, and the team members have fully charged up their energy early and are ready to get on the bus. 45 AI has informed the teammates of the method of attacking the building and the parking position. They are waiting for the opportunity. Msjoy felt a little regretful and said, "This time is not the best opportunity." A Plus admires 45 AI very much and still maintains a high evaluation. There is no problem with 45 AI's timing of this wave. But Glory seems not to be able to cause any substantial harm to CD. Say it. CD's kill information is also constantly flooding the screen. As soon as Glory and the other 3 got out of the car, they were double-teamed by 2 CD players, and the team was almost wiped out instantly. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down Glory_Louis. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down Glory_Chingfeng. CD_Kakarot used AKM to knock out Glory_Azzy. 3 of Glory's 3 building rushers fell instantly, without Joker's fire suppression. There is not much difference between this kind of house rush and giving away. Joker did not hesitate to rush into the water to try to get a ranking. He also blamed himself a little. Not because he was pushed back by Chang Yao's 98K shot, but because he should not have rushed in this wave at all. The other team is also the finals team of CVL, so it is impossible for them to rush down the stairs like their opponents in the preliminaries. CD's sniper didn't even look at the 3 cars, just stared at him, giving him no chance to take action. Even if it was the simplest subtraction, each team would lose 1 player. But the other 3 CDs were under no pressure. Output situation. Joker's position is far more important to Glory than Chang Yao's position in the house is to CD. Posted here. While CD was fighting Glory again, they heard another group of people approaching their room. Chang Yao was the first to see it. She said something to the group, shot Joker, and climbed down the window. There is no point in her continuing to stay in the house, since the other side has already posted. What she has to do now is to provide positive support. Fish stuck to a CD's blind spot, which they had already planned. After sticking it, he immediately put 2 cigarettes under his feet to prevent the team on the other side from hitting their target. They were originally at a disadvantage in the fierce battle with CD on the wall. They could only blame Glory for not being very good at it. Even if CD was killed, they would be much easier to fight. 45 AI went directly from the wall at the back to the front, with a team member behind him, ready to shoot again at any time. In the local battle, CD directly scored 22 points. Out of strong confidence in its own strength, 45 AI asked the other 2 team members to block the wall as much as possible to prevent CD from coming over, and let them open the gap. CD didn't know Fish's specific movements, and there was no trace of him crouching behind the fence. But CD also guessed that Fish couldn't put 4 people behind a fence, and he could only move toward the back if he wanted to move. Come on! Chang Yao holds those 2. Mao Xiaomao said low, and Mu Yun and Good followed him directly. They took advantage of the wall to get a closer look. And sure enough, they found that the 2 players from Fish had reached the bottom of the reverse slope and might have to make a big circle to beat them. Back. In this terrain, it is impossible to completely expand the formation and create a strong encirclement. The only way to win or lose is through the front. There was no time to lick Glory's bag. And there were no throwing objects on CD's body.
There is only one flash,
Muyun said.
It would be reckless to lose it.
3 versus 2. They had no reason to retreat. Even though the opponent had a curve on the low slope. Muyun took out the flash bomb in his hand and threw it casually down the slope. The three of them bent a little and wanted to rush forward, constantly trying to get a wider field of view through the third perspective. 45 AI is very focused. He knows that this team is CD and has good strength. But since they have come to the finals, they will not give in to any team. Moreover, in their previous training match, Fish won the final victory. This time we fight CD again. No one knows what the outcome will be. In the commentary box, Mjoy also continued to follow 45 AI's perspective and said,
let's see who can fire the first shot between Fish and CD in this wave. In 2 versus 3, if you knock down one person first, you still have a chance.
Holding the gun, 45 AI seemed to have gradually entered a state of stillness, which could only be achieved in a state of extreme concentration. His sense of smell and sense of battle were more sensitive than usual. In the first frame when Muyun appeared in the field of vision, the 45 AI's gun immediately swept out. Muyun was knocked down as soon as he raised the gun. Fish_45 AI used M16 to knock out CD_Kakarot. Chapter 182, The Destiny Circle Defeated.
Wow! Beautiful!
Master Rong couldn't help shouting. With the cheers of all the audience present, Mjoy looked at 45 AI's perspective seriously and said uncertainly,
it feels a bit like that.
I know what Mjoy is talking about. Professional players or coaches may know that sometimes during a game, one's concentration will be very high. The direct impact of this kind of concentration is reaction. It sounds very metaphysical. According to scientific evidence, the level of investment in the game will determine the speed of reaction. But this is within the scope of the player's ability. The reaction of 45 AI just now made a see the shadow of God. As we all know, the reason why God can reach the SS level professional level is of course his marksmanship is a factor. But the bigger reason is his reaction and shooting speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. When the opponent's strength is not higher than yours, whoever reacts and shoots faster will have an absolute advantage. This is also the reason why 4AM led by God has become the dominant force in Xia Kingdom. 1. But this thing is still relatively mysterious. Professional players also call it status. The quality of a player's status determines his reaction. But in the final analysis, the player's own concentration. Mao Xiaomo heard the gunfire of 45 AI and slowly came over. Good also exchanged fire with another player, Fish. But he did not fall to the ground for a while. There were bunkers on both sides, and they were all test guns. OB still gave 45 AI a perspective. Well-known players such as God, 17 Show, and Bastion were watching the game seriously. As for the scene just now, 45 AI's reaction seemed not much different from theirs. Of course, it is their normal state. If they enter that state, everyone will be a killing god. Many players play crazy in the professional arena. And this is also the reason why they kill like crazy. As everyone held their breath, 45 AI and CD's King saw each other at the same time. Will 45 AI lose in its current state? Everyone doesn't believe it. But it really happened. CD_King used M16 for headshot to knock down Fish_45 AI.
Holy shit! It's impossible!
Bastion sat next to 17 Show and exclaimed. They all saw Muyun's reaction in the first wave of 45 AI. And even they had to say a few words of praise after seeing it. They didn't expect that 45 AI would lose in this wave. 17 Show scratched his head and said,
are all college students so good now? Why are we professional players doing so well?
At the same time, the audience also burst into loud cheers. The popularity of CDs is outrageous. Master Rong was also stunned. He didn't expect that 45 AI would lose this wave. And everyone was watching 45 AI's wave. There should be nothing. How could he not defeat King? Is it possible that King's reaction was even faster? Many people can't help but have this idea.
It's over.
Mjoy revealed the secret. But it is undeniable that Mao Xiaomo's reaction speed may not be below 45 AI. They didn't cut to Mao Xiaomo's perspective, so they didn't know how fast Mao Xiaomo's reaction was. But judging from the 45 AI perspective, it should be between equal. The moment 45 AI was knocked down, his head seemed to relax. High-intensity concentration can be very tiring. The moment 45 AI fell, his teammates also made some mistakes. Good seized the opportunity and directly fired 2 AKM shots. Walk. CD_Godric used AKM to knock down Fish_Agra with a headshot. Alas, 45 AI sighed. It was indeed his problem that he hadn't beaten King this time. This was the first time in so many games that he lost such a 1v1. However, Fish did not destroy the team. And 2 players, Kolo and XM, were stuck by the wall. However, they were constantly attacked by the players in the fake garage outside the far G-port. The situation was not optimistic. Muyun was also being compensated by the enemy on the opposite side, giving CD no chance to save him. However, if he defended this wave of rooms, he had already made a lot of money. Fish is so close to their housing area. It is almost impossible that there will be no attrition. Zheng Yao found an angle and held Fish and 2 people outside the wall, not giving them any room to come in. Kolo and CD_King used Scarl to kill Fish_Kolo. CD_King used Scarl to kill Fish_XM. The Fish group is destroyed.
It's a pity this wave.
Master Rong sighed. This wave of Fish's timing was the best. And there was no problem with his style of play. It was just that losing that one-on-one was too painful. It can be said that that wave of one-on-one directly set the situation. Mao Xiaomao grabbed the drink next to him and took a sip. What everyone didn't know was that just like 45 AI, he was also a little tired from the high-intensity concentration. If another team comes now, they really can't handle it. But fortunately, the southern team is fighting in full swing, and the northern team is waiting for work, with the 2 sides facing each other across the river, until the refresh of the 4 circle.
Oh my god! CD is so lucky! And it's in the center of the circle. The center of the circle is of great significance.
When Master Rong saw the 4 circle, he exclaimed the same as the audience. The circle was completely in the north, but there was still a little water. The teams that could evacuate in the south all went into the water and started swimming. If they didn't swim in the south, they would die. With so many teams watching, it was impossible to cross the bridge.
It's so awesome. I haven't played the Destiny Circle in a long time.
Good has been in Xia Kingdom for so long, and he has learned all the words he needs to learn. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao also smiled. The 3 of them were stuck on the wall and did not deliberately pursue head points. All teams know the information about CD's missing players, and any team that has time to pay attention to this kind of team in the Destiny Circle will deliberately note it.
It can't be said that this Destiny Circle was completely snatched by CD himself,
Ms. Joy said. Mr. Rong nodded.
That's right. They first eliminated a female player who was occupying PK points, and then repelled Glory and Fish one after another. The number of kills has reached 8, which can be said to be the Circle of Destiny that was struck with their own hands. If you want to rush now, there is still a chance. But there are still many teams in the circle. Let's see if any team chooses to rush for CD.
Chapter 183, SIC vs FUD.
Brother, if you were you, would you go check out CD's housing area now?
Master Rong asked. CD's current location is so good. It feels like he's in the top 5 once he touches this circle. A+ shook his head.
I don't know how to charge. And I can't charge down. It's too difficult to charge hard. And the team that can charge has a living space. Generally, those who choose to go to the team to attack the building forcefully do so when there is no better option.
As choice, the OB perspective was given to CD. And while he was shooting the target carefully, there was basically no chance of greed. Mao Xiaomao emphasized that the current style of play was to ensure his own survival. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao, the 2 level 3 bosses, played relatively unrestrainedly. Except for AWM. No one could win level 3 in an instant. Good's character was still staring at the team on the mountain. All teams know the personnel structure of CD. Once a person is killed by a sniper rifle from somewhere, there is a 100% chance that a team will rush into the defense area. Therefore, at this stage, the most critical thing is not to fall down.
Law. The battle to land on the beach has begun here. Some teams want to take advantage of the fact that there are still people in the river to get ashore. Take a look. It seems a bit difficult.
Seeing a team preparing to disembark in the direction of G-port, Mr. Rong also explained. Landing ashore at this time has risks and rewards. And you also have to look at luck. However, as soon as this team landed, one person was knocked down by a PK not far away, and the remaining 2 were also disabled. They immediately jumped into the water without any hesitation. 20 people were already crowded in the river. If someone had a chance to throw a thunder, it would be a dense crowd. However, The terrain on the shore was so vast that no one dared to stand nearby. They could only try to hit the people in the water. Target. Because of the presence of water, the fourth circle did not become an attrition circle, which is somewhat rare in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games. There were still 53 players alive on the field, and less than half were dead.
This circle is going to undergo a massive attrition.
Needless to say, Mjoy. Any audience with some knowledge of the game will understand this. There are currently 3 teams in the circle on the mountain in the north. 1896, FUD, and SIC who will come around later.
Hey, when did the SIC team come around here?
Mr. Roan discovered SIC when he was looking at the map. He was still near the ruins when he made a circle. From the looks of it, he must have made a big circle. North location.
Let me just say this team has something.
Mjoy was a little proud. Before the game started, he boldly predicted a wave of games. Unexpectedly, Sick and Fish both had something, especially in terms of transfer. Although Fish failed to rush the building, there was no problem with his style of play. He avoided many aspects of firepower. But the gun did not just pass through. And there was no way.
On the 5th lap, at least half of them died in this lap.
Mjoy said, there are too many people in the circle now. And half of the circle is a road, leaving very little room for the team to survive.
Oh, it's brushed in a relatively central position.
As soon as the circle was drawn, Mjoy immediately began to analyze the situation of each team. Needless to say, the position of the CD is because the previous circle is in the relative center. And this circle is still on the edge of the circle. So it is definitely impossible to move. Moreover, once this circle is cleared, the mountain will probably not have time to take care of them.
Sure enough, the water area has been flushed out. So all the teams in the river have to rush to the housing area at the top of the city to survive. There are 2 teams here, AK and PK. But PK is not in full formation. The only ones in the circle now are 1896 and CD. Needless to say, CD, there is no danger at all in this position. It is simply invincible. 1896 is on the edge of the circle, and will definitely choose to block the FUD and SIC behind it. There are at most 15 to 20 people left after this circle is cleared,
Mjoy said. Although the CD position is on the edge of the circle, the biggest advantage is that there is no danger. No team can threaten them. The only team that has the conditions to rush into their room is 1896. But there are FUD and SIC behind 1896. Rather than risking a rush to CD's room, it's better to stay safely on the edge of the circle and deal with these 2 teams. The 5th safe zone has just been cleared, and the first to take action are FUD and SIC. If they want to enter the circle, the best way is to seize the top of 1896. The terrain of 1896 is not very suitable for defense, because they dare not pull up to the slope behind them. And the CD will definitely attack them in that position. They could only use the few trees and vehicles as cover. And the view was not particularly good. There were several small depressions blocking their view. While 1896 was waiting intently, he heard gunshots not far away. SIC and FUD meet head-on.
This wave of SIC and FUD are going to meet in advance. This is very good news for 1896. Originally, the positions of these 2 teams should not be determined. But now the 2 teams will be determined. It's hard to get into the circle.
Mr. Roan felt it was a pity that these 2 teams would definitely not be able to get good scores if they fell here now.
Let's take a look at this confrontation first.
Mjoy followed the OB perspective and came to the battlefield between SIC and FUD.
Hit the side first.
SIC Captain Lewin was the first to spot his opponent. As a sniper, he only had an AKM in his hand. When he saw FUD_Winter running sideways, he raised his gun and shot.
It didn't fall instantly. It's time to replenish the mine,
Mjoy said. And what happened was exactly as Mjoy said. Lewin immediately cut out a mine, squeezed it a little, and threw it behind the tree where Winter was. When Winter heard the sound, it was too late to hide, and the mine was thrown at his feet. If he wanted to hide, he could only walk to the side. Although he could avoid the bombardment of the mine, he could not avoid the fire from the opposite side. And if he falls in another position, he will definitely be taken care of by his opponent immediately, without even a chance to save him. Instead of this, it is better to be blown down behind a tree and look forward to the team winning this wave of team battles. Come and save him again. Boom. SIC_Lewin used the frag grenade Dan to knock out FUD_Winter. At the moment of contact, the 2 teams also had a tentative exchange of fire, and then quickly tried to pull away from each other. Obi gave the panoramic area to see the situation of this wave of gun lines. But before it was pulled into the perfect position, everyone heard a clear gunshot of Car 98K. Looking at the kill information again, someone has already fallen to the ground. Sick_Lewin used Car 98K to kill FUD_Wang Yi with a headshot. Chapter 184, 6 points missing.
We didn't cut the angle of view. It should be a 98K headshot from a moving target.
Wang Yi thought. Wang Yi should have been the FUD team member pulling the gun line just now. This is the only explanation for being shot down.
We have very little data on the SIC team, and there are no professional players on the team. The resumes of the 4 of them are blank sheets of paper.
Joy took a look at the information and said meaningfully, "This means that professional teams can pay a little attention to this team. After all, they are all college students, and there is no team for the time being. Such people are easier to find." Wang Yi also looked depressed. He had no temper at all with this shot. He just wanted to run from this tree to the tree 5 meters away. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a rifle to kill him in seconds. But 98K headshots from a moving target are so unreasonable. Joy objectively analyzed.
This is a bit difficult to deal with FUD. 2 of them fell down, and the terrain is still at a disadvantage.
There is also a gap between the bunkers on both sides. There are many slopes on the SIC side that can be moved, while there are only 2 trees on the FUD side. If nothing else, FUD will be eaten up this time, with the first mover advantage and the advantage of the terrain. This wave of SIC was very decisive. The throwing objects were thrown at the 2 remaining FUD team members, giving FUD no chance at all. Boom! 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 After a few thunderbolts fell, the remaining 2 members of FUD had no room for resistance and were immediately wiped out.
Woo!
There were a lot of boos and exclamations at the scene. I didn't expect FUD, the favorite to win, to be wiped out so easily. Joy didn't have time to lament how powerful the SIC team was, because he saw another team sneaking over.
1896 is very smart. He touched it directly.
OB just gave me the perspective of 1896. Touched out from the white circle.
This is reverse poisoning. The 1896 wave has great ideas.
Mr. Roan handed the words to Joy. Joy analyzed.
The main reason why the 1896 wave came out from the white circle to attack SIC is because the terrain around the circle is not very good. If you face a strong charge from SIC on the edge of the circle, it is not particularly easy to defend.
Brother 8+ also interjected.
Yes, and looking at SIC, I never thought that 1896 would come over and lick the bag. Something will definitely happen.
1896 The 4 players formed their formation and touched 50 meters away from the SIC under everyone's attention. The advantages of TPP were fully demonstrated at this moment. The 1896 team members passed through a reverse slope and saw 3 SIC team members. And the 3 SIC team members were licking the package of FUD. There was even a team member who was taking off his AKM and preparing to replace it with an M416. Previously, there were 3 AKMs in the team because there were not enough 5.56 bullets.
Look at the first wave!
The 1896 team members made a simple discussion. And because the SIC did not discover them, they had time to carry out simple firepower distribution. 5 seconds later, 1896 took action.
This wave. Oh! 3 of them fell instantly.
Joy exclaimed. After the exchange, 1896 was covered by a wave of firepower, directly knocking down the information and flooding the screen. 1896_L used M416 to knock down SIC_Shao. 1896_YQ used Car 98K to knock down SIC_Jess with a headshot. 1896_Destiny used SKS to knock out SIC_Ranksini. In addition to Captain Lewin, 3 people fell directly. There was no chance to react. YQ's shot of 98K was completed while the opponent was licking the bag. In most cases, the teams in the finals kept swaying in order not to give 98K a chance to hit the head with one shot. However, in this wave, from the OB perspective, YQ's shot of 98K can be said to be a blast. His level was fully demonstrated. On the stage of the CUEL National Finals, the only player to achieve S+ in TPJ's comprehensive evaluation is indeed well-deserved. Sick fell to 3 in an instant. Although the last remaining SIC member 1896 didn't know his position, the poison had already started to clear up. There was no need for them to force it. They could just get stuck at the edge of the circle. Level 5 poison. It is impossible to survive in the poison for a long time.
Walk.
The team members of 1896 directly ordered to evacuate. They were on a narrow side.
Although the poison was removed very slowly, they would be poisoned very quickly if they didn't leave. As for the SIZ members who fell to the ground, they didn't even think about making up for it. No one in their area would snatch their heads anyway, so they could just wait for the SIZ members to bleed to death. This poison can't save anyone. It would be uneconomical if the last SIZ player sniped down one of their team members while they were replenishing people. Mstoy also praised 1890 SIX's discipline. 1896 was very cautious. They did not choose to replace the SIZ players and retreated to their own circle. It should be said that they played very decisively in this wave. Mr. Rong was just about to explain the battle on the other side when he saw SIZ make a special move. Let's take a look at the city. Sick is still rescuing teammates? Mr. Rong didn't quite understand what SIZ Captain Liwen was thinking. Logically speaking, it is impossible for any team member who can reach the final stage not to know that even if the poison is saved, they will not be able to survive and will be poisoned again within a second. Hey, A Plus seemed to have thought of something and laughed to himself. Mr. Rong said, "The most sensible way to play now is to lick all the bags and apply medicine in place." Mstoy suddenly understood Liwen's intention and said, "Oh my god! Sick is really cheap. I don't want to give 1896 head points." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly understood the reason. Liwen rescued her teammate M16. Although M16 was poisoned again, but this time it does not count the heads of 1896. But the other two teammates could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Liwen packed a medical kit on the spot, filled up his energy, collected everyone's first aid kits, and prepared to add medicine to the poison to maintain his ranking. Now 1896 is missing 6 points, which is ridiculous, Mstoy said with a smile. Although there are only 6 points. 6 approach this time is very professional. In professional competitions, when you cannot enter the circle and must die, you can let your opponent score fewer points. This is also the reason why many players who were ganged up in the finals chose to commit suicide. Esports scores are accumulated. In many finals of world competitions, the top spots are only separated by 1 or 2 head points. You will regret it at that time. It's already too late. Chapter 185, Chaos. Okay. The beach landing battle here has reached its final moment. It's all smoke. Let's see if any team can sneak in. The OB perspective finally reached the shore. The teams in the upper city continued to send out teams that wanted to land. The teams that landed first had to fight each other. The team that landed first could not go far at all. Nanjay was very calm and kept soaking in the water, preparing for the right opportunity to go ashore. South Korea's swimming skills are very good. The overly utilitarian style of play is the advantage and disadvantage of the Korean team. The esports atmosphere in South Korea is all about performance. There is no glory in defeat. Only good results can have the right to speak. This is also one of the reasons why Koreans have poor FPS background, but have good results in the world. In large-scale international events such as SLI, PGL, and NEL, Koreans have shown their swimming skills to the world time and time again. With a learning attitude, many SEA teams have also studied videos of Koreans. I came to the conclusion that I dare to take poison. As long as you don't die, even if you are the last to land with residual health, you still have a very good chance of surviving. Because the team that came ashore before will continue to spread smoke into the safe zone and seal smoke under your feet in order to enter the circle. Although there are still a few people in the water, the smoke on the shore has completely dispersed, successfully becoming a natural bunker for the team that came ashore. AKA was the second to last team to land. They really couldn't survive it, but they just rushed into the smoke, and all Nanjay members followed closely. The PK team members kept passing through AKA in the smoke, and Nanjay behind them was also attacking them. The 3 AKs fell to the ground one after another, and only one lone wolf sneaked into the city. Nanjay ran forward 2 steps and continued to throw the cigarette in his hand. With the remaining health, they sprayed the medicine on the spot without lying down, because after applying the medicine, they had to continue walking into the circle. It would be a waste of time to lie down. The probability of being beaten and swollen is higher. PK_Eunuch used AKM to knock down Nanjay_Yang. Yang was still pierced to death by the PK team members in the smoke. Now that the poison had been applied, there was no way to rescue him. The remaining 3 people took the medicine and continued to move forward, sneaking into the PK downstairs. But Nanjay had no intention of attacking the PK. Their positions were on the edge of the circle, and there was a full formation of Psy watching eagerly next to them. It's possible that as soon as the battle here starts, Psy will come over and eat by force.
After a stalemate for a while, the safe zone was finally refreshed.
I have nothing to say. It's really destiny,
Mr. Rohn said helplessly. And the circle was painted with a corner. And it was painted on the CD. In the entire circle. If the courtyard in CD only has bare roads, even 1896 on the mountain must come down.
In this case, 1896 will definitely have to rush to the CD room area when the circle shrinks,
Mjoy said.
If we charge now, the teams on the left side of the map will definitely attack 1896 from the side. It just depends on the melee during this wave of circle brushing.
Sick_Lewin died outside the safe zone. There are 18 people alive on the field. 6 teams. The mountain is full of 1896. The upper city is full of Psy. 3 people PK. 3 people Nanjay. 3 people CD and Destiny Courtyard. aka Lone Wolf. 6 teams with 18 people.
Joy, which team do you think can win?
Master Rohn asked, seeing all the teams waiting for the circle to refresh. Mjoy thought for a while and said rationally,
maybe it's 1896. Although CD is the Destiny room area, 1896 is very maneuverable. They will seal the cigarette when they rush to the room area. There is a great chance. Do you think none of the teams in Shamqing district can make it out?
Master Rohn asked. Mjoy replied,
not necessarily. Their chances when CD and 1896 are fighting. They might get mixed up in the smoke or drive directly into the CD room area, and they might be able to become reapers.
Mao Xiaomo kept reminding Cheng Yao and Gu and the team that they couldn't stand too spread out now. There were only 3 of them. And even if both sides rushed to their room at the same time, they could only control one side. But 1896 poses too great a threat to them. And the teams in the Shamqing district may not be able to tell the winner for a while.
Smoking closed,
Mao Xiaomo saw 1896 sealing cigarettes on the road and even throwing them beside their wall. The safe area begins to refresh. As soon as these words appeared, all the teams started to move. Mjoy's mouth moved quickly, constantly reporting the information on the field.
Look here. PK and Psy are smoking cigarettes. They are both moving. Nanjay left 1 person to take poison. PK is down to 1. 2 down. The scene is extremely chaotic. AK's Lone Wolf also died in the chaos. 1890 SIXS car also started to move. It's going to CD's housing area.
Ronyi continued.
Nanjay's B2 knocked down 2 of Psy's team members and was also poisoned. Hey, B1 and Zack seem to have stolen a car and didn't want to mix it up. Yes, I took some poison and wanted to rush to the courtyard.
The scene was extremely chaotic, with messages of continuous knockdowns and kills flashing on the upper right. But CD was not distracted at all. What they were about to face was the 4-person attack of 1896. Under the cover of so much smoke, only Destiny was disabled in 1896. And the remaining 3 were all in very good condition. Gutter's side, AKM fired at close range and directly knocked down Destiny. But when he tried to draw the gun to kill the 2nd person, it was already too late. He was directly knocked down after a wave of gunfights with YQ. CD_Godric used AKM to knock down 1896_Destiny. 1896_YQ used the M16 A4 to knock out CD_Godric. There was a wave of personnel exchanges, but the CD was still at a huge loss. A full-blooded player was exchanged for an enemy with low health. And one of the 3 remaining players was missing. Cheng Yao made up her position and pulled to the flank. But her vision was blocked, and before she could fire, she heard the roar of a vehicle. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The 2 Nanjay team members originally wanted to drive behind the courtyard house, but they were violently swept away by the PK team members on the way. The people were not swept away, but a tire was swept away. The vehicle is out of control. He ran straight towards the 1896 position. 1896 didn't want this to happen. L immediately turned his gunfire and prepared to blow up Nanjay's vehicle. Zack didn't dare to continue driving, but the vehicle's uncontrollable tail swung towards 1896. Boom! Under the combined fire of several people, Nanjay's vehicle was blown up instantly. But Nanjay's attraction gave Cheng Yao the opportunity to sneak in. Chapter 186. A good start. Cheng Yao naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity. The moment she was attracted by Nanjay in 1896, Cheng Yao, who heard the sound, fired wildly into the smoke. CD_King used Scaril to knock out 1896_Soundman. CD_King used Scaril to knock out 1896_L.
Kill 2 in a row. Beautiful,
Mjoy shouted. But before she finished speaking, She saw that Cheng Yao's health dropped to the lowest level in an instant. YQ, the only member of 1896 standing in the smoke, reacted very quickly and pressed back directly towards Cheng Yao, who was doing damage. However, Cheng Yao retreated after knocking down the two of them.
You can see that the female player king is very calm and not greedy for guns,
Rongyi said. Ms. Joy continued.
That's right. She can't fall down. Nanjay can be said to have helped CD just now. The 1896 position must sweep Nanjay's car. Otherwise the two will hit 1890 SIX's side when they come down. Yes. The main thing is that there is still no place left.
In 1896, there was only a small 10-meter wall as a bunker, for people were too crowded, and once the smoke cleared, Cheng Yao could keep firing dodge shots at the end of the wall until all of 1896 were dead.
Just hold on. I'll save you.
Mao Xiaomo ran to Good's side and pressed the rescue button. Good is on this side of the wall, and Cheng Yao is helping to hold it up. If the opponent YQ wants to charge, he can immediately support Cheng Yao. The poisonous circle was about to be reached, and the two teams from the upper city, PK and Sai, also fought fiercely. After Sai was knocked down by 3 of his own, the team wiped out PK, which had only 3 people. 3 people fell to the ground, and 2 people bled to death outside the poison circle. Only one team member, who was close to the poison circle, crawled in. Although he was in the middle of the road, he still carried out the rescue under the cover of smoke. But Sai's situation is very similar to that of 1896. They rely on smoke to survive. Once the smoke dissipates, the only result that awaits them without cover is death.
Although they are falling down and dying on the court now, CD still has an absolute advantage,
Ms. Joy analyzed.
Yes. Once the smoke clears, these two teams will be hard to move.
There are no more smoke bombs on YQ. If there is one more smoke bomb, he might be able to pull 2 more teammates. But the smoke is about to dissipate, and he will have no room to survive. At this moment, a hand-thrown thunderbolt landed at his feet. Boom! CD_King used frag grenade Dan to kill 1896_YQ. Survive the field. 5 people.
Beautiful. King directly rolled a low thunderbolt into the smoke, killing YQ directly. In this way, CD3 beats 2. The advantage is very obvious,
Ms. Joy said.
That's right. CD and 3 people still have bunkers. Once the smoke dissipates, Sai's side can't do anything. And it looks like there's no smoke on Sai's body.
When Mr. Rong said this, the audience had already started to stand up and prepare to cheer. The noise is getting louder and louder. 6,000 fans stood up and cheered. What a scene this is. Many ordinary spectators, who came to watch the game, looked at him sideways. But the matter was not settled yet. And everyone was not too presumptuous. They just stood up. Only some of the audience were already cheering loudly, although they know that it would be very embarrassing if they were slapped in the face. But after playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for so long, this kind of scene is not suitable for CD. It's an undefeated situation. The 3 CDs all pulled away and poured all their grenades into the smoke. Ms. Joy saw CD's 3 people pulling away and said without scruple,
CD is the winner. Originally, Sai's only chance to make a comeback was to see if he could blow up CD's few people. But as soon as CD pulled away, he was completely defeated. No chance.
Originally, the space in the smoke was very small, and Sai and the 2 had no way to avoid it. Directly submerged by a sea of thunder. Boom, 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 boom. The mines of CD and several people have basically not been used since the beginning of the game, and they still maintain sufficient reserves. At this stage, there is no point in saving mines. The positions of the last 2 people of Sai have been determined, and Mao Xiaomo's voice is also loud. Get up.
The last 2 people are in the smoke,
Mao Xiaomo shouted loudly. Mu Yun's heart trembled slightly. This situation. They are going to eat chicken. In the first set of the CWL finals. Good's voice was also slightly shrill.
I lost mine. Scan it immediately after throwing it away,
Mu Yun also shouted, with a few inevitable grenades. Sai's last 2 team members were also blown up into the sky. CD_Godric used the frag grenade Dan to kill Sai_Saya. CD_Godric used the frag grenade Dan to kill Sai_Saya. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. 1/24.
Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Mao Xiaomo, Gu Muyun, and the others suddenly shouted. Cheng Yao smiled slightly, rubbed her little hands, and quit the game.
Okay. A good start.
Mao Xiaomao laughed.
Awesome. Awesome. I'm lying on my back.
Muyan also smiled happily. Although he died early, the team's victory was what he really wanted to see. The other 23 teams in the competition room also heard CD's cheers and understood that CD won the first set. Several teams that were close to CD also smiled, but they did not congratulate CD. Everyone is an opponent, and everyone wants to win the final victory. Besides, this is still the first set, and there are still 7 sets to come. This is a tough battle.
How many heads?
Mao Xiaomao asked.
4.
Good replied.
4.
Cheng Yao said.
1.
Mao Xiaomao did the math and found that the number of heads in this round was not too small.
5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 1. 14 heads. It's okay. Let's continue in the next game.
The CD chicken eating interface comes out. The audience at the scene burst into deafening cheers. Let the commentators and professional players feel like they are watching the World Championships. Even many professional teams don't have such a huge fan base. The cohesion of fans of college teams is definitely much stronger than the cohesion of their fans.
Congratulations to the CD team. Successfully won the chicken game. Won the first set of the game.
Rong Yi said loudly when the dust of the first set fell to the ground. The cheers at the scene completely suppressed his voice. Ms. Joy is also waiting for her voice to weaken. But the cheers last forever. The shocking scene made many people take out their mobile phones and prepare to record this moment. Chapter 187, the second game of the main game. The cheers in the stadium lasted for a full minute before gradually weakening. Ms. Joy smiled and said,
Okay, let's take a look at the first set. King has 5 kills. King and Godric have 4 kills each. And Kakarot has 1 kill. It should be 14 kills, which is also a good result.
Mr. Rong nodded.
Yes, the score of 14 kills and chickens is not low. It is a good start. Look at the teams behind. The second place is Sai, who got 8 kills. The third place is 1896. 4 kill. Fourth place PK. 3 kills. Fifth place Nanjay. 2 kills. That's it for the top 5. The teams behind should work hard. Yes, everyone here has only one goal of winning the championship. Let's go to a commercial first and come back to see the points after the first set.
The music in the venue started playing again. And the 3 people in the commentary box also took the water handed over by the staff and began to moisten their throats. There are still 3 sets of games later today, which is still long. There's a break of about 15 to 20 minutes in the middle of each game. Each team is still relatively energetic. They are all sitting in their seats discussing the details of the game and waiting for the next game to start. The 15 minutes passed quickly, and as the lights flickered, the major live broadcast platforms also cut to the commentary booth.
Hello, everyone. This is the scene of the CUL College League National Finals broadcast by Mbat. I am commentator 117. Hello, everyone. I'm Joy. Hello, everyone. I'm A+.
I heard Master Rong read the advertisement again, and the much-anticipated points were announced. CUL Player Unknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals Standing List. 1. CD, Game 1, 334, total score, 334. 2. Sai, first game, 248, total score, 248. 3. 1896, Game 1, 204, total score, 204. 4. PK, first game, 168, total score, 168. 5. Nanjay, first game, 122, total score, 122. Not surprisingly, CD 334 points topped the list. Second place I got 248 points. Third place 1896 got 204 points. And the rest were all below 200 points. Like Fish, FUD, SICK, ZQL, etc. Teams with high hopes should work hard.
Rongyi said, the first set is just the beginning. It is conceivable that the situation will be very different when entering the second set. After chatting for a while, Ms. Joy got a hint from the director and said,
Okay, now let's quickly enter the second game. Okay, the second game starts. The route is from City Z in the upper left corner to Port N in the lower right corner. It is somewhat similar to the route in the previous game.
Rongyi said.
Ms. Joy continued. It's a little different from the previous game. The resource points on the right side of this game are still difficult to reach, especially in Y City. There will definitely be some friction in the process of grabbing the car. It's still the same. The CDs of the chicken fighting teams in the last game fell to our city. SIC School, Nanjay Farm, ZQL and Fishy City. They are basically the same as the previous game. Yes, except for Tay who jumped to Port L before. This time they flew directly to Port N, which is a change of tactics.
The second set has officially begun. ZQL and Fish first engaged in a car-grabbing battle, and one person on each side was knocked out. Although Fish went first to City Y, ZQL could only go to the other side of City Y. Generally speaking, both sides suffered a loss.
Losing one person in the early stage will be very harmful, which will cause you to be at a numerical disadvantage during the transfer or when facing the enemy's full formation.
There were also frictions in other places. Players dropped out slightly faster in the second set than in the first set. Peace City was the first to start the battle. In the first set, Big Beard's DAT and Joker's Glory also divided Peace City, but there was no fight between the two sides. As soon as the second set came up, DT found an opportunity to kill one of Glory's players.
This is a team from the Northeast. They fight very fiercely. They just want to kill Glory with more people and fewer people. The trolls are guarding the building. Let's see if they can hold on.
Glory's ace player Joker only had an S1897 in his hand, facing DT's three-man attack on the building. The team members were still on their way, but Joker knocked down DT and DT with constant sprays, although he was still knocked down to make up for it. The other two teammates were given time to support. After the remaining two team members cleared the DT players outside the door, they went directly upstairs and washed away the bearded last DT player. Completed, the group is destroyed. DT also became the first team to be eliminated in this game. Although Glory won, it also paid the price of two players. The battle was fierce just now, and the director didn't cut out the first circle immediately. Now that he has some time to relax. The first safe zone is very strange. Master Rong also let out a sigh when he saw the safe zone.
This circle is really causing trouble. Mr. Rong, you are here to see what you like, Ms. Joy said with a smile. No, I don't like water. This is still wet.
The first safe zone, with Guangming as the center. Brush it in the upper right corner. It also contains about 30% of the sea area. In the entire safe zone, there are only two Y City teams, ZQL and Fish, in the circle now.
In addition to Fish and ZQL, this circle is also relatively comfortable for CDs from City R and ZD from City S. There are not many people in the circle. Joy, do you think it is necessary to go in early to grab a housing area in this circle?
Rongi asked. In this circle, except for a few housing areas with poor geographical location on the mountain, the housing areas outside Y City and Y City Wheatfield are all there is no one. But the location is not very good. It is located on the south side of the circle. In this case, many teams have to make a decision.
Here 1896 briefly searched the prison and air raid shelters to capture some points.
Rongi explained after seeing the direction of 1890 SIXS movement.
Yes, you can also search for small housing areas outside Y City. In this way, the transfer of 1896 will be very easy.
1896 has 3 vehicles, and it will be very easy to occupy points in the wild area. They only need to go to the north as much as possible to occupy points.
And wait for the next circle to be refreshed. Ms. Joy continued to give him advice.
The following teams must not enter City Y unless there is no other way. City Y is a location where it is more difficult to find the enemy if you go behind.
Chapter 188 Official Poisonous Milk.
And once the team enters City Y, it will be difficult to get out. In this circle, we would rather stay on the edge of the circle than enter City Y.
Master Rong asked A+.
Brother, what do you think? Do you usually enter Y City when you play games?
Brother A+ was originally a guest and didn't have much to say. But since Master Rong asked this, he could only answer.
We will only occupy the cabin by the lake or the cliff near Y City.
The lakeside that the elder brother mentioned refers to a large lake outside Y City. Everyone has a different name for this large lake, and the explanation is basically unified as Daming Lake. Daming Lake is connected to Port G. This is a place where you can hide your car, and it is easier to move around. You can go up the mountain or around the wheat fields of Y City. It is a place where you can move forward and retreat freely, but it is more difficult to defend. Although there is no enemy harassment behind the lake, but the high point on the upper left can harass them. In addition, it is easy to get rushed closer. There are many small slopes.
The court is actually okay, but if I go there later, I don't know if there is anyone inside, and I don't dare to go there.
Brother A+ said. Ms. Joy nodded.
Yes, the court in Y City is actually a place with good observation capabilities, but the court has no door. Under the TPP mode, you have no way to know whether there is anyone inside. In case of being tricked, if you drop it, the gain will outweigh the loss.
After the friction in the early stage, each team gradually entered a stable period, and some teams entered the circle to occupy points after searching for some equipment. On the contrary, our city CD was not very urgent. Mao Xiaoma's instructions to the team members were to enjoy the search without taking up points. This circle occupying the center point does not make much sense, because you don't know where to brush the next circle. The general direction is either to clear the mountain at Guangmingding, or to go to Y City in the south. But these two places can only be easily blended in if there are cars, so there is no rush to leave. CD was still very cautious. Could observe from the roof of the third floor of his old place, the
loot sharing room.
From this position, he could see enemies in all directions. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be many people passing through our city, and the teams from the upper and lower city areas should all enter the circle from the north. However, it is better to be cautious during the competition. 3 people are definitely enough to search for this material. The first poisonous circle began to refresh, and many teams started to move. Several teams also entered the Holy Mountain, but the circle was still relatively large, so there was no friction for the time being.
Sure enough, no one dares to enter Y City. Hey, this side. Glory drove into 1890 SIX's face. This wave.
1896 did a very good job of luring enemies in this wave. Although there were 3 cars parked in the entire housing area, they were all hidden. When the first 3 members of Glory just got out of the car, they emerged from all directions and fired at no blind spots. 3 of them fell down directly under the covering fire. The only Joker who makes a motorcycle runs away immediately. But the OB perspective is given to YQ. A 4x lens of 98K.
There is a lottery for 98K, but it's not very easy to win.
Boom. 1896_YQ used car 98K to kill Glory_Joker. This shot actually hit Joker on the motorcycle. He shrank back what Mr. Rong said. The audience also exclaimed. Ms. Joy explained.
Joker was not full of blood with this shot, and the speed of the motorcycle was not fully increased. But even so, YQ's shot showed his level as a first-line professional player. As a result, Glory's results in both sets were very poor. I hope they can use this nearly 1-hour break to adjust.
All members of CD moved to the gas station outside Y City, waiting for the next circle to be refreshed. They chose the gas station to be able to advance and retreat. Transferring this circle is not a big problem. Mao Xiaomo actually prefers to circle in the city. It's not because they are afraid of head-on battles. It's just that there are too many teams in the finals, with more than 20 teams playing on the mountain. It is very likely that the firepower of 2 to 3 teams they will face will be directly covered if they accidentally fall to the ground. Because of the special nature of the circle, there are still 4 teams continuing to search outside the circle. Anyway, the first 2 poisons are not very painful. If you collect all your equipment and then enter the circle to fight, the success rate will be higher.
Look at the second circle. Yo, the cutaway circle on the left.
The second safety zone is painted on the left side of the first white circle, centered on a small wild area outside Daming Lake, most of which are holy mountains. The gas station where CD is located, and the Y City where Fish and ZQL are located, although it is also within the circle. The position is already on the edge of the circle, and the next circle will definitely not be within the circle. As soon as the circle was drawn, Mao Xiaomo said in the team,
"Let's go!"
Several people had already got on the car and were ready to start. The housing area in the center of the circle must be occupied. Judging from the current situation, the housing area on the northernmost road should be unoccupied, although it is also on the edge of the circle, and the current one is cheering. Stations are fundamentally different. If the CD does not move, the next circle will be brushed. No matter which direction the CD is moved, the CD will move. But if it is moved again at that time, there will be teams one after another in front of it, making it difficult to move forward. But now if they move to the north circle, they can still find an angle to enter the circle in the next circle, because there are relatively fewer people in the north. The mountain temple in Nanjay is in the center of the circle, and it is also one of the best in the circle. Fish left Y City and circled to the north. ZQL also moved to the left city head of Y City, ready to go up the mountain at any time. We didn't encounter any obstacles along the way to CD. There were not many teams in the north. From the big map, there were only 3 teams: Fish, CD and 1896. Ms. Joy praised.
The transfer of these 3 teams is a bit like a professional team. 1896 also made a big circle from the south to the north.
It was rare for A+ to take the initiative to speak, but he also expressed his appreciation for these three teams.
There is no problem with the command of these three teams, but after watching the first game, I feel that CD's execution is the strongest and the teamwork is better. 1890 SIX's personal strength is very strong, but there is something missing. Fish is a bit unable to stand alone. A feeling of,
at this stage, it is not a circle of attrition. There are very few battles, and they are all long-distance consumption. Mstoy nodded.
Yes. Although the last CD was a full Destiny circle, there were no problems with the gun line or small coordination. There was a tacit understanding, and the personal strength of the players was not low. It seems that the three of us have similar ideas. After looking at the transfer in the second set and cooperating with their shooting skills, I think CD is also a team that has a chance to win the championship.
Rongi also said. However, these three people's praise of CD made CD fans feel comfortable, but also a little scared. The official poisonous milk is the most deadly. Fortunately, another famous domestic commentator said that it's okay to have diarrhea while standing upside down. Chapter 189, Can't Enter the Circle.
In the second circle, the competition on the East Mountain may be more intense. The wild areas in the west are far apart, so we can only harass each other with a few shots, unless there is a team that rushes closer. Otherwise, there will not be a big fight. Casualties.
After Mstoy said that, fighting started on a small slope in the east. The constant killings made everyone excited to watch.
We still need to look at the third circle. After this circle, many teams may meet on the mountain.
Rongi said.
Yes. Most of this circle is on the mountain. The ability to encounter battles will be very important. It depends on how you brush it. The circle will be closed immediately.
Mstoy continued. The OB perspective is directly given to the map. The moment the blue and white circles come into contact, a new safe zone is refreshed.
Okay. The circle is closed on the right. It can be said to be the real Battle of Guangmingding.
Rongi explained. In this circle, there is actually another corner-cut circle, but it is cut to the right, which is acceptable to most teams. It's just that the team in the west will have a harder time. Mao Xiaomo frowned. Although they were not far from the circle in the north, it was on a narrow side, and they knew that there should be a team near the white circle. If they go straight into the circle, they may cause a pincer attack from the left and right teams, which makes the choice a bit difficult.
At the top of the mountain, FUD occupies a position, and AK is also in the middle of the circle. There are several teams under the greatest pressure now. The first one is ZD. There may be a lot of teams coming to the white circle on the west side of his side. The pressure will be very high. There is also the CD team. Although they have a narrow side, they can have KM on the left side, and Fish and 1896 on the right side. It will be very uncomfortable. The most correct way to enter the circle at this time is to wait for the circle to brush, and then follow the poison in.
Mstoy analyzed. This is equivalent to a three-dimensional map. If you are at the end, people on both sides want to hit you at no angle. But if you are in front of both teams, then both the left team and the right team can hit CDs, but
look at how to choose a CD.
The OB perspective gave CD, but CD did not follow the poisonous circle as Joy predicted. Instead, he abandoned the car and tried to hit from the narrow side.
Huh? CD seems to have to enter from the narrow side, but there are 1896 and Fish on the narrow side. These two teams are not far apart. Not a wise choice.
Rongi said. Joy shook his head.
We looked at the situation from God's perspective. In fact, CD didn't know there were two teams on his right. They probably only heard the sound of the 1896 team.
A+ continued.
Yes, it is very likely that CD now feels that there is only one group of people on the narrow side, and wants to kill them to clear the north side and prepare for the next circle, but feels that this position will suffer.
The third poison began to refresh, and all members of CD also touched outside the narrow circle. Just as they were moving, CD discovered the movement of 1896. Just as Mao Xiaomo ordered everyone to pull away, he heard the sound of a car behind him. Mr. Rong exclaimed.
Wow! Sai also wanted to enter the circle from the narrow edge while driving. This time, several teams in the finals were squeezed into the narrow edge. CD could only forcefully shoot.
CD can't let Sai's team stop. Once Sai's team stops behind CD, CD will face crossfire from Sai and 1896. 1896 originally saw only 2 CD players, but this wave of CD fire made 1896 aware of the position and began to pull away to both sides. On the contrary, Fish's traces are hidden very well. Not only CDs, but even 1896 didn't discover them. Under the firepower suppression of CD's 4 people, Psy's convoy was finally knocked out of the blue circle. CD was determined not to let them pass, so they could only take a detour outside the poisonous area. They didn't dare to park at this location. The tires would have to be removed as soon as they stopped. When the poisonous circle was cleared, and there was a team blocking the circle, there was no chance that the tires would be removed. CD's initial wave of getting closer turned into an offensive and defensive battle for the position. Mao Xiaomo kept giving instructions to the team, and kept spreading the cigarettes on the road, trying to forcibly pave a way so that he could have a chance to sneak in. But under the TPP model, it is too difficult to stand up if someone is on the sidelines. 1896 was also constantly suppressing the smoke, throwing thunder, making it almost impossible for CD to move forward. The firepower of 4 people made CD breathless.
CD is a bit difficult. Now I can't leave even if I want to, so I can only fight hard,
Rongyi said.
Let's see if Fish can help.
Amid everyone's nervous breathing, Fish also pulled away and touched the side of 1896, although there was still nearly 100 meters away. This position was a position where 1896 could pay the price. But Fish was on a small downhill slope, so he could only poke his head out a little to see what was going on in 1896. But his head was caught by 1896 team member L.
You should have seen it. These 3 teams are going to perform a 3-person turn, but the positions of 1896 and CD are very uncomfortable,
Rongyi said. CD is outside the circle and is stuck and cannot enter the circle. And 1896 also has a sideways position. Fish. Joy shook his head and said,
No. Look at 1896. They are about to retreat. Their position is too good to retreat. There is no one on their left, and there are many bunkers. CD is the most uncomfortable.
Boom. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down 1896_L with a headshot. When no one is paying attention, Chung Yao's shot of 98K broke the deadlock. This shot was not captured by OB, but L's fall to the ground gave them a rough idea of what happened. Another 98K headshot from a moving target. L's expression didn't change. He just continued to give instructions to the team.
Continue to retreat. Don't save.
Joy and Rongyi also said,
This position cannot be saved. Fish has started to push forward by hitting the high slope and the low slope. CD has no choice but to eat poison outside the poison. Now they have an entry position. But this entry position is between 1896 and Fish. If you enter it, you will definitely not be able to get out.
The original position of 1896 was given up, but the CD could not enter that position at all. Once this circle was reached, the level 4 poison could not resist it for long with their drug reserves. Although they were in a position to enter the circle, they had already thrown away all the smoke bombs in order to get closer. The only throwing objects in their hands now were thunders. But they were not close to the distance between the 2 teams, and the thunders had no effect at all. Chapter 190, Kill All Fish. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun continued to communicate. Although the situation was very disadvantageous, there were countless possibilities in the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
If you want to fight, you can only fight from the left,
Mu Yun said. One of 1896 on the left has been knocked down by them, although the head was snatched away by Fish. In terms of numbers, 1896 is indeed the side that is better to break through. Mao Xiaomo looked at the terrain where the CD was located. It was indeed a bit difficult to move laterally, but if he moved to the small slope on the left, he could get as close as 1896.
I'll fight. You go,
Chung Yao said to the team. If she wanted to fight the 2 teams, she could only rely on her 98K. However, although the area outside the CD circle can be targeted by Fish, the firepower cannot cover it after 1896 moves its position. In other words, Chung Yao only needs to hold Fish's side. It sounds simple, but it is almost an impossible task. You can only try to provide some fire suppression. This is not a ladder game, and you cannot shoot a child with 1 shot.
Okay, let's go!
Mao Xiaomo didn't hesitate at all. If they want to enter the circle now, they must leave someone to set up guns outside the poisonous area. If the 3 of them can successfully get close to 1896 and kill them, Chung Yao, maybe there is still a chance to live. There was a big rock as a cover on CD's side. Under Fish's watchful eyes, the 3 of them ran out as straight as possible. The 2 Fish members, who were observing the movement of the CD, immediately put their heads out when they saw the opportunity for target practice. But Chung Yao was faster and directly opened the 8x98K lens from the left side of another rock to lock the head. Boom! The crisp 98K sound exploded in the air. At a distance of 200 meters, Fish's team members had no time to squat down. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down Fish_Agra with a headshot. After firing the shot, Chung Yao confidently took out the SCAR-L that had been replaced with a 4x scope and suppressed another member of Fish. Kolo didn't react and was shot twice in the head. Knocked down directly. CD_King used SCAR-L to knock down Fish_Kolo with a headshot.
Beautiful. This female player's gun positioning in this wave has been perfect. Fish, why don't you save people first?
Master Roan suggested when he saw Fish fell down and 2 people fell. 45 AI took out his 98K and said to his teammates,
XM. Save people.
When they walked up the slope, they could clearly see Chung Yao's gun barrel in their direction from a third-person perspective. But the 45 AI didn't have any fluctuations. Mstoy also said,
45 AI is a level 3 leader this time, and has no intention of backing down at all.
Chung Yao turned on the mirror and kept swaying on the Fish front. No matter where the enemy appeared from. She was confident that she would blow his head off the moment before the enemy took out his gun. A black level 3 head emerged from the slope. Chung Yao didn't have time to react at all. He shot directly and sniped. The moment the bullet was fired, he immediately squatted down to avoid the opponent's bullet. This shot was low and high. Due to the fall of the bullet, it only hit 45 AI's neck. But for the same top PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds players, how big the difference can be in the speed of shooting guns. 45 AI's body just started bleeding. And the same shot was shot out by 98K without much aim. This shot, it hit Chung Yao's head perfectly. The level 2 head breaks apart directly. Fish_45 AI used Car 98K headshot to knock down CD_King. Mao Xiaomao had been observing the development of the battle. The moment Chung Yao fell to the ground, Mao Xiaomao shouted in the team,
Mu Yun! Set up your gun!
From the OB perspective, after 45 AI knocked down Chung Yao, he also cut out his rifle and lit the moving CD team members. At this time, the poisonous circle has already touched CD, which means that CD has begun to take poison. Although level 3 poison is not particularly painful, the modified level 4 poison will have a great impact on CD's bloodline. In level 4 poison, the health of the team members can only reach 75% at most, and the energy bar cannot maintain the health of more than 75%. In other words, when fighting the enemy, the health of the entire team will be reduced. The one who will be at a disadvantage in terms of quantity. Seeing Chung Yao fall to the ground, Mu Yun turned around and counterattacked, letting Good and Mao Xiaomao continue walking. He was already dead when he made this move, and Fish's strength would not give him any chance of living. But at this stage, it is enough to delay for a while. Although 45 AI is an assaulter, most high-level players are not very proficient in any firearm. Among professional players, many players are criticized for only using 5.56 rifles, and AKs are particularly bad at using them. But in fact, some players need to practice 2 rifles, and some players only need to be proficient in 1 rifle. In the team, the division of labor is different, and the firearms that need to be proficient are also different. You don't have to be completely proficient in every gun, but if you say you can't use it, it definitely doesn't exist. After sniping down Chung Yao, 45 AI also took out his rifle and prepared to shoot the running CD. Mu Yun squatted on the ground, maintaining the stability of the gun, and continued to suppress fire on the slope of Fish. Mao Xiaomao and Good also took advantage of this time to successfully run to a small back slope. But Mu Yun definitely couldn't get away. After Fish pulled up the down team member, he stood up and started shooting, leaving Mu Yun without any room for resistance. Mao Xiaomao and Good's expressions were already solemn. They had lost 2 team members, but the sacrifice of these 2 team members also gave them a chance to enter the circle. The 1896 team had no intention of attacking at all. They were directly at the white circle, preparing to kill the remaining 2 players on CD.
Thunder,
Mao Xiaomao said. In this case, the only thing that could open up the situation is grenades. But they don't know the specific locations of the 3 1896 players now. In TPP mode, the enemy uses a third-person perspective to observe from behind the reverse slope, and it is impossible to reveal any information to the CD. However, relying on the memory of the terrain, Mao Xiaomao imagined himself as 1896. If he was at the edge of the circle, how would he arrange his team to defend? The confrontation between 1896 and CD did not receive much attention from the commentators. When the three commentators saw Fish's actions, they were constantly amazed.
Fish wants to come over and eat 1896 and CD. They are so fierce. They want to kill them all,
Master Rong said when he saw Fish's movements. Chapter 191 Chapter 17.
That's right. Fish wants to fight 1896 and CD this time. It's too fierce.
Mstoy also sighed. In fact, there is no need for Fish to fight 1896 and CD this time. Once the next one is refreshed, they can also safely transfer all members. But Fish, who had already been pulled up and well medicated, pounced directly in the direction of 1896. This route was also the route that 1896 had just moved to. If 1896 had time to take a look at Fish's activities now, they would definitely see Fish's whereabouts. But now, their attention has been completely attracted by the CD. This is the judgment of 45 AI. 1896, who only had 3 people and could steal sideways, and CD, where only 2 team members were stuck outside the poison. 45 AI decisively issued the order to press forward.
If 1896 and CD can be cleared out at the same time in this wave, it will be good news for Fish. If they are cleared out in the next circle, Fish will just enter. But if 1896 and CD still have a team alive, if so, Fish must always look behind him to prevent sneak attacks,
Brother 8 Plus explained. After just a few games, he became more determined to win 45 AI to IFTY. Off the court, IFTY analyst Super Yehajin is also constantly recording the situation of each new player. Although some are registered professional players, many are players from small professional teams. If IFTY wants to dig them, it will be easy. You can get it. Not to mention the personal wishes of the players. If they could play in IFTY, players with career dreams would probably switch to IFTY.
Yehao, how many contestants have you circled?
Asked Yehao beside Yehao. They are both members of the IFTY club and have a very good relationship with each other. He saw Yehao drawing circles on his notebook. People also asked. After Big Brother retired from the scene, Ru Rin has become the face of IFTY. Although the TPJ overall rating is still S+, his strength is no less than that of the dozen or so SS level star players. The current IFTY team members are S+ S Roastman, S+ S Tiksoon, S+ S Soso, S is Little Turkey and Woody Gang. After the eldest brother retreated behind the scenes, Roastman, Tiksoon, and Soso have become the 3 main players of IFTY. However, the last person has not yet been finalized. Although both Little Turkey and Woody Gang have S-level standards. In a domestic first-team team with S-level skills, unless you have the ability to direct or explore, your strength is still lacking. What IFTY lacks now is an all-around player with both personal strength and commanding ability. Just like the 8+ Big Brother, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is developing very fast now. And the strength gap between players is getting smaller and smaller. All 4 people in the team must use their abilities.
Well, 45 AI is definitely the first choice. TPJ's overall rating is S-level conductor. And 6 Liwen is also good. S-, with potential to be tapped.
Yehajin first circled 2 people, who are the souls of Fish and SIC Figure. Each team lacks different players. IFTY is in need of a good leader after its eldest brother retires. The first choice is definitely a leader-oriented player. As for other talented players, if they have the opportunity, they will definitely give it a try. It's just that there are dozens of players and coaches from professional teams sitting here, not just to watch the game. As soon as the finals are over, the recruiting battle between the professional teams will definitely begin.
What about the CD players?
Ru Rin watched a few games and was deeply impressed by CD. He was also surprised to see that CD was not mentioned by Yehao. Yehao pulled out the CD team members' information and said,
"They are also one of our choices. But they don't have TPJ comprehensive evaluation. What do you think of their strength?"
As IFTY's ace player, Ru Rin also has a strong sense of player strength. Based on these 3 games, he has a rough estimate of Fish's strength.
It feels like most of them are at S except for Kakarot. To be honest, Kakarot feels like a bit of a laggard. I haven't beaten him in a few waves.
Because it was a private conversation, the roaster said whatever he wanted. In the FPP exhibition match, Kakarot lost to FUD's Target Spy. In the first TPP match, Kakarot lost head-on to Fish's 45 AI. In the second set of the main match, Kakarot lost to Fish's 45 AI. The gun lost to 45 AI again. Although there are many objective factors, Kakarot's performance was really lackluster. He killed 1 person in 3 sets. if Kakarot remembers correctly. Yahajan nodded. He felt the same way. 3 people were S, and 1 was probably A dash. This is the full strength of CD. Although the paper strength is not as good as FUD, 1896 and other strong teams. In PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there are too many things that can affect the situation of the battle, such as equipment, location, terrain, marksmanship and luck. This is only the second set. No one can guess what will happen in the next few sets. There may be another unknown team that rises like a comet. All they can do is continue to watch. Fish directly pressed the close point between 1896 and CD. And CD and 1896 also got into trouble early. Several mines had no effect. And CDs without supplies could only choose to rush. Since there were only 2 people, Mao Xiaomo could only choose to rush one at a time. From CD's point of view, they didn't know Fish's movements. If they knew that Fish chose to touch 1890 SIX's side, they would definitely wait a while. But when CD and 1896 exchanged fire, a terrifying full formation emerged from the sides of the 2 teams. Fish this wave. The OB perspective has been locked on Fish. This timing is very good. Although it is risky, this wave of raids has huge rewards. Fish_45 AI used M416 to knock down CD_King. Fish_45 AI took down with M416. Fish_Colo uses a wave of screen swiping. The unsuspecting 1896 and CD were destroyed by Fish in a few seconds. Mao Xiaomo shook his head. There was really nothing they could do about this wave. If they made a mistake, they should not have chosen to enter the circle from the narrow edge. But there is no regret medicine in the world. And Mao Xiaomo has no perspective. CD constantly communicates areas that need improvement. In official competitions, players generally do not go out of their way to review the game, which will affect the player's mentality. Our second click was not good, and we couldn't observe anything. Cheng Yao rarely made an opinion. He hadn't noticed it during the game. But looking back, it was because they didn't observe the arrival of the other team that they passive. Originally, in Mao Xiaomo's mind, when they entered the circle, they would at most face off against the 1896 team. On the mountainous terrain, there was no chance. In the final analysis, the information collection was not enough. The 4 of them got together and didn't feel disappointed at all about being eliminated. This is a long game. They have played for such a long time and have long since learned to adjust their mentality to face the next game. This CD only had 0 kills and ranked 17th. Chapter 192, an ordinary second game. After the CD group was destroyed, the circle actually cut the corner and brushed to the north. After the 4th round, there were only 10 teams left on the field. Under the chaotic battle, familiar teams such as Nanjay, FUD, and Psy were eliminated one after another, leaving 3 pillars in the finals. ZQL is fully staffed. Fish is fully staffed. And SIC has 3 people. The 3 teams are located in the north and west of the white circle. They know 3 positions, and 10 people survive. In other words, the next circle is crucial for these 3 teams. It all depends on who is destined, Master Roan said, looking at the situation on the field. Not necessarily. I have watched so many games, and there are many games that end up like this. Many times, teams in the Destiny Circle are squeezed by teams from both sides who want to enter the circle, Mjoy said. The terrain of this circle is very complicated, and you still have to refresh the white circle to see the general direction of the game. This circle? It's in the center. Yes. No team will have an advantage in this way. But judging from the terrain, ZQL should be the easiest team to enter the circle, Rongyi said. Look at how the teams have moved. Of these 3 teams, which one is the first to make the move? The other team will just sit back and reap the benefits. According to the current situation, Fish and SIC will have a battle on the way into the circle, Mjoy predicted. There is a hidden meaning between the words. ZQL is the team with the highest probability of winning. The interval between the safe zone refresh and the poison circle refresh is very short. But during this period Fish and SIC also laid some smoke to lay the foundation for their own entry into the circle. Fish moved, but 2 players, Colo and Agra, were left to set up their guns, Mjoy explained. Fish moved ahead, with 45 AI and XM taking the lead, and the 2 players behind helped them set up their guns. The meeting between Fish and SIC came earlier than Mjoy predicted. The 2 sides had just exchanged words, and ZQL captain Zhou Qinglian's face showed a hint of joy. Press to the edge of the circle. Zhou Qinglian's command was very decisive. This tactic is also commonly used by professional teams. Fish and SIC exchanged fire first. which is already very good news for ZQL. How to turn this news into victory? The best way is to press the circle. The two teams were fighting fiercely outside the white circle. ZQL only needed to rush forward and trap both teams on the edge of the circle to win this game. As the coach of a professional team, Mjoy has a very keen sense of smell.
At this time, ZQL is about to dominate the circle. Sure enough, it will be a bit difficult for Fish and SIC this time. Let's take a look at this wave of firefights first. 45 AI knocked down 2 SIC players. Leewin also knocked down 2 Fish players who were setting up guns near the circle. Both star players are very strong.
Under Rongye's passionate explanation, Fish and 6 coach were on the verge of a fight. But SIC only had 3 people. Although Leewin was still brave and knocked down 2 SIC players one after another, Fish directly used the numerical advantage to defeat SIC. The end of this set was very uneventful. Fish's last 2 remaining players had no chance and trapped the 4 ZQL players who were still separated by the white circle.
Okay, the second set of our finals is over. Although ZQL didn't have many people, only 6, they successfully won the chicken. And then the second place was Fish. Wow! 45 AI killed 10 people by himself.
Rongye exclaimed. Road. As long as it is a regular competition, no matter what level the competition is, those who can kill in double digits are definitely players with very strong personal strength. Fish had a total of 13 kills, and 45 AI got 10 kills alone. It can be said that one person has shouldered the main output of the team, commanding snipers and taking care of everything. He is definitely a rare all-round talent.
The third SIC here, Leewin, also has 7 heads. It seems that this CUL National Finals really produced a lot of talents.
Mjoy was also a little excited. 45 AI is better. After all, they are players from other clubs. But players like Leewin and King are ordinary college students. And they most likely have not experienced professional training. This kind of player not only has a very low price, but also has great potential.
Brother, please briefly comment on the second set.
Rongye took the initiative to ask. In his impression, Brother A+ had not spoken for a long time. Brother A+ replied,
the second game was a mountain battle, which required very high point selection and frontal ability of the team. ZQL was in a very good position with many bunkers and was very decisive. It successfully suppressed Fish and SIC during the exchange of fire. Once you get to the edge of the circle, you can expect to win the chicken successfully.
For a veteran like Brother A+, who has experienced countless games, he can tell at a glance which team has the greatest chance of winning in this final situation. Under the TPP model, it is too difficult to change your destiny against the odds.
Okay, let's take a short break. Let's come back and take a look at the standings after the second game and our 4th set today, which is the third set of the main match.
Rongye said, and the game entered the break.
Eat first.
Mao Xiaomo greeted the other 3 teammates. It is now 7:35 p.m. Long past the usual meal time. The game will be played until 10 p.m. And there are still 2 high-intensity games to be played. Not eating a full stomach may also affect the state. Accompanying CD is Fish. Because they are very close together, the 2 sides have long been familiar with each other. From the perspective of watching the battle, Mao Xiaomo also knew that Fish was the least likely to win.
Don't run into us. Okay?
Mao Xiaomo said with a smile. Fish and CD both met in the game, and the side with the superior terrain won. Without the help of terrain, neither team dares to say that their team can win the other side.
I still want to say something, but there's nothing I can do about it.
45 AI was talking about the finals. Although they fought all the way to the end, their final position was blocked by ZQL, leaving them with no chance. The 8 people simply sat down at a table to chat for a while. The lunch boxes provided during the competition were all officially provided. They were not too meaty, and were mainly clean and hygienic. Seeing Good bravely eating broccoli and cabbage, everyone laughed. Although Good has lived in Xia Kingdom for more than a year, he still maintains foreign eating habits. There was a big screen in the competition room and lounge, and the highlights of the previous set were replayed. After grabbing a few bites of food and simply replenishing their energy, everyone began to gear up, waiting for the third set. Chapter 193 Intruder ZV.
Okay, welcome back. Without further ado, let's take a look at the point situation after the 2 sets.
CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals Standing List. 1. CD First Game, 334. Second Game, 15. Total Score, 349. 2. ZQL First Game,
56, second game, 286, total score, 342. 3. SIZ first game, 80, second game, 240, total score, 320. 4. Fish, first game, 31, second game, 278, total score, 309. 5. Psy, first game, 248, second game, 56, total score, 304. 6. 1896, first game, 204, second game, 10, total points, 214. Okay, the points have come out after 2 sets. Although CD died early in the second set, it is still first. But the point difference with other teams is not very big, Rongyi said. Mao Xiaomao also took a look at the standings. But he didn't expect that CD could still be first. Although Ezekiel won the chicken in the second set, they only had 6 heads, so the points were not particularly high. You must know that Fish, who just placed second, also scored 278 points, only 8 points behind the first place team. However, after the set, no team's score was particularly high. Even the first place CD only had 349 points. This score may have been their score in one set in the qualifiers. Msjoy continued. Second place CQL, 342 points. Third place SIZ, 320 points. Followed by Fish. Psy, 1896, but to be honest, the scores of the teams are not very high. Even the teams behind them, the score will definitely go up if you eat a plate of chicken. Mr. Rong nodded. Yes, the scores in the 2 sets are generally relatively low. The number 1 CD now only has a total of more than 300 points. There is no first group, which reflects that the strength of the teams participating this time is very close. It's only been 2 sets. It's normal for the points difference to be small. You should be able to tell after today's game. The 2 people analyzed the situation in the finals again. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, the third set was ready. Okay, let's get into the game screen. Hello everyone. What you are watching now is the live broadcast of the CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals. This game is the third of 8 points matches. I am 117. I am Joy. After the first 2 sets, CD is temporarily leading with a slight advantage. Let's see if there is a team that suddenly emerges in the third set. The third set has begun. The route is from the position above port L to port P in the lower left corner. It is still a satisfactory route, except for the upper and lower city areas, which are a little difficult to get to. Other major resource points can be reached directly. You can go, but it will be a bit ink, Mr. Rohn said. The route is the same, and the jumping points of the team are definitely the same. But our city is a bit lively because a team of people just drifted away. Muyin pulled up the high umbrella. On the one hand to see how the vehicles were moving on the road, and on the other hand to see if any teams were falling with them. There's someone! After Muyin said this, the other 3 CD players also tightened their grip on the mouse. This game was not like the previous 2 games where they could safely search our city. There was already a group of invaders. Mao Xiaomao took a look at the situation of parachutes falling in the sky. Several people fell on the road near the schools or city and wanted to grab the car, while another full formation went directly into our city. Same as usual. It's okay. Don't take cars on the road. Let's clear out this group of people during the search. Mao Xiaomao calmed down when he saw a car in the garage of our city. What they fear most is that there is no car. It would be too painful if they could only move on foot. Every team is basically in the same place. Right. There is a team that wants to compete with CD for our city. After Rongyi said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on our city. It would be great if we could see the direct confrontation between the 2 teams in the boring early stage. CD fans' hearts tightened. No matter which team they were, they didn't want to fight the enemy in the early stage. Even if they could wipe out the opponent's team, it would be a waste of time. This is ZV, who was originally in S City. It seems that he is not planning to go to S City, Joy said. There may be many reasons why ZV does not go to S City, and the commentators cannot guess it. However, logically speaking, it is not recommended to change points in large-scale competitions, especially in this kind of 24-team competition, which is very densely populated. There are teams competing with you. It's not impossible to go to S City, and it wouldn't be a waste of time if Gao Piao took a car there. Let's take a look at the first circle first. After watching the first circle, we will cut to City R. As soon as he finished speaking, the first safe zone was refreshed. This is a circle that includes the Central Plains region plus the Jiangnan region.
Rongya's words left many people confused. However, looking at the map, this circle is a circle in the center of the map. The center point is the mountain outside the school, and it reaches Y City in the north, south to the airport.
This is the circle that most teams are prepared for. Huh? Our city seems to be about to start a fight.
Before Mjoy could finish speaking, she saw the director cut to CD's perspective. 4 people, Team 22, have already entered our city, but their whereabouts must have been discovered by ZD.
Sure enough, ZD has discovered them. Let's see how this wave of CDs are dealt with.
Because the game lasted very short time, Mao Xiaomao did not choose to stay across the road and set up a gun. The 4 of them were lucky enough to have guns in their hands, so he chose to go directly. Our city has finally become their exclusive place. Now that other teams have arrived, CD must drive them out through this game. If you can't get out, the areas where the next few CDs are set may be invaded. Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun are on the left, and Gu Chengyao is on the right. The whole team is approaching ZV through the cover of the house.
ZV can't stay in the house at this time. The house can't hold up the wall of our city,
Lord Rong suggested. The view of the house in our city is too small, and several 3-story houses do not have the same view as the
spoil sharing room
that CD often occupies. CD attacked so proactively, which should have been ZD's advantage. But ZD's actions were a little slower, allowing CD to get closer smoothly. OB constantly cuts to the situation of the firearms and armors of the 2 teams. Chapter 194, Devastated.
Look at the firearms and armor of the 2 teams. CD has rifles here. Wow, they are so lucky. As for the armor, except from King, which is a level 2 set, both King and Godric only have a level 1 head. The player Kakarot is still naked, a small yellow vest. The armor on ZD's side is similar, but the firearms are just a little bit worse.
Rongi sighed. It is not difficult for the 4th platoon to search for 4 rifles in our city, but it is too difficult to maintain combat effectiveness in such a short period of time. Mao Xiaomao just asked the team if they had any guns, and the other 3 people all answered yes and asked him. Shocked, with 4 rifles found in such a short period of time, Mao Xiaomao had no reason not to attack ZD.
You can see that ZD only has 1 M16, 2 UB9S, and 1 S686. It's very annoying to have more people,
Rongi joked. At the same time, people have 4 rifles in their hands, but you only have these. You can only blame your poor character. Mao Xiaomao didn't know ZD's firearm situation, but he roughly figured out ZD's position. He also looked at the first safe zone. This battle must be resolved quickly, and they also have to occupy their
chicken eating zone.
Mountain. I'll go ahead. Follow me.
The CD4 people gathered together a little. Mao Xiaomao, who had a level 2 suit, could now be said to be domineering, while Mu Yun was naked and shivering behind. The CD team has a natural advantage that other teams do not have. That is, they have very strong M16 users and AKM users. These 2 relatively difficult to control guns, Xiao Mo and Good, are both specialized, which also results in CD being able to maintain extremely strong combat effectiveness no matter what gun lands on it. M416 and Scarl should be given to Mu Yun and Cheng Yao as much as possible, while M16 and AKM with extremely high refresh rate can also exert their greatest power in the hands of Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao. In Cheng Yao's hand was a spare Scarl with a red dot. There was only 1 basic scope in the team, since the Scarl's sight was too difficult to use. It was placed on Cheng Yao's gun first. The battle was about to break out, and the 2 teams met near the house. Although ZV deliberately blocked CD's vision, under the special terrain of our city, CD's entire team was still allowed to get within 10 meters. Cheng Yao directly wanted to go around ZV's side, but ZV had the same idea. The first wave of firefight started at Cheng Yao, but the red dot Scarl in Cheng Yao's hand was almost invincible at this time. Just squat on the ground and shoot. CD_King used Scarl to knock out ZV_001. Mjoy explained at the same time.
There were no mistakes in this wave. I just squatted down and knocked down 001. This is a skill. I will explain it to you in detail after the fight. Looking at the frontal battlefield, ZV can't hold off anymore. Yes, if you drag the player further, King will be pulled sideways.
Rongi said. The first wave of confrontation between Cheng Yao and 001 can be said to be the most important confrontation between the 2 sides. From the very beginning, everyone understood the truth that the immediate attrition directly affected the outcome of the team. If Chung Yao waits to pull ZD to his side, ZD will have no room to fight back. Mao Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. He had already let go of his worries the moment Chung Yao knocked down his opponent on the flank. But the situation in front of him did not allow him to take it lightly. From between the cracks in the wall, the other side was constantly firing advanced shots. Mao Xiaomao did not dare to show his head casually. But they were not in a hurry now. The three of them only needed to guard the wall and wait until Chung Yao pulled to the flank. No need. Take the initiative. The ZD people are getting more and more anxious. Although they are separated by a wall, they still want to use jump shots to attack the CD players hiding behind the wall. ZD_002 made a fatal mistake during the jump shot. When jumping, I got too close to the wall and started climbing directly. Mao Xiaomao and Good reacted instantly, and they raised their guns almost at the same time.
Wow. 002 made a mistake here. Think about it. It's too late.
Mr. Rong explained in surprise that this error was caused by climbing after the revision. Changing the keys is the best way to solve this problem. CD_King used an M16A4 headshot to knock down ZD_002. 002 without a helmet was shot down by Mao Xiaomao. This sudden change caught ZD even more unprepared.
Don't worry. I'm here.
Chung Yao put pressure on ZD's side as soon as he arrived. Mao Xiaomao instantly judged the situation on the field.
Wu Yun pulls on the left. Huang Mao pulls on the right.
CD's execution ability was very well demonstrated at this moment. 4 people, like a special force, charged at ZD's position from 4 directions at the same time. The remaining 2 people in ZD had no time to react at all. They only saw Mao Xiaomao climb up the wall, and the screen turned dark. CD_Godric used AKM to kill ZD_003. CD_Godric used AKM to kill ZD_004. 2 heads were collected by Godric. CD destroyed ZD with overwhelming force, causing ZD's self-confidence to fluctuate a little. The ZD team qualified in 2nd place in the Beijing division. In fact,
the way they qualified was also very dangerous. They were only a few points ahead of the 3rd place. It is exciting to be here to compete with masters from all over the country. But in these 4 games, they were defeated head-on by 4 different teams. From start to finish, it only lasted 1 minute. This situation was something they could never have imagined when they first came to Shanghai. 0 kills in 4 sets. This is their result. Many teams have roughly evaluated the strength of each team after 2 training sets, 1 exhibition set, and 2 main game sets. ZD is undoubtedly one of the weak players, although the strength of the teams that can reach the finals is not bad. In competitive games, the strength is high and low. The gap in frontal strength made it difficult for them to compete in the national finals.
Whoa! There's nothing we can do. There's still a gap in strength.
Rongyi couldn't help it. The marksmanship and strength displayed by this ZD were indeed not up to the level of being able to compete head-on with these first-tier strong teams.
But CD played very beautifully this time.
Brother 8 Plus also rarely praised him. Coach Jiangjun and he are old acquaintances. And now it seems that CD should also be placed on his watch list. The configuration of this team is very reasonable, with an all-round sniper king with a very high level of rifle skills, an assaulter commanding king who is proficient in M16, an AK assaulter Godric, and a cockroach who is slightly weaker but very familiar with the map. Chapter 195. Yo. 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 This is the model that professional teams want to pursue. But it is too difficult for professional teams to gather these 4 types of people. And each type of person is very scarce. What the Xia Kingdom lacks the most is pure assaulters, who are good at using 5.56 fully automatic firearms. Even if they are S-level assaulters, it is difficult for them to achieve anything big. Assaulters in the first-line team must have a very strong attacker who is responsible for the flanks. The flankers of Xia Kingdom's top teams are usually the players with the highest TPJ overall rating. Domestically speaking, 17 Show and God are already considered the top assaulters. But the overall TPJ rating is still SS. The gap between domestic and foreign players can be seen from the TPJ overall rating. The top foreign teams, Team Liquid's 4 players, Scoom, Ibiza, and James are all super players who have reached SSS in TPJ's overall evaluation. These are just the first-tier foreign teams. There are several teams above them. FaZe, Mze, Phosphase, Jembi, and Haxip, who are now recognized as the world's #1 players, are all SSS-level super players. Msjoy once said that the average number of players in foreign teams is 17. Although this is a bit exaggerated, It can also explain something. The main player of the first-line team, 17 Show really can't beat him. Back in the game, Msjoy was also explaining Chung Yao's squatting operation just now.
Let me explain to you why the king squatted and shot just now. There are two main reasons. The first reason is that crouching down allows for more stable shooting. Everyone should know this. The second reason is very important. Because the king doesn't have a body armor and squatting down can reduce the contact area.
Msjoy said seriously. Everyone was confused. Even the A+ brother. Teacher Joy. Are you serious? Msjoy coughed twice and said,
Yahao told me this. If you have any questions, you can go to Yahao and ask.
Yehejin in the audience suddenly raised his head and looked at Msjoy with a resentful look on his face. He remembered that the nickname Yehejin, who was famous all over the country, came from Msjoy. And he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. CD occupied our city. But without any stop. Mao Xiaoma took a red dot and started to move.
Hey, CD is going to take some points here. The King level 2 set and a red dot M16 are basically complete. The other three are missing a lot of things.
Rongyi said. The game had only started for 3 minutes. King took the lead from our city and went straight to a hilltop where CD often went. The terrain of this hilltop was very good and could hide cars. The only drawback was that it was easy for cars to rush up from behind. If there were 4 people guarding, there wouldn't be such a problem. Mao Xiaoma occupied the point alone. As soon as he drove up the hill, he saw an enemy on the top of the hill shooting at him crazily with a SCAR-L.
The SIC scouts on the top of the mountain here have already set foot on the mountain. They want to drive King away,
Master Rong said loudly. Zik moved faster than CD. They were in school and CD didn't pay attention when they moved. Unexpectedly, the point they wanted to choose turned out to be the same place. Mao Xiaoma turned around and left. He had just thought of beating him. Hearing the sound of gunshots, there should be only one person on the mountain. But there was no need to take this risk. Even if he kills this person, 3 teammates can quickly support him. But CD is not good, and the other 3 have no equipment. Mao Xiaoma took a look at the map, then turned around and went back to our city to join his teammates.
King is driving back again,
Msjoy explained.
The player King can't occupy many points because he can't be too far away from the team. There are 24 teams, and he doesn't dare to occupy the room area. He is afraid of being forced by the team.
Mao Xiaoma thought the same way. He didn't dare to go deeper for fear of losing touch with his teammates. Msjoy continued.
This style of play is actually the safest way of playing. 16 teams have the play style of 16 teams. 20 teams have the play style of 20 teams. And 24 teams have the play style of 24 teams. With such a dense crowd, if we maintain a full strength of 4 people, we can still attack some other team's housing areas. If we transfer in the early stage and hear a gunshot from a certain housing area, we may be reckless.
Mr. Rong continued.
It's just like the CD in the first game. Right. It directly messed up the courtyard, which also became a foreshadowing. Yes. In this kind of 24-team competition, if there are not many people in the central area, you must be decisive and reckless, and you will gain blood. So if you want to occupy a larger area, you must send at least 2 people.
After Mao Xiaoma returned to our city, he also chose to search our city before leaving. In the early stage of the battle, it was destined that the team would not be able to gather in the center of the circle at the first time. But if this circle did not occupy points, there would be no big problem. But looking at this circle, it may mean another mountain battle. After finishing the CD in the first lap, we also completely searched our city. However, our city in this game was very poor. In addition to some basic equipment, the entire team only had a 4x scope and not even a 98K. The 4x scope was still given to Chung Yao. In terms of long-range burst shooting, Chung Yao's gun accuracy was also very high. He and Good were responsible for the medium and short range.
In the second lap, there is a northwest corner. If nothing goes wrong in this lap, the finals will be another mountain battle,
Msjoy predicted. The second circle completely wiped out the airport and water area in the south. Now it is centered on the back mountain, outside the school. Our city and P City are still in the safety zone. But they are all on the edge of the safety zone.
Go to school.
Mao Xiaoma thought for a while, and chose the nearest school. Although the location was not very good, he could stay there for a while. They don't have much information now, and they don't dare to go into the safe zone. The SIC has just made a transfer, and they can hear the car and CD. The school is now empty, and they know this information, Msjoy analyzed.
Now the northwest side. That is, the CD side is very safe. Because in this game, no team went to the upper and lower city areas. And no one entered the circle from their side. Now the pressure on SIC is very high. Yes. Who would have thought that another corner circle in the northwest would be brushed? And their position in the center of the circle would be brushed to almost the edge of the circle. Moreover, this is the only place where the team can stay at this position. There must be a team trying to attack them.
Master Rong suddenly widened his eyes and said,
SIC is gone!
At the moment when the circle was brushing, Li Wen decisively shouted in the team.
WSWSS
2022222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222222. Chapter 196 14 Malawing Quatches.
How long will it take if we don't sneak away now? 6's decision this time is very correct. Their point will definitely be overrun by other teams. There are plains to the east, and there is no place to accommodate the team,
Msjoy said. Sure enough, after SIC left, 2 more teams rushed to the hillside. CD stayed at the school, waiting for the refresh of the 3rd circle. Nothing could be seen in this circle yet. It was just a mountain battle. Mao Xiaomo looked up at the sky and saw an airdrop box with red smoke falling at the gate of the school.
Go pick it up,
Mao Xiaomo said to Cheng Yao. They could hold this position, and there were no teams around, so it was very safe. Cheng Yao directly threw the secondary gun AK in the school. This was a little trick of licking the airdrop. He tried to drag everything into his backpack as quickly as possible.
What the hell?
Mao Xiaomo saw Cheng Yao's helmet turned into a level 3 helmet, secretly thinking it might be a good airdrop.
14 Malawing Quatches.
Cheng Yao returned to school and threw the 14 Malawing Quatches to Good. Mao Xiaomo also took apart the 4X lens and gave it to him.
Quack! Quack! Quack!
Good smiled strangely as he installed the accessories and got a fully equipped 14 Malawing Quatches. The gun 14 Malawing Quatches is somewhat similar to the SKS, but its overall performance is better than the SKS. The output of the 14 Malawing Quatches with a fully equipped 4X scope is very terrifying. Good's target shooting ability is among the best among CDs, especially guns like SKS and 14 Malawing Quatches, which the other 3 cannot use very well. After getting the airdrop, the sniper rifle is usually left to Cheng Yao. But if it is other guns, such as M249, 14 Malawing Quatches, August, and Groza, they are all given to Good. Mao Xiaomo does not like to use these guns. This airdrop was successfully pocketed by CD. And the 3rd circle was also refreshed.
This circle is still painted in the Midwest. This circle is similar to the previous one. What is the most fearful thing about this circle? It is that the team on the left occupies the widow village of Longmen. Once the circle is cleared, the team on the mountain will be real. It's hard to get off. If it were me, I would choose to sneak to the side housing area first. Don't rush up the mountain at this time. It's easier to go up the mountain than to go down the mountain. You can also take the initiative down the mountain.
Msjoy said his own opinion. And A+ also nodded. Although the center of this circle is on the mountain, but with several corner-cut circles drawn in succession, no one can tell whether the next circle will be placed on the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, they can still go up if the circle is brushed up the mountain. But once they go up the mountain and the circle is brushed down, they can't move. After the FUD group eliminated Glory, they chose a room near the circle. CD did not stay in the school even though the school was still near the safe zone.
CD's side did not choose to go up the mountain or stay in school. Instead, they went to the foot of the mountain.
Master Rong said after seeing CD's movements. Msjoy nodded.
Yes, CD's decision is very wise. What will happen if they continue to stay in the school? When the next circle is more crowded, they will have to move from the school to the mountain. And you can't run through it. You can only drive in, but driving will expose their whereabouts. Now, when no one is around, drive directly to the foot of the mountain. The next time I circle the mountain, I just walk up it. There is no problem with the command.
Msjoy agreed. As a coach of a professional team, he has developed the habit of analyzing the circle shape and the direction of the team as soon as the circle is drawn. Many teams began to move to the foot of the mountain, and a few teams went up the mountain. This also led to fierce fighting on the other side of the circle, and some people drove their teams around to the foot of the mountain on the CD side.
People are coming. Fight them away. They don't dare to stop.
The 4 CDs focused their fire and directly forced a speeding jeep outside the poisonous circle.
1896 is a little uncomfortable at this time. They can only go around the school and enter the circle from the right side of CD.
Msjoy said. This team is 1896. There are too many teams on the other side. They took some poison and went around. But there are people on the school side. So we can only drive them to the right.
Huh? L is out of blood. It's too late to pack.
Captain L of 1896 had just been covered by CD's firepower. And after taking poison for a while, his blood volume reached the bottom, and he fell directly outside the poison. When they saw someone flying down from the jeep, CD and the others would definitely not let go of this opportunity to take someone's head. And they would immediately make up for it. CD_Godric used 14 Malawian Quatches to kill 1896_L. 1 kill was taken for nothing. And the total number of CD kills came to 5.
Oh! The position where L fell is not very good. If he fell at a place where the CD can't hit, 1896 will definitely be saved. Level 3 poison can still save the person. There is nothing we can do now. The 3 of 1896 continue to go shift to the right.
Good's 14 Malawian Quatches lit up the 1896 vehicle without any pressure, and was still trying to draw even after it was 400 meters away. 7.62 is worthless in the team, and he still has 270 rounds, which is enough for him to use. The CD side was empty, but battles broke out frequently in other places. After experiencing melee, both Fish and FUD lost 2 people, and 45 AI also fell early.
It's a 2-on-2. Fish and FUD.
At the edge of the white circle, the 2 remaining members of Fish and the 2 remaining teams of FUD met head-on, with a small slope serving as a cover for the 2 teams. FUD only has Not Ears and Kargetspy left, but after the recent contact, they know that Fish has also lost 2 members. In this position, they can ensure that their side is completely safe as long as they take Fish. When 2 tigers fight, one of them will be injured. This small place cannot accommodate 2 teams at the same time. FUD played very proactively, and went straight up the hill to think of Fish's players. The same thought also appeared in the minds of Fish's 2 players. Although 45 AI fell to the ground early, this battle must be fought.
Partial 2 versus 2. Take a look. Kargetspy. Go up and strike first.
Msjoy said. Kargetspy went straight uphill, and hit Kolo's first move. But Kolo reflexively squatted down to fight back. There was almost no time to think about it. It was all instinctive reaction. Fish_Kolo used M416 to knock down FUD_Kargetspy.
Ouch! I'm a bit greedy for guns,
Msjoy said regretfully. It stands to reason that Kargetspy is the one who takes the initiative, because he is the first to attack, and the slope in front of him can be used as a cover. Small mistakes like this will directly change the situation of the battle. Chapter 197, The Long-Lost Third-Level Leader. Kargetspy wanted to slap himself. He was too confident in that wave just now. He was able to kill Kolo instantly in the first wave, but he didn't expect to be turned back and killed directly. After Kolo killed Kargetspy, he had no time to apply medicine. He heard the footsteps of Not Ears, but the team members also came closer. The OB perspective was given to Not Ears, as one of the 5 players whose TPJ overall rating reached S level in this competition. There was really no outstanding performance in the first few games. After Not Ears went up the slope, he also heard Kolo's footsteps. He leaned out and fired 2 shots in advance, and then retracted directly. FUD_Noders used Scarl to knock out Fish_Kolo.
Oh! It's beautiful! This early shot is very accurate.
Mr. Rung himself is also very good. He admired this wave of operations. This wave of Not Ears relied on their judgment of footsteps to shoot this early shot. Shooting in advance is a technique to shorten the time from reaction to aiming and taking aim. The use of shooting in advance in TPP mode is also a criterion to test whether a player has sufficient marksmanship strength. In the process from ordinary players to masters, the use of advanced guns is also an important part. Fish's 2 players, Kolo and this wave of Not Ears is confident enough that they can successfully take away the opponent even without picking them. FUD_Noders use Scarl to kill Fish_XM. FUD_Noders use Scarl to kill Fish_Kolo. After the team defeated Fish, the FUD situation stabilized. While waiting for the new circle to be refreshed, Msjoy also taught everyone about the Scarl gun. Msjoy said,
The Scarl is actually a very unpopular gun. I remember Shroud said before that the Scarl is the rifle he hates the most. I can tell you responsibly. The SCAR-L gun is more suitable for assaulters than the M416 in some aspects. Why? The first thing is accessories. I won't talk about this. SCAR-L requires less accessories than M4. We have all studied the difference between the SCAR-L gun and the M4 gun. The most intuitive key to long-range burst shooting is that the SCAR-L feels very floating, and the bullet impact point is very strange. It is true. But what I want to tell you is how the SCAR-L is better than the M4.
Ms. Joy cleared her throat. Many players choose M4 without thinking. But in fact they are not very wise players. The overall performance of M4 is better than SCAR-L. But for close-point assault, SCAR-L is better than M4.
We have all tested that the first 4 bullets of the M4 gun can achieve basically no vertical recoil, and start to float upward from the 5th round. But the SCAR-L gun can achieve basically no vertical recoil for the first 7 rounds. Vertical recoil. This is the advantage of SCAR-L. At medium and short ranges, especially at gun ranges of about 50 to 100 meters, the SCAR-L is definitely easier to suppress than the M4. This is one of the reasons why many people complain that the M4 cannot suppress the gun, but the SCAR-L can suppress it. Nowadays, many professional players have begun to choose to use SCAR-L and AK guns. Sometimes when the team does not have accessories, the zero-equipped SCAR-L is definitely better than the zero-equipped M4.
After Ms. Joy finished blowing, he continued to explain the battle situation.
The 4th circle is the most critical circle. Since the space in this circle is not as large as the first 2, the attrition speed is slightly faster, but there are still 62 people alive. Take a look at this circle.
The 4th circle is brushed at the northernmost point. That's the CD side.
Hack, go back to school.
Mao Xiaomo quickly asked CD to drive back to school. What was embarrassing about their place? If there was a team from the school, they would be exposing their bare butts to the school team. And if they return to school, they can practice target shooting to their heart's content. As long as they guard the school, they will be able to obtain the most information. The destiny of CD also makes CD fans feel that it is a bit unreal. Why did CD enter the finals and get lucky? The previous preliminaries were all about saving up character. Although destiny cannot directly bring victory, it can avoid the risk of CD to the greatest extent. With 24 teams, transfer is the most dangerous way to reduce personnel. As soon as this circle was drawn, many teams began to clear the teams around them. Just now, many teams were stuck with each other. Again, there is no need to determine the winner. All teams present tried to reduce the number of teams in the battle, try to maintain a full state. But once they decide to move, they must make a quick decision. Otherwise, once the poisonous circle is refreshed, the team will be directly stuck if there are people on both sides.
This circle is a bit difficult for most teams to move.
Rongyi helplessly saw CD on the north side of the circle. Their position may prevent anyone from standing on the mountain. Everyone knows the topography of the school. There is a mountain range to the south. For people on the school side, it is uphill. For people on the south mountain, it is downhill. But half of it is clearly visible to the school. Only one Good was left to practice target shooting on the roof of the school. Cheng Yao also followed Mao Xiaomo's command and left the 3rd level head with Good.
Quack! Quack! Quack!
Good couldn't remember how long it had been since he wore a level 3 headband. Thinking about it, he felt sad. Since coming to CD, he had been completely deprived of the right to wear a level 3 headgear. I remember that when he was the leader of the ladder, he had a lot of level 3 heads. Now that he has a level 3 head, he actually feels like crying.
Stop yelling. The 3 of us will guard the wall on the left. Huang Mao, keep an eye on the right.
Mao Xiaomo said speechlessly. The reason for giving Good a 3rd level head is also very simple. He wants to practice shooting. If he falls instantly, they won't even be able to save him. If the good Mao Xiaomo 3 months ago was really worried about throwing him away, go to the rooftop to practice shooting. At that time, Good just stood still and shot targets. Mao Xiaomo didn't know how many times he sprayed him. Now he is much better. At least there are basically no problems in observing target shooting on the roof. Good can't do this task either. Few times. Chapter 198 No Attack.
What CD has to do now is very simple. Observe the information of all teams, and then target and defend. What he has to do is very simple.
Ms. Joy said. What is the advantage of CD's position is that he can observe all situations in the safety zone. As long as the next circle is not too outrageous, CD has the initiative. But what Mao Xiaomo is most afraid of is that a team will come directly to the school. The school is so big that 8 people may not be able to guard all sides, let alone 4 people. Once a team goes around to one side and gets close to the school, they will be in trouble. Uncomfortable. If they deal with a team that rushes in, other teams will definitely take advantage of the chaos to rush in. If they don't deal with it, they will also be a threat to the school's CD as neighbors. The Destiny shooting position. But if it is flushed, it is no longer the Destiny shooting position.
There's someone on the right.
Good just went up to the roof, and before he started shooting, he saw a convoy on the right about to close to the school. This delicious place. It's impossible for no team not to covet him. Mao Xiaomao had no choice but to move the team to the left side of the school to leave some space for the team entering the swimming pool. Good did not have to come down. The roof of the school could not be hit in the swimming pool.
You enter the school,
Mao Xiaomao ordered. He stayed by the wall on the left side of the school to observe the situation of the school district building on the left. The car was also moved behind the school to prevent the tire from being removed. If the next wave of safety zone brushes hits the school district building, they will get in the car and rush over as soon as possible. Because of the arrival of another team from the school, there were not many positions left for CD by the wall. Because if they did not enter the school, the firepower of the team stationed in the swimming pool would definitely cover them. CD doesn't know which team is in the swimming pool, but the audience from God's perspective knows. CD and Nanjay, living in the same school. When Nanjay rushed to the school just now, all the fans in the Jiangsu division were heartbroken. One was the home team, and the other was the second home team. The palms and backs of their hands were full of flesh. They would also be very confused if there was a fight. Fortunately, CD did not intend to forcefully attack Nanjay, and actively avoided the battle, which did not bring a bad viewing experience to the Jiangsu audience. Joy said,
Two teams from Jiangsu got together by chance. But in this case, the two teams probably won't fight. Now other teams probably won't be able to get in. This time it's really 8 people defending the school.
CD occupied the left side of the school, and Nanjay occupied the right side of the school. The two teams also formed a tacit understanding to jointly fight against the enemies outside the school. The other team saw that the school was full of dangers, and gave up the idea of rushing into the school. The two teams are on the left and right. The route into the school is almost blocked. The City mountains behind the entire school can be stopped, but they will be attacked no matter from the left or the right. There is very little space on the field, and the only place that can accommodate multiple teams is the school district building, aka Sai. Sick and other teams all directly entered the school district building. In this place, one team defended one building, and it was not easy for other teams to attack. Joy saw teams rushing into the school district building one after another and said,
It is a very wise choice to enter the school district building at this stage. Although it is easy to get out if you circle it, there is really nothing to do with the current terrain. There are places to go.
5 well-organized teams rushed into the school district building, and there were also several teams of lone wolves. Although the CD only has a 4x scope, the target practice without pressure still resulted in a few kills, all of which were taken from Nanjay. There was no fighting in the school, but in addition to the team entering the school district building, the team on the mountain also scored a kill.
Okay.
A wave of firefights resulted in heavy casualties, especially around the white circle on the mountain. 3 teams gathered in a small place. In the end, KM successfully charged out of the mountain at the cost of 2 team members.
The 5th circle. Look, it's not a corner cut again. This circle, I cut an angle again, but it was on the side of the school district building. I thought it was a mountain battle, and I didn't cut all the way to the school district building,
Joy said.
But this news is good news for the teams that are already in the school district building. If they come out in one circle, these teams will die completely,
Rongyi said. However, the circle has just been refreshed, and the CD that has been prepared for a long time will be rushed to the little red room in the school district building.
CD moves very fast, trying to get into the circle first than Nanjay.
From the OB perspective, the 3 CDs got into the car, leaving only Good to set up a gun on the wall next to the school to prevent the team from the little red room from outputting CDs from the window. As soon as the CD car moved, all the attention of ACT in the red room was focused on CD. Their red house was the only 2-story building in the school district. It was a bit small if it was full, but they did not dare to enter other houses. We can only keep an eye on the school people here to prevent them from being rushed. The power of 14 Malawing Quatches is very powerful. The opponent just appeared, and Good's precise continuous bursts directly knocked down ACT in the window. CD_Godric used 14 Malawing Quatches to knock down ACT_Kai with a headshot.
Pour one down. By the window.
Good shouted. CD's vehicle was also safely attached to the wall. Mao Xiaomao shouted loudly.
Climb in through the window. Don't enter from the front.
CD has been observing this red room just now. The specific number of people is not clear, but there are at least 3. The establishment is very complete. But this building is indeed a bit difficult to attack. Faye's shocking tower attack on SLI also appeared in this room type. It was typically easy to defend and difficult to attack. Several people on the opposite side couldn't get up with CDs on the stairs. CD also left a motorcycle for Good. When CD and 3 people safely arrived at the edge of the room, Good also started the motorcycle, made a slight arc to speed up the car, and also went straight to the red room. ACT upstairs is also rescuing people. What's the most important thing now? No one can stand at the front door or on the side. This is different from Faye's attack on the building in SLI. It can be said that ACT is basically trapped upstairs. But CD can't go up either. Even if I know the station opposite, I don't dare to rush. The stairs in this building are too narrow, and there is enough space for both the inner room and the toilet on the right to support the stairs.
Joy. How to choose the CD now? Throwing a projectile in from the right side of the house is also a way.
Brother A+ suggested.
My suggestion is not to attack this building. It is unrealistic to capture this building without any injuries. To be honest, if you want to force yourself up to this building now, just throw away the smoke and fight hand to hand. But even if you capture it, you will definitely be killed or injured.
Heavy.
Chapter 199, The Empty Safe Zone. A+ is also Mao Xiaomo's idea. Although there are several people on the opposite side nesting on it, it is easy to attack if no one is harassing it, because there are many windows, and thunder can be thrown in from all directions. But now the front and no one could stand at the side door, and no one dared to go up the stairs from the front. CD was almost at his wit's end. In other words, even if the thunder was thrown through the only small window and knocked down 2 people, CD would not dare to charge. For the teams in the CUEL finals, this room type can completely block a full formation with 2 people. The stairs are too narrow,
and only one person can have the firepower. And the team members behind can't even replenish their guns. Nanjay originally wanted to enter this housing area, but after seeing that there was no intention of fighting with ACT when entering the CD, he changed his mind and chose to rush to the next school district building. There are 6 high-rise buildings in the school district, but 5 of them are now occupied by a team. Only one is empty, but no one knows the situation inside, and they all look very calm on the surface. Nanjay's current situation is also a bit difficult. The team on the mountain rushed to the 2 buildings on the outside. They had no choice but to rush down the roofless school district building closest to the red room. But if they want to go in, they will definitely be attacked by the red room team. CD is better. They have to pay attention to the situation upstairs at all times downstairs. And there are no windows to hit Nanjay. But the location of ACT is different. Only 1 or 2 people are left to hold the stairs, and the other team members can safely and boldly output Nanjay. Nanjay bravely charged forward, and before entering, she was met with a strong block by the ACT team members on the 2nd floor of the red room. ACT_Kai used M416 to knock down Nanjay_Zak. ACT_Kai used M416 to knock down Nanjay_Yang.
Wow! Beautiful 4x telescope burst shot. ACT is a player with some strength, and the burst shot is very accurate. He took Nanjay away directly. The remaining 2 people wanted to enter the house,
Ms. Joy explained. Mr. Rohn continued.
Oh, Honor's team members have already set up in the building. It's over. The team is destroyed.
When Nanjay just opened the door, Rongyi predicted that Nanjay would be destroyed in this place. The situation was just as he predicted. Nanjay was attacked by 3 rooms just after entering the door. In the room on the left, the room on the right, and the stairway on the 2nd floor, Honor players from 3 directions have blocked the doors, and Nanjay was killed here. Many viewers from Jiangsu felt a sense of regret, but continued to watch. After all, the CD was still there. There was a rare calm on the field. No one dared to move until the new safety zone was refreshed. Almost all the teams on the mountain died during the process of going down the mountain, and those who survived were able to get into the school district building. From an OB perspective, there are still 35 people and 11 teams on the field. Some lone wolves did not come in, but hid in the corner outside the building, trying to pick up some nouns. Not Ears from FUD was one of them. He laid down in a small bush, very hidden. No matter how passionate and brutal the fighting was in the building in front of him, The not ears were just sitting in the corner with no intention of moving. Obi also gave a special close-up, which made many people at the scene laugh. We have reached the final round. Since the terrain is full of high-rise buildings, there was no concept of the Destiny Circle until the 5th round.
The 6th circle. This circle is a bit critical. Stop cutting corners. It's too troublesome.
As soon as Joy finished speaking, she heard Master Roan's laughter.
It's good to make trouble. It's good to make trouble. Look at this circle. Ouch.
Joy said speechlessly.
It's still a cut corner. It's cut in the upper right corner. What kind of circle is this?
This finals round. Brush on the upper right corner of the circle. Among the entire school district buildings, only one is in this safe zone. And this building happens to be an empty one. There is not a single team in the white circle.
It's too metaphysical. Originally, I didn't believe it when someone said the circle kept moving to unoccupied areas. This time, I half believed it.
Mr. Roan shook his head. This is also one of the rumors about circle refreshing. It roughly means that the circle refreshing mechanism of Blue Hole Company is not random. There is a circle refreshing formula. One of the most widely circulated rumors is that in most cases, circles will go to places with fewer people. The place is refreshed. But whether it is true or not is unknown. It's just that once the troublemaking circle is turned, the CD starts to move immediately.
Wall? Grab the wall.
Mao Xiaomao directly placed 2 cigarettes at the door. For CD, they have a very good point to grab, which is the wall outside the school zone. Not only can it be used for target shooting, but it is also a good cover. At the same moment when CD was laying out cigarettes, the ACT team members were not idle either. 2 teammates jumped out of the right window in an attempt to intercept CD. This wall is definitely up for grabs. And there can only be one winner here. Good ran out of the smoke first. But as soon as he entered the smoke, he was violently attacked by ACT. However, as soon as the smoke started, ACT did not knock down Good immediately, but instead let Good run behind the wall. Without Mao Xiaomao's reminder, Good directly took the medicine and turned around to fight against the Red Mansion to help CD escape. ACT wanted to stage a FAZ-style attack on the building, but something went wrong during the process, which resulted in them being completely blocked. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao walked out of the door one after another. Under Good's threat, the 2 people outside the ACT gate did not dare to shoot casually. Mu Yun was guarding the stairs, ready to prevent the ACT upstairs from rushing down to create a double trap. Joy suggested.
ACT needs to rush decisively at this time. Now it is a 55 open situation. If it drags on, they will all die when CD takes over the wall.
ACT did what Joy said. 2 people rushed down from upstairs, and the 2 people outside the door also responded and wanted to double team.
There's nothing you can do about Kakarot's position. Let's see if we can kill the 2 acts.
Joy frowned. Mu Yun chose to set up stairs in the kitchen area, which left him no room to move. However, this was also because the space was crowded. CD had just left the house and had to leave a space behind. The moment the ACT-2 went downstairs, Mu Yun's gun that had been set up sprayed out fierce flames, because there was no cover in the location. Mu Yun also turned on the first perspective early. This perspective was still helpful for close combat. CD_Kakarot used M416 to knock out ACT_Guy. Chapter 200, Life Hangs by a Thread. The M416 in Mu Yun's hand directly knocked down the first ACT member, who came down the stairs with one stroke. The second team member Kai had enough time to react and raised his gun to attack before Mu Yun could knock down Guy. As the only ACT player with a TPJ comprehensive evaluation, Kai's strength is beyond doubt. He completed the rifle without any mistakes, and poured 10 precise bullets on Mu Yun. ACT_Kai used M416 to knock out CD_Kakarot. Outside the door, with the cooperation of the 3 CDs, they knocked down the 2 ACT members outside the door without any damage.
There is only 1 ACT player left on the field, and there are 3 more from CD. Kai chose to save his teammates.
Mao Xiaomao knew that there were still 2 members of ACT, but Mu Yun had been replaced, so there was no point in them rushing in. They could just kill ACT by the wall. The disadvantage of having only 3 people is now revealed. If there are 4 people, Mao Xiaomao can safely leave 2 people at the wall on the left, and the other 2 people go to the wall on the other side. But if there were only 3 people, no matter how they were divided, one side would have insufficient firepower. Mao Xiaomao still chose a safe way of playing, killing ACT first. The poisonous circle began to refresh, and the 2 surviving members of ACT also packed medicine shop cigarettes, hoping to mix them with the smoke and rush out. But the CD and 3 people were standing next to the wall. If ACT left the house, CD would definitely be able to hear their footsteps from this distance, even if they were walking quietly. Mstoy was just about to say that ACT was killed by a CD when she heard the sound of a car.
OB, cut it! Which team is it?
Mstoy shouted. The 2 ACT members paused when they heard the sound of the car, and then waited in the house for a while. The poison had not been applied, so they were not in a hurry to move. Their position is locked, and their entry point is only CD. So no matter what the situation, they can go out and fight this wave. But if other teams rush over first and fight with CD, they might find an opportunity to get in and reap the benefits. OB cuts directly to the perspective of the 1896 team members. 3 people driving 3 cars wanted to hit the CD wall.
1896. I didn't even pay attention just now. Where did 1896 get 3 good cars?
Master Roan said. A+ added.
What they just parked was at the very back wall. 3 people saved 3 cars. These 2 teams are really at odds with each other. In the first set of the match, 1896 rushed into CD's room. In the second set, they also met 1896 on the mountain. This third set is about to hit CD's position again,
Mstoy said.
For strong teams, the ideas are inevitably somewhat similar. The CD position is definitely a good position if it can be defended, but this wave is not easy to defend.
What Mstoy said is not unreasonable. 1896 drove 3 people in 3 directions. From the CD's battle information just now, they already know that there are only 3 people in CD's organization.
This is a 3v3. Was the elf from 1896 just defeated by CD?
Mr. Roan's memory is a little bad, but it is normal for him to not remember the kill information 20 minutes ago. Mstoy nodded and said,
Yes, I remember that I got it by lottery, which is a bit interesting. 1896 is looking for CD to kill me.
With both sides missing 1 player, 1896 has a big advantage, because although the poison started to refresh, it refreshed very slowly. 1896 sniper YQ drove the Jeep directly to the side of the CD. The communication between the 3 car CDs was not very good. Only 1 person was disabled. Lev YQ successfully pulled to the flank. The player with the highest TPJ overall rating in the CUL finals, the only sniper to reach the S+ level, will bring a heavy blow to CD on the flank.
Chung Yao!
Mao Xiaomo subconsciously wanted to call Chung Yao to stop him, but he forgot one thing. That is, Chung Yao did not have a sniper rifle in his hand in this game. Good instantly realized that he was the only player with a double lens.
Give it to me!
YQ did not choose to show off his sniping skills. He had already moved to CD's flank. In this case, the sniper rifle would definitely not do as much damage as the rifle. The output of the rifle's continuous pickup must be higher than that of the sniper rifle. Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao took advantage of the chaos and rushed closer to the remaining 2 people in 1896. At this time, poison also reached the Red House. 2 members of ACT also rushed out. 6 people bumped into each other. Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao from CD. Kai and Guy from ACT. Destiny and Southman from 1896. 6-person melee. These 6 people reacted almost instinctively, raising their guns directly to shoot at the enemy, no matter which team they were against. Mao Xiaomo was knocked down after knocking down 1 person. The scene was extremely chaotic, with 6 people falling to the ground one after another. 2 members of ACT fell first, and 1 from 1896 also fell. In the final 1v1, although 1890 SIXS Destiny was poisoned, he still shot Chung Yao first. 1896_Destiny used AKM to knock down CD_King. 1896_Destiny fell to the ground outside the safe zone. These 6 poison gods couldn't afford it. Destiny, who was shot twice by Chung Yao, had no time to apply the medicine or run into the circle, and was poisoned directly outside. There was a melee between 6 people, but no one could stand on the field. Although the 2 CD players fell to the ground, they were still trying to lie down in the safe zone. As long as good one, they could be saved. The poison shrank very slowly, and they were also on the edge of the safe zone. Unlike the 2 members of 1896, who fell to the ground outside the poison and were directly poisoned to death. In ACT, the last 2 members were directly eliminated by the team. Good took a deep breath. Without any cover, he could only use the accuracy of his gun. The 4x scope 14 Malawi Quatches in his hand held the YQ behind the car. Mstoy quickly explained the situation.
Nearly everyone here is dead. CD's life hangs by a thread. This wave is very critical. YQ is going to take poison soon. Keep picking up.
Under the TPP mode, the advantage of having a bunker is really great. YQ can actively choose when to attack and when to close the gun. Good can only attack passively, and the difference between the two is Good's reaction time. No one else in the CD made a sound. Good looked at the screen seriously, installed the expanded 14 Malawang Quatches in his hand, and first removed the tires of the YQ Jeep.
This is also about killing them quickly. YQ must quickly resolve the battle and enter the circle,
Mjoy said. Chapter 2019 kills Chapter 9. The Jeep cannot be driven, so YQ can only deal with Good before the poison brush reaches him. Good was also a little nervous. He had already set up the Jeep with the quadruple scope 14 Malawang Quatches in his hand. However, due to his natural disadvantage, Good could only hope that his reaction would kill YQ with 2 consecutive shots. YQ had tested Good's shooting skills before, and was shot directly in the head. Although he also hit Good. Now Good did not dare to use medicine and only had half health. But YQ had safely received the first aid kit, Mjoy said.
Now it's interesting. The poison is coming. YQ's health is 75%. This health 14 Malawang Quatches can knock down YQ with 1 shot. Take a look.
MK14's damage to the second stage is around 84.3. Although everyone can't remember the specific number, everyone knows the approximate amount of damage. 1 shot of the second level set's head will kill the body. If you hit the head, you have just packed a first aid kit. There is no way to avoid the fate of instant kill.
YQ just took out the thunder. Wow. No way to survive.
Master Roan sighed. Each bunker has different characteristics. If YQ uses a car as a bunker, he can throw mines at any angle behind the car. But Good is different. Once he gets angry, YQ will come out from behind the car and attack him. With YQ's shooting skills, there is no way for him to survive. The moment the poison circle received YQ's body, YQ's instant blast thunder was also thrown out. Good can only choose to escape. When YQ saw Good put away his gun to avoid thunder, he pulled it out and started shooting. YQ's accurate marksmanship didn't give Good any chance to make a comeback, and he killed him directly. 1896_YQ used M416 to kill CD_Godric.
FXCK.
Good slapped his keyboard fiercely. His death caused CD's ranking to end in 9th place. While 1896 Lone Wolf, YQ ran to the wall and secretly observed the situation.
It's okay. We have 1 more game today. Let's play normally.
Mao Xiaomao kept calming his teammates. Fortunately, although Good and Muyu were a little depressed, they didn't have any other negative emotions. After his teammates lost control of their emotions in the last Jiangsu Division qualifier final, Mao Xiaomao has been constantly reflecting on his own reasons, whether he can do better as a captain, and whether he can avoid such things from happening. However, after experiencing so many rounds of competition, the mentality of each CD player has also undergone great changes. The competition is a long-term competition. Losing 1 set is not a big problem. And CD also got 9 kills in this set. This number of heads is already quite high. After all, the score in this game is about 100 points. The gap with the first group should not be particularly big. CD's score in this set was also fixed at 9th place with 9 kills. Although it is a good result, this score is far from enough for a team that aims to compete for the championship. After the CD team was destroyed, the players were switching the perspectives of each team to see if they could learn something secretly. As you can see from the panoramic view, 1890 SIXS Lone Wolf YQ and FUD's Lone Wolf Not Ears occupy 2 corners near the circle. These 2 corners are in good positions, but no team has the energy to rush. There was a melee in the city, with smoke and gunshots everywhere. The only house in the safe zone was charged by countless teams. There were more than a dozen boxes in the house alone, because there were FUD Lone Wolves and 1896 Lone Wolves outside the house. No one dared to occupy it, so they had to force their way into the housing area. After the poison circle was cleared, only 6 people survived on the field.
Okay, now the situation on the field is very simple. Look at this circle. It's been brushed out,
Master Roan said. The safe area was refreshed again. This time the room area was completely brushed out. 1896 and FUD's Lone Wolf, they are all in the safe zone. But the full team Hub in the house needs to be moved. Hub was the last player in a wave of battles in the housing area. Although 3 people were knocked down, all 3 were safely rescued within the housing area. Playing in the finals for the first time, the Hub players were not only excited, but also had a hint of expectation for victory. But this circle gave them some headaches. When they first attacked the building, the sound was too messy. Although there were a lot of gunshots outside the house, they didn't remember it clearly. But with only 2 people, even a team's firepower is very limited. There are only 6 people, so there is no point in following the poison into the circle. On the contrary, laying out the smoke earlier will be more conducive to the team's action.
There are 6 people here. 1896 and FUD Lone Wolf on the left and right. They may work together to kill Hub in the room,
Mjoy said, although malicious team formation is not allowed in the competition, as long as the player's strategies are within the scope of the rules.
The Hub team members here are very smart. Each of them only kept 60 rounds of ammunition. He also threw away all his secondary guns. He wanted a bicycle. All the weapons on his back were projectiles. The team members by the door also started spraying cigarettes.
After Mjoy said that, the 4 members of Hub licked their equipment and started spraying cigarettes outside the wall. However, they did not know the distribution of firepower outside, so they could only spread cigarettes everywhere they could, and did their best to obey fate. The safe area begins to refresh. The poisonous circle in the finals was refreshed very quickly. While Hub was laying the smoke wall, several people rushed out at the same time. The 4 of them were not afraid of direct shots, but they first had to know where their opponents were. The field of vision of YQ and Not Ears was not blocked, but even if the Hub team members got into the smoke, they could not make accurate shots.
YQ and Not Ears took out Thunder at the same time,
Mjoy said, and the 2 lone wolves threw Thunder into the smoke at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. 1896_YQ used the frag grenade Dan to knock down Hub_0516. 1896_YQ used the frag grenade Dan to knock out Hub_John.
Blow them down directly. But YQ saved a hand here, and there was a Thunder left on his body.
From the OB perspective, the audience can clearly see the number of throwing objects on YQ's body, including 1 Thunder and 1 smoke. But he has not thrown all the Thunder. The perspective cuts to Not Ears, and the audience at the scene is also a little commotion.
Oh, Not Ears also left a Thunder here,
Mr. Rohn said with a smile. Mjoy continued.
Yes, they have to prepare for the final showdown. They will definitely fight this team to death. First, Hub dare not come out from the smoke, and there is nothing they can do. Once the smoke clears, they can only choose to be reckless. One side, but the lone wolf on the other side will definitely output them without pressure.
Chapter 202. After 3 games,
the last 2 members of Hub here have no choice but to rush directly to YQ's side. But YQ has a bunker.
When YQ saw 2 figures appearing in the smoke, he opened the camera and turned his head to knock down one of them.
Beautiful. This is the FPP style of play. The same applies to TPP,
Mjoy explained. She is indeed a professional player with an S+ overall rating from TPJ. This is a basic operation, but it is done very skillfully. Many people have a misunderstanding. When attacking sideways, they often like to lean out and then open the camera. However, it will be better to turn the camera after locking the enemy's position and then turn the camera, because it reduces the time to open the scope. You only need to control your body and continuously attack sideways, and the scope does not need to be turned off at all. 1896_YQ used M416 to kill Hub_Lion. FUD_Noters used AKM to kill Hub_Tai. Not Ears also helped YQ from the side, and the 2 of them worked together to destroy the Hub group. Although it was just a double team between 2 people, the firepower of these 2 did not give Hub a chance.
Okay, there are only 2 people left on the field. YQ from 1896 and Not Ears from FUD. Unexpectedly, 2 lone wolves survived until the last moment. Yes, these 2 people know each other's position. It depends on which way the circle shrinks.
Mjoy is telling the truth, except for the possibility of a mine to change the situation of the battle on both sides. The rest depends on which side the circle is on. YQ. TPJ overall rating is S+. Not Ears. TPJ overall rating is S. The players representing the strongest class of Chicago colleges and universities compete in the finals.
FUD. It's on the side of FUD. If this happens, YQ will feel uncomfortable,
Master Rohn said. The last circle was brushed on Noter's face. In this case, YQ had to rush over without cover. It was too difficult for YQ, who only had a cigarette in his hand. With a slight hope, YQ threw a cigarette on the box of the 2 dead members of Hub, licked it a little, and dragged whatever it was into his backpack.
Bleeding collapse. It seems I didn't pick up the cigarette,
Joy observed the changes in the throwing objects on YQ's body inside. The two hub players had all their cigarettes removed when they left the house, with only thunder and a few flash bombs on their bodies. YQ, who did not choose to give up, directly directed a large area of mines in the direction of Not Ears. These two hub players didn't have much else, but they really had a lot of mines. YQ picked up a total of 16 mines, and the place where Not Ears was instantly turned into a bombing zone.
Can it be blown down? It's a bit far. This one blew up a third of the blood.
Joy kept counting the effects of so many grenades, but the distance was a bit far, and the effect was very limited. Instead, Not Ears slowly threw the only grenade he had on him into the sky. YQ didn't know the existence of this thunder, but OB's perspective followed this thunder the whole time, staying in the sky for a long time, and drawing a beautiful arc, fall directly towards YQ's head.
This thunder is going to cause trouble.
Boom. FUD_noters used frag grenade Dan to kill 1896_YQ. Good luck and have chicken tonight.
It blew me up. It blew me up so far.
Mr. Roan said excitedly. Joy said the same thing.
This. YQ threw a row of mines, but did not do anything to Not Ears. Not Ears took YQ away with a mine in his backhand. Who can I ask to explain this?
The scene of playing chicken in Not Ears had just ended, and the kill rankings of this game also appeared on the big screen.
Look at this game. Not Ears is a lone wolf fighting chicken. It's so impressive. The results of FUD in the previous games were not very good. This game is back. Although there are only 6 heads, these 6 are too crucial. The second place is 1896. There are also a lot of heads. There are 15 people. After the set, I estimate that 1896 may occupy the top spot. Third place hub. Fourth place, ninth place CD. There are a lot of people. There are 9. After the set, there should be a gap between the teams. Let's take a break. Let's take a look at the third set when the commercial comes back. The standings after the main game.
After Rongyi finished speaking, the scene entered the rest stage again. After playing 4 consecutive high-intensity games, the teams in the competition room were a little mentally exhausted. But fortunately, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game that doesn't require you to tense your nerves all the time, which is also a relaxation for the players. CD's tactics will still not change. They have already destroyed ZD once. I don't believe that ZD is still so stubborn and wants to take our city with them. The key is that even if this place is fertile, the materials in our city can only be considered average. When you are rich, you can make do. But when you are poor, you can be extremely poor. The competition has entered a fierce stage, and the number of people on each platform has increased significantly compared to before. Douyu shows a popularity of 600,000. Panda shows a popularity of 500,000. And Huya has almost the same number. For a college student PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competition, this popularity value is not low. On the barrage, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds enthusiasts from various provinces are also cheering for the teams in their own provinces. Of course, the rhythm is not lacking. Xiao Kingdom lacks everything. But there is no shortage of trolls. The 15 minutes passed quickly. As soon as he came back, Master Rong asked the director to cut to the standings after the third set. CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Final Standing List. 1. ZQL First Game, 56, Second Game, 286, Third Game, 180, Total Points, 522. 2. 1896, First Game, 204, Second Game, 10, Third Game, 290, Total Points, 504. 3. FUD, Game 1, 76, Game 2, 106, Game 3, 286, Total Points, 468. 4. CD, First Game, 334, Second Game, 15, Third Game, 114, Total Score, 463. 5. SIC, First Game, 80, Second Game, 240, Third Game, 56, Total Points, 376.
Oh! The standings have come out after the third game. It turns out that ZQL continues to occupy the top spot with 522 points. Their performance is relatively stable. Following them is 1,896 with 504 points, which is only 18 points away. Then FUD and CD both have more than 460 points. The 5th place and below are the teams with more than 300 stages.
Joy said. Chapter 203, the last game of the first day.
Today's game has come to an end. There is only one final game left. What do you think about the previous games? Joy and Big Brother?
In 5 minutes, today's fourth main set, which is also the last set on the first day of the finals, will begin. After several hours of competition, not only the players, but also the commentators are a little tired. Only the 15,000 spectators present were still in high spirits, especially now that the points between the teams were almost the same, allowing supporters of each team to see the hope of getting a good ranking. Joy said,
Brother, let's talk first.
Brother 8 Plus continued,
I am the first to think that the intensity of this competition is very high. The look and feel of last year's CUL finals is completely different from this year's. And I think the teams at the top of the rankings are all very close in strength. Everyone has a chance.
After the elder brother finished speaking, Joy continued,
What the elder brother said is what I want to say. Seeing that now, at least half of the players have professional standards, such as CQL, which we may have heard of before, and VG's Sniper YQ. You can see that these players do not have any absolute advantages. ZQL is also a professional team. Although it is at the top of the list, it is not far behind the other teams. After 3 games, the first place only has more than 500 points. This score gives hope to the teams behind.
Rongyi nodded. After 3 sets, some clues about the CUL finals could be seen. CD, CQL, FUD, 1896, Fish, SICK. These teams are all very close in strength. In the competition, each other has a winner and a loser, and there is no one that is overwhelming.
Okay, today's 4th game, which is today's last game, is ready. Let's enter the game screen. The game has begun. The route is from the direction of Y City Holy Mountain to Airport Island. This route is relatively balanced. Most teams are living very comfortably. The resource points on the left are still not easy to access.
Joy said, there were no very eccentric routes in today's games, and the early stages were relatively harmonious.
Some teams directly jumped to K City, and then they stayed at the familiar jump points. CDR City, SIC School, FUD Big Electric, Fish and ZQL to carve up Y City.
In the middle of the game, the trial phase has basically ended, and the jump points are relatively fixed. It is worth mentioning that there is only one CD team in our city in this game, and ZV, the invader in the previous game, returned to his S city in despair. The game has only lasted 3 sets, and the first place ZQL only has over 500 points. Any team has a chance. The landing is still a regular start. Those who get cars, and those who search for resources all have resources. Except for friction in the wild areas, there is no big friction in big cities. Dat, who competed with Glory in P City in the first few games, also changed their tactics and chose jungle. In the first 3 games, they were almost at a disadvantage and struggled in P City, resulting in poor results for both sides. Nanjay was also hit and killed while snatching a car on the road. But there were no other incidents worth mentioning. In the last set of the first day, everyone played relatively conservatively, which was a big reason why the first group's score was not widened.
Let's take a look at the first circle first. This circle is placed on the right side of the map, with the farm as the center. The airport island accounts for less than 30%. Unless there is an accident, it will not be placed on the airport island.
Joy said. Mr. Roan continued.
The person in the center of this circle is Nanjay. They were occupying the farm comfortably, but 2 thieves came.
The team that had been junglers sent 2 players to search the jungle area belonging to Nanjay. After searching, they ran away. Nanjay fired a few shots in the back, but did not achieve anything.
What are the advantages of Nanjay being located in the center of the circle? First, it can get more search time. And second, it can collect more information. However, on this route, there are people in the big and small electricity, my city, and the prison air raid shelter. It depends. Let's see how these teams choose.
Joy said. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and said,
We're not in a hurry. Let's hit the edge here.
Everyone nodded. The subtext of this instruction was to search our city happily and wait for the school's SIC to leave first. In this circle of this route, the most crowded places are the distance from our city to the center of the farm, the school's SIC, and the teams in the wild area. If they enter the circle now, they will definitely be drawn by countless teams. Moreover, the terrain within the circle is half mountain and half house, with few plains, and it is relatively easy to enter.
Oh, 1896 searched for 2 minutes, and then all members came out to occupy the spot.
Mr. Rohn said in surprise. The team searching for prisons and air raid shelters. 1896. Only searched for basic equipment and then occupied a garage building outside my city.
It's very conservative. It seems that I want to maintain the score advantage on the first day.
After seeing the strength of other teams, 1896 did not dare to overestimate them. The four of them were also in the state. In terms of personal strength, the four of them were definitely not inferior to anyone. However, the team formed temporarily was a bit unfamiliar in terms of cooperation in mountain warfare. In order to take advantage of his team members' marksmanship, 1896 directly chose the housing area. The first lap was about to be completed, and CDs slowly came out of our city. The nearby KM and SIC had already left the resource point. Good's observation was very accurate. The CDs and 3 cars stopped at the top of the mountain outside the school, waiting for the next lap to be refreshed. This our city can't be said to be rich, but it has basic equipment. Except for Muyun. All 3 of them have level 2 equipment, and Muyun himself only has level 1 equipment. But there is no shortage of CDs in terms of firearms and ammunition. This our city bought a lot of M16s. Although it is not useful except for Mao Xiaoma. It brings them a lot of bullets. Zheng Yao has a 98K with an 8x lens, and Good has an SKS with a 4x lens. This is CD's most powerful firepower at the moment. All 24 teams in the first circle are still alive, and each team has entered the circle from all directions. However, based on the current position, it should be Nanjay who was originally on the farm, Sai who was in my city, and 1896 who came out of the prison. DT rushed into the 1896 housing area, but was knocked down by 2 people and ran away. The attack failed, but Mjoy kept saying that DAT was a little irrational this time. In fact, Big Beard judged that there were not many people in this fake garage at that time, and wanted to rush down by force. But he did not expect that the entire 1896 team was guarding here, and 2 of them were swept off the car, and the remaining 2 could only flee in a hurry.
Second circle. Take a look.
Chapter 2:0 for the professional team attacks the building.
Oh! The second circle is cut on the right. In this circle, Nanjay's position is not very close to the edge of the circle. The best terrain in the circle should still be the housing area where 1896 is. FUD came in from the lumberyard and found a place to rest. They also found a fake garage. Look at the housing area where ZQL is going to enter 1896.
OB suddenly cuts to ZQL's perspective. ZQL enters the circle from the north and goes directly to the central housing area. There was no problem with Zhou Qinglian's command. Several people rushed out of the jungle where there were many bunkers, and directly wanted to attack the 1896 housing area, before L's quadruple scope had time to change. A wave of the quadruple scope's pressure gun directly swept off the tires of one of ZQL's bouncy cars. Then the bouncy bike completely lost control and spun around in place. But the other 3 cars also took this opportunity and rushed directly to the downstairs of 1896.
We can see that the top 2 teams in the rankings met head-on in the early stages of the game. This is good news for the teams behind at 3.4.5.
Rongyi said. In the current rankings, ZQL ranks first with 522 points, and 1896 ranks second with 504 points. The current situation is that only one of the 2 teams can survive. The team members on the ZQL trampoline immediately got off the vehicle and hid behind a big tree. Although they were maimed, their lives were not in danger for the time being.
This player was not killed. When ZQL attacked the building, 1896 would not have time to hold him,
Mjoy said. The ZQL player seems to be a little out of touch with his teammates behind the tree. But the only thing that can hold him up is the window on the 2nd floor. When ZQL attacks the building, 1896 will definitely not dare to stand in front of the window. He can take advantage of the opportunity to help. Large army. 1896 doesn't practice much in daily life. And YQ has just arrived from VG. He has cooperated with the other 3 people for less than 10 games. And they don't have any tactics. One person only occupies 1 point to defend the fake garage. Mjoy analyzed.
One of the uncomfortable aspects of the fake garage is the door. How can I put it? The viewing angle is not easy to lock, and the space is too small. Let's see how ZQL attacks.
Zhou Qinglian led his ZQL to attack the fake garage in 1896. They were a professional team and had practiced attacking buildings countless times, and the fake garage was one of the most common types of buildings. This combination is as simple as drinking soup for them.
Cigarette.
To everyone's surprise, ZQL did not choose to throw thunder upstairs first. but instead threw cigarettes into the room of the fake garage. The cigarettes of 3 people were thrown into the room from 3 different angles. The first reaction of the 1896 team members was to avoid the thunder. But when they saw the smoke, they did not dare to show their steps. If you throw mines directly towards the second floor, there is no way to throw accurate instant blast mines. You can only try your luck or force the person holding the door to move out of position. But even if Ezekiel rushes into the second floor, there will be fire from all directions in the room. Once one person dies at the door, no one behind will be able to get in. Different equipment has different playing methods. As long as they destroy 1896, they have all kinds of throwing objects. So there is no need to save now.
What does this cigarette mean?
Although Mr. Rong is also a commentator, he certainly doesn't know as much about the thinking of the professional team as Brother A Plus and Msjoy, who are also coaches of the professional team. Msjoy said,
I'm not particularly sure. When our team attacks a building, we usually use mines to blow up a position at the door, and then find cooperation to rush forward.
Ezekiel's intention soon became clear. After the team members gathered, Ezekiel immediately began to take action. Then under the cover of smoke, Zhou Qinglian kept showing her steps on the stairs. 2 teammates went directly to the door and threw mines towards the second floor. At this time, the glass on the side was also shattered by the smoke, and throwing it in again gave 1896 less time to react. The smoke was so thick that 1896 couldn't see exactly where the thunder thrown by the Ezekiel team members was, so they could only rely on the sound to hide. Zhou Qinglian kept showing her steps outside the door, which also restricted them everywhere. Boom! 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 Ezekiel_me used frag grenade Dan to knock down 1896_YQ. Although the explosion knocked down 1 person in 1896, Rongyi said,
1896 is very lucky. Such an explosion only knocked down 1 person. But Ezekiel did not charge.
Msjoy explained.
Ezekiel now has to wait for the smoke to clear. There are too many force majeure factors when they rush in now. No one can say how they will fight. Even if they blow up 1 person, 1896 may not dare to save them. We will see after the smoke clears.
Ezekiel's action.
The smoke gradually dissipated, and Ezekiel once again showed the audience their tactical literacy as a professional team. 1 team member was left to hold up the first floor to prevent the 1896 team members from jumping down from the second floor and hitting them on the back. The remaining 3 people gathered in front of the door. Beat!
Following Zhou Qinglian's order, Ezekiel's libero Kobe directly put his head forward to shoot. Although he retracted his head, he put his head back to get a wider angle, and happened to see Salman, who was set up on the wall footing. In a wave of gunfights, Kobe was obviously at a disadvantage. He only hit Salman once and then retreated. He was also beaten to a low health. However, the next Ezekiel player seamlessly connected and knocked down Sunkman directly from outside the door. It's like a relay. Ezekiel_Klein used M416 to knock down 1896_Salman. But Klein was also shot twice by the innermost L and was left with residual health. The same operation happened again. When Klein retreated, Zhou Qinglian made up for it. Drop L instantly. Ezekiel_Qinglian used M416 to knock down 1896_L.
So beautiful. Beautiful synchronicity. Beautiful coordination.
Rongyi could not restrain his inner excitement and shouted. And the audience at the scene was also ignited by Ezekiel's cooperation. Msjoy also praised.
As expected of a professional team. Beautiful coordination and synchronicity. Didn't give 1896 a chance. The 3 of them almost used a relay method. Even if they fell down, it would be fine. They could just crawl back, and the people behind could make up for the shots. But at this time, many domestic first-team teams were unable to provide such coordination.
Ezekiel's cooperation made the players of 4AM and IFTY stare wide-eyed. To be honest, although they have practiced attacking buildings, they may not be able to achieve such clean cooperation. Chapter 205, The Ownership of the Circle. Ezekiel's libero originally set up the first floor to prevent the team from being touched sideways. But when he saw the second person in 1896 being knocked down, he ran out of the house and set up the surrounding windows. As a free man, he must be able to judge the situation by himself. If 1 or 2 of the above are down, he can help the frontal battlefield depending on the situation. But if there is an advantage above, he can choose to build windows and balconies to prevent 1896. People fled, without any chance. Destiny, as the only surviving member of 1896, was forced into a small room. The 3 Ezekiel team members were very steady after taking the medicine, and did not rush over directly. In TPP mode, it was easy for someone to penetrate 1 and 3. They locked the enemy's position, and directly threw a mine into it. Destiny hurriedly jumped down from the 2nd floor, to avoid the thunder, but was intercepted by the Ezekiel free agent, who had been waiting for a long time, and was killed directly in the air. 1896 was directly destroyed by Ezekiel without loss.
This wave is a textbook-level attack on the building. I think the professional teams below can learn from it,
Joy said without exaggeration. 1896 was completely at a disadvantage in the offensive and defensive battle in the housing area. It is not an exaggeration to say that they were crushed by Ezekiel. The meaning of the 3 words, professional team, was clearly explained at this moment. Seeing that 1896, who was 2nd in the rankings, was wiped out by the team, and they were still in reverse and ranked last. This news also made the teams at the top of the rankings secretly rejoice. CD was still near the circle, and was in no hurry to move. There must be teams stationed in the housing areas in the circle at this time, and there was no need for them to join in the fun.
There are not many teams on the edge of the circle now. Almost all the teams are moving towards the center of the circle. Let's take a look at the 3rd circle. The tone should be set after the circle.
Just as Mr. Rong finished speaking, the 3rd safe zone was refreshed.
Oh, the southern circle is in my city. This might be a city battle,
Ms. Joy said.
The current center of the circle is Nanjay's cabin and sentry box. This is on the left side of my. We can see that there is no team in the lower right corner of the circle. I wonder if there is a team that is spiritual and will enter the circle from the lower right.
From God's perspective, everyone can clearly see that many teams have entered my city and found 1 or 2 houses to guard. But there are no people on the entire right side. There are still 20% of this circle in the sea. If it doesn't work, there will definitely be a team that becomes a water ghost to protect the ranking.
The location of the sentry box is not bad in TPP mode. Well, there is a team here to grab it. Let's see if we can rush down.
Ms. Joy explained the frontal battlefield, but did not notice that CD secretly made a circle from outside the poison, and went directly to the right to prepare to enter the circle. This wave of CD's route into the circle is not something Mao Xiaomo predicted. In fact, the gunshots in front of them never stopped. Any fool knows that there are many teams in front of them. Looking at the entire blue and white circle, there are places where they can enter the circle. Only the right side. Nanjay's sentry box was attacked by 2 teams one after another, but Nanjay defended them tenaciously, even though they lost 2 members, B1 and B2.
Beside this circle is a 3-story building with sea view rooms and turrets. However, I think this place is not very good. It is better to go directly to my city,
Ms. Joy explained as soon as she finished speaking.
Why? Because it's not easy to hide cars in these places, especially the turrets. I really don't recommend everyone to go to the turrets. If you can't hide the cars, they will easily be washed away. Unless there is no other way. You must otherwise. I will never let my team enter the turret. In the final round, you can't get out of the gun tower after entering it. This is absolutely true. And the angles of the gun tower are not very many for shooting. There is really no need to stay in the gun tower next to the circle. Oops. The tire was removed. You said KEM will do the next circle. How do you get in?
Ms. Joy said in a tone of disdain. KEM's tires have all been removed, and they are still on the edge of the white circle. As long as the next lap is not the ultimate invincible destiny circle, it will be very difficult to enter my city.
The 3-story building next to my here is very good. If you can't pass the road, you can go from the other side, leaving you a lot of room. The location of SIC is a shooting building. This location is so comfortable. There is a team on the 3-story building across the road.
Ms. Joy continued to explain the situation on the field. Many teams found a place to hide and wait for the next round to refresh, because the 3rd round could not completely set the tone of the finals. With this mentality, many teams dare not enter my city. CD is one of them. It collects information and shares information. After all, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a tactical sandbox game. It is possible that if the information is not shared properly, it will cause the team to break through at a single point. Once the battle between the 4-man team reaches the first point, the disadvantage will be huge.
Now the team can't score 22 points at all. The number of people in this circle is too dense. To put it simply, offensive and defensive battles are the number of people plus marksmanship. If the marksmanship is not enough and the terrain is too bad, the number of people will pile up. And teammates can also make up for the shots immediately.
The team on the mountain outside my city also sneaked into the car, ready to rush to my city at any time.
You must not cross the road now. Even if it is covered with smoke. Don't cross the road. With so many teams, you will die if you cross the road,
M16 said. In urban warfare, we must avoid walking on open terrain and often shuttle between houses. Even if an enemy in a certain room spots you, his shooting time and timing angle will be very small.
It's time to mix up now. As long as you guard the building within the circle, you can ensure the safety of the team,
Rongyi said. The fourth circle refreshes.
Look at where this circle belongs. Okay. The fourth circle is on the west side,
Rongyi explained. And CD was once again in the most damning position. Just now, the circle has been moved from the left to the right. And now the circle is cut to the left.
This circle is a bit interesting. My city is on the right side of the circle, and the plain on the right is on a small slope. There are definitely not many teams in the complex terrain, and the few teams in the center of the circle can definitely guarantee that they will be fully equipped to advance to the next level. A circle.
Mao Xiaomao didn't care. No matter which side of the circle they brushed, it was easy for them to move. If they brushed to the west, they would go around from the seaside, because there were fewer people here and there was a small slope on the seaside. So the chance of being swept down was not high. But because there is no place for the CD to park, they must rush to a room area. Instead of targeting the housing area in my city within the circle, it is better to focus on the housing area in the center of the circle. This is equivalent to the same risk. You can get 50 yuan and 100 yuan. As long as you are not stupid, you will choose the latter. The benefits you can get from circling the central room area are much more than the benefits from the my room area. Chapter 206 Shocking. Mao Xiaomao versus Zhou Qinglian.
Choosing the time to enter the circle is very important. House wars are different from mountain wars. In house wars, you can enter the center of the circle unscrupulously, because once you enter the room, the firepower from anywhere around you will not be able to cover you. But mountain warfare is different. Entering the circle early means that you will be attacked by teams in the blue and white circle and in the safe zone at the same time. The principle of this game is to only face enemies on one side. Once you're flanked, you're basically out of control.
M16 simply popularizes the knowledge of professional team competitions. To put it simply, you can choose the time when you enter the room. You can enter in advance, or you can charge with poison. However, in mountain battles, you must clear the enemies on your side. CD started the vehicle and rushed towards the housing area in the center of the circle. And the team occupying the 3-story building in the center of the circle was ZQL. There are many techniques for rushing into the room. The first is to clear the way for the motorcycle. To put it simply, it is to draw the gun line. This gun line is different from the usual gun line. To put it more simply, it is to attract firepower. Because the motorcycle is fast, it may not necessarily be swept down, and it can attract a lot of enemy firepower while driving. Preparing for the convoy area behind. Stick! Mao Xiaomao gave an order, and Mu Yun moved directly towards the south side of the housing area. After the constant observation just now, Mao Xiaomao had already told the team about the next plan. If you brush the east side, they won't move. If you brush the center, they enter the small housing area on the east side of my circle. If you brush the north side, they occupy the toilet in the center of the wheat field. If you brush the west side, they rush into this housing area. This is something that every commander must clearly explain to his teammates before clearing the circle, so that teammates can keep their actions in line with the commander's ideas. In this regard, CD is definitely one of the best. And it all comes from the trust of teammates. The special relationship between several people made Mao Xiaomao's command easier. There is a lot of information known about the continuous observation CD in the front. And although there are people on the south side of the central room area of the circle, the firepower cannot cover them. This is also a technique for attacking rooms, especially in professional competitions. If you get out of the car within the fire range of other teams, you will definitely be attacked. Not to mention being knocked down directly, even if you are hit to half health by 2 shots. Very hurtful, because the offensive and defensive battle in the room area will follow immediately. If the blood is not full, you will suffer a big loss. Mu Yun drifted and parked directly beside the wall of ZQL. But ZQL had already had someone waiting by the wall. CD knew that the firepower on the south side could not cover this housing area, and ZQL must have known that as well. Zhou Qinglian asked 2 teammates to defend against the wall in order to prevent CD from rushing into the room. Only vehicles with complete CDs are eligible to rush into this house. All the teams in my city gave up their vehicles and chose street fighting.
Although Muyun's motorcycle was fast, it was not out of touch with his teammates. Zhou Qinglian also swept the CD team for a while on the third floor, but it had no great effect. Zhou Qinglian also jumped down from the second floor and prepared to hit the front. Muyun had just parked the car, and Mao Xiaomo and 3 others also parked in front of Muyun. This wave of use of vehicle cover prevented Muyun from being beaten immediately. With his remaining health, he immediately raced against time to apply medicine. His teammates must be in front at this time to buy time for Muyun to apply medicine. Cheng Yao stopped and shot over the shoulder, but was knocked down by the ZQL players, who had already prepared. ZQL_Klein used M416 to knock down CD_King. Klein kept dodging the gun, causing Klein to shrink back and not give Mao Xiaomo a chance to make up his shot. The same operation happened again. Zhou Qinglian made up his shot, and Kobe took the opportunity to get to the side of CD. Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Qinglian both had bunkers, and this duel also dazzled the audience. The two kept ducking and closing their guns to attack, and their smooth movements made the audience exclaim. Mao Xiaomo hid behind the car, but Zhou Qinglian had no chance to detonate the vehicle. He had no doubt that Mao Xiaomo would blow his head off while he was sweeping the car. ZQL's free agent hit a low throw thunder on the second floor. Throw it in the direction of Mao Xiaomo. Danger! What Mjoy said is also what the audience wanted to say. The situation of CD is very critical. This mine will definitely be accompanied by the explosion of the vehicle. Because it was in TPP mode, Mao Xiaomo immediately saw the strangeness of this thunder. Without any hesitation, Mao Xiaomo rushed out of the bunker. Staying behind the car will lead to death. Although he was in a disadvantageous situation, Mao Xiaomo was very calm, and the OB perspective was always locked on him. After breaking out of the bunker, Mao Xiaomo's advanced gun never stopped. Preview where Zhou Qinglian will appear. For a while, Zhou Qinglian couldn't use her gun. King, who had no cover, actually suppressed Zhou Qinglian behind the wall. Mao Xiaomo only shoots 2 or 3 times each time. As soon as the bullet bottoms out, he will die. Within 40 bullets, he must kill Zhou Qinglian. Zhou Qinglian felt the rhythm of Mao Xiaomo's advance, and roughly calculated the amount of ammunition Mao Xiaomo had. The duel between the two was suffocating. The 1-minute duel between CD and the captain of ZQL was really dizzying, seeing that Mao Xiaomo's ammunition was getting less and less. Mjoy also said, King shoot early. Very beautiful. But pull out Zhou Qinglian. Zhou Qinglian seized the opportunity when Mao Xiaomo closed the camera and walked forward. As soon as he pulled it out, he felt a chill in his body. As soon as Mao Xiaomo took a step, he immediately opened the camera. Keep shooting ahead. And this change in rhythm caught Zhou Qinglian off guard. CD_King used M416 to knock down ZQL_Qinglian. Beautiful. 2 gun heads. King's wave is really incredible. Mjoy and Rongye shouted at the same time, and even the A+ brother showed an expression of disbelief. Facing Zhou Qinglian, the captain of the professional team whose TPJ overall rating reached S, Mao Xiaomo showed no signs of panic. In the almost certain situation, he shot Zhou Qinglian with an advanced gun. It would be impossible to do it by relying on reaction, because Zhou Qinglian had the initiative when she pulled him out to beat him. Mao Xiaomo's only chance of survival was to shoot in advance. This wave of 1v1. Keep everyone hooked. IFTY analyst Yehajin opened his eyes in surprise, then used a pen to cross out the S on the notebook and write S. This is his evaluation of Mao Xiaomo. Being able to suppress Zhou Qinglian in 1v1. Mao Xiaomo's operation is definitely above S level. It's so beautiful. This shocking showdown between King and Qinglian should be regarded as the best shot of the first day. It's so shocking. It's definitely rare even in professional competitions. It's simply too rare in TPP mode. Chapter 207 Details of Building Attack. Beautiful. Really beautiful. Let's see if we can beat the CD this time. After Zhou Qinglian fell, a body appeared. Klein instantly pulled out and tried to replenish his gun. But Mao Xiaomo's nerves were like a string about to be broken. The moment Klein appears, he squats down and shoots over his shoulder. The stability of the shoulder shot is not high, but there were no problems at all for the first 5 shots. CD_King used M416 to knock out ZQL_Klein. Once the shoulder fire passes the 5th bullet, the impact point of the subsequent bullets is erratic and cannot be controlled at all. But the first few rounds can usually determine the winner. One wave opened the gap. King made a great contribution with this wave. Let's continue to look at the wings. Godric directly knocked down Kobe. Under Mjoy's passionate explanation,
The situation was also very clear. ZQL was directly knocked down by 3 players. Only the last player, me, was left guarding the stairs on the second floor of the 3-storied building. CD's attack on the building may follow one after another.
It can be seen that CD is very patient. After knocking down the 3 ZQL players, he did not choose to rush directly to the building. He chose to pull the king player, who was knocked down by ZQL first. It was very wise. CD's 2 players set up guns, and the last ZQL player did not dare to move. Now me can only take a gamble to defend the building,
Rongyi said. But everyone knows that in professional competitions, it is almost impossible to attack a building and be defeated by 1 against 4. Chung Yao was pulled up and injected with medicine on the spot. In a 4-on-1 situation, rushing up directly looked down on the enemy's marksmanship. Under such a narrow staircase, TPP had a huge advantage. After training together for so long, Mao Xiaomo only said 2 words. Attack the building. And the other 3 immediately took action. Mu Yun and Chung Yao stayed outside the room, while 2 assaulters, Mao Xiaomo and Good, pushed open the door and walked out. Mi's perspective was stuck at the stairs on the second floor, but Zhou Qingli inside. If it were a normal passerby game, it would be fine. But with the execution of the CD team, Mi would not be given any chance at all. Mu Yun and Chung Yao each pinched a thunder. This 3-story attack method is very simple. Just pour the thunder towards the stairs. It's that simple. Mi had no time to react due to a thunderbolt, and was directly blown to death by Chung Yao at the stairway on the second floor. CD_King used the frag grenade Dan to kill ZQL_Me.
After a wave of encounters, CD actually rushed down ZQL's housing area. Oh my god!
Mr. Rong couldn't believe it. The defender was so dominant in the TPP mode. He could only rush down with a few CDs, dominated in all aspects. Brother A+ said.
CD chose the timing of this wave very well. Basically, they were not beaten on the way. After rushing downstairs at ZQL, they directly knocked down 2 people with the strong performance of King. This team is a bit interesting,
Ms. Joy continued.
I think CD's attack on the floor better reflects their discipline. Our team page often practices this kind of 3-story building, and this is how we play. Everyone can learn this when playing games. TPP is different from FPP. No matter what type of room there is, 80% of the opponents will have their camera stuck at the stairs, taking advantage of a natural camera angle. Let me briefly explain the details of this attack on the building. There are 4 people, usually 2 outside and 2 inside. Different room types have different playing methods. Teammates outside throw mines at the position opposite the staircase where they may be standing. And the explosion, you can blow up a position without dying. The teammates inside heard the thunder and went straight up. The person on the opposite side is 100% impossible to block you at the stairs. Even if it doesn't work, you can rush up and fight the opponent head-on, because there is only 1 person in ZQL. So CD sent 2 commandos. When 1 player falls, the other player immediately replenishes his shot. If there are sufficient conditions to replenish his shot, it is impossible to make a mistake in a competition of this level.
Ms. Joy explained CD's idea of attacking the building in detail, which was exactly what Mao Xiaomo thought and did. This explanation also taught the audience another trick. At least they won't be so reckless when playing TPP in the future. Once a team member is knocked down inside the building, it is Calabash Boy who saves Grandpa 1 by 1 in line. If this happens, we can only sell the down teammates decisively. Unless you ensure that you have a player like King in your team, who can kill your opponent's head in advance. After CD captured ZQL's housing area, they also occupied a comparatively advantageous housing area in the center of the circle. Because of the special terrain of this housing area, CD's front line was wide open. Their defensive area was much smaller than ZQL's before. They did it themselves. The direction is sure to be clear of people.
SIC is 2+2, occupying 2 small houses. But this housing area of SIC is also easily washed away.
The battle situation on the CD side is stable, and the OB perspective is given in another direction. There are 2 central room areas. The terrain on the SIC side is not particularly good. Unlike CD, although the SIC room area is also in the center of the circle, the field of view is very poor. It's not easy to hold a gun, and there aren't many ways for others to rush directly to SIC. What kind of team would rush into such a housing area? A team with nowhere to go, Ms. Joy said.
FUD is going to attack the housing area. They will definitely not dare to attack the CD area. They can only choose to attack the SIC side.
FUD was a circle of divine punishment, and there were many teams before them. They had no choice but to make a big circle. pass through a two-person team, and go directly to the SIC room area, Mr. Rohn said.
SIC fired a few shots. Just choose to guard the stairs.
The SIC team members couldn't deal with the FUD team members at all, so they simply held up the stairs, Ms. Joy explained.
This situation is different from the situation where ZQL was attacked just now, because FUD has to enter the house directly, and there is no room to operate outside the house.
There were so many teams in the circle that FUD didn't dare to stay outside the house after parking. Not far away. CD kept hitting their targets. This was completely different from the wave of CD and the others just now. The south side of the ZQL room area. That is, the side where the CD stops is a situation where no one is harassing. But this wave of FUD is the opposite. Countless teams were smoking FUD all around. So the 4 FUD people rushed directly into a house. Although this room area was small, there were only 2 SIC members guarding it. Chapter 208 SIC_Lewin. FUD also fell into a dilemma for a while. To attack or not to attack. Nadirs knew that there were not many people upstairs. But as long as there was a staircase on the other side, they couldn't operate it. However, the protruding shot made Nadirs directly order to rush upstairs. Boom! CD_King used M24 headshot to knock down SIC_Xiao. Chung Yao's M24 was licked from Zhou Qinglian's bag. And he gained something with the first shot. A shot from the M24 from a distance directly killed the head of the SIC member, who was upstairs from the entire FUD team. The broken glass made Nadirs instantly realize that one of his enemies upstairs had fallen. Moreover, the distant CD can help them clear the stairway. Lewin and Jess on the other second floor of SIC were also shocked for a moment. And the originally balanced situation was instantly broken. As the commander of SIC, before Lewin could say anything, Jess came to a window, ready to help his teammates fight off the FUD players, who were about to come up.
Don't!
Before Lewin could say anything, he saw 2 teammates being knocked down instantly. FUD_Winter uses M16A4 to knock out SIC_Ranksini. FUD_Noders uses M415 to knock out SIC_Jess.
Beautiful! The Nadirs jumped ahead and knocked down the SIC players in the next building,
Rongyi said. During the FUD attack on the building just now, Nadirs was the first to go upstairs. Hearing the footsteps on the building next door, he went straight upstairs and grabbed it in advance without giving Jess a chance to react. Then the FUD players swarmed up and directly overwhelmed another SIC player. The FUD operation did not stop at all. Nadirs directly threw a mine towards the next building. Jess, who had fallen to the ground, could not avoid it and was directly covered. In this way, the 3-6 were killed directly, leaving only the leader Lewin.
Well?
Lewin sighed helplessly. He couldn't say that his teammates were too weak. He could only say that his teammates thought less. In this case, they would rather sell the 2 opposing players than be knocked down. The game is a game. And no matter how important the friendship between teammates is, it is not as important as the performance. If he is left alone, he will definitely be charged.
FUD is coming,
Joy said. The FUD action was as expected by everyone. For people opened the door and rushed into the house where Lewin was.
Let's take a look at where Lewin is standing this time. You can learn from it. This point is definitely not a position that will be bombed. If FUD wants to come up, it will definitely use Thunder to clear the way. This wave is a bit similar to CD's attack on ZQL just now. I just don't know how many Lewin can take away.
Off the court, several professional players were also discussing the situation. Lewin was also one of the major talents emerging from CUL this time. And he was also their focus of observation. 17 Show said something that no one expected.
I think Lewin is going to do something big this time.
IFTY analysts also didn't expect 17 Show to say this. Generally, if you can defeat 1 or 2 enemies in this type of attack, it's good. And the opponent will not give you a chance to make up for others. Those who fall to the ground will definitely give up their position. And then, there will be a steady stream. The ground rushed inward. Yehajin said firmly.
It's impossible. It's impossible. Can you hold on to this?
OMG Linda shook his head and said with a smile.
Yes. Lewin is stable this time.
Also good. Of course this is a joke. Except for 17 Show who thinks Lewin is going to do something big. Almost everyone is not optimistic about it. Lewin cut out the first-person perspective and stuffed his red dot into a small slit. This operation also made many people unbelievable. He made a gun from a small slit. This has a high impact on the player's gun control skills. Requirements. Many domestic first-line professional players can perform such operations.
But Li Wen is just a newcomer who has never played professionally. This is equivalent to a gymnast. The preparatory movements for the opening are very beautiful, and the subsequent official performance will bring a lot of expectations to the audience. Not yours directly threw explosive thunder to clear the position at the top of the stairs. But there was no result. Li Wen had already left this position. Boom! The sound of the grenade was loud, slightly covering up FUD's footsteps. And 4 FUD wolves swarmed up. Kargotspy was the first to rush. But as soon as he rushed up the stairs, he saw blood spurting from his body and was knocked down. Sick_Li Wen used M416 to knock down FUD_Kargotspy. In fact, Kargotspy did not find the opponent's position at the first time. But after all, he was an assaulter with an S overall rating from TPJ. He immediately realized that the only place where he could knock him down was behind the small wall, leaving a small gap for Li Wen to set up his gun. Front! I know. FUD's overall strength is also at the forefront of this year's CEL. The moment Kargotspy was knocked down, they determined Li Wen's position through the sound of gunshots. Li Wen was sweating. This time, he was already tense. He only used 7 bullets to knock down the first FUD member who rushed up. Pull! The FUD team members pulled directly horizontally, trying to hit Li Wen directly. Msjoy passionately explained. The first wave! Knock down the first one! Can't change bullets. FUD just attack! OB's perspective was locked on Li Wen, and what he was pulling was headshot line. Li Wen knows her situation. If she doesn't pull the headshot line, she will definitely have no chance. There were 3 players on the opposite side, so he could only forcefully pull the headshot line. He was not sure whether it would succeed. Why is there such a huge gap between players from Xia Kingdom and European and American players in FPS? In fact, in addition to their background, it is the training for headshots. Except for a few top players in Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the rest of the players are all about the body. European and American professional players have been making headshots since training, from the SLI a year ago and the PGI half a year ago. Foreign professional players fully demonstrated their marksmanship to the world in these 2 world championships. I still remember a classic battle of PGL. In the final round, Mze, the assaulter of the world's #1 team faced Ghost, another top team in the world. 1 versus 3. Constantly hitting the front line. Ghost the 3 players came out 1 by 1. Although they were defeated by Vita's ace players showed out 1K in a duel. That classic scene will forever remain in the hearts of many PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans. It was Li Wen's current operation of forcing the headshot line that surprised everyone. Chapter 209, 1 person destroys the team in the final. Mr. Rohn paused and said, This is the headshot line. Before Msjoy answered, 3 FUD players rushed out. But there was a synchronization problem. This is understandable. Originally, the 3 players moved at different distances. In this case, the only team that can achieve the same synchronization may be OMG. As the current #1 team in Xia Kingdom, OMG has also fought hard for Xia Kingdom. Less light. As an unknown player, Li Wen completely became famous in this CEL finals. Pour 1 down. 2 down. Beautiful. Master Rong almost shouted at the top of his lungs. The problem with this wave of FUD is that the player Winter's position overlaps with Wang Yi. After a wave of extreme headshots, Li Wen saw Winter behind Wang Yi and swept them down without stopping. Sick_Li Wen used M416 headshot to knock down FUD_Wang Yi. Sick_Li Wen used an M416 headshot to knock down FUD_Winter. Winter finally paid the price for his 0 experience. He has only been playing the game for 4 months and has no problem with his marksmanship. But his cooperation with his teammates is still unfamiliar. Not to mention that he has been a substitute before and has not had many opportunities to practice with the main players. But even so, Li Wen's steady shooting skills still received wild applause from the audience. Beautiful! Awesome! Shouts like this almost spilled out of the venue. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, this is the most exciting time. Not only Li Wen and his SIC, but also the audience at the scene began to look forward to the miracle of 1 versus 4. IFUI analyst Yahajan glanced at 17 shows secretly, and saw the latter's surprised expression, and scratched his head inexplicably. Is it possible that the gap between people is really that big? FUD was directly knocked down by 3 people. Not Yours looked solemn, and did not dare to continue to charge up. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. If the team was destroyed, the team would be destroyed. If you give people 1v4, they will definitely be left in the background of CEL forever. On the board,
But for their players, this background board is no different from the Pillar of Shame. It became a one-on-one battle between Liwen and Not Ears. Seeing the hope of victory in the duel, Liwen did not dare to make up for the 3 people he knocked down. He had no doubt that Not Ears would come out and kill him instantly when he made up for them. Not Ears is an S-level player in TPJ's overall rating. No one doubts his ability to seize opportunities. Liwen only had 10 bullets in her magazine, and she didn't dare to change it. Any gap could be broken through, and 10 bullets were enough in such a close combat. Judging when to change bullets, and when not to change bullets is also a necessary skill to become a top player. However, even top SIA players, like 17 Show and NB211 often make mistakes in changing bullets. Sometimes subconsciously. But Liwen's mind is very clear now, and it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. Both sides were stuck at a small wall, neither of them daring to act rashly. Liwen kept exposing his body to Not Ears. But Not Ears was not fooled at all. He would never shoot without being sure of causing damage to his opponent. Although both sides know the opponent's position, if he shoots first, he must have an operation to return to the bunker and turn off the camera. Although this timing is very subtle. In a duel between masters, this little problem is enough to determine the winner. Just as the Not Ears were thinking about how to break the situation, Liwen rushed out from behind the bunker without any warning and jumped directly in front of the Not Ears. As Liwen jumped, the M16, which had already changed its magazine during the stalemate, fired wildly with the help of the first-person perspective. Although Not Ears reacted quickly, he could only shoot from the waist. One is an uncontrollable waist shot, and the other is a shoulder shot by holding down the right button from the first perspective. A wave of firefight determines the outcome. Sick_Liwen killed FUD_Notears with a headshot using M416. 1v4. Destroy FUD? 1v4. Player Liwen completed 1v4. Rongyi shouted excitedly under the wild cheers of the audience. This is also the first 1v4 scene in CUL this time. Last year, only Xbox completed a 1v4 operation, Msjoy said. Players who have played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds know the difficulty of 1v4. But this is the scene of the CUL National Finals. Just like professional games, the difficulty of 1v4 is like the buzzer beater in the NBA. Very rare and extremely difficult. SIC_Liwen. Although he also had good performances in the previous games, this game is truly remembered by audiences across the country. The last game of the first day was more exciting than everyone imagined. First, we witnessed CD_King's wonderful early kill of Zhou Qinglian. And then we witnessed SIC_Liwen's shocking 1v4 FUD. On the watch list of many professional team coaches and leaders, the player SIC_Liwen is drawn in a big circle. He can single-handedly defeat FUD, the favorite to win the championship. How strong must this player be? This is just a newcomer who has never participated in professional evaluation. A player who has just come into people's sight. It is not difficult to imagine that after the CVL game, Liwen, a player, will be snapped up by major professional teams. Of course, this is the story later. This wave of duels between SIC and FUD lasted for a long time, and many battles took place at the same time. When the number of people continued to decrease, the 7th circle was about to be refreshed. There were only 11 people left on the field, and CD4 was full. They were still in the original ZQL room. District. One person from SIC is also in the housing area. There are 6 people left. 2 3-person teams. ZD and Fish. 2 3-person teams. One in the south and one in the north. Both have good bunkers. From the perspective of numbers, CD has some advantages. After all, it is the only full formation on the field. But we still have to look at the 7th lap to see which team God will favor. Chapter 210 1-on-1. Watch the 7th circle and see which side it is. The 7th circle is refreshed. Wow! It's on 6 side. But SIC is just a lone wolf. Whether it can hold on is still a question, Rongyi said. Msjoy continued. He is pretending to be dead now. He is the only one in the circle. The 3 teams ZD, Fish and CD have to enter the circle. As long as they don't rush into his face, he probably won't shoot. It is not impossible for a lone wolf to win the chicken. For CD, they have to cross this road if they want to enter the circle. There are not too many teams now, and they also have the opportunity to deal with this wave of finals. Although the narrow side is the slowest in closing the circle, it is the side that takes the poison first. On the contrary, the farther CD does not need to be moved immediately. All 3 sides start to spread smoke. But Liwen becomes the key figure to break the balance on the court.
Fish was strongly blocked by Li Wen on the way into the circle. Li Wen chose to defend Fish's side. In his judgment, once Fish's position rushes to his side, he has no chance. On the contrary, it is ZV and CD, and it is not easy to get into the circle. When CD saw gunshots coming from the left, he chose to go around the right and forcefully eat the ZV. Mao Xiaomao kept saying in the team, "Thunder! The one on the left! It's fallen! There's still smoke in it!" CD_King used M416 to knock out ZV_001. The firepower of the CD4 people instantly poured into the ZV3 team members. Mao Xiaomao knocked down one person directly, and then the four formed a small formation. Pack ZV first. Li Wen kept setting fire to Fish's team members. But due to the cover of the smoke, Li Wen could only keep firing in the smoke, trying to push Fish back. But now, the poisonous circle behind him is like the deathlock of the King of Hell. Keep urging Fish to get into the circle. "There's no time! Fish has to force his way into the circle," Joy said. The smoke in Fish's hand was still spreading forward, but the poison circle had already touched them. If they entered by force, they would all be killed by Li Wen. 45 AI doesn't have many choices now. It can only bite the bullet and drive. Get on the jeep and rush directly to Li Wen's housing area. Even if he was swept down, he could still draw a line of fire for his team members. In his desperation, he didn't have time to arrange for his teammates to do this or that. But he had eaten a lot of poison, and 45 AI's health had already bottomed out. He just rushed out. The smoke was swept away by Li Wen in a car. After knocking down 45 AI, Li Wen accurately moved his gun away from 45 AI with a handsome wave, and continued to shoot the other two members of Fish. Suppressed by Li Wen's crazy firepower, Fish's two team members could only choose to mix the smoke. Even if the poison touched them, they did not dare to go out and were poisoned to death. On the other side, CD and ZV also decided the winner. With the advantage of their numbers, CD jumped directly in front of ZV. The two ZV players resisted tenaciously, but they only disabled Muyuan and Good. After the ZV group was destroyed, there are only 5 people left on the field. The CD is fully edited, and one person is SIC_Li Wen. CD fans off the court even started cheering. 4 against 1. But this location, many experienced players are not sure. CD still needs to run poison, and Li Wen has been waiting in the circle. Last time, Li Wen was able to do 1v4 in such a difficult environment in the building. This wave, there is a bunker, and CD 2 people, the remaining blood is still running out of poison. It's not impossible for a miracle to happen once. Mao Xiaomao knew that now everyone must not be evading poison. All personnel evading poison would mean giving Li Wen unlimited space for shooting. Cheng Yao! Clear! Cheng Yao took out his M24 and aimed directly at the area where SIC was located. As long as Li Wen showed up, Cheng Yao would snipe him instantly. There were not many places where Li Wen could appear. The next step was to see Cheng Yao's marksmanship. The error tolerance rate of sniper rifles is very low. Cheng Yao also installed a 4x scope on her Scaril. Her M24 only had one shot, regardless of whether it hit or not. He had to use the extra shot to suppress Li Wen. Li Wen's thinking is also very clear. Through the third-person perspective, he can clearly see that Cheng Yao has a sniper rifle in his hand. He only has a level 2 head, and it is impossible to take an M24 shot by force. But for a player of this level, although you can't stand still for target shooting, there is no problem with the Dodger gun. Li Wen's movement skills are very good. He directly pulled out from a gap and fired 2 shots. He directly knocked down Muyuan, who was still alive, and then immediately took it back. The speed was so fast that no one dared to blink. Boom! The domineering voice of the M24 sounded. And Cheng Yao's shot was a sniper. It hit the wall directly in front of Li Wen. The wall was hit directly, and dust flew up. There was no fluctuation in Li Wen's heart. She took advantage of the gap between the empty shots, and continued to pull out from the same position, and knocked down Good again. SIC_Li Wen used the M416 to knock out CD_Kakarot. SIC_Li Wen used the M416 to knock out CD_Godric. The two people with residual health couldn't even sustain a shot, and were directly knocked down by Li Wen. Oh! Beautiful! No way! Li Wen is going to stage another 1v4! Joy said in disbelief. But Mao Xiaomao also took this opportunity to stick to Li Wen's wall. This position was already on the edge of the circle. But Cheng Yao, who was holding the gun, could no longer enter the circle. Mao Xiaomao's position couldn't help Cheng Yao fight back. Mao Xiaomao took a thunderbolt. and the sound of the thunderbolt made Liwen's nerves tense. But Cheng Yao also died on the road under the precise burst of M416 in his hand. Sick_Liwen used M416 to knock down CD_King. Liwen, who knocked down 3 people in succession, only had to face 1 player. Mao Xiaomo. Is it possible that the same player completed a 1v4 match twice? Rongyi said. In the past 2 years of professional competitions, many players have completed the feat of 1v4. But completing 1v4 twice in one game has never happened. Liwen and Mao Xiaomo are separated by a wall, and neither one can do anything to the other. Both sides listened to each other's footsteps and moved in the same direction of the wall. The number of survivors on the field also became 2. Mu Yun, Gu, and Cheng Yao all fell to the ground outside the poison circle and were poisoned to death. CD_King and SIC_Liwen, 2 newcomers who have just emerged from CUL this year, faced off against each other for victory in the final set on the first day of the finals. Chapter 211 ends on the first day. The last game on the first day is a showdown of personal abilities, Rongyi said. Msjoy nodded. That's right. Needless to say, Liwen's performance in this round is also the same for CD's King. Although the 2 newcomers have never played in a professional league, their strength must not be underestimated. King and Liwen didn't do anything extra and pulled them directly to the wall. If one person is stuck on one side, the problem can only be solved by throwing objects in TPP mode. Mao Xiaomo and Liwen were shocked almost at the same time. Okay, let's watch the last wave. This thunder will determine the outcome, Msjoy explained. The OB perspective was given to Liwen. There were 5 seconds from pulling the bolt to the explosion. Liwen was also counting in his heart. He pinched an instant explosive thunder and wanted to take Mao Xiaomo away directly. But he was so nervous that he suddenly heard something. The sound of a grenade hitting the ground. Player King rushed out. Liwen didn't expect it at all. Let's see how this wave works, Master Rong said. The thunderbolt that Mao Xiaomo threw was very knowledgeable, and it directly blocked Liwen's retreat route. He rushed out of the bunker directly because he didn't want to give Liwen time to react. OB's perspective was always locked on Liwen. When he saw Mao Xiaomo's thunder falling on his right side, and he rushed out, Liwen subconsciously wanted to raise his gun, but the mine in his hand has already been pulled. And if he forcibly cuts the gun, the bolted mine will fall to the ground. In addition, he has been pinching it for a while, and it will definitely explode in the soles of his feet immediately. Although Liwen was calm, she didn't have any good ideas. She just threw the thunder in her hand forcefully. But in her haste, she passed directly over Mao Xiaomo and exploded directly behind. Mao Xiaomo's thunder can only force Liwen out of the bunker. But Mao Xiaomo has already set up a wall in advance, not giving Liwen the slightest chance. Let's fight. King strikes first. Liwen was in a very awkward situation, and he could only forcefully come out and shoot. But he certainly couldn't fight back while moving, which directly led to Liwen's demise. Mao Xiaomo's marksmanship didn't make any mistakes. Mao Xiaomo's M4, which had been positioned long ago, swooped down, and Liwen fell directly to the ground. CD_King used M416 to kill SIC_Liwen. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. 1/24. Nice! Nice! Awesome! When Cheng Yao, Mu Yun and Gu watched Mao Xiaomo's final 1v1, their hearts were in their throats. Mao Xiaomo successfully ate the chicken. As soon as the picture appeared, the 3 people were immediately released. Even Cheng Yao couldn't hide her excitement. In the first 4 games, they got 2 chickens. This result was beyond their expectation. The audience on the other side burst into cheers, like a roaring tsunami again. CD! 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 The fans who shouted for the CD in unison all showed excitement on their faces. On the first day of competition, if nothing else goes wrong, CD should occupy the top spot. Congratulations to CD! You got the 2nd place in the CUL National Finals. You really played without any problems, Rongyi said calmly. They have seen big wins and waves. For commentators like them, one game can only be very exciting. Second, although CD was defeated in this game, Liwen also played very well. He first wore 4 FUD in 1, and then fully compiled CD in 1v4 in the finals, knocking down 3 people, which was also very impressive. In the end, I can only say that this player King, the handling of the finals was even better. After the last game, there are no commercials. The commentary analyzes the situation, chats, and waits for the final result to be announced. The players in the competition room ended the first day of competition, and their nerves were relaxed.
except for the exhibition match. The nerves were tense in the 4 main games. Now that they are relaxed, they feel tired. Fish was right next to CD's seat. And 45AI also briefly congratulated CD. The single-day points champion on the first day also had a trophy. After 2 days, many awards were awarded. Although this award is not big, it is also a heavy trophy. At the commentary table, several commentators also talked eloquently.
Brother, after watching the game for a few days, what do you think?
Master Rong asked. Brother A+ replied.
I think the level is very high. And after this competition, maybe many players here will enter our circle. And there will be more opportunities to compete against each other in the future.
Ms. Joy saw her elder brother finish and added.
Last year, CUEL produced a supernova like Xbox. I think after watching these games, there are several players who have such potential. I hope that in the future, Siagwa's professional league can see them.
Hearing the director's prompts from the earphones, Mr. Rohn said,
Okay, we have finished counting the points of the first day of the game. Please let the director cut it.
The scores of all 24 teams are displayed on the big screen. CUEL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals standing list. 1. CD, the first game, 334, the second game, 15, the third game, 114, the fourth game, 304, total points, 767, chicken times 2. 2. SIC first game, 80, second game, 240, third game, 56, fourth game, 260, total points, 636. 3. ZQL, the first game, 56, the second game, 286, the third game, 180, the fourth game, 96, total points, 618, chicken times 1. 4. FUD, game 1, 76, game 2, 106, game 3, 286, game 4, 72, total points, 540, chicken times 1. 5. 1896, first game, 204, second game, 10, third game, 290, fourth game, 15, total points, 519.
Okay, no surprise. CD ranked first with 767 points due to their excellent performance of 2 chickens on the first day. Although SIC did not win the chicken, their relatively stable performance allowed them to rank second with 636 points. The third place ZQL scored 618 points with 1 chicken. The fourth place FUD also scored 540 points with 1 chicken. The fifth place scored 1896 points and scored 519 points. In fact, the top 5 are nothing compared to the end of the previous set. The big change is that the order has been changed,
Mr. Rohn said. After the last set, the top 5 teams were also the same, but in a different order.
Actually, after the first day of competition, the general framework has almost come out. Yes, CD is actually more than 130 points ahead of the second-placed SIC. This score is not small under our competition system. To be honest, if there are no big surprises, the championship will actually be among these teams. It was born in the team,
Rongyi said. Most of the remaining teams have around 300 points. Unless they score 3 chickens in a row in tomorrow's game, it is impossible to catch up with the first group of teams. It can only be said that there is only a theoretical possibility. When you perform perfectly, you still have to hope that the previous teams will not perform well. This probability is really too low.
Okay, that's the point situation on the first day. CD still has a small advantage. The fault tolerance rate will be higher in tomorrow's game,
Rongyi said.
Yes. Okay, let's take a look at the personal kill list on the first day of the finals.
CUEL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals Personal Kill List. 1. Fish_45AI, number of kills, 21, KDA, 5.25. 2. SIC_Lewin, kills, 16, KDA, 4.25. 3. CD_King, number of kills, 14, KDA, 3.5. 4. FUD_Notiers, kills, 12, KDA, 3.0. 5. 1896_YQ, kills, 11, KDA, 2.75.
They are all familiar faces. But Fish's kill number of 45AI is a bit too exaggerated. He killed 21 people in 4 sets, and killed 5.25 people in each set. This KDA is really terrifying.
As soon as Mr. Rong finished speaking, Ms. Joy continued.
To be able to achieve this kind of KDA in such an intense competition, this player really has something. And his personal strength is very strong. The second place is Lewin, a performer who wears 1 and 4 on top. Got 16 kills. In fact, I killed 9 people in just one set. This data is also within the acceptable range. Third place is King, the captain of CD. I am the most optimistic about this player. He has strong marksmanship and command. He is definitely a person who can stand alone. Brother, should you consider it?
Msjoy said with a smile. Brother 8 Plus smiled and said nothing. We will wait until CUL is over to talk about these players. But for now, he is very interested in the top 3 players on the kill list.
The first day of competition has come to an end here. At the same time tomorrow, the second day of the CUL College League National Finals will start. It will still be 5 sets. 1 FPP set and 4 sets of the main game. After tomorrow, the second day will the champion of the second PUBG National College League will appear. The awards that will be awarded at that time include the CUL National College League National Championship Trophy, CUL National Finals MVP Trophy, CUL National College League First Day Single Day Points Champion Trophy, CUL National College League Second Day Single Daily Points Champion Trophy, CUL College League National Finals Killer King Trophy, and 5 trophies. As for who these 5 trophies will go to, we will find out at this time tomorrow. Okay, that's the end of today's live broadcast. Thank you again to the Wanjong Group.
Hoopu Body.
Chapter 212, Give It Your All. For the championship, the players quietly left the stage from the backstage. The first day of the CUL National Finals was over. The members of the lower-ranked teams after the 4 main games were all frowning. Some team members, who have never experienced the CUL Finals, cannot accept their results. Although there are many strong players, each of their teams is a team from their respective provinces, and they are absolutely confident in their abilities. But reality gave them a blow. Although PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds involves a certain amount of luck, there is one truth that will not change. That is, the strong will always be strong. Whether it is foreign phase, Navi, or domestic OMG, the competition results have always been very stable. A team like them, which only scored around 100 to 200 points in 4 games, could not accept the facts and at the same time was doubting themselves. After getting on the bus and returning to the hotel, the CD4 sat in Coach Jiangjin's room for a long time before Coach Jiangjin arrived late.
Come on. Let's eat first and chat while eating.
Coach Jiangjin put the food in his hand on the table and greeted everyone. Today's opening ceremony started at 4:30. Although they had a few bites of food during the break, it was obviously not that exciting.
Coach, where is the USB flash drive?
Mao Xiaomo asked. Coach Jiangjin took out a tightly wrapped USB flash drive from his pocket. It contained the video of the first day's game. Although the major live broadcast platforms were constantly replaying it, there was no way to review it. Function. Mao Xiaomo took the U-disc and plugged it into the computer. And the computer was connected to the TV by Mao Xiaomo long before Coach Jiangjin came back. The 55-inch TV in the hotel was very luxurious, and everyone could watch videos on this TV. All for the first time.
You guys eat first,
Mao Xiaomo said. The other 3 people were also very hungry and opened their own lunch boxes.
This lunch box is provided by the sponsor and is absolutely clean,
Coach Jiangjin said. Diet before the game is something that many teams must pay attention to. Although the chance is very small, it does not rule out that there are villains with evil intentions. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game that depends on the status. Although a small problem is enough to affect the players. Mao Xiaomo called up the video of 5 games and watched them one by one. In fact, the review only included several aspects. 1. Whether the transfer decision made by the team is correct. 2. The reason why the team was destroyed was a technical reason or a non-technical reason. 3. Can you find a better solution? These 3 points are the most important. For example, in the first set of the exhibition match, if CD was wiped out by FUD, it can be regarded as a team wipeout due to technical reasons. Simply put, it means that they have not played before. This is within the acceptable range of the team. Whether it is an on-site decision or a judgment during the review, there is no problem in choosing to FUD during the exhibition match. The reason for the annihilation of this wave of team battles was that Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao fell to the ground, leaving Good and Muyin almost helpless. Although CD's review looks like a sharing meeting.
In fact,
The relationship between the 4 people will not be the same as when they first formed the team. Whoever's fault is his fault. And Mao Xiaomo will not blame a certain team member. Learn lessons and improve yourself tomorrow. I won't talk about this first set of the main match. There is nothing to say. We have always been destined. In the end, Nanjay also helped us attract a wave of 1896 firepower. But there are still areas for improvement. If there are 4 people, this area is easy to defend. But if there is one less person, our gun line must be drawn more boldly. The second set was the one where we were flanked by Fish and 1896. Mao Xiaomo turned to the video of the second game. In this game, they chose the wrong way to enter the circle, causing the team to be stuck outside the poisonous circle by Fish and 1896. According to what Mjoy and Rongi explained at the time, it was a transfer error. However, after reviewing the game, Mao Xiaomo also felt that it was a transfer error. But the root cause was the transfer in the previous lap. The transfer CD of the previous circle went around in a large circle to the north room area. Although this room area was safe, little information could be collected, which directly led to the blind man's method of entering the circle by touching the elephant in the next circle. If their previous transfers had been more bold, the results of collecting information about 1896 and Fish would not have been like this. This set was played too conservatively. Let's play freely tomorrow and play how I want to play. Mao Xiaomo was the first to take responsibility. But the way of playing this set was also determined by the situation at the time. CD got the chicken in the first game and got a good start. In the second game, Mao Xiaomo subconsciously wanted to play a little more steadily to ensure the lead. Any emotion during the game may affect the conductor's judgment. Third set. By the time they saw the third plate, Mu Yun, Gu, Cheng Yao, and the others had finished their meals, and they all gathered around Mao Xiaomo to discuss the mistakes in this plate. As long as the team is destroyed, there must be a mistake. The butterfly effect has been doomed from the beginning of the game. The third set of the game had just passed, and everyone could clearly remember the details. They came out of the school and went to the red building in the school district room, and then had a scuffle with the 1896 and ACT teams when they came out of the red building. In the end, Good was defeated in the battle with YQ 1v1, and CD was wiped out. From a god's perspective, if CD survived the melee, there was at least an 80% chance of winning the game. But this wave of Good has no way at all. Facing a master, it is almost impossible to fight YQ with a cover without cover, or in TPP mode. We didn't communicate well this time. Mu Yun's position is a bit out of touch. In fact, when Good and Cheng Yao evacuated, you should have followed them. If you fall in the house, it's like giving one away for nothing. Mao Xiaomo said seriously. Mu Yun also nodded. Although he helped the team break up in this wave, he could indeed do better. If he survived, he would be a heavy weight for CD in the subsequent breakout battle. As a result, the balance of victory is infinitely tilted towards CD. As for the melee between Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao and the other two, they could actually do better. But such perfect operations were not possible, at least at their current level. In that case, it was almost an instinctive reaction. If you can defeat one, you will be the one. Among these games, the most depressing one was the last game. That was the game where Li Wen played for CD. If Mao Xiaomo hadn't sealed the victory with a thunder in the end, they might have been beaten by 6 Li Wen. If it really happened, it would be really embarrassing. At that time, in 4v1, CD only needed to keep spreading smoke, or even just throw a few projectiles in Li Wen's direction. But it would not be like this. This is a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, where everyone does not need to survive until the end. Even if Mu Yun and Good were poisoned to death in the poison circle, the props they threw before death could help Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo successfully enter the circle. In a 2-on-1 situation, Li Wen could not avoid it. Can be avoided. But they were knocked down in vain. And Good and Mu Yun had no effect at all. In order to achieve excellent results in this game, in addition to the use of basic skills such as marksmanship and body skills, the most important point is the use of throwing objects. Every thrown object can change the situation of the battle in different situations. In this high-level duel, you would rather pick up 100 fewer rounds of bullets, but bring enough smoke, thunder, and flash. Bullets can't change the situation of the battle, but throwing objects can. Mao Xiaomo's personal understanding. The more smoke, the better, because its effects can be superimposed infinitely. For thunder, 3 to 4 is already the upper limit, and no more will have much effect. As for shock bombs and incendiary bombs,
1 is enough and 2 are surplus. These 2 props are used when dealing with special terrain. For example, an incendiary bomb can make the enemy lose their position behind the bunker. Sometimes in certain circumstances, the effect of incendiary bombs is better than grenades. But only a few condition. Mao Xiaomo chatted for more than an hour, and his stomach growled with hunger. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao took over Mao Xiaomo's words, and continued to talk about the areas where the team needed to improve. But Good does not have this ability. An outstanding soldier only needs to obey orders, and he will fight wherever the command tells him to fight. As an outstanding assaulter, Good has also grown rapidly in CD. He has grown from a tough gun monster who only knows how to shoot to an assaulter who can judge the situation now. And Mao Xiaomo has played a major role in this. In the previous few months of training, Mao Xiaomo spent a long time helping Good. And hundreds of games with Nanjay also allowed Good to practice. The most obvious point is that now once CD fights with its opponent, Good can find a suitable position to carry out a flank assault.
Okay, everyone, go to bed early and use all your energy tomorrow.
Mao Xiaomo raised his hand.
Okay, hack him.
Good raised his right fist. Mu Yun also made up his mind.
Fight. Win the championship.
Cheng Yao.
Come on. For the championship. We must win this championship. CD. Come on.
The 4 CD people put their hands together, and their hearts were connected. Mao Xiaomo. Cheng Yao. Good. Mu Yun. He will give everything he has to win the championship. Constantine's room was well soundproofed. But Nanjay on the other side could hear it clearly. Their results were not very good. And they were only ranked 13th on the first day of competition. On the other hand, CD is now at the top of the list, and is known as the
Jiangsu Double Heroes. We have to work hard. Don't let others look down on us.
Zack's deep voice also inspired Nanjay's fighting spirit. Although based on the current results, there is basically no hope of winning the championship. But when it comes to the competition field, there is only one option to give it all.
Nanjay must win.
Chapter 213 Save Xiao Mo. January 2nd, 2019. 5:24 p.m. Beijing time. The FPB exhibition match of the CUL College League National Finals has reached the middle stage. Under the cheers of the audience, it has also entered the final stage. Mstoy said.
Okay. The 5th circle has also been refreshed. CD should have a life and death fight with Fish. Yes. You can see that CD is in good condition today. It killed 2 full formations of SIZ and KM one after another. Now the number of kills has reached 10. It's a pity that it's an exhibition match. If it were the main match, these 10 heads would equal 60 points.
Mstoy said regretfully. This final circle was played in a small field, and the next circle was drawn down. The center point was the housing area where Nanjay was located. But the room type of Nanjay was the legendary, invincible building. It is also commonly known as the
TV room.
This room type is called the invincible building in the TPP mode, because in the passerby game, it is stuck at the stairwell. When the enemy rushes up, you can attack it sideways, and it is very easy to defend it. But for professional teams, as long as they have enough throwing objects, it is not an impossible task to capture the invincible tower.
Let's take a look at this battle between CD and Fish first. This is a mountain battle without any interference. Beautiful. 45 AI. He is indeed the murderer on the first day.
Fish_45 AI used CAR 98K headshot to knock down CD_King. Cheng Yao was on the move, and was directly shot in the head by 45 AI's precise 98K shot. But CD didn't panic. Their gun line had already been opened. Good got into trouble with Kolo directly. And Mao Xiaomo also stole Agra's side.
Don't save! Mu Yun suppresses it.
Mao Xiaomo shouted when he saw Mu Yun trying to move in the direction of Cheng Yao. The flankers on the opposite side must move their positions during the duel with him. At this time, Mu Yun in front must be put under pressure. Mu Yun did not respond, and his actions gave CD the best support. Mini's precise burst shooting with 4x lens. Kolo couldn't face Mu Yun with his side. Boom. Da-da-da. Da-da. In the exchange of fire between the two teams, 4 people fell in an instant. CD_King used M16 A4 to knock out Fish_Kolo. CD_Godric uses M416 to knock down Fish_Agra. Fish_45 AI used CAR 98K headshot to knock down CD_Kakarot. Mao Xiaomo and Good on the flank successfully broke through with the help of Mu Yun. However, in FPP mode, it was impossible to perform the same operation as TPP. Mu Yun was shot down by the 45 AI before he could retract, including Chung Yao, who had already fallen to the ground. For people from the two teams fell within 5 seconds. But CD's formation was perfect, and he successfully sandwiched Fish's remaining 2 players in the middle without any interference. One left and one right. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun learned from the mistakes they made when playing FUD on the first day in FPP mode, and chose to throw mines directly. They couldn't see the opponent. This is the case in FPP mode. When you see the opponent also being able to see you. There is no advantage in using the natural third perspective. But the gun line is still real. And Good directly blew XM down with a thunderbolt. CD_Godric used the frag grenade Dan to knock down Fish_XM. The poisonous circle begins to refresh. The showdown between CD and Fish is still not over yet. 45 AI operates very quickly, constantly changing the angle to position the CD where it may appear. But he is the only one. But in FPP mode, anything can happen.
Huang Mao. 1,
2, 3. Mao Xiaomo counted 1, 2, 3 quickly. But Good clearly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. 2 people just appeared at the sound of 3. Pulled out from the slope almost at the same time. And shot at the last member of Fish. One from the left and the other from the right. The 45 AI had already opened its camera. And the accurate red dot AKM directly blew off Mao Xiaomo's level 2 head. Fish_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down CD_King. It took 0.5 seconds for 45 AI to knock down Mao Xiaomo. But it only took that long for Good to knock him down. Without any resistance. 45 AI was directly killed by Good, who was standing sideways. CD_Godric used M416 to kill Fish_45 AI. The Fish group was wiped out. And 3 CD people were knocked down. Msjoy explained.
Beautiful. Both sides played well here. 45 AI is indeed the player with the strongest marksmanship and strength I have seen so far. But it is undeniable that CD is the better team.
Mr. Rong nodded. Although any team in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds may destroy the other team. Which one is stronger, and which one is weaker? As a commentator and audience, we can still clearly see the stability and execution ability shown by CD. Fish is still slightly inferior.
CD should be able to save one person. This poison is very slow,
Msjoy said. The 5th poisonous circle. This poisonous circle refreshes very slowly. It has just been refreshed. And there is still some distance between the CD and the fallen team members. However, according to the speed of the poisonous circle refreshing, CD should only be able to rescue one person.
At this time, there should be a fight within CD. Help me! Help me!
Msjoy said jokingly. In the exhibition match, everyone was more relaxed, and there was no seriousness in the official match. The audience also burst into laughter. But Good saved Mao Xiaomo without hesitation. The opinions within CD were also very consistent. At the moment Good knocked down 45 AI. Chung Yao and Mu Yun shouted at the same time.
Save Xiaomo! Save Xiaomo!
Good didn't hesitate at all. Even if it was an exhibition match. They didn't take it for granted. Their desire to win was unwilling to let them lose to any enemy. Mao Xiaomo is the one with the clearest ideas. Even under high pressure, he can calmly think out countermeasures. This is an ability that the other 3 team members do not possess. Msjoy smiled and said,
Sure enough, I saved King. After all, he is the captain. His status should be higher.
Mr. Rong also said with a smile. After being rescued, Mao Xiaomo ran directly to the safe zone without enough time to take medicine. Their own car and Fish's car had been hurt by both sides, and the tires were removed. The good news is that not only everyone on their side was cleared away, the terrain also has a reverse slope. Although it is enough for CD and 2 people to stay for a while at the edge of the white circle. Chapter 214 FPP.
Wow! I made a corner cut circle. So CD and Nanjay in the room only need to help the South team to kill them all.
Msjoy analyzed. Although CD only has 2 people and Nanjay only has 2 people, the 2 sides have formed a perfect crossfire. But I don't know if they can achieve the desired effect. Zack also yelled at the team to tell Yang to ignore the CD in the north. Although they didn't know that team was CD. That team was in the safe zone at this moment, and was still in a shooting position. It was impossible to give up such a team that could collect information. A good place to go to their housing area. Msjoy also said.
With a circle like this, nothing is unknown. All teams in the circle know each other's positions. Now is the time to see the team's decision-making and execution.
Rongyi added.
Yes, they still have the ability to seize opportunities. But it is obvious that CT's position is the best position in the circle. First, because they can collect enough information and their own position is safe enough. If you choose to rush into the circle, you will definitely choose to rush into Nanjay's room. There is no pressure in their position. The second is CT's route into the circle. Nanjay in the room has no angle to kill CT and these two people. Once the circle is cleared, I think CT is at least in the top 3.
Mjoy said. The first thing to move was the ZV in the west. The moment the poison circle started to refresh, 3 vehicles rushed out from behind the bunker. As one of the few teams with vehicles so far, ZV wants to try to rush down this housing area. Because it was an exhibition match, the team played more aggressively. And ZV also wanted to encourage the team through a morale-boosting offensive and defensive battle to prepare for the next main match. However, crossfire from all directions forced them to get out of the car after only driving 30 meters. Another team member's car had a tire punctured, and it was blown up after drifting in place. But stopping ZV in this way will also be detrimental to other teams. It was already difficult to enter the circle, but ZV stopped on their only path, making it difficult for even 1896 and FUD to enter the circle. This is the butterfly effect. A subconscious move eventually developed into a behavior that was detrimental to myself. The poison circle closed very slowly, but each team did not dare to charge, causing all teams to start taking poison. They who have been familiar with TPP for a long time do not dare to come forward to find out the information, so they can only force their way into the circle. Mao Xiaomo and Good's precise target shooting at a high point caused ZV to fall to the ground. If it were the main match, the last member of ZV would definitely have to retreat and shoot medicine to gain more ranking points. But in exhibition games, you are not so cautious. If you have the slightest chance of entering the circle, you have to rush in. If you get in, you will make a lot of money. But luck did not favor them. FUD on one side killed the last person in ZD, and CD added 2 more kills. The head count has come to 12. Among them, Godric has 8 goals, and he seems to be aiming for double figures. You must know that so far in the CVL finals, only 45 AI has achieved double figures in a single game, which shows how difficult it is. The enemy CDs behind the house can only be seen from a small angle, and there is absolutely no way to suppress them.
Let's go! Stick to the room area!
Mao Xiaomon made a bold decision. This decision also made the A+ brothers' eyes brighten, and even made Mjoy analyze.
CD gave up their position on the edge of the circle to prepare for the housing area. No one can control them at this time.
After the previous observation and analysis of the kill information, CD can clearly know that the team on the second floor of the house is Nanjay, and there are only 2 people left. So when I heard the sound of Nanjay's target shooting, under Mao Xiaomo's command, CD took this opportunity to safely stick it to the house. Mao Xiaomo and Good continued to communicate, and they did not choose to enter the room area. They didn't know which side the next circle would be on. If they were outside the house, there would be a lot of room for movement. Although the CD2 people did not enter the house, Nanjay, who was on the second floor, clearly heard their footsteps. From this distance, he could clearly hear them even in the midst of a fierce confrontation.
You continue to get stuck. I'll get stuck on the stairs,
Zack said to Yang. They didn't know what the team downstairs was going to do, but in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, most of the time, they still had to focus on protecting themselves. In FPP mode, you can't probe or not probe. The reason why you can't probe in this position is because once the probe is set up on the stairs, the opponent is likely to use the dodge gun to pick Zack directly. But if you don't probe, you won't have any information at all, and you can only judge the opponent's movements purely by sound, Mjoy said.
Generally, there are 2 ways to defend the room in FPP mode. One is to turn on the mirror and constantly turn your head to ensure the observation of the field of view. Some players make the mistake of constantly using their body skills to move their feet. In FPP mode, because the field of view is relatively small, the most effective way to defend the room is not to let the opponent know your position. If you keep showing your steps, you will expose your whereabouts to the opponent. You will also feel uncomfortable if someone shoots you directly in advance. But don't move your steps when you open the camera. You only need to keep turning your head to achieve this effect. And at the same time, not showing your footsteps is the first way. The second way is like this player Zack is doing now, where he will hold your position after coming up at a point, which is what everyone usually calls
preview.
The more powerful the player, his preview point will be able to be more accurate,
Mjoy said. Zack used the second method, hiding behind a small wall and opening a mirror to cover the position where the CD would appear if it rushed up. But the CD was not in a hurry. Instead, Mao Xiaomo asked Good to hold the door on the other side from the window. In a certain sense, Nanjay is CD's comrade now. It's hard to say whether CD dares to come up. But Nanjay definitely doesn't dare to come down. And it's hard to come down either. Not Ayers, the captain of FUD, was the one who had the last laugh. Although the poison was very painful, the poison was removed very slowly. All FUD members followed the instructions and filled up first aid kits before moving forward. At this time, all the firepower of Nanjay and ZD had been poured out on 1896, leaving no room for resistance. 1896 was attacked from 3 sides. 3 people were knocked down, and 1 person was poisoned to death. Seeing that the 1896 group was wiped out, FUD also wanted to try to rush into the circle. Although they only had 1 good car, their firepower was much smaller now. It might not be a safe time, but it was the best time for them. Chapter 215 Civil War in Jiangsu. Nanjay_Yang used Scarl to knock out FUD_Winter. Nanjay_Yang used Scarl to knock down FUD_Wangi. Nanjay only had Yang holding the window, so its firepower was inevitably a bit lacking. Although he did an excellent job with the gun, he only managed to kill 2 of them in the first place. The remaining Not Ears and Kargat Spy rushed into the room with half health. The remaining 2 people in ZV were eliminated without any suspense, and Not Ears and Kargat Spy were loaded with Good's guns. The 2 FUD players didn't expect that someone had already blocked their door. He was caught off guard and killed by Good. CD_Godric used M416 to kill FUD_Notiers. CD_Godric used M416 to kill FUD_Kargat Spy. FUD was instantly destroyed under the double attack of CD and Nanjay.
Now there are only 5 people left on the field. 2 players from CD, 2 players from Nanjay, and a lone wolf from Honer. Honer's lone wolf was hiding downstairs in Nanjay and never made a sound. Even I didn't even hit the side of FUD just now. As expected, the next circle is all in the room area. But now all 5 surviving team members are already in the white circle. If it is TPP mode, everyone will definitely not move. But if it is FPP, the breakthrough will not be impossible.
Until now, Nanjay probably didn't know about the lone wolf downstairs. He might have thought that CD was 3 people. But Honer's lone wolf and CD 2 players all knew about each other's existence. CD chose to stick to the room after finding out Nanjay's personnel situation. If this circle can still survive, it means that the lone wolf on the field must be in the toilet on the first floor. CD has checked outside the house and found no trace of the lone wolf. Nanjay and the lone wolf have not yet fought each other. This means that the 2 teams are not on the same floor. This means that the hiding place of the lone wolf is Honer. It's obvious. CD opened the door and entered the house, rushing directly to the small toilet on the first floor. Honer's lone wolf was also very smart. He deliberately left the toilet door open, firstly to see if he could catch fish, and secondly, for his own convenience in the finals. If he closes the door, he must open it again if he wants to take action. Since everyone lives under the same roof, the sound of opening the door will definitely be heard clearly. Moreover, if he opens the toilet door like this, it is easy for his opponents to relax their vigilance. But he didn't expect that CD already knew his location. Honer's lone wolf, who was still previewing, saw a mine thrown directly in. He subconsciously ran out the door. But Mao Xiaomo and Good, who had already set up their positions, killed him directly on the left and right. CD_Godric used M416 to kill Honor_Cheer.
Beautiful. This brings CD's Godric players kill count to 11, which should be our single game kill record for this year's CUEL. And this record can continue to improve.
Rongyi said. The kill record does not distinguish between the main game and the exhibition game. But in the exhibition game, because the teams play more aggressively, it is slightly easier to kill. For example, last year Xbox completed the feat of 15 kills in the exhibition game. In fact, in a competition with 24 teams, the probability of getting a high kill is still relatively high. But the record is like this, and every time it is created, it will attract endless cheers. Both Nanjay and CD only have 2 players left. Until now, we all know the location of our opponents. Nanjay lives upstairs, and CD lives downstairs. A fair attack and defense battle surrounding this invincible building is about to begin.
The final round has turned into a civil war in Jiangsu. You can already hear a lot of cheering from the audience. Everything you look at is a vast expanse of white.
After Rongyi said this, many people turned around subconsciously and saw people from Jiangsu. The 6,000 white fans wearing suiting cheering jackets were shouting crazily. Whether it is CD Chicken or Nanjay Chicken, they are all chickens belonging to their Jiangsu division. As for the neutral game fans, they are also cheering for Nanjay at this moment. CD has already eaten 2 chickens on the first day of the game, and Nanjay has gained nothing. Not to mention the score is not high. It can almost be said that there is no hope of winning. But 1 chicken in the exhibition game, it is also the greatest reward for them. Will Mao Xiaoma and Good give it up to them? Of course not. Don't think about it at all. There are only enemies on the battlefield. No friends. The greatest respect for the enemy is to go all out.
I'll throw a mine to blast the location later. And you'll have to rush forward,
Mao Xiaoma said to Good. Good nodded. He often played FPV and knew where the enemy would be. But he could easily be killed by 1 person. Mao Xiaoma and Good continued to explain some details. And a pinch thunderbolt was thrown directly to the stairs. There was a loud bang at the empty staircase. As expected, nothing was gained. But Mao Xiaoma was already shooting like crazy downstairs.
King, this wave? This wave wants to cover up the sound of Good's footsteps going upstairs,
Msjoy explained. Msjoy's explanation was exactly what Mao Xiaoma thought. The roar of thunder and the shooting of firearms immediately disrupted the hearing of the 2 Nanjay team members. This technique can only be used in FPV mode. Because in FPV mode, when there is no field of view, the player's demand for sound will be higher. This grenade also made Yang fall downstairs with a roar. Zack was the only one on the 2nd floor who could hold the gun. He went downstairs and wanted to double-team Zack. But who would have thought that after Mao Xiaoma fired 20 rounds of bullets on the wall? He pointed the gun directly at the position where Yang jumped from the building. Regarding Nanjay, CD ranks first, and no team dares to rank second. Nanjay has used this trick countless times before in the offensive and defensive battles of Peace City, and CD has long understood it. Mao Xiaoma's marksmanship made no mistakes. A wave of M16's rapid single-point shots knocked down the unsuspecting Yang. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down Nanjay_Yang.
Beautiful! This King has made the single-point function look like it's fully automatic.
Rongyi sighed. Let's not talk about King's marksmanship. His hand speed alone is definitely a talent. The fast single-point shooting of M16A4 is also one of Shroud's famous skills. Although Mao Xiaoma only has a little knowledge, he is still perverted enough. Good rushed to the 2nd floor and fired directly at Zack behind the wall. 2 people started a fierce shopping spree in a small gap.
Look at the marksmanship! Godric! Godric! Beautiful!
Msjoy exclaimed excitedly. The OB perspective locked onto the Godric player of the CD team, who had reached 11 kills. The M416's precise sweep directly took Zack away. And Zack only hit Godric with less than half of his health.
I totally won with my marksmanship. CD, I think I killed 20 people with this one shot.
Rongyi sighed, hearing the deafening shouts from the audience. Msjoy also said,
the CD plus the last chicken yesterday can be regarded as 2 chickens in a row. This is not a regular professional game where we need to record data. No one should doubt this 2 consecutive chickens. Let's take a look at the post-game data first. CD_Godric had 12 kills, setting a single-game kill record for this year's CUEL. Then King had 3 kills. King had 2 kills. Kakarot had 1 kill. And 18 kills in a chicken game. Although the number of kills did not reach 20. It was still a very high-kill chicken game.
Master Rong said.
Yes. Eating this chicken is secondary. The key is that from this round of the game, CD is in good condition today, which is very critical. There are still 4 main games in the future, which are related to their road to the championship. I hope they can continue to maintain their form.
Msjoy said that although there is no score reward for the exhibition game, it can still improve the team's confidence and state to a certain extent. Just like CD at the moment. Mao Xiaoma punched Good and said with a smile.
Okay. Huang Mao,
who knew that Good was not as excited as expected at all, but instead had a strong fighting spirit in his eyes.
It's just an exhibition match. We want to win the championship. Get the championship.
CD and the others are as eager for the championship as anyone in this venue. Msjoy continued to broadcast the results of this game.
Nanjay ranked 2nd with 2,326, and also got 13 kills. In this set, the 2 Jiangsu teams killed 31 people, which is a bit scary. Hodor is 3rd, FUD is 4th, and ZB is 5th. But not many people actually care about this ranking.
Joy said. This ranking can represent very few things. As the main game approaches, everyone's heart is beating faster. The next day's main match, the 5th set of points matches, starts immediately. The Nanjing team also smiled helplessly. From CD's youthfulness when they first met, they were almost completely suppressed by them. Now in the CEL finals, they are not a team of the same level at all. Nanjing has also witnessed the entire process of CD's growth. In addition to lamenting the rapid progress of CD, I can only lament the talent of CD players. When I first met CD, King, Godric, King, Kakarot, these players had not yet reached the professional level. The most powerful Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao were at the same level as Zack at most, with TPJ's overall rating of around a level. But now, each of the CD players have completed their transformation, and they are in the midst of a 1,000-game battle with Nanjing. It can be said that when the current Nanjing meets the current CD, Nanjing will definitely lose more and win less.
Come on,
Zack said quietly in the team. Chapter 216. The airport circle cannot reach the bridge.
Today's first game, which is the 5th of the 8 points games, has officially started. Let's take a look at the route first. It's a relatively regular route from north to south.
The first game of the second day of the CEL College League National Finals officially begins. Master Rong asked.
Joy, do you think any team will target CD? Now that the points are first, is it possible for the lower-ranked team to cause trouble?
Joy shook his head.
I don't think so yet. It's hard to say for the next 2 games. Now is the 5th game. In theory, except for the last few teams, the remaining teams are theoretically top 3 or even possibility of championship. And if you really don't want to play, you can't target CD. If you really do that, Xiaoguo's online violence will definitely kill them.
What Joy said is true. If you don't want to play, you still have to mess with others. This is not trolling.
As expected, it's still a regular jumping point. Almost the same as the previous day's game, especially since you can go anywhere on this route.
CDR City, SIC School, KM Water City, FUD Big Electric, Fish, ZQOY City. The early stage was very peaceful except for some battles over vehicles. The tacit understanding between Fish and ZQL has been maintained for 2 days. One side searches the double puzzle and puzzle building on the left side of Y City, and the other side searches the court and rainbow building. The 2 sides do not interfere with each other.
Let's take a look at the first circle.
After all teams landed, the first safe zone was refreshed on time. Mr. Rong explained.
I'm so tired.
Ms. Joy continued.
We reached the 7th game, which is 5th in the main race. Finally, we made an airport circle.
When almost all the teams saw this circle, they secretly sighed that what was supposed to come had come. You can't pray that you won't hit the island circle in 10 games in 2 days. What should come will always come.
Actually, this circle cannot be completely defined as the airport circle. About 30% of it is on the north side of the bridge. Maybe the circle will go all the way to the north. Of course, this is a small probability event.
Rongyi said. This kind of thing has happened once before in professional competitions. Although the probability is relatively small, the explanation must be comprehensive.
Now you can see from the map that there is only one team on the airport island, aka the previous team from Port and did not jump to Port in this time.
Master Rong wondered. He clearly remembered the first day in the competition. There was a team that jumped to import. But this is not a professional competition after all. And Mr. Rong's name is not fully recognized. The only impressions he has at the end of the day are the teams that often appear in the finals and are ranked high.
I think we must have had a meeting after the game yesterday and decided to change things. In fact, Port Inn is really not a good place for a 24-team competition. The search cycle is long, and the resources within the same period of time are actually mediocre. And the location is also very poor. It is located at the bottom corner of the map, and there are not many car spawning points.
Ms. Joy seems to have rated Import as useless. Although Import is a high-end resource refresh area, but it is difficult to search, and it is difficult to compare resource acquisition with other places in the same time period.
I remember that FaZe often jumped to Import,
Rongyi said. Ms. Joy replied.
FaZe games are all 16 or 20-team games. They are too confident in their transfer and frontal abilities. FPP and TPP are also very different. Look at OMG now.
Their FPP strategy is completely different from the TPP strategy.
The OMG players and managers and coaches in the audience all wipe their sweat. As a Xi'an national team that is at the peak of its power in China and has the highest international ranking. OMG's tactics are really studied by the entire Xi'an national team. Mjoy still said, OMG's regular jumping point is the airport. If it is TPP mode, their transfer time is about 3.5 minutes. But if it is FPP, the search time will be greatly extended. And they may even choose to follow drugs or eat poison enters the circle. The first one is because the TPP has to occupy housing areas, while the FPP is less dependent on housing areas. And you can definitely hold on to the housing areas if you occupy them. The second reason is that FPP has higher requirements for marksmanship. OMG is very confident in its marksmanship. They can use their marksmanship to score all the way in. This is difficult to achieve in the TPP mode. So the current professional competitions are basically FPP, which requires higher hard power and is more fair. Mjoy analyzed. While Mjoy and Rongyi were chatting, each team also started to move. There was no interference from other teams on the CD. The search speed was also very fast. I was lucky. I had basic equipment and plenty of bullets. I chose before KM and SIC make the transfer. CD has already started transferring. Joy, do you think CD will choose to cross the bridge? Rongyi asked. Now there are only two choices before CD. Crossing the bridge or not. I think if I were the CD commander, I would still choose to cross the bridge. Because in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, a random circle mode, all the team can do is to get as close to the center as possible and try to increase the number of people on their side of the next circle. Probability. Mjoy replied. But CD chose another option. Oh. CD didn't choose to cross the bridge. Instead, he chose to occupy the third floor of the bridge and the turret. In this case, one person must line up to occupy the watchtower. Sure enough, although CD did not choose to cross the bridge, he still enjoyed as he said. Chungyao was placed on a small house on a high point on the left, which is commonly known as the watchtower. The CD formation is also a formation often used by professional teams. There is one person in the watchtower, one person in the turret, and two people guarding the 3 floors. It forms a crossfire and can help the other two parties hold the door, making it very difficult for other teams to rush through. This is the bridge on the left. It's a very difficult terrain to attack. If you want to break through the CD defense line, you can only pray that you will not be swept down. This is what Mao Xiaoma thinks. As long as they occupy this bridge and observe the information of passing vehicles, even if the next circle reaches the airport, they can enter the circle safely. But he couldn't tell. Mao Xiaoma always felt that the circle might come back. This is just a hunch and has no scientific basis. After thinking about it carefully, if they passed the next circle first and came back, they would be completely cool. But if they stayed on the bridge side, if the circle brush reaches the airport, they can also move there. Although you may not be able to grab the best location. There are many places to hide people in the airport. But if you want to say that there is a place where the invincible explosion is good, that's not the case. There is only the top of the bridge on the right. But that place is not in the center of the circle. After CD was stationed, SIC and KEM were closely followed. Two powerful convoys rushed over the bridge guarded by CD. The two teams met in a wheat field. And then the two teams shuttled between each other and rushed straight to the bridge guarded by CD without incident. CD crowd? 8 cars. Sweep Bing Bang and uncovered jeeps. Mao Xiaoma shouted from the team. With the firepower of CD4, when faced with 8 vehicles rushing across the bridge, it would be impossible not only to sweep down all of them, but even to sweep down half of them. Look at this lottery. The OB perspective was given to King on the top of the 3-story building. The most difficult thing about the M16A4 gun is to follow the gun. While clicking the mouse quickly with your fingers, you also have to control the horizontal recoil and vertical recoil at the same time. This is a very difficult operation. And there is no such thing as a perfect operation. Mao Xiaomo's follow-up shooting can be described as excellent. As an M16 specialist, it is impossible for him to only do fixed-point burst shooting. But once the shuttle went down, only one person was killed. This distance and speed are already Mao Xiaomo's limit. CD_King used M16A4 to knock out SIC_Liwen. At the same time, the remaining CD team members also swept down 2 people. CD_Godric used AKM to knock down SIC_Shao. CD_Godric detonated the vehicle and killed SIC_Jess. Immediately sweep down 3 people. They are all members of SIC. This SIC is so unlucky, Mr. Rohn said helplessly. There is really no way to do this. 2 teams of 8 people killed 3 people, all of whom were from the SIC. With this probability,
Who are you looking for to reason with? Go! The entire SIZ team was speechless. KEM looked at the kill information in the upper right corner and stopped directly after crossing the bridge. Under the firepower of 4 people, the vehicle of the last SIZ member exploded directly. Became the first team to be eliminated. Liwen is really one of the top 3. And the ones who are dying are all their people. With such intensive firepower, KEM is stunned that no one loses health. And all the firepower is on them. There is nothing CD can do. They skin based on car models. Who is called SIC? There are relatively few big cars.
I'll lick it. Help me fight it,
Mao Xiaomo said in the team. After that, he threw all his ammunition and medicine in the house. And took the empty level 3 bag to have a good time.
CD's discipline is very good. This is also a skill for the team to lick the bag. Because the team has just gone through a fierce battle or exchange of fire. And the team's bullets and medicines are relatively high. Usually the team will send one player to empty all their backpacks. This team member usually has the worst armor in the team, or the armor is not durable enough. He can also change it while carrying things and empty the bag. It can increase the efficiency of bag licking to a certain extent,
Joy said. The reason for the efficiency of bag licking is also very simple. Just drag it into the bag at once, and it will definitely be faster, in order to prevent other teams from launching attacks during the licking process. This is an excellent way to minimize the team's danger and losses in the event of a surprise attack. Chapter 217 Tianxiu Transfer.
I still remember that on the first day of the match, Sick was attacked by 1896 during the licking process and directly knocked out 3 people. I can only say that the discipline was a little bit worse,
Rongyi said. He was deeply impressed by that set. Sick was completely unprepared and was knocked down by 3 people. The remaining Liwen could only fight for a place. Seeing Mao Xiaomo put on a half-health level 3 armor, Joy continued.
As for the advantages and disadvantages of level 3 armor durability and level 2 armor, let me tell you a little while each team is in the process of transferring. When the durability of level 3 armor is greater than 84 points, it is better than level 2 armor with full health.
Even Wei Shen didn't know the specific number. And some professional players off the court were also confused. They had never even heard of this before. Level 3 armor with more than 84 points of durability is greater than level 2 armor with full durability.
As for the head, no matter how durable it is, a high-level helmet must be better than a first-level helmet. Even a level 2 head with 1 drop of health is better than a level 1 head with full health. You can keep it in mind for future games. It can be used in every game.
Joy's professional words made the audience and professional players praise her. He deserves to be the #1 commentator in the country. And he deserves to be the coach that major professional teams compete for. DLG was originally founded by a famous young lady in China, Xiaolu. After Joy became a coach, the performance has improved by leaps and bounds, and it has the strength and tendency to become the domestic first team. This is also the reason why Joy is respected by so many people. You can always learn a lot from listening to his explanations. On the second day of the main event, the guest has changed from the A+ Big Brother on the first day to 4am_God. Wei Shen, a well-known domestic player, is also one of the few players in the Xiao Kingdom whose TPJ overall rating reaches SS. It's just that players are players after all. Like the A+ brother, Wei Jiang doesn't talk too much.
Wei Shen, after watching these 2 days of games, are there any players you want?
Rongyi asked curiously. CUEL is where major professional teams go to find talents. Last year, Xbox was successfully poached by 4am. And now it has gradually become the top 3 snipers in the country.
Well, the one I particularly want is Godric from CD. Because he plays AK. And our team is short of someone who can play AK.
Wei Shen replied. Regardless of whether it is Sua, Aluka or Wei Shen himself, they are all good at 556 firearms. This leads to the fact that many times the AK in the team has to be left to Wei Shen himself to play, which can be said to limit part of his strength.
I understand.
Master Rong said. Wei Shen is not very attracted to the commanding talent and excellent assaulter Wei Shen, because both he and Aluka are excellent commanders. And if it is an FPP event now, TPP's outstanding assaulters will be placed on the FPP arena. It doesn't necessarily work either. Back to the game. CD kept collecting tolls, but one team did not choose to rush through the bridge, but chose a gas station opposite CD.
Fish did not choose to cross the bridge. It seems that they also want to take a gamble,
Joy said. At present, the north side of the bridge in the white circle still accounts for more than 30%. I really can't say for sure, But the probability in the airport circle is obviously much higher. 45 AI did not want to cross the bridge directly. They were already late and did not choose the bridge on the right. It can be seen from the big map that no team on the right deliberately blocked the bridge. But the teams fought fiercely after crossing the bridge. Fish chose the bridge on the left because he expected this situation. If that doesn't work, they can drive directly from the Zodiac to the sea, swim across the river and log in from the
small fishing village,
or under the bridge, which are relatively safe locations. Mao Xiaomo watched quietly as the second circle was refreshed. On the other side, Fish was also stuck with the last team that wanted to enter the circle.
Second circle! Oh my god! I really can't tell for sure this time,
Master Rong said in surprise. Although the circle is not completely cut off, it is still towards the north. Now the north and the south each account for 50%. Many teams fighting in the north stopped fighting. Nonsense. They were fighting for a position to cross the bridge. Now that they couldn't decide which side to attack, they would waste so much effort to cross the bridge. They were either stupid or something.
The teams on both sides of the bridge are afraid to move now. Who knows whether the circle will be north or south?
Joy said. Wei Shen rarely added.
Now the teams on the north side of the bridge are more comfortable. Although there are many teams on the airport island, they can't swim. There is no place for them to log in. On the contrary, the people on the north side have a bit of a retreat. The CD selection point interesting.
The location chosen by Mao Xiaomo is not very good, but it can collect a lot of tolls. Now 6 people have been paid. If the circle is brushed back, it can also scrape a layer of oil on the other side of the bridge. You must know that these teams have already been scratched once when crossing the bridge. It is rare that the field is in a peaceful stage, and no team is fighting desperately to grab a certain position. They don't even know which side to grab for. However, because there is a large sea area, there is relatively little room for the team to survive. And there are also many teams on the airport island. There will inevitably be some friction. After a calm period, each team finally reached the third safe zone.
This circle! It's so beautiful! I have to say, CD's luck in the game is really good, but it probably has a lot to do with their points. If they choose to cross the bridge,
there will be no such circle. This circle is still a yin-yang circle, 50% south and 50% north. But it has a cut-angle circle in the west. When this circle is drawn, it is equivalent to driving all the teams to the west. Unfortunately, it is predicted that the Zodiac Palace on the north side of the bridge and the small fishing village on Airport Island are battlegrounds for military strategists. They will definitely be full and packed with people,
Joy said. Once you brush the cut corner circle on the west side, the location of CD and Fish is perfect. One of the few good locations in the circle. But CD has no intention of staying at the bridge. Instead, he took advantage of Fish to move and advance while they were fighting.
Where is CD going?
Mr. Rong didn't understand CD's move. It could be said that CD's original position was already very good, so there was no need to move before departure. Seeing CD stopped in the middle of the bridge, Wei Shen said,
CD wants to put himself in a position where he can advance and retreat, and the bridge can still protect the car. If you are a little timid, it is still a place where you can stay.
Wei Shen only used the words,
can stay,
which shows that he is not very optimistic about this location. Chapter 218 Weird Safe Zone. The only advantage of CD in the middle of the bridge is that you don't put yourself in a desperate situation. If it doesn't work, you can jump into the sea. It is a terrain with many choices. But if they still carry them in the bridge area, if they reach the airport island, everyone on the other side of the bridge may be stuck. So when Fish's gunshot rang out, CD immediately started to move. And Fish, who was now facing a very anxious team in the circle, had no time to care about them.
Okay, let's take a look at the edge of the circle.
The OB perspective was given to the edge of the circle where a fierce exchange of fire was taking place. CD was just an unconventional transfer. And now all the teams making regular transfers were crowded around the white circle. The Zodiac has become a battleground for teams with cars. And some teams go directly to the sea.
Although I don't like the sea very much, I have to say that going to the sea now is a good choice.
Rongyi said. Wei Shen nodded.
Yes, I still can't tell which side of this circle to brush. But no matter which side to brush, there will be water. At least I can swim to the finals.
As the commander of a professional team, Wei Shen is very sensitive to the position of the team. Although sometimes he is a little passive in the sea, he can really avoid a lot of battles.
Let's take a look at the next lap. The next lap should set the tone.
The battle outside the circle was very fierce. And ZQL was also wiped out in the battle for the circle. ZQL, which had a total score of 618 in the first 4 games and ranked 3rd in the standings, was attacked by 3 teams this time and did not survive. 1896 has all launched into the water, and FUD is watching eagerly from the other side of the bridge. It seems that the situation of several teams is still acceptable. The second placed SIC and the third place CQL have both been wiped out. This is also an opportunity for the teams ranked 4.5.6 behind. Rongyi said, "Yes, it is actually a point for CD. This is a good opportunity to widen the point difference." In the current standings, CD has 767 points. SIC and ZQL, who are 2nd and 3rd, both have around 600 points. And FUD and 1896 have only 540 and 519 points. This is a great opportunity for CD. It just depends on whether CD can continue its status. As CD is the leader, a lot of attention from the commentators and the audience is focused on them. The 4th circle. Oh my god. It's still a yin and yang circle. This circle is meant to be painted on the bridge. Master Rong shouted in surprise. The 4th circle is still a north-south circle with CD as the center. It is basically not much different from the previous circle, except that the space of each team is compressed a lot. The purpose of this circle is to drive the teams from both sides to the bridges on both sides. Fish has still moved to the location where CD was before. This location is actually really good. I don't know why CD gave up. Rongyi said. Joy smiled and said, "This circle will be interesting if it reaches the top and bottom of the bridge in the end. There may be 10,000 water ghosts underwater. Judging from the current circle, there may be a large area of water in the finals. And it is likely to be on the bridge of CD. There are about 20 people swimming under the water now. And there will definitely be more people swimming in the water later. Blow up the car." Mao Xiaomao made another move that surprised the commentator. "It looks like CD is not ready to leave this bridge. There's nothing we can do about it. If they didn't blow up the car and use it as a bunker, Fish would have been repairing their feet behind. There is a gap under the abandoned car at the end of the bridge. Even if you lie down, you will get a pedicure. On the other end, there is FUD stuck on the edge of the circle. If the CD is moved to the other side of the big car, your butt will definitely be attacked by FUD. CD feels a little uncomfortable now. There was Fish before, and then FUD. Rongyi said. Joy said, "It's okay. There's no danger for the time being. I'm telling you, the CD position must have circled well and become invincible. Tell me how Fish will get over if they get on the bridge. Everyone's situation is similar now. I bet first, and then I'll be happy when I get the chance. If I can't make it, I'll go to C, and there's nothing I can do about it." This circle with a C allows many teams to have a place to stay. If it is a circle with a C, many places can charge bath fees. Simply put, it is a swimming team. But everyone knows that there are a lot of pillars under the bridge, and these pillars can be safely used as shelters for these water ghosts. The positions of FUD and Fish, one in the south and one in the north, have become the territory that many teams attack. However, having already occupied the advantageous terrain in the circle, and coupled with the personal strength of the players, the two teams still held their positions safely. When Fish eliminated the second wave of team attacks, the situation on the field became very simple. Fish occupies the housing area at the north end of the bridge. Full staff of 4 people. ZV Lone Wolf was lying in a corner on the north side of a bridge, and there was no big movement. CD occupies the abandoned car area in the center of the bridge and is fully staffed by 4 people. FUD occupies the dump truck area on the south side of the bridge, with a full complement of 4 people. Land under the bridge. Glory 3 people. The remaining 20 or so contestants have already entered the sea. There are still 43 people alive on the field. But to be honest, there are not many teams that have a chance to win in this set. The teams in the water can no longer come forward. They can only try their best to get a ranking. Joy said. Yes, there must be only one winner among the teams on the bridge. Even in the final round of Plum Blossoms, the team on the bridge can still beat the odds. But there won't be too many heads. Rongyi said. Drugs cannot be sprayed in the water. Although there are many water ghosts, the possibility of chicken eating has been completely eliminated. Moreover, the positions of Glory and the 3 people under the bridge have been locked by FUD. So it is impossible to give Glory many opportunities. But Glory still chose to fight FUD forcefully, which was a helpless choice. There are too many underwater teams now, and even if they enter the water, they won't get a good ranking.
In this competition, the lower-ranked teams won't lose any points, and their ranking has dropped to 17th on the first day, so they don't have any worries. As soon as the 5th circle was cleared, they immediately chose to fight FUD.
This circle is really on the bridge. Fish and FUD are still in the safe zone. To be honest, Fish should think about how to enter the next circle now,
Mjoy suggested. The scope of this circle has not shrunk very much, so the teams in the circle are still in the circle. But Glory chose to attack FUD in the hope of winning the chicken. Chapter 219 Eat chicken in advance. But FUD didn't give them any chance. In the first wave of firefight, Glory was knocked down by FUD without any damage to 2 people. The remaining one could only go back to the water. And before entering the water, he dropped all the grenades in his hand into the water. Try to see if you can blow up the water ghost. But the result is not satisfactory. It's rare that the finals are so peaceful. On the bridge, FUD, CD, and Fish were calmly waiting for the lap to be refreshed, while dozens of people were swimming under the water. And there was no danger of any danger underwater now. Some players had even lost their keyboards. The quietest finals ever.
It's really hard to say now. Both FUD and Fish still have cars, and they both have a chance to give it a try,
Rongyi said. Fish and FUD both have enough vehicles in the north and south. Having vehicles means that the 2 teams can drive through a wave of CD's defense line. As everyone waited anxiously, the 6th safe zone was refreshed.
Wow! Sure enough, I brushed on the CD side.
The audience's exclamation said it all. This new safety zone completely removed the positions of the FUD and Fish teams, and the safety zones were all in the middle of the bridge. Although CD is not the only location in the safe zone, CD has the only bunker in the safe zone.
Fish is starting to smoke. He's really going to rush in.
As soon as Mr. Rong finished speaking, the OB perspective was given to FUD, who were doing the same thing. They were not in the safe zone either, and they also wanted to spread cigarettes.
FUD is spreading cigarettes too.
Although the commentary didn't say it, everyone could see that although CD's position was inside the circle, it was a position that was flanked by 2 sides. Fortunately, the terrain was okay, and the CD was not exposed to enemy firepower. However, the difficulty was that they had no way to stop FUD's attack. They can easily resist Fish's attack because they have a scrap car as a cover and a natural scrap car behind them as a barrier, so they don't have to worry about FUD stealing from them. But once they go to fight FUD, Fish will definitely give them a fatal blow.
Putting out cigarettes?
Muyun couldn't help but ask. Their situation was a little difficult. The teams on both sides started to spread smoke, and they were about to launch a charge. Mao Xiaomo shook his head.
If you don't pave, it's useless. Just listen to the sound of FUD cars and act accordingly.
No matter how powerful the commander is, he cannot predict what will happen next. But spreading cigarettes under his feet is definitely not a good choice. Not only did he block his only favorable visual field, he would also be bombarded by grenades. They are now in a difficult situation and cannot possibly ruin their only advantage. Both Fish and FUD have paved their way forward with smoke, and both parties know each other's position. But now there is an embarrassing situation.
Now neither FUD nor Fish wants to charge first. This is a bit embarrassing,
Mjoy said. Both teams can clearly understand the opponent's movements, and both want to be the last fisherman. FUD made 2 preparations. If Fish didn't rush, they would put the bike in the center of the bridge and try another lap with CD.
Fish must move. FUD is closer to the safe zone. No matter what, Fish has to rush to CD,
Mjoy said. Just after he finished speaking, 45 AI seemed to have figured out the reason, and drove 3 people and 3 cars to force the car, leaving him alone at the bridge with a gun. 1 aircraft shot 3 times. As the most accurate member of the Fish formation, 45 AI stayed at the bridge unsurprisingly. But they didn't find a fatal person.
ZD's lone wolf will also enter the circle. It's over.
Just as Mr. Rong finished speaking, ZD's only lone wolf hit 45 AI with a complete backup. Not only Fish. I didn't even think of CDs. There was actually a lone wolf. And he helped CD. ZD_002 used AKM to knock out Fish_45 AI. ZD_002 used AKM to kill Fish_45 AI. 45 AI was knocked down and made up for it. ZD's lone wolf knew that there was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den ahead. The 3 teams might have to get together, but they didn't want to survive. It was 6 points if they could earn 6 points. Now they have no chance even if they want to go to the sea. Fortunately, Fish laid countless smoke on the road for the vehicle's charge.
allowing ZD's lone wolf to continue to mix around. The butterfly effect was immediately reflected on the court. FUD also got on the car when Fish was moving, and rushed towards CD's defense line when CD was blocking Fish. But 45 AI fell down. It's like losing one of Fish's hands. Originally, with the 45 AI's guns, CD's team members did not dare to attack CD's vehicles without restraint. But after the 45 AI was stolen, Fish's 3 team members were simply beaten. ZD's lone wolf not only failed to help Fish press the CD, but also shot at Fish's vehicle wildly from behind. Under the firepower of 5 people, 2 of Fish's 3 vehicles were instantly blown up. Although the remaining team members rushed in front of CD, they were already at the end of their efforts. Mao Xiaoma took Kolo away without mercy and immediately turned around.
Fight from behind. Chung Yao, hold on. Clear.
Although there is a ZD lone wolf behind, Chung Yao can perfectly kill him by using the bunker, and the other 3 can deal with the FUD behind him with confidence and boldness. Despite all the FUD, I never imagined that Fish would be wiped out by the group within 5 seconds, before their car even got close to CD. Although ZD's lone wolf only stole one of Fish's men, it was all Fish's firepower to suppress CD. Except for Chung Yao. The remaining 3 CDs were full of blood and status. They turned around and faced FUD, who rushed closer. Although FUD rushed over, he did not get off the car. As we all know, there is a stiffness when getting off the car. You can't just pick up the firearm. This also led to an extremely embarrassing situation for FUD, the first Nadirs to get off. He was directly knocked down by Mao Xiaoma. The second and third ones also showed no resistance. CD_King used the M16A4 to knock out FUD_Nodirs. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down FUD_Wang Yi. CD_Godric uses AKM to knock down FUD_Winter. 3 people fell instantly. The FUD dragged Kargotspy at the end, was so scared that he immediately stopped in the middle of the road. Kargotspy, who originally wanted to park and cut seats in a dashing drift, couldn't control the front of the drift car. The Jeep that originally wanted to come across drifted a little bit. After pressing the F key to get out of the car, he did not hide behind the car, but was directly clicked to death by Mao Xiaoma in embarrassment. CD_King used M16A4 to kill FUD_Kargotspy. The other side, Chung Yao also killed the ZD lone wolf in the smoke. All CD fans outside the venue have started cheering. This round, the overall situation is decided. Although there are still 27 alive on the field, but standing on the bridge was only a full formation of CD.
The overall situation of this game has been decided. CD has chicken again. Plus the first 2 have already had 3 chickens in a row? It's a bit fierce.
Although the final result of the game has not yet appeared. Within the safe zone, there is only 1 CD team on the bridge, and there are all good swimmers under the bridge, which poses no threat to CD at all. After the revision, the final plum blossom poison shrinks very slowly. Find the center of the plum blossom and apply the poison, and the CD can enjoy the chicken safely.
Let's look at the number of heads first. 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 1. 14 heads. Another wave of kills and chickens. CD's status today is a bit overwhelming,
Rongyi said. Msjoy said jokingly.
Don't say it too early. What if the CD is injected by mistake? What if? Right. The drug is applied too much and the medicine is not injected.
Mr. Rong was speechless and could only reply.
Then there's nothing we can do. But I think it's impossible for CD to make such a low-level mistake.
CD's performance is obvious to all. With excellent marksmanship, strong execution, and decisive transfer. And the most important thing is that this has widened the point gap with other teams. SIC, which was originally ranked second in the standings, went in reverse. And ZQL also fell short early. Although the 4th place FUD was defeated very late, because there were too many underwater teams. It only achieved 13th place. This result basically has no ranking points.
If I win this CD again, I'm afraid I will completely widen the gap with the 2nd place. After finishing this set first, I think there won't be any big problems.
With this kind of surefire situation, CD may really have to score another 300 plus points. There were enthusiastic CD fans off the court who were already calculating CD's score after the game ended. But the OB perspective was given to CD again. And CD was doing something that shocked everyone. Mao Xiaoma smiled sinisterly and made his plan to fry Fish in the team. Msjoy and Rongyi watched blankly as CD drove Kargotspy's unexploded car to the bridge. At this time, the last safe zone also began to refresh. But no one on the field was reduced. After this circle is refreshed, it will become a plum blossom circle. It will take a while before it can continue to be refreshed. People in the water also gathered together. The more skinny swimmers were constantly changing their swimming postures, hoping to be caught by the camera. The colder swimmers had lost their keyboards and were waiting for the plum blossom circle to be refreshed. Then more than 20 personally grabbed the plum blossom center. But the CD will let them get what they want. Obviously not. The suicide bomb plan is ready. Chapter 220. Who can stop CD?
What is CD doing?
Master Roan was confused.
It should be impossible to throw a low-throw mine from this angle,
Joy said. Under everyone's gaze, CD moved the car to the side. And then Mu Yun and Gu jumped on. He took out a grenade on the slender bridge pole. Pull bolt. There are many techniques for throwing grenades. After pulling the bolt, you can move and open and close the door. But you cannot climb over it. If you want to successfully throw the grenade into the sea, hand throwing the grenade will definitely not work. If you throw it like this again, there will be a small arc. But it is different when people carry Le Rouchouet. Mu Yun and Gudo pulled the bolt, waited for about 3 seconds, and moved a step to the left at the same time. The two of them fell straight into the water. This is Mao Xiaomo's
human bomb plan.
Under the scene where Master Rong and Joy were stunned. Two loud noises exploded underwater. CD_Godric used frag grenade Dan to kill 1896_Destiny. CD_Godric used the frag grenade Dan to kill 1896_L. CD_Godric uses frag grenade. CD_Cockroach uses frag grenade Dan to kill LK_Logo. CD_Cockroach uses frag grenade Dan to kill LK_ZD. CD_Cockroach uses frag grenade. Instantly refresh the screen. The underwater safety zone is inherently small. Although the players cannot be said to be completely crowded together, they are still relatively densely distributed. These two human bombs were released. Immediately harvested 8 heads. The number of people on the CD has also reached 22. The terrifying 22. Everyone's mouths were open, and their eyes were dull. Joy swallowed and said,
"This is a bit powerful. I'm a little convinced. I've collected 8 heads now. No one under the water thought that CD had such a trick. In fact, several people were not killed directly because the distance was relatively far. But 2 human bombs came down and killed a small area. Now other teams have learned the lesson and started to swim to the middle. Otherwise, if CD collects so many people, they can book the championship in advance."
Joy continued.
"Look at the 2 players of King and King on the bridge. Both of them started to use drugs and prepare to pack up. They are really stable."
In order to prevent the sure chicken from flying away from his hands, Mao Xiaomo asked Cheng Yao to spray medicine in the center of the plum blossom with him. Just in case.
The plum blossom center has been refreshed.
The last circle is finally refreshed. And the last light column circle will also start to refresh after 15 seconds. After the poison is revised, it is no longer possible to use medicine to resist. And you can only use poison to get a medicine pack. Because underwater ghosts cannot use medicine. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao both reached about half health. And then moved to the center of the plum blossom. The final light column circle starts to shrink inward from this center circle. Which means that the final poisonous position is at this center point. The situation underwater is more lively. And the characters have models. Which means that there is only a small area above the water in the center. And many people have full health. Whoever takes the poison last can come in second.
"You can't dive now. It's too early."
Joy saw that someone had already started diving, and was about to swim to the bottom of the center point of the plum blossom. The entire length of this line is the final center point. But now the center point of the club has just come out. And the last circle is very slow. It will take about 30 seconds from now to the last poison. The critical value for diving is 15 seconds. For more than 15 seconds, you will receive 10 points of damage every second. In other words, if you dive now, you will lose blood one by one within 15 seconds. And you won't be able to survive until the end.
This timing is too difficult to control. This round should be CT's best. And KEM's second.
Rongyi said. Several members of KEM were closest to the center point of the club, and had already firmly occupied it. No matter how hard the members of the other teams fluttered, they would not give up any position. The safe area begins to refresh. The last circle of light pillars finally began to refresh. The surrounding white circles shrink towards the center point of the plum blossom at an extremely slow speed. What's funny is that many teams in the water are constantly flapping, like ducks, and still can't squeeze into any position. Among these teams, half of the teams could not master the essentials of diving.
Some people were drowned, and could only float up after being half-drained. Others were blocked by others, and could not float up and drowned alive. The battle situation was extremely tragic. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao stayed safely in the center of the plum blossom. When the circle was about to hit them, they each put a medical kit on themselves. The last small circle was closed very quickly. And in the blink of an eye, all the underwater team members were drowned. CD22 kills the chicken. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. 1/24.
Nice.
He already knew the result in advance. But Muyan still couldn't hide his excitement. After the set, their points may be ahead by a lot. Now CD's face is filled with confidence and an arrogant smile. On the second day of the CUL College League National Finals, CD won the chicken in the exhibition match. In the first game, he scored 22 kills. Chicken again.
Congratulations to CD. Including the last plate of chicken yesterday. CD has completed 3 chickens in a row. Oh my god. I played 7 games in 2 days in total. And now CD has eaten 4 chickens?
Rongyi said in disbelief. The CD team was tepid at the beginning. But now it is in a violent state. It seems like no team can stop it.
CD was in great shape today. He killed 40 people in 2 games. This can only be explained by his strength,
Mr. Rong said helplessly. The audience at the scene also fell into endless madness. CD's crazy performance seems to have given them hope of winning the championship. There are still 3 main games left, not to mention eating chicken. As long as you perform steadily, this championship will be firmly in your pocket.
I don't know how many points CD will have after this game. I just want to know. Which team can stop CD?
Mjoy shouted loudly along with the cheers from the scene. Under Mjoy's shouts, the scene once again reached a climax. Not long after the game started on the second day, CD is very likely to end this suspense. The chief director of CUL quickly communicated with the commentators and cancelled the break time for the commentators. Such an explosive scene made all of them feel numb. If you miss this kind of live broadcast, it will be a huge loss. The number of viewers on all major platforms is increasing. And the cheers at the scene are endless. Who can stop the CD? Chapter 221. Desperate 1896.
The transfer of this CD is a highlight. Even I can't understand it,
Mjoy said. Mr. Rong nodded.
I can't say whether this transfer is good or bad. My point of view is that even if CD stays in their original position and then kills fish, it will be a similar situation. But in the end, they will be caught in the middle. At that time, the help of ZB's lone wolf was also very crucial. Yes, if ZB lone wolf didn't help, FUD might have the last laugh. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is such a game. What happens in the game changes rapidly. And one detail can change the entire game.
The camera kept showing to the audience. And the commentary never stopped, constantly analyzing the situation on the market. A full 15-minute break was given to all commentators this time. But fortunately, Rongyi and Mjoy are both the best commentators in the country. Both their professional and hosting skills are impeccable. They constantly bring out the details of the previous game for the audience to analyze. This time the points are calculated faster than before, because the director also knows that everyone is waiting to see the points after the 5th game.
Okay, the standings have been updated. Let's take a look.
Mr. Rong got the prompt from the director and said loudly to the audience. CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals Standing List, May 8th. 1. CD, first day, 767, next day, first game, 382, total score, 1149, chicken times 3. 2. ZQL, first day, 618, next day, first game, 21 total score, 639, chicken times 1. 3. SIZ, first day, 636, next day, first game, 0, total score, 636. 4. 1896, first day, 519, next day, first game, 116, total points, 635. 5. FUD, first day, 540, next day, first game, 83, total score, 623, chicken times 1.
Oh!
The standings just appeared. The scene erupted into loud cheers again. Mjoy kept shaking his head.
Oh my god! 1149 points. More than 500 points ahead of the second place.
Mr. Rong also had the same expression, which was difficult to understand.
This is almost twice as far ahead of the second place CQL. This is a bit exaggerated. I feel like I'm going to win the championship in advance.
Wei Shen rarely took a bite of grandma on CD. But this was not an incomprehensible poisonous milk. Everyone can see that CDs have huge advantages. With 3 sets left. Unless any team gets more than 2 chickens. Otherwise, this championship CD has been collected.
The teams ranked 2-6 after the set. CQL, Sick, 1896. FUD, Fish. There are definitely teams out of these 5 teams that are looking for CD to fight for,
Joy said. This phenomenon often occurs in professional competitions. In this college league, although the top 3 are the goals, all the strong teams will definitely focus on the championship trophy. This is the most glorious moment. It's not finished yet. Whether it is ZQL Captain Zhou Qinglian, Sick Captain Li Wen, 1896 Captain L, FUD Captain Not Ears, Fish Captain 45 AI. They are constantly encouraging their team members. The game is not over yet. With 3 sets left, anything is possible.
It can be said that the teams after 7th place have lost the qualification to compete for the championship and will not go to CD for nothing. I think it is very likely that some of these teams will try to challenge CD in the early stage. I just don't know what CD will do. I won't be a little timid anymore,
Joy said. In fact, coward is also a tactic. Although it sounds a bit ugly, it is a conservative tactic to get points in the finals. Now CD leads the 2nd place by more than 500 points. In theory, CD will score 100 points in each of the next 3 games. Right now, he's already a sure winner.
Wei Shen, if you were the CD commander, what would you choose?
Rongi asked. But even Wei Shen, who has competed in countless domestic and international competitions, has never had this choice. Although 4AM's results are relatively stable, there are not many competition champions. Moreover, the competition in domestic competitions is basically very fierce. There is no saying that the first place in the middle of the game will have such a big advantage.
I really don't know. I should probably choose to hide for a while,
Wei Shen said. Although Wei Shen is a reckless man, but they also long for the championship. Under the temptation of the championship, let alone avoiding the early battles, even if they are allowed to stay at sea for dozens of minutes, I am afraid that no team will be willing to go on a big voyage.
The game is about to start. Exciting 6th inning.
No one expected that this year's CUL College League National Finals would reach its climax in the 5th and 6th inning. In the competition room, CD has become the team that attracts the most attention. The commanders of each team are also discussing the tactics for the next set with their players. The most important decision is whether to go to our city for CD in the next set. But in fact, many teams are not sure whether CD is still in our city. This initiative is actually in the hands of CD. There are so many points on the map, and all teams know about the same jump points for most teams. In this case, who can find the K-City or jungle area where CD should go? And the most important thing is that they don't have the hope of winning the championship just by destroying the CD. And they have to ensure at least 2 chickens in 3 games to have any hope of competing for the championship. This is just hope. Who can guarantee that the CD can be destroyed without losing the group? Who can guarantee that after taking the time to destroy the CD, the team can still guarantee good results in this game? The twists and turns are not something that the audience can understand. But what the audience is watching is the game. And what the players are thinking about is the strategy. If the audience insists on thinking about the game from the perspective of the players, or really understands it, professional coaches like Joy, either an experienced or thoughtful player, or the legendary keyboard warrior, when the game begins, the strategies of all teams will be revealed to the world.
Hello, audience friends. This is the 6th game of the CUL College League National Finals. The plane has taken off, and it is a route from the upper right to the lower left.
Ronya's opening remarks suddenly brought everyone into the game. The number of people on all major live broadcast platforms has also reached a new high for this event, with 1.4 million people on Douyu, 1 million people on Panda, and 1.1 million people on Huya. For a college league with college students, this is already unimaginable. The high quality of the game also completely attracted a lot of viewers. For those who watched the first day of the game, they can almost recognize all the star players of some teams. The 6th game officially begin. Route, top right to bottom left.
Although I really want to say that it doesn't matter where the route is. It just depends on the CD and the teams. But after all, I am a professional commentator,
Rongyi said jokingly. But in this set, everyone's eyes were indeed fixed on the top teams.
ZQL and Fish. They still jumped to Y City and did not choose to go to CD.
The first major resource point they passed was Y City. which has always been divided between ZQL and Fish. This game was no exception. Zhou Qinglian and 45AI still chose the same playstyle as before. This choice is a rational choice in the eyes of the commentators and the audience. Because there are too many variables in going to our city to just CD. Playing their own game well, maintaining 3 points and fighting for 1 point, is also one of their goals.
We're almost to our city. The director gives us a close-up.
The plane flew above our city, and 8 umbrellas fell from the plane at the same time.
CD. Still lost in our city. And 1896. They are coming to CD.
Undermjoy shouts. 8 members of CD and 1896 landed in our city at the same time. A battle between dragons and tigers is about to take place.
SIC is still a school, and FUD is still looking for a car to go to the big and small power stations. There seems to be no adjustment for these two teams,
Rongyi said. Msjoy continued.
Not necessarily. I guess there is a high probability that SIC will find trouble with CD later, but I don't know how determined it is.
If SIC wants to trouble CD, it depends on how far they want to go. They can just rush in and fight CD to the death. Or it depends on the situation. If they take advantage, they can fight. If they don't, they can run away. The explanation is unknown. But 1896 is really going to fight to the death with CD as the most favored team before the game. There is no one. The performance of the first 5 games of 1896 can be described as terrible. Not a single chicken was scored in 5 games. This result is unacceptable to both themselves and 1896 fans. Their lineup. We have YQ, the only player with an S+ overall TPJ rating, and 3 team members with an S overall TPJ rating. Such a luxurious lineup was led by the number 1 CD and 4 newcomers by more than 500 points. They had no retreat. Captain L of 1896 went directly to City R without even thinking about it. Their goal was only to win the championship. Although this goal was getting further and further away, their goal really was only to win the championship.
1896, this is a desperate move,
Rongyi said.
Yes. It seems that they are not very satisfied with their performance in the past few days. Otherwise, they would not have made such a desperate move. In fact, it is also a kind of confidence. Confidence that they can beat the current CD.
Msjoy replied. Mr. Rong then asked.
Joy Weishan, do you think 1896 can beat the current CD?
Msjoy said.
I think it's hard to say. This is TPP. In the early stage, cooperation is more important. But now CD is in a hot state. If I have to choose a team, I will be more optimistic about CD.
Weishan also said.
Me too. From my perspective, CD's hands are so hot right now. As long as they continue their momentum, I'm afraid the overall situation will be decided.
Chapter 222, CD, vs. 1896. The desperate 1896 landed directly in our city.
There are people jumping into the city to search and rob.
Mao Xiaomao glanced at the movements of the 4 people in 1896 from the sky and said to the other 3. Someone wants to challenge them. CD had already thought about this situation before the game. They are now first in the standings and leading the second place by more than 500 points. There will definitely be a team that chooses to challenge them. Escape is a strategy. But after discussion within the team, CD still chose to stay in our city. There are many reasons. First, because this is a game of 24 teams. The search space left for each team is not particularly large. They not only want to avoid battle in the early stage, but also want to score points. There is no one to compete with them in a winding place like jumping. But what about resources and routes into the circle? They are familiar with our city and already have ownership rights. And now with CD, my self-confidence has reached a peak. When they are in good condition, they can choose to fight with their opponents. If there are more than 2 teams besides them in our city, they can turn around and go to other places. But if there is only 1 team, CD has no reason to be afraid of the opponent. Their score advantage directly brings them mental relaxation. Msjoy also said.
Now CD definitely has an advantage in terms of mentality. Even if they land 2 boxes in a row, they will probably still be at the top of the list. In short, CD has a fault tolerance rate, and the mentality is definitely different from 1896. As a team that aims to compete for the championship, 1890 SIX's defeat in our city this time is clearly to mess with your CD. But after all, once 1896 loses and is directly kicked out of the championship competition, it may also make them more cautious. Everyone's eyes followed OB's perspective and locked onto our city. The director also knew the importance of this battle
and kept cutting the perspectives of the 8 team members.
Okay. Are you going to grab a building here?
Joy said in surprise. Normally, both sides would search for equipment first, and then get into a fight. But in this game, both sides actually chose to jump to the same area.
Look, they all want to grab the big warehouse and the 3 red houses below. This is a quick fight,
Joy said.
It's a bit irrational. It's the same for any of the 2 teams. Isn't it cool to go down without a gun?
Rongyi shook his head and said, if you are confident in the strength of your team, you can completely open up the situation and engage in a wave of 4v4 street battles. However, 1896 and CD flew to the upper left corner of our city at the same time, which is the large warehouse at the high point and several red rooms below.
Let me tell you why the 2 teams chose to grab this piece. Because this piece is a high point, and more information can be collected at the high point. But it seems that no team wants to let it go. At this time, it depends on the team. Execution and decision making.
The conductors of both teams are constantly arranging jump points for the teams.
Wang Maomuyun. Go up. Clear.
Unlike 1896, CD does not need to decide on a temporary jump point. In last night's meeting, Mao Xiaomo had already made it clear how they would play in case a team competes with them to steal our city. The terrain of the small area in our city is very simple. There is a large warehouse on top, with a 3-story building on the left. But the view is very poor. Then there are 3 houses below. A 3-story red house with a good view. And an invincible building. There is a sea view room and a small red room on the first floor. Because there are relatively few resource points, the CD strategy is still 22. Wang Maomuyun went to rob the left side of the warehouse. There was a small reason for this. Because if 2 teams robbed the warehouse at the same time, if the left side entered without seeing the gun, they could run to the 3rd floor. But the right side could only run down and would be cut off directly. Connection with teammates. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao chose the top floor of the 3-story building because there was a lot of operating space. If they didn't have guns, they could enter the house and climb down, jump to the 2nd floor of the sea view room, or escape. The decision in 1896 was rather hasty. Obviously, this situation was not anticipated in advance. 1 person was left behind in the warehouse. 1 person chose to fight for the apartment with Mao Xiaomo and the others. And the other 2 chose a sea view room. The OB perspective was first given to the top of the 3-story building. 3 contestants, Mao Xiaomo, Cheng Yao and Destiny, landed on the roof almost at the same time. The computers are all top of the line, and you can immediately see the supplies on the roof. An S686, a P1911, pile up. There are also miscellaneous accessories next to it. L quickly searched for resources in the sea view room, while also paying attention to Destiny's situation. In this situation, he didn't need to give any instructions. Everyone was not a novice. It was so simple to get down if they couldn't grab the gun. In a flash of lightning, Mao Xiaomo and Destiny came to the pile of firearms at the same time. Joy shouted,
"Pick up the pistol! Pick up the pistol!"
Destiny dragged it into the backpack. But Mao Xiaomo's hands were also very fast. He quickly found the P1911 and dragged 15 rounds of bullets. While Mao Xiaomo was changing bullets for his pistol, Destiny reacted instantly and jumped without having time to change bullets for S686. I want to jump right in. The reloading speed of the pistol was much faster than that of the S686. Destiny only realized that although it was just a pistol, at such a close distance, Destiny did not believe that Mao Xiaomo would make a mistake. Mao Xiaomo moved while reloading. When the reload was completed, Destiny happened to fall to the ground. However, because the floor was on the 3rd floor, Destiny's character still squatted and became stiff. Although the P1911 only has 7 bullets, it is not difficult to hit a fixed target at such a distance. I fired 6 shots with the sight on, knocked Destiny down directly. CD_King used P1911 to knock down Destiny with a headshot. 1 shot to the body, and 1 to the head to take Destiny away. For Destiny, who is headless and armorless, he can't bear even the damage from a pistol. 1 shot can bring over 80 points of health. In the early stage, when there is no head or armor, the power of the pistol cannot be underestimated. But the disadvantage of the P1911 pistol is that its magazine capacity is only 7 rounds. When Mao Xiaomo finished shooting and reloaded, Destiny had climbed to an area that Mao Xiaomo could not shoot. L in the house also ran out and rescued Destiny from a 3rd-person perspective. TPP rescues people so that the rescuer can have a wider field of vision and be able to make judgments based on the specific situation at any time. Chapter 223 Showdown. Mao Xiaomo only had a pistol on him, and did not dare to rush down. He turned around and entered the room. In just a few seconds, both Cheng Yao and the two members of 1896 had one in their hands. A gun that works.
Here we are rescuing people. Do CDs dare to go down? The king only has a UMP9. On the other hand, here is an AKM and an M16.
Mjoy explained from the OB perspective. The firearm situation of the two people on CD was relatively poor. Cheng Yao picked up another S686 and gave it to Mao Xiaomo, while the UMP9 was kept on her body. Mjoy continued.
For a team like this, the early stage of rescuing people must depend on the situation. It mainly depends on whether the person being rescued has fighting ability. In the early stage, if you have a gun, you have combat effectiveness. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to save a teammate who has nothing on him. 10 seconds is enough to do a lot of things.
Destiny still had an S686 on him, so there was no problem for L to rescue him. Moreover, with his teammates helping him set up the gun, his risk factor could be minimized. Mao Xiaomo was not in a hurry. First, he really didn't have much capital. They only had UMP9 and S686 in the whole house. Second, he was waiting for Mu Yun and Good. But when he turned around and looked at Mu Yun's screen, he saw the two of them in a slightly difficult situation. Mu Yun held a Kar 98K in his hand, and Good on one side only had a small revolver or 1895. 5 meters away from them, 1890 SIXS ace player YQ was holding an AKM. Watch them carefully,
since the team members on both sides entered from both sides of the warehouse. YQ still doesn't know the firearm situation of Godric and Kakarot here, but he is still touching forward. Whoa! What should we do here in CD? We can't run away. How can we be so strong? There's no way we can be strong.
The large forces below were in a stalemate, and the OB perspective immediately cut to the warehouse above. People on both sides are confronting each other, but the two CD players are a little unsure. Hey, Good was a little weak. He only had a small revolver in his hand, and the footsteps on the other side were getting closer and closer. Mu Yun took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that once he and Good were broken through, it would be a matter of time before the CD group was wiped out.
Don't panic. Slow down and aim. You'll get a chance to shoot.
At this time, the difference between the 98K and the small revolver is not very big. The YQ also has a bare head. Whether it is a 98K or a small revolver, the headshot will kill you with one shot. But the error tolerance is too low. Mu Yun knew that his marksmanship was not as good as Good's, and he also had to aim at the head. So he gave this important task to Good.
Okay.
Good loaded his revolver with bullets. Now it was not a question of whether he thought about it or not, but that the enemy was already in front of them, and they had to do it. Mu Yun and Good, one on the left and one on the right, tried their best to draw a gun line. YQ directly exposed a small body, and Mu Yun shot 98K and threw him away. Boom! The shot was fired quickly, and YQ dodges quickly. The box next to him spattered with fire. The shot missed the target, but YQ was determined. He had already seen clearly the firearms of the two people on the opposite side. It was a small revolver. With a 98K, there is no threat in close combat. Thinking of this, YQ directly chose to get close to the two CD players.
YQ decisively pulled closer. The perspective was given to Godric.
Rongyi shouted. Mu Yun did not dare to block Good's perspective, so he deliberately gave up his position and took aim with his 98K Fate machine. But in this case, it is too difficult to hit the moving YQ. YQ's machine side of the AK made no mistakes, and it was a matter of seconds to beat a headless and armorless player like Mu Yun. 1896_YQ used AKM to knock down CD_Kakarot. But Good's little revolver has been aimed at YQ's head. No matter how fast the player's marksmanship is, as long as the scope is open to shoot, the body must be in a still state at the moment of shooting. Only in the case of a jump shot or a shoulder shot that keeps moving up and down, the body will keep moving. Good's eyes almost stared into the computer. The moment Mu Yun fell, he pressed the left button. R1895 with only one shot. Mjoy shouted.
Can you create a miracle?
Boom! Blood burst out from YQ's head instantly. CD_Godric used R1896 to knock down 1896_YQ with a headshot.
Beautiful! Oh my god! This shot!
The voices of Joy and Rong Yi in the commentary box were covered up by the deafening cheers. This shot made the barrage on all platforms red.
666. Damn it!
Mao Xiaomo shouted in the team after seeing the kill message. Good was so excited that he almost shouted out in the venue. But he was still in the game. Even if the enemies in the warehouse were eliminated, there were still 3 people below.
Pull first. Don't worry. We're stuck. This shot is amazing. It must be the best in the finals,
Rong Yi said. This year's CUEL finals surprised him again and again. Joy said.
Let's not talk about the worst. But Godric's shot completely reversed the situation and pulled CD back from the cliff. But it is too early to say that CD won this battle. 1896 is still their 3 people.
After Destiny was pulled up, he took the first aid kit from L and completed reloading the S686 in his hand. This is also a little trick. After being pulled up, you must choose to reload first, and then choose to spray. In this way, you will have time to react even if the enemy rushes closer. Otherwise, no matter whether the medicine is administered or not, you will have no room to fight back. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao did not rush, but they kept observing the situation of the 3 people in 1896 to prevent them from attacking Good and Mu Yun from another angle. Even if Good and Mu Yun won the battle in the warehouse, their combat effectiveness was still very low. After Mu Yun was rescued, he still only had 1 shot of 98k, and he had no medical supplies, and was still in a state of residual health. And Good, who was full of blood, took the AK on YQ. Strictly speaking, only Good had the combat power. The scene was a bit frozen for a while. Neither CD nor 1896 dared to charge. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were guarding the house. 1896 definitely did not dare to charge, especially in TPP mode. CD's firearms were inferior, and they did not dare. Feel free to rush. The scene is so deadlocked. Who is the happier team? Sick. Liwen searched for a gun and used the mountain next to our city to watch the live broadcast of 1896 and CD. No matter which team wins the final victory, they will definitely get involved. The closer CD and 1896 are to the stalemate, the more supplies they can collect. When a team with level 2 suits fights against a team with naked suits, the scene is so beautiful. The first thing I couldn't help but was 1896. CD could afford it, but they couldn't afford it. The 1896 team members gave all their armor to L and prepared for a charge. But Mao Xiaomo had already quietly come down from the back of the house and walked around to the back of the wall. The members of 1896 don't know this information. Destiny and L rushed out of the room and went downstairs on the 3rd floor. But little did they know that Mao Xiaomo was hiding quietly behind the wall. It's a pity that Mao Xiaomo only has a spray gun in his hand. Otherwise, he would have knocked down the 2 of them immediately. Although Mao Xiaomo was standing sideways to 1896, his butt was completely exposed to Liwen. There was a red dot 200 meters away, and Liwen decided to take a shot now. Clatter, clatter. 2 consecutive shots shocked Mao Xiaomo, and the blood tank on his body suddenly fell to the bottom. Hearing the gunfire in the distance, Mao Xiaomo cursed in his heart, and could only forcefully twist his body and go out to squirt 1896. Boom, boom. At this distance, I didn't dare to spray 1 gun at a time, and both sprays hit Destiny alone. CD_King used S686 to knock down 1896_Destiny. 1896_L used the M16 A4 to knock out CD_King. L's reaction was also very fast, and he directly shot back and knocked down Mao Xiaomo, who was still alive. But after being knocked down, he didn't dare to make up for it, because the other 3 CDs were already in front of him. Hand-to-hand combat is the reaction of fighting. Mu Yun rushed to the front. His role was to help Good attract some firepower and act as a human shield. Salman used the cover of the house to pull out and hit Mu Yun, who was running. Good is the AKM with machine sight, and he is the red dot, because the M16's machine sight is easier to use than the AK's. L also gave him the only red dot. Mu Yun, who was already low on health, was instantly knocked down, and Good also took advantage of this moment to directly raise his hand and knock down Salman. Both sides fell madly. Ms. Joy and Mr. Rong never stopped talking.
Liwen in the distance is grabbing heads. Oh! Take away Destiny's head. L also retreated, wanting to hit Godric first. The scene was very chaotic. The king also jumped down from the building.
No matter which team is now, no one dares to save anyone. CD has 2 people dead and 2 people are left. 1896 has 1 person dead and 2 people are dead. And only L is left. But the living Chung Yao and Good were both headless and armorless. And L had a level 2 suit and all the armor of 1896 on him.
Rush! It's okay!
Chung Yao gave Good a bold instruction. Mutual blocking is very safe. But the fallen Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun will be picked up one after another, which is too damaging for CD. Besides, they are at their peak now. I don't believe that I will lose. Mao Xiaomao knew that the team members were a little over the top. But he didn't stop them. Only by bursting with adrenaline can the team members be brought out in their best condition. The moment Good rushed out, Chung Yao also pulled him from the right side of L. Chapter 224, Difficult Situation. The most important thing is that players' judgment on the court is sometimes more accurate than the command. Chung Yao judged the situation in an instant and directed Good to attack from both sides. The 2 men from CD, one on the left and one on the right, pressed towards L in an encircling manner.
L must fight Godric first in this wave,
Rongyi shouted. L's position is very awkward. He must first defeat the enemies on one side before he can deal with the enemies on the other side. But 1896 is in a desperate situation. Even though he has experienced the training of the competition and has a good psychological quality, Captain 1890 SIX's heart is beating fast at this moment. He kept taking small steps, adjusting his position. The moment Godric appeared in his field of vision, the M16 in his hand connected quickly. Although the M16A4 is the most difficult gun to use, it is the rifle with the highest upper limit. At medium and short range, the M16A4 is the king among rifles. There are many people who use M416 to the top. And there are also many players who have trained AKM to the world's top level. But only the M16A4 gun, not only in the Xia Kingdom, but also in the world. No one can practice the M16 gun to a score of 95 or above. Once you hit a moving target with this gun, you not only have to press the gun horizontally and vertically at the same time, but you also have to connect points quickly with your fingers, which is equivalent to 3 difficulties. Shroud, recognized as the #1 shooter at home and abroad, is also one of the loyal users of the M16. However, even if he is as powerful as Shroud, his M16 is not as good as his other rifles. Shroud's M16 uses his extreme hand speed to produce continuous shots in single-shot mode. But no matter how fast his hands are, he can't hit the upper limit of the M16's rate of fire. L's M16 is not very good at using it, and he doesn't dare to use continuous fire to suppress it at this distance. One mistake will ruin his team here.
M16 fast single point. L, take the lead. 1 shot. 2 shots.
Although L's M16 sight is not as fast as Shroud's almost extreme speed, it still makes the commentators and the audience shine. Although it was a machine sight, it still maintained a good hit rate while controlling the speed. It instantly disabled Good but still allowed Good to reach the small slope in front of him. L didn't pause at all and turned around to activate the burst mode. He clearly heard Chung Yao's footsteps approaching him. In the CD team, Chung Yao's pleasant voice sounded again.
Come on!
After hearing Chung Yao's instructions, Good immediately canceled the use of the medicine and directly pulled him out to synchronize with Chung Yao. The next series of operations flashed in L's mind. But the speed can't keep up at all. Now we can only pursue the ultimate output. L fired 6 rounds in a row, and then pulled the gun 180 degrees.
But this is the shot! Hey! 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 It was a mistake!
L's 180-degree pull shot accurately hit Good, and instantly knocked down Good, who was still alive. But Chung Yao was not beaten to death. 1896_L used the M16A4 to knock out CD_Godric. CD_King used UP9 to kill 1896_L.
Nice! CD destroyed 1896 in our city. It can be said that it directly ruined the hope of 1896 winning the championship.
Master Rong heard the cheers at the scene and shouted loudly in conjunction with the audience. After 1890 SIX's reverse win, the point difference with CD continued to widen, directly losing the only theoretical possibility of winning the championship. YQ slammed the keyboard hard and asked the staff behind to remind him that during the game, there should not be any behavior that disrupts the competition of other teams. Listening to the snapping keyboards of other teams, L sighed inwardly. After all, PUBG is a team game. 1+1+1+1. This result is different for each team. They only have 4. And the CD result is higher than them, with advantages in firearms and armor. They still lost to CD. Although winning or losing a duel does not represent who is stronger and who is weaker. On the Sea-Wheel stage, they lost completely.
Nice. Save people. Sick is definitely coming.
After the group destroyed 1896, Mao Xiaomo did not dare to be careless at all. He had already guessed Sick's playstyle and intentions. If he were Li Wen, he would definitely develop the same tactics. Sure enough, just after the battle here, Li Wen summoned 3 teammates. One of the teammates took off his level 2 head and gave it to Li Wen, along with an almost fully equipped M416 with a 4x scope. This equipment is already considered luxurious at this stage. While CD was rescuing people, he rushed into her city without any cover. Joy and Rong Yi in the commentary box were still regretting the recent operation of 1896.
If it's an M4 or Scar-L, I might wear 2 Ls. But it's a matter of if,
Rong Yi said, although it is useless to talk about it. There is a big difference between the M16A4's pistol and the M416's pistol, Joy explained.
Yes, the M416 and Scar-L are both fully automatic rifles. He can hold down the left mouse button and then pull the gun. But the M16 cannot. There must be an interval between the draw of this gun, because I often watch Shroud's live broadcast, and his M16 is a single-point draw. So bug-like operations often occur, but I have not watched the draw of the burst mode yet. I have been to operations with a particularly high level of completion.
Mr. Rong interrupted.
Let's not talk about the M16 for now. Sick entered our city directly. We have to deal with CD one by one,
Wei Shen said with a smile. Now the 4 members of CD have just been rescued. They only have 2 first aid kits, and Mu Yun can only wear bandages. When all SIC members crossed the road, only Mu Yun fired 2 symbolic shots with 98k. It's not that they don't want to fight. It's that they can't fight. Cheng Yao's MP9 has more bullets, and has 74 rounds left in reserve. Mao Xiaomo's M16 only has 16 bullets. Mu Yun and Good each have an AK, and not many bullets. Only about 40 rounds per person. Even though the team was defeated by 1896, CD was still in a very difficult situation.
Do you want an AK?
Mu Yun asked Mao Xiaomo. The M16 in Mao Xiaomo's hand only had 16 rounds of ammunition, which was difficult to sustain in the upcoming battle with SIC.
It's okay. I have 686.
Mao Xiaomo shook his head. After licking 1890 SIX's bag, there was nothing there. And now there was a huge problem before CD, which was their armor. Chapter 225. Fight SIC again. The 8 people of CD and 1896 couldn't even get together 2 sets of armor. They only had a half-health level 2 armor, and a half-life level 2 armor.
Wang Mao, come and get the armor.
Mao Xiaomo greeted Good and left him the only set of armor. Good took a deep breath and dragged this set of half-health level 2 sets onto his body. He knew what this set of equipment meant. The M16 in Mao Xiaomo's hand only had 16 bullets. It was obvious that he would become a CD. Maximum combat effectiveness.
Here are the red dots.
Mao Xiaomo threw the red dots on his body to the ground again. For him, the S686 was the main output weapon. The M16 only had 16 bullets, so its effect might be minimal.
Cheng Yao 98k.
Mu Yun dropped the 98k he was carrying, and Cheng Yao instantly dragged it onto him. Due to the scarcity of AK bullets, Mu Yun only gave Cheng Yao 5 rounds of 7.62mm bullets. The entire CD supply has become so scarce.
Sister, do you want a red spot on your head?
Good asked. There is no mirror on Cheng Yao's 98k. And now in the entire CD team, the only mirror is the red dot on Good's hand.
You can take it. It's the same as mine,
Cheng Yao replied.
Give you some bullets. Save yourself the trouble.
Mu Yun threw 15 rounds of AK bullets, but they were not evenly divided with Good. His AK accuracy was certainly not as high as Good's. More bullets would make Good more daring. Shot. Otherwise, sometimes even if someone is running on the road, CD will not dare to shoot randomly when he is not sure that he will kill the opponent in seconds. There are only so many bullets, and the more you hit, the less.
CD is in a more difficult situation now, facing the menacing SIC. They don't have the upper hand in armor or firearms. Let's first take a look at the equipment of the 2 teams. Here, Sick can basically get a general idea at a glance. There are 3 rifles and 1 MP9. In terms of armor, there are 3 level 2 sets and a few sets of 1 and 1. It's more miserable here in CD. King has only 16 bullets for a machine-sighted M16. No head and no armor. The Sniper King has a 98k machine sight and a MP9. He has no head and no armor. Kakarot has a machine-sighted AK with only 37 rounds of ammunition. The only thing that can be seen is Godric, a half-battery level 2 suit, a red dot AK, with 23 rounds of ammunition. Adding the 40 rounds in the magazine, there are 63 rounds of ammunition.
Under Mr. Roang's explanation, the equipment status of CD was also clearly displayed in front of the audience. Awful. There is only one word. Miserable. This equipment faces the well-equipped SIC. At least as a neutral audience. Almost everyone is not optimistic about the situation of CD. Moreover, except for Godric, who drank a bottle of drink to restore CD's health to full. The health of the other 3 people is still at 75%. If you want to return to full health, you must use painkillers or energy drinks. And this kind of material is a luxury item for today's CDs. You want it but you can't buy it. HP, firearms, and armor all have huge disadvantages. The only thing CD can take advantage of is the terrain.
The only good news for CD now is that it is at a high point, and it is difficult for the SIC below to come up. It must go around from the right.
Mstoy analyzed. CD was still blocking 6 field of vision through the wall outside the 3 red rooms. The terrain on the right was impossible to climb up. So Chung Yao was stuck on the right side of the wall. If SIC becomes stronger, with Chung Yao's technology, it is impossible to give SIC this opportunity. A large section in the middle is a road without bunkers. It is an impossible task to rush through in TPP mode.
Huang Mao. The 2 of us pull to the left. Mu Yun. Watch for support.
Mao Xiaomao said in the team. If SIC wants to attack their position, there is only one way to go down the slope on the left. They can find a good position and wait for SIC to send them. Mstoy saw CD's movement and nodded appreciatively, saying,
CD has now pulled the gun line as far as they can. In fact, 6 Wave came a little late. If I were the SIC commander, I would rush in when 1896 and CD start fighting, so that I can clear the mess as soon as possible without giving CD time to recover blood and pull the line. Yes, CD still has the advantage of the terrain, although it is at a great disadvantage in terms of armor. It is not necessarily the case. If it is FPP, CD will definitely be destroyed, but TPP still has unlimited possibilities.
Roangyi continued. The special perspective of TPP can detect the enemy in advance without them discovering you. The biggest advantage is that it can take the lead. As long as the gun is strong enough, the opponent will be killed in seconds, and the opponent will not have any time to react.
And now it's best for CD not to fall, because except for King, the other 3 team members have all fallen once.
Which is very hurtful. If you fall to the ground again after falling down once, your health will drop very quickly. It can be said that there is no time for teammates to deal with the situation. And especially TPP's 4v4. It usually does not end immediately, which is also one of the disadvantages of CD.
Master Roang said, in the battle with 1896, CD lost 3 people, and the battle was a bit tragic. Now facing SIC again, they don't have many cards in their hands. Boom! The OB perspective gave the overall situation. Hearing the iconic 98K gunshot, one of the SIC team members lost half of his health. Chung Yao's gun sight 98K actually hit Enxini's neck. Enxini quickly retreated to spray medicine. He had just taken a position, and Chung Yao's 98K gave him a warning. Unfortunately, Chung Yao didn't have a high-power scope in his hand. Otherwise, this shot would have taken him away directly.
Oh, on the flank. The 3 SIC guys are pulling up. Kakarot should have seen reporting the points to his teammates. But he didn't fire. And there weren't many bullets.
Roangyi explained. The other 3 people from SIC were touching to the right. Enxini was left alone to fight with Chung Yao.
Enxini must not fall down now. Once he falls down, the king can directly hit his teammates in the side. He doesn't even have to shoot. He is just stuck. His mission is completed by not letting the king come out. But everyone on CD's side moved to the right. Very decisive.
Under Mao Xiaomao's command, Chung Yao and Mu Yun were forcibly called over, and the left side was completely abandoned. If Enxini can touch the left side now, he will face 4 barebacks. But Enxini doesn't know, and he doesn't dare.
That's so bold. Because of the wall. Enxini didn't know that there was no one on the left side. But he definitely wouldn't dare to move in this situation.
Master Roang's words were also Enxini's thoughts. He doesn't know if Chung Yao is on the left side now, and he doesn't dare to bet. If Chung Yao knocks him out, the entire SIC team will be exposed to Chung Yao's gun.
Phase 4 versus 3. Look at this wave.
Mstoy didn't have time to praise CD's boldness. But this wave of gambling did have an effect, forming a 4-on-3 situation.
Quick victory.
Mao Xiaoma's instructions to the team were to only have 4 people. No matter whether they were losing or winning, they had to be fast. Otherwise, once there was a stalemate, it would give M16 time to react. When he reacted and climbed up, it would be CD's death. Therefore, CD must not be stuck with SIC, and the winner must be determined in the first wave. Li Wen also knew that CD was not far away from him. At this time, everyone was very cautious and did not dare to make any moves. CD and others stopped even after they arrived, for fear that SIC would hear the location. The 3 people on the right side of SIC are all walking quietly upward. From this perspective, CD cannot see them. But even if they are walking quietly, there will still be subtle footsteps. Hit. This time it was still Mao Xiaoma who gave the order. Mao Xiaoma's hearing is very sensitive, and he is very confident when he hears small sounds. Make sure you have locked onto your opponent's position. His strong self-confidence made him have no hesitation. Directly order all 4 people to be pulled out to fight the opponent head-on. At this time, SIC is at the bottom of the slope, and there is no bunker. But the uphill and downhill are to see who can spot the opponent first. When the CD moved, Li Wen reacted the fastest. The noisy footsteps made him instantly open the camera to preview where the CD above would appear. Good and Mao Xiaoma, who were relatively close to the SIC, both shot out in advance. Li Wen and Good saw their opponents almost at the same time, and both sides have less time to shoot. Both of them have level 2 sets. So both sides of this wave of frontal guns are almost on the same level. The level 2 heads on both sides flew out almost at the same time. The power of AKM in close combat was fully displayed. Even if Li Wen was a level 2 head with full durability, he was instantly knocked away by Good. CD_Godric used AKM to knock down SIC_Li Wen with a headshot. This is the advantage of playing high and playing low. Li Wen's head had no place to hide at all, although it also hit Good's level 2 head. He only got 1 shot. Good's blood volume also dropped by half in an instant, and his level 2 head was also blown away. But fortunately, he did not fall to the ground. The level 2 head gives him a natural advantage in this wave of confrontations. Even if the M416 hits the head, it will only lose about 60 HP. If there is no helmet, he will fall directly to the ground, and there will be no time to fight. Just as he was talking about being headless, the price of being headless appeared on CD. Although Li Wen, the team's ace, was knocked down, Xiao stood up. Chapter 226 The Unstoppable CD. Facing Mu Yuan and Cheng Yao, who were also headless and armorless. The M416 in his hand fired accurately, and killed them instantly. SIC_Xiao used M416 headshot to knock down CD_King. SIC_Xiao used M416 headshot to knock down CD_Kakarot. Beautiful! Godric comes up to shoot! Msjoy shouted. Good had no medicine, and no time to spray medicine. In a close fight, time was the output. It's just that when he pulled out to fight, another SIC team member Jess appeared in his gun line. Jess, who had a level 2 suit, was not killed instantly. Instead, she gave Xiao time to react and shot Godric away with a single shot. SIC_Xiao used M416 to knock down CD_Godric with a headshot. Although both Jess and Xiao had residual health, CD had already downed 3 team members, and Good and Mu Yun were both down, losing health very quickly. King! Can you save CD? Under Msjoy's shout, Mao Xiaoma rushed forward. The M16 with only 16 rounds has now become a life-saving straw. Remaining health! Too big disabled! Good shouted loudly in the team, giving Mao Xiaoma the correct judgment on the enemy's health. It was this information that made Mao Xiaoma pick up the M16 that was out of bullets again. Jess and Xiao knew they couldn't run away now, so they had no choice but to pull apart and force Xiao Mo. At the moment of the exchange of fire on the frontal battlefield, M16 also reacted instantly and rushed towards the frontal battlefield from Cheng Yao's original direction. There is not much time left for Mao Xiaoma. Mao Xiaoma occupied the high slope and leaned forward to shoot a single point in advance, because he learned that his opponents were all left with residual health. Mao Xiaoma only fired 2 shots at a single point each time and never wasted bullets. The moment Jess saw Mao Xiaoma turning sideways, Mao Xiaoma immediately squatted down to avoid the first bullet. And with a time lag, he leaned forward and took away Jess with 2 precise shots. Because the distance was too low, Zhao's steps were still exposed when he tried to turn sideways. Mao Xiaoma's hands were very fast,
and he instantly pressed the B button to switch to the fire mode. A single point is used to cut into bursts. Even the M16, a rifle that is extremely powerful at close range, still has a hard time facing a level 2 head and level 2 armor and a fully armed enemy. In the cheers of the scene, the headless and armorless Mao Xiaomo used the legendary
New Year's greeting gun technique. Look at this wave of king. Beautiful. Knock down one first. Is there a second one? Beautiful. Happy New Year's marksmanship.
Joy and Rongi shouted in unison. CD_King used the M16A4 to knock out SIC_Jess. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down SIC_Xiao.
New Year's greeting marksmanship.
This simple operation is to suddenly lie down when shooting with someone and create an unexpected effect. The practical significance of this kind of marksmanship is not particularly great, and it is extremely difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that it is difficult to control the gun while lying down, and the whole process is relatively passive. Generally speaking, New Year's greeting marksmanship is a gambling-style operation performed when one's own side is at a disadvantage with a gun or cannot control the gun, and has an unexpected effect. And Mao Xiaomo's wave obviously paid off, because residual blood Xiao did not hit him immediately, but took the opponent away with one shot. After knocking down the two of them, Mao Xiaomo only had 3 bullets left. To be honest, 3 bullets don't mean much at all. If it weren't for the gun tip, the 3 bullets of the M16 wouldn't be able to kill a person in 1 second. Aiming at Jess and Xiao, who fell to the ground with 3 bullets, they directly made up for it and scored 12 points first. Good crawled to Mao Xiaomo's feet and threw out his AKM and 7.62 bullets. Having a rifle in hand is definitely better than having only an S686. But SIC didn't know that Mao Xiaomo's M16 was out of bullets at the moment. Before he could change his bullets, M16 rushed over, facing an enemy with no head and no armor. He was not particularly weak. Moreover, there were no bunkers on either side, only uphill and downhill slopes to use.
Urgent,
Joy said.
Yes. SIC is a little too hasty this time. Even if they can eat the CD, they will still suffer heavy losses.
Master Rong shook his head.
M16 is so reckless this time. King hasn't picked up the AK yet. Stop trolling.
Mao Xiaomo heard the footsteps and cut out S686 with his backhand, facing enemies with heads, armor, full health and guns. Only the S686 weapon can give hope, minimize disadvantages. As the saying goes,
everyone is equal before the trolls,
regardless of whether it is a level 1 suit or a headless or armorless one. Facing M16, Mao Xiaomo's 2 sprays will turn the tables, and if he misses, the team will be destroyed. Although the fault tolerance rate is its low, but it also brings both sides to the same starting line. Mao Xiaomo moved up a little. His teammate's health was falling quickly, and he couldn't drag him any further. Both Mu Yun and Good were defeated, and if the delay continued, at least 2 of CD would die. The more critical the moment, the calmer Mao Xiaomo is. This is what Coach Jiangjin once said. Mao Xiaomo's hands, eyes, ears, and every sense are acquiring information on the court. The S686 in my hand is tightened tighter and tighter, with the entire audience holding their breath. Mao Xiaomo and M16 met each other. Flash spray left and right. The first squirt hits M16. The audience's hearts tightened as this spray only hit M16's arm. Before the audience could react, Mao Xiaomo's second spray from the side of his head followed in a flash of lightning. M16's reaction is also very fast. He knows what kind of weapon Mao Xiaomo has in his hand. S686 only has 2 chances to spray. As long as he dodges these 2 sprays, he will win the CD. At this moment, M16 did not choose to fight hard, but subconsciously chose to withdraw, trying to avoid Mao Xiaomo's spray. Without the pressure from his opponent, Mao Xiaomo adjusted his head and threw out the second spray, regardless of whether he was hit or not. He turned around and jumped off the slope. Boom! Boom! This spray hit M16 accurately and take him away. CD_King used S686 to kill SIC_Xiao. CD follows the lossless group destruction of 1896. Defeat SIC again. Less than 5 minutes into the game, 2 of the top 5 teams in the standings were sent home. SIC and 1896 also completely ruined their hopes of winning the championship.
Beautiful. CD. Who else can stop CD?
Wei Shen smiled and shook his head, saying,
I can't stop it anymore. No one can stop me in this state.
Chapter 227, The Most Terrifying Monster Team.
Nice. Nice. Help! Help! He's going to die soon!
Good shouted in the team. Both Muyun and him had almost half of their health. If we didn't save him, one of them might die. Mao Xiaomao put away his gun to make himself run faster, while Good and Muyun, who had a strong desire to survive, were also crawling in the direction of Mao Xiaomao crazily. Seeing this scene, Ms. Joy suddenly remembered a rumor and said,
"In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there has always been a rumor that when you are knocked down and fall to the ground, you must not crawl around or move around, because it will speed up your fall."
The speed of blood? This rumor has been widely circulated. I didn't know if it was true at first. Later, I tested it myself and found out that it was really just a rumor. Everyone remember it. The rumor that he fell down and crawled to the ground and lost blood quickly is really just a rumor.
What Ms. Joy said also made many people suddenly realize, because this rumor was spread too widely, and most players would not verify whether this rumor was true. Over time, at least half of the players believed this rumor. At this moment, Ms. Joy has officially refuted the rumors, and hopes that there will be fewer words like,
"Stop crawling. Blood will drop quickly.
during the game in the future.
It's too late to save us."
Mao Xiaomao chose Good to save first because he was slightly closer to him. During the rescue process, Muyun also crawled to the two of them, but his health had also reached the bottom. The moment Good was rescued, Mao Xiaomao and Good pressed F at the same time.
"Hold it!"
Muyun shouted heartbreakingly. When there was still a trace of blood left, the two people pressed the rescue button at the same time. Muyun was still worried and kept reminding the two of them not to let go. To be honest, it's not very clear whether two people rescued each other in tandem and let go. Mao Xiaomao didn't dare to try. This is the venue for the CUEL finals. What if something goes wrong? While CD breathed a sigh of relief, he also started to get excited. Destroy 1896 first. Destroy SIC again. The two powerful teams lost directly in the head-to-head confrontation with CD. Although they were confident, they managed to destroy the two championship teams in the early stage without any loss. And they still managed to climb up from the almost desperate cliff. Even if they are extremely confident, they would never think of it before the game. Muyun and Cheng Yao were rescued one after another, and CD was still full of 4 people. It is hard to imagine that this team has experienced double attacks from 1896 and SIC.
Ms. Joy said, "I really have a hunch that this CD is going to activate the God-killing mode."
Wei Shen also had the same feeling and said,
"It feels a bit unstoppable. But the only possible problem is that they fell to the ground too many times. Kakarot and Godric both fell to the ground twice. And the other two also fell to the ground once. Once the TPP model reaches a stalemate, it will be very detrimental to CD. If it falls, it will die and cannot be saved."
What Wei Shen was worried about was what everyone was worried about. 1 fell down and 3 fell down, and the blood volume dropped quickly. However, the current CD no longer wanted to care about those factors. The 4 people are in a hot state. While constantly searching for supplies, they finally took a closer look at the circle. They just glanced at it. As for this circle, they were still within it, so they were not in a hurry to move. If they want to leave, they can leave now, although they don't have any supplies on themselves. SIC does. They are not very short of firearms and medicines. The only thing they are missing is armor. In the firefight just now, both CDs and SICs were almost beaten, and several helmets were knocked off.
"It's okay. Don't worry. Our city hasn't searched yet. Let's search it. Muyun, go and bring all the cars over,"
Mao Xiaomao said. Muyun nodded.
"Okay."
He already has basic equipment on his body. He is not the main firepower in this team. He still has to do some of the hard work of swearing. This circle is a central circle, a safe zone located in the center of the map. This safe zone extends from above our city to the airport island. It can be said to be a safe zone with a very huge space. Moreover, in the central circle, there is a high probability that it will be a mountain battle, because there are many mountains in the middle of the map. If it is really a mountain battle, for the current CD, there are advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if it is a head-on 4v4 team battle, with their current state, they are worthy of any team, because the strength of these teams is just about the same, and the strength of these teams is as clear as that of professional teams. Even if a small detail can lead to the destruction of the group, it won't matter. The disadvantages are easier to understand. If it's a street fight or a battle for a housing area, you can help you if you fall down. so you don't have to be affected by a large number of 2-down or 3-down situations. Mountain warfare is more difficult. Sometimes there will be mutual jams, because there are not many bunkers, and you don't dare to save if you fall to the ground. If someone else pulls the gun line horizontally, you will be very uncomfortable in 2v4. Mao Xiaomao also kept explaining the position of entering the circle and the precautions during the battle. Originally, they were in a relatively diamond-shaped position. Mao Xiaomao and Good were on the left and right, and Cheng Yao was at the end. This way of a formation. But because the team fell to the ground too many times, they could only change their formation to a 2-2. Mu Yun and Good were in a group, and Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomao were in a group. The four of them were divided into two directions to cooperate. Although Mu Yun's overall view is lacking, his understanding of the terrain and control of small-scale team battles are definitely no problem. He and Good, the two assaulters, can be said to be the two people with the strongest frontal ability in the team. And they are definitely also capable. Not in the same team. This style of play requires higher team coordination, because it cannot draw a fan-shaped gun line like four people pulling horizontally. But the advantage is that it can support teammates in your own team immediately, whether it is to replenish the gun or rescue. The top 6 teams have also been paying attention to CD's information, except for SIC and 1896, two teams that have been wiped out by the group. Fish, ZQL, and FUD are all a little helpless. Judging from the kill information in the upper right corner, CD should have destroyed the two teams SIC and 1896 without any loss. Such a terrifying record made them. The onlookers? Unbelievable. The full CD is definitely the scariest monster in this game. Before the game started, the two teams FUD and 1896 imagined the difficulty of the game. But they did not expect it to end like this. ZQL, a well-trained professional team, is slightly weaker in frontal ability, but with excellent transfer command and coordination. It occupies the second position in the standings. Fish, SIC, two supernova teams suddenly emerged, led by two super newcomers 45AI and Liwen, and reached the top 6. The two people's super personal strength cannot be faked, and the scene of FUD being wiped out by a 1v4 group is still vivid in my mind. Needless to say, CD, a team of monsters, and the most terrifying monsters. Chapter 228, Killing God Mode. CD, in the middle of the game. As expected, it was another mountain battle. Mountain battles have very high requirements on terrain. It does not mean that you will have a good shooting position if you have a good terrain. Once the terrain is bad, you will definitely be attacked by enemies from several directions at the same time. At this time, it will be a bit late to make a transfer. The OB perspective was given to CD. And now it was the third circle. CD had already received 11 kills. These 3 heads were swept down by KM during the transfer process. Because the field of vision in the mountainous area was relatively poor, KM had no time to react when he discovered CD. 2 people were caught off guard and were swept down. The remaining 2 forced to turn, although they avoided the CD's firepower immediately. 1 person was still shot down during the escape. Only 1 team member was left and fled frantically. The CD with overwhelming self-confidence rushed to Glory's mountain temple again.
It's over. It's over. I've completely killed CD, Msjoy said with a smile.
CD now feels like it's just to beat whoever it catches. Seeing that the mountain temple is in the center, he jumped right in. Mr. Rohn said,
"Calm down. Oh my god. I just spread out the formation."
Amid the surprised sounds of Mr. Rohn and Msjoy, CD divided into 2 teams, one on the left and the other on the right. Although Glory's current results are not particularly good and the team strength is lacking, after all, it has a star player Joker, one of the super players with an S-level overall rating from TPJ. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game that serves the team. The team as a whole is weak, and there are fewer opportunities for individual performance. Glory was very focused. They all noticed the CD as soon as he touched it. However, there were more bunkers, and they were not able to knock down CD's team members at the first time.
"Wait a minute. I'll give you medicine."
Mao Xiaomao put a first aid kit on himself and shouted loudly in the team. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard a crisp sound. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down Glory_Joker with a headshot.
"Fall? The one behind the tree has fallen,"
Cheng Yao shouted in the team. Her 98K shot is equivalent to knocking out Glory's strong point on the flank, so that CD can launch a gun line. After the shot, all the spectators began to exclaim. This shot takes only a moment to aim, which is also the time it takes an ordinary person to blink.
And Joker was a little greedy for guns just now, and wanted to knock down Mao Xiaomo as soon as possible. At that time, Mao Xiaomo had already been shot 3 times. If nothing else happened, 1 or 2 more shots would knock him down. Once CD was knocked down, Glory would have a huge advantage. This huge temptation made Joker nod. He didn't pull it back immediately. When he saw Cheng Yao leaning forward to shoot, it was already too late to pull it back. Joker wanted to slap himself. He looked down on himself and looked down on his opponent.
Hurry up and cover!
The moment he fell to the ground, Joker quickly asked his team members to cover the flanks. Otherwise, if the CD was pulled to the flank, their entire team would be completely protected by the CD and would be unable to move at all. Mao Xiaomo took the medicine and said to Cheng Yao,
"Stand where you are."
After saying that, he rushed forward. Although there was no cover, Cheng Yao was already behind to help him hold the front. And he had complete trust in Cheng Yao as sniper. As Glory's free agent, Chi Feng immediately chose to go to the wing to see if he could save Joker the moment he fell to the ground.
"We definitely can't save this,"
Ms. Joy said when she saw Chi Feng's direction of action. King has already moved closer, and there is definitely no chance of saving him now. But Chi Feng's choice this time is obviously wrong. Mao Xiaomo saw Chi Feng from a third-person perspective. He pulled out the camera and was about to scan when he heard another crisp 98K gunshot. Chi Feng fell to the ground in response. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down Glory_Chi Feng with a headshot.
"Headshot from a moving target. Beautiful. Is this really a female athlete?"
said the unbelievable Rong Yi. Although the OB perspective was not given to Cheng Yao. From King's perspective, it could be seen that Chi Feng's helmet was instantly blown off even though he jumped a little.
"Down! There are 2 more on the left."
Cheng Yao also had uncontrollable excitement, killing again and again, making everyone in the CD team in a hot state. Mao Xiaomo eliminated Chi Feng and shouted excitedly in the team,
"La la la la! Destroy them!"
The remaining 2 members of Glory did not dare to fight head-on and retreated behind their own small houses. But CD's gun line has been completely stretched. Even throwing thunder can kill Glory alive.
CD's side started throwing mines, and the cooperation was very good. 2 planes threw 2.
Ms. Joy explained. When throwing mines, to prevent the opponent from leaning out to attack, one person must hold the position where the enemy may lean out. This is something CD learned from the confrontation with Nanjay. The 2 thunders roared and were thrown in the direction of Glory. It was not difficult to throw the 2 thunders. After throwing them, Mao Xiaomo and Good carried out fire suppression. There was no need to continue to replenish the mines. They knew that if the mines were not on the opposite side, if you hide, you will hit. For people suppress fire from 2 directions, leaving Glory unable to move at all. Boom! Boom! CD_Godric used a frag grenade to kill Glory_Azzy. CD_Godric used a frag grenade to kill Glory_Louis. Destroy Glory? Information about CD's crazy killings constantly hit the nerves of all the major teams. According to their preliminary estimates, CD had killed at least 15 people. This was exactly the case. CD took 15 heads and occupied the center of the circle at the same time. CD's crazy killing mode was still on. The 2 teams still looked at the terrain on both sides and kept hitting visible targets. Even if they were more than 500 meters apart, the bullets were falling crazily. But CD showed no intention of restraining themselves. They had no shortage of ammunition. Just Glory's 4 bags contained hundreds of rounds of bullets.
"It's really crazy. Oh my god. I can't stop it. I really can't stop it."
The 4 CDs kept firing, directly repelling the 2 waves of team attacks. While killing 2 people, they also forced ZV and DAT to retreat. At this time, CD's head count has reached 19. The God-killing mode continues. Chapter 229, Crazy Killing.
"Look at the FUD side. I was beaten so hard by the CD that I couldn't hold my head up. Bullets are free now." The car was directly exploded.
When Master Rong saw the crazy CD, he shook his head and smiled helplessly. The terrifying firepower from the 4 people continued to take care of the surrounding enemies. The most obvious one was FUD. Due to the disadvantage of the terrain, the 4 people were suppressed by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. They did not even dare to show their heads, and could only fight with the smoke mix. And their vehicle was exploded by the 8x scope rifles of Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo. At a distance of 200 meters, you can imagine how many bullets were fired. Nair's was blown down beside the car. But fortunately, he could be saved. CD couldn't repair it directly. There was only a small gap under the Jeep. Only by the wheels could he successfully avoid distant bullets. For the first time, I saw the word powerless on these teams. The final circle is still a normal safe zone. Although CD's room is not in the center, it is still the only room in the safe zone.
I think I can congratulate CD in advance for winning the championship.
Ms. Joy's sudden words made everyone stunned for a moment. And then, they seemed to understand a fact.
Yes, it's basically certain that CD will win the championship. If you clear the circle this time, CD can at least be in the top 8. Even if they don't kill people now. With 19 kills, the kill score is already 114 points. Plus the ranking points should be at least 200 points. In addition, they now have more than 1,100 points. If nothing else happens, they have basically won the championship. Everyone should be able to calculate this score,
Rongyi said. Except for CD. The other team with the most heads in this game is Fish, with 8 heads. Even if they win the chicken, they will only get close to 400 points at most. And CD is currently leading them by 500 points. And this is still the best result, although it is only theoretically possible. Once CD enters the top 3 in this set, it can basically lock in the championship.
I don't want to know how many points CD has, and how many points Fish has now. What I want to know is who can beat CD,
Rongyi said with a helpless smile. CD's hot state coupled with their terrain advantage. Although the commentator mentioned the top 8. If nothing else, it would be at least the top 5.
CD? Kill them all and stop FUD.
Amid Master Rong's exclamation, Mao Xiaomo and Good moved down a distance and moved to the edge of the white circle. Don't give FUD any chance to enter the circle. FUD is now in the middle of the blue and white circle. If the vehicle is damaged, if you want to enter the circle, you can only find a way up. However, CD 2 people are in the high point housing area, and 2 people are on the edge of the white circle. They want to enter in TPP mode. The circle becomes even more difficult.
You're going to get killed FUD.
Rongyi's words are a declarative sentence. Under TPP mode, unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, there is basically no chance of accidents when setting up guns with bunkers around the perimeter. With a firepower of 4 people, FUD couldn't get any closer.
I heard some viewers shouting about self-deprecation again. It is definitely impossible for FUD to self-deprecate now. First of all, they are in full formation, not alone. If they were alone, FUD might choose to self-deprecate and not give CD points.
Ms. Joy hearing many viewers shouting Z-Lay in unison. He explained with a smile.
But if the formation is full of 4 people, they will definitely have to fight hard. Besides, they are still in the championship competition team. Now that they have the opportunity to face CD, they must fight hard. If CD is destroyed, they will become rich overnight and draw the points between the 2 teams. Difference. It's just that they are very disadvantaged now. Look at FUD. It's over. FUD has no chance. They no longer have the most important prop.
Smoke bomb. After Ms. Joy's analysis, everyone discovered that the smoke bombs on FUD's body had already been wiped out when they were just being harassed by CD. The OB perspective is given to the FUD team members one by one. There is no cigarette on their bodies. In this case, there is no chance of getting close to the white circle. Even a world-class commander has no way to deal with FUD's current situation. So not ears can only order a forced bypass.
FUD start running. CD target shooting.
FUD ran in the opposite direction of CD, trying to make a big circle to avoid CD's gun line. But there was still a large piece of flat land. Test CD's shooting ability. The not ears didn't expect that everyone could run away. Now they can only leave their lives to luck. One by one, they can run away. The OB perspective is given to Mao Xiaomo. Fast single point with 4x lens M16.
King. 1 shot. 2 shots. 3 shots. Very accurate. 1 down. Second.
Ms. Joy kept reporting the information on the court, even though FUD tried his best to move around. But the 4 players attacking them were far more than CD. Fish, who was farther away, was also shooting at the target. But CD was closer and had a higher hit rate. CD_King used M16A4 to knock out FUD_Target Spy. CD_Cockroach uses M416. Fish_45AI uses M416. Under the constant refresh of the screen, FUD's team members were knocked down one after another. And then the head-grabbing battle between CD and Fish began. CD was in good condition and accurately connected points to take away 3 heads. And 45AI only gained 1.
It's so scary. My god. There are 22 heads.
Kill FUD again. CD's head count has reached a terrifying 22. This result has already caught up with their previous result, having tied the single game kill record in this year's CUL competition. As long as they kill one more person, they can continue to set the team single game kill record.
I killed 62 people in 3 games, even though it was a game with 24 teams. This is too scary.
Mjoy kept shaking his head. In a game of 24 teams, it will be easier to kill than in a game of 16 or 20 teams. Once you occupy a Destiny room area, you are likely to be able to get a high kill. However, 3 consecutive sets of high kills have only appeared a few times in the professional PUBG competition in 1 or 2 years. 2 consecutive games with more than 20 kills seem to be really unheard of.
In the 6th set of the main match, there were still 19 people alive, and CD got 22 kills again. The game isn't over yet. It's not too much to say that CD has gone crazy.
Chapter 233 Teams.
Final round. It's on the west side. A corner circle, so the CD has to move. But in this circle, they can still enter the circle on foot. Look at the team in front of them. CD,
Rongyi said after the 6th circle was refreshed. In the 6th circle, a corner circle was drawn to the west. There was only a full formation of fish in this circle for the time being.
In this case, the best position in the circle is fish. It will be a bit difficult for the 3-person ZQL team to enter the circle. They are now exposed to the center of fish and AKA outside the circle. They have to clear out the enemies on AKA's side first. Only then can we focus on facing fish on the other side. If fish, hurry up and press forward now. There is no one behind them now, and there will be no one in the future. If they are on the edge of the white circle and there is a cut-off Destiny circle, they must press forward decisively. What is the principle of this? Think about it. Everyone. As long as fish's position advances 10 meters, their space will be 10 meters more, and the enemy's space will be 10 meters smaller. What is the concept? When the next circle is refreshed, fish the further forward they are, the more likely they are to be in the safe zone, which is one reason why teams fight tooth and nail to get into the center.
Just as Mjoy was making a sound analysis, Mr. Roan quietly interrupted him and said,
Alas, I guess no one wants to listen to these and that now. They just watch CDs now.
Rongya's words also attracted cheers from some of the audience at the scene. Mjoy had no choice but to forcefully analyze a wave of CD.
CD is the only one who can defeat ZD. Why do I feel that ZD always appears?
There are only 2 people left in ZD. They were originally in the center of a relatively safe zone. It would be very disadvantageous for them to clear this circle because CD will definitely enter the circle from their side. There are several options for CD. Or you can continue to pull up. But there are 2 almost full formations of ZQL and AK above. And there have been a lot of gunshots before. ZV and the 2 did not dare to face the CD. Because once they stuck the CD with all their strength, they would definitely be attacked by fish not far away. Now ZV is also in a very embarrassing situation. They just hope that the red-eyed CD can quickly pull up and fight. The ZQL and AK above are fighting to the death. But although CD has a very strong desire to kill now, it will not run poison in the opposite direction to forcefully kill its opponent. The 4 people spread out to touch the circle. They didn't know if there was anyone in the circle. But now, CD no longer has any pressure and all the burdens have been relieved. However, the team's basic vigilance and tactical coordination cannot be lost. For people forcibly pulled a gun line in the direction of ZD. The 2 of them, ZV, could only act as Voldemort, and the Yumpy in their hands was also open to see if they could create a miracle. The safe zone began to refresh, and ZQL and AK on the other side also started fighting. However, CD was the protagonist in this game, and the OB perspective was always locked on CD. As for the battle situation between ZQL and AK, I can only make up my mind based on the kill information in the upper right corner. Good touched the edge of the circle, and just when he was about to say that there was no one there, he heard gunfire coming from a bush not far away.
Hack!
ZD_001 used UP9 to knock out CD_Godric. After being knocked down, he immediately wanted to make up for it. But just after 2 shots, he was killed by Mu Yun on the side. The other Voldemort on the other side had no chance, and was successfully killed under the double attack of Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. CD_King used M16 A4 to kill ZV_003. CD_Cockroach used M416 to kill ZV_001. At this point, CD had cleared the enemies on his side, and successfully entered the circle. Although Good was already down 3 times, he was still able to safely rescue him. It is still full of 4 people. And the number of people has reached 24.
Beautiful. There are no surprises. CD once again refreshed the single kill record he set in CUL in the previous game. As an aside, the tournament record is 25 kills, which was set last year by the star player Xbox leading his ST team. I feel like the CD will also be broken by the way,
Mjoy said, because this year is the second PlayerUnknown's Battleground CUL competition. The record for single kill team kills is 25 kills created by Street last year, and the CD team has reached 24 kills. This result, coupled with the current situation, makes everyone I have endless expectations for the CD to break the record. The overall situation on CD's side has been decided, and the battle between ZQL and AK has come to an end. Several lone wolves have been eliminated one after another, but Honor's lone wolf gave AK a fatal blow. After taking poison and half-blooded, Honor lone wolf hit AK on the back, instantly knocking down 2 people, although the frontal battlefield quickly collapsed. ZQL team Zhou Qinglian scored 2 kills, and also took down Honor lone wolf along the way. There are only 11 people left on the field in 3 teams. Fish still occupies the most central position on the field. With a full CD state, the full staff is located on one side of the circle. The terrain is slightly worse, and the ZQL is severely damaged. Both players have no armor, and they stumbled into the final safe zone.
The 7th circle. It's still a relatively central position. Only Fish is in the circle at this position,
Rongyi said. While seeing this circle, Mjoy seemed to have already seen the next plot.
I think CD has a great chance in this circle. ZQL will definitely move down later. When ZQL and Fish exchange fire, CD will definitely push forward. I can only say that there are many things that can happen. If Fish is confident in his own strength, he must put one person to force CD. Otherwise, if CD is allowed to be the fisherman, they will all become backgrounds. In fact, at this stage of the game, CD has almost won the championship. To be honest, other teams have almost no chance unless they have a magical comeback from 4 AM on the PCPI half a year ago. Yes.
If I were these 2 teams, I would try my best to jam the CD. It can't be used as a background. Okay. Just kidding. Now the CD starts to seal the cigarette, and ZQL also starts to touch it. It's just that the CD takes the poison first.
Under the passionate explanations of Mjoy and Rongyi, the final round finally started. Because CD was further away from the safe zone than ZQL, it took the lead in taking the poison. However, the smoke wall that had been laid helped CD create a perfect line of defense. Fish faced ZQL's offensive and had no time to deal with CD.
Chapter 231 Chance.
It can be said that the only 3 teams on the field that still have hope of competing for the championship are finally standing on the stage of the finals again.
ZQL 3 people occupy a relatively high terrain, but in the case of hand-to-hand combat, you can't tell whether a high slope or a low slope is better. If you really can't tell, you can even write a paper, because different situations will have different judgments on the pros and cons. But the current situation is that ZQL completely has the advantage, because CD is also entering the circle. If Fish forcefully blocks them, CD will already rush into the circle. If CD is alive, it is the biggest threat to Fish. ZQL is not very anxious. In their thoughts, CD is more anxious than them, because CD enters the circle farther than them. Although there is a lot of smoke, it is a passive situation after all.
Cheng Yao. Huang Mao sets up the gun.
Mao Xiaomo has no choice. There are too few bunkers in front, so he can only charge 2 at a time. At this time, the idea of entering the circle with everyone in his arms is obviously a bit unrealistic. CD's operation of abandoning the car to save the commander was also highly praised by Mjoy.
It's so decisive. Really decisive. There is something about CD's command. 2 planes rush forward. It seems that King and Godric are not prepared to enter the circle and force Fish. Team members.
Fish's strongest point, 45 AI, is on the side of ZQL, because once ZQL comes over, it must have an advantage from the front. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. In the worst case, it will be flanked by both CD and ZQL teams at the same time. There was only one team member who came to stop CD, because CD was also running poison. The pressure on them was not as great as ZQL above. Kolo was responsible for the task of delaying CD. But when they saw the 2 CD players pulling sideways and not thinking about entering the circle, he was a little at a loss.
Let's go!
Mao Xiaoma and Mu Yun played a simple little coordination, constantly helping the other person to set up the gun.
But Kolo did not dare to lean forward. As soon as he dodged the gun, he was hit by Good's SKS in the head, and his blood flowed. He fell to the ground instantly. The 3-on-3 matchup between ZQL and Fish also started instantly. Zhou Qinglian and 45AI. Two superstar players met each other. ZQL_Qinglian used M16 to kill Fish_45AI with a headshot. Facing the 45AI, which ranked first on the killing list, Zhou Qinglian reacted very quickly. The two gun heads of the M4 at close range directly took the 45AI away, even though he himself was beaten to a pulp by 45AI. In a close confrontation, it's normal for whoever wins to lose. It's obvious that Zhou Qinglian is slightly better this time. After knocking down 45AI, Zhou Qinglian subconsciously laid down and wanted to get a first aid kit. But the power grid was about to hit him, and he didn't have that time. So he had to get up and continue to rush forward. His teammates and Fish also got angry, knocking down one of Fish's team members, and he was beaten to a low level. But even though the poison was already losing blood in large squares, Good's gun line was successfully opened. Kolo, who had already held up his CD, now had nowhere to hide. He was knocked down by Good's SKS shot while he was spraying medicine. Looking at his declining health, Good could only choose how much output he could hit. In his position, he can be output to both Fish and ZQL team members at the same time. Without picking his opponent, Good aimed at a team member who was still squatting on the ground and spraying medicine, and shot SKS with a precise shot. Then he was poisoned and fell outside the circle, and Good shot also directly caused the kill information in the upper right corner to flash on the screen. CD_Godric used SKS to kill Fish_Kolo. CD_Godric fell to the ground outside the safe zone. CD_Godric used SKS to kill Fish_Agra. ZQL_Qinglian finally killed Fish_45AI. ZQ. Fish was wiped out within 5 seconds under the attack of CD and ZQL. Good and Chungyao, who were setting up guns for Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun outside the circle, were also poisoned. CD2 people, Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun entered the circle with full health, while ZQL3 people entered the circle with residual health. Although it is 2v3, CD and ZQL are in much better shape than ZQL. But CD doesn't know ZQL's current status, and they didn't dare to charge at all. In TPP mode, do you dare to charge into the opposite position? And it's still at a numerical disadvantage. 26 kills! 26 kills! CD has broken the tournament record set by the ST team last year. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are 3 more people. Let's see if CD can continue to break the record. Msjoy and Rongyi also became excited. CD's 26 kills had already made the audience stand up. Witness history. Regardless of whether the CD Chicken game is successful or not, this game will definitely go down in the history of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. CD! 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 With the crazy performance of CD today, many neutral PUBG game fans have become fans of CD. Plus there is a flood of CD fans at the scene. Shanghai Oriental Sports Center has become the home stadium of CD. A Jiangsu team welcomed tens of thousands of cheers on the territory of Shanghai. Now CD is not all ZQL's remaining health. But even if I knew it, I wouldn't dare to force it. Msjoy raised his volume, and the noise at the scene forced him to do so. Under the TPP model, if you want to forcefully enter a position, you must have many conditions. And these conditions are obviously not met by the current CD. But CD is very smart. He directly pinched Lei. ZQL is spraying medicine. Right. Right. King touched the slope on the right. ZQL probably didn't notice it. Mr. Rong and Msjoy were so excited that they almost broke their voices. In TPP mode, Mao Xiaomao made a bold move and touched down the slope on the right. On the front, Mu Yun followed Mao Xiaomao's instructions and threw thunder to attract ZQL's attention. ZQL, can you take a look at the right side? I was applying medicine, but I didn't see it. The ZQL team members concentrated on spraying medicine and avoiding the thunder thrown by Mu Yun, and did not notice Mao Xiaomao at all. It would be easier to understand if it was FPP. In TPP mode, no one would have thought that Mao Xiaomao would touch it from the unprotected right side. Boom! Boom! Mu Yun's thunder kept attracting ZQL's attention. When Mao Xiaomao walked quietly up the small slope, this simple coordination was successfully completed. Side! King! Opportunity! How many can you steal? Msjoy shouted. Mao Xiaomao's current position is beside the entire ZQL team. Chapter 232, Destroyed all over.
Mao Xiaomo was like a calm killer, holding a long knife that was so sharp that it shone like silver, and stabbed it hard into Ezekiel's heart. Zhou Qinglian's desperate voice was stuck in her throat, and she couldn't scream even if she was the first to be knocked down. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down Ezekiel_Qinglian.
1.
CD_King used M16A4 to knock out Ezekiel_Klein.
2. Is there the third one? Get back,
Msjoy shouted. Kobe, the last member of Ezekiel, heard the gunfire from the flank and subconsciously pulled back. But Ezekiel only has one player left, although the next circle is here for him. The CD has already started to pull left and right.
It's not impossible to fight 1 versus 2 in this circle.
Seeing the new safe zone, Mr. Rohn said that with a bunker, everything is possible. Msjoy shook his head and said,
I don't think CD will give him any chance. There are still a lot of mines hanging on King. Unless the player Kobe breaks through. Otherwise Ezekiel will be destroyed by 1 mine. It depends on Kobe.
How does the wave operate?
The safety zone was already very small, and Mao Xiaomo did not choose to reinforce the 2 players he knocked down. Although the field showed that 5 people survived, there were only 3 people who were really capable of fighting. The opportunity that Mao Xiaomo just seized can be described in 2 words. Bold and sharp. Ezekiel came in from outside the poison circle, and the 3 of them had residual health. Moreover, Mu Yun's constant force forced the Ezekiel team members to move continuously, which delayed the time for applying the medicine a lot, and also gave Mao Xiaomo time to touch them.
Sure enough, it's a thunder. What should Kobe do? This is a thunder. Come out. Forced to come out. CD.
Under the shouts of Msjoy and Rongyi,
Mao Xiaomo's thunder successfully caused Kobe to leave the big rock he relied on for survival. In a short period of time, the output of Mu Yun and Mao Xiaomo did not allow Kobe to survive. Opportunity. CD_Kakarot used M416 to kill Ezekiel_Kobe. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CD.
Beautiful. We have witnessed history again.
Mr. Rohn felt that the goosebumps on his body were brought up by the audience's shouts.
It's unbelievable. CD scored 29 kills this time. Oh my god. My scalp is numb.
Msjoy's voice was drowned in the roar of thousands of spectators.
I think the organizer of the championship trophy has already engraved the CD's name.
The most critical set 6 of the final. Mao Xiaomo had 9 kills. Good had 7 kills. Cheng Yao had 7 kills. And Mu Yun had 6 kills. The entire CD team scored a record-breaking 29 kills. And with this victory in his pocket, he also almost pocketed the national championship of the CUL College League. After the set, CD may lead by 600 to 700 points. This result is only theoretically possible for Ezekiel or Fish to catch up. In the competition room, several people from CD suddenly stood up at the end of the competition.
Awesome.
Good threw the headphones on the table hard, making the supervisor behind him want to warn him. But he also knows that with a CD score, he can already celebrate the championship in advance. It is obviously not appropriate to find fault at this time, because the game was not completely over yet. Mao Xiaomo did not dare to be too presumptuous. Now celebrating wildly would be disrespectful to his opponent. He silently stretched out his hand, and the other 3 people also clenched their fists and gathered together.
We won. We are the champion.
The voice was not loud, but it made both Good and Mu Yun feel sore in their noses. The 2 big men knew how many setbacks CD had encountered in getting to this point. Suddenly everything I experienced came into my mind. I still remember the death battle with Yui in the first round of the qualifiers. Maybe many people don't remember it well, but CD remembers it clearly. A lose-then-go-home battle. In the death group of the second round of qualifiers, we qualified with Nanjay. In the finals of the Jiangsu Division qualifiers, problems arose within the team, and the main substitutes continued to have problems. Even with only 2 players, they still managed to turn the tide and successfully won the chicken in the last set, completing a shocking comeback and winning the Jiangsu Championship. On the first day of CUL, their condition was not very good. Everyone knows the importance of circle luck for a team, especially under the TPP mode. If he were to rate the CD on the first day, Mao Xiaomo would only rate 6 points, which is a passing grade, although I ate 2 plates of chicken. To be honest, there was a lot of luck involved in the 2 plates of chicken. The first plate was in the Destiny room, and Nanjay helped me in the end, and I finally had a thrilling chicken meal. In the 4th set, Li Wen almost beat 1-4 and succeeded, although they ranked first in points. No matter who they were, They were very dissatisfied with their performance on the first day. But today, CD suddenly ushered in an explosion. In the FPP exhibition match, there were 18 random kills and chicken kills. And in the fifth set of the main match, there were 22 kills and chicken kills, plus a record-breaking 29 kills and chicken kills in this set. CD is in such a hot state that no one can stop it. The four people put their arms around each other and said nothing, quietly digesting the joy after winning the championship. The complete opposite to the CD side are the CD fans. Whether it's the audience cheering so far or the fans in Jiangsu who couldn't come to support in person, everyone is shouting. It is raining heavily in Changzhou now, and the school cannot organize activities in the square. But the major lecture halls and dormitories are all showing the CVL national finals. Here, there are teams from their school. At the end of the fifth set, CD had led by 500 points. Although all the fans were excited, no one dared to celebrate. 500 points? If you don't perform well, the score will be quickly approached in one game. There are too many miracles in this world, such as the Cleveland Cavaliers' shocking 1-3 comeback in the 2016 NBA Finals, Barcelona's miracle at Camp Nou, and even PCPI-4AM's miraculous comeback of 17. In every esports and sports event, this kind of the plot also keeps happening. Until the sixth set, they called from the beginning to the end. In the lecture theater, everyone stood and watched at first. Later, as the competition progressed, the roars of the boys continued to sound in the classroom. Destroy 1896. Destroy SIC. Destroy KM. Destroy ZB. Kill FUD. Destroy Fish. Destroy ZQL. CD wiped out all the top teams. Chapter 233 How to Choose. When CD once again broke the record with 29 kills and won the chicken, CD fans across Jiangsu went crazy. Because of the New Year's Day holiday and the CD Shanghai finals, there were not many students staying in the school. But these students were all gathered together, waiting for the moment when CD steps into the championship door. Boys and girls around the age of 20 are really the most innocent and passionate age. They hug each other and laugh. Zhang Xiaohua was the only one crying in the whole classroom. Seeing that sister Cheng Yao and brother Mao Xiaomo finally set foot on the place they had been pursuing, she was really happy for them. Ma Guoqiang was also ecstatic. He was watching the game alone in the principal's office, and even wiped his tears secretly. Although he didn't know why he was crying, the tears could not stop flowing from the corners of his eyes. For the sake of my own future, I am still simply happy for the CD. This answer may not even be clear to Ma Guoqiang himself. Scenes like this appeared all over Jiangsu. When Nanjay's fans saw the God of Death mode turned on by CD, they could only admire and congratulate them. On the other hand, Nanjay's results have been stagnant, and they did not have any advantage in the finals. Shanghai Oriental Sports Center scene. The cheers came one after another, with no intention of stopping. The crazy popularity of CD made it impossible for Mr. Rong and Ms. Joy on the commentary desk to get a word in. To be honest, how much they wanted this game to be the last one, so that it would be a perfect ending. But this was only the sixth game, and CD only used 6 main games to almost seal the victory.
We will keep winning. Our CD. Definitely. Live up to expectations.
Suddenly, CD fans in a small area shouted and waved their banners as loudly as possible. This roar soaring to the sky caused everyone around to follow loudly, like ink dripping into water. The terrifying sound spread instantly.
We will keep winning. Our CD. Definitely. Live up to expectations. We will keep winning. Our CD. Definitely. Live up to expectations. We will keep winning. Our CD. Definitely. Live up to expectations.
Audiences who know CD know the cohesiveness of CD fans. And Nanjay fans were also shocked. Although I saw it online, thousands of people roared at the scene. No weaker than the voice of 10,000 people last time. This shocking chorus made everyone scalp numb. The blood rushed directly to my head. What is the passion of youth? But that's it.
Okay. Let's take a look at the scores after the sixth set. Let's see if CD can lock the championship.
Ms. Joy shouted at the top of his voice. But this voice finally made the cheers at the scene a little weaker. But as soon as the standings came out, the scene was over again. Once again, there was a chorus of cheers. 1. CD first day, 767, next day, first game, 382, second game, 424, total score, 1573, chicken times 4. 2. ZQL first day, 618, next day, first game, 21, second game, 242, total points, 881, chicken times 1. 3. Fish, first day, 501, next day, first game, 104, second game, 258, total points, 873. 4. FUD, first day, 540, next day, first game, 83, second game, 76, total points, 699, chicken times 1. 5. SIC, first day, 636, next day, first game, 0, second game, 0, total points, 636. 6. 1896, first day, 519, next day, first game, 116, second game, 0, total points, 635.
Should we say that ZQL and Fish still have a chance?
Msjoy didn't know what to say. Congratulations to CD in advance for winning the championship now. It's not fair to ZQL and Fish. After all, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has a theory until the last game. A comeback is possible. There are still 2 sets left, and the point difference is about 700 points. When the CD scores in both games are 0, ZQL and Fish must kill multiple chickens in 2 consecutive games.
I think the CD problem is not a big deal. But we can't continue to say that anything can happen before the game is over. Let's take a look at the results of this set first. CD ranked first among the others with 424 points in one set. Their 29 kills also helped them get nearly 200 kill points. This score is very scary. The second place ZQL scored 242 points, but Fish, who was in third place, scored 258 points, and the advantage of having more people was also reflected. In terms of total points, CD occupies the top spot with 1573 points, followed closely by ZQL and Fish, with 881 points and 873 points respectively. The scores of these two teams are not much different, but they are much different from CD. A difference of 700 points. FUD, SIC, 1896 are ranked 4th to 6th. They have completely lost hope of winning the championship, unless they kill 40 chickens in every set. Let's talk about the possibility of ZQL and Fish winning.
Msjoy asked Weishan with a smile.
Weishan, do you think the CD will run after downloading it?
Weishan was stunned for a moment, and then thought briefly, but was not very sure.
I really don't know about this. It's hard to say that CD is in such good condition now,
Msjoy said.
I think CD must choose to avoid one move. In the last game, they were just a little bit annihilated. If CD is strong in this game and goes to our city, I will accept it,
Rongyi added.
As for ZQL and Fish, I will definitely go to CD. This game is different from the previous game, although the last game was actually 500 points behind. To be honest, there are still 3 games later. There is still a lot that happened. 500 points and 3 sets is not a gap that cannot be caught up. But this set is different. It's 700 points in 2 sets. If you don't work hard, you really have no chance. If Fish and ZQL are still confident now, they will definitely choose to fight. I just don't know how to choose CD.
How will CD make a decision in this situation? In the last game, it was almost the same situation. CD stayed in our city, and in an almost desperate situation. 1896 was destroyed, and SIC was destroyed. Although the result was good, everyone saw the process. Under such circumstances, CD has their own reasons for making decisions. They are in good condition, but if they insist on taking the shot, it is obviously a bit irrational. In Msjoy's words, it means giving ZQL and Fish a chance. Chapter 234, The Right Time, Right Place and Right People. The 7th game of the CUEL College League National Finals, which is the penultimate game, officially started. Although CD has an extremely huge advantage, this advantage is equivalent to maintaining a 4-0 lead in the 80th minute of a football game, and maintaining a nearly 30-point lead in the 4th quarter of a basketball game. It is almost impossible to come back. But it is only almost. There are not many miracles happening in the world.
Okay, Game 7 has officially begun. Game 7 of the main game. In this game, CD scored 100 points and completely killed the game. I don't know what will happen in this game.
Msjoy smiled and said,
Actually, what I care more about is whether the CD can have 5 chickens in a row.
At this point, everyone suddenly realized a terrifying fact. That's CD plus yesterday. We have completed 4 consecutive chickens. If we have to count only the main game, It is also 3 consecutive chickens. All this was forgotten by CD's terrifying killing performance. In today's 3 games, CD scored a terrifying 69 kills, averaging 23 kills per game.
I am personally looking forward to the performance of CD. 3 consecutive chickens in TPP mode are more difficult than in FPP mode, because in FPP, marksmanship and personal strength account for a greater proportion. In the TPP mode, various factors must coexist. But what I admire most about CD is that in these 3 games, they did not have the fate circle like the first game of Chicken. Their team's strategic decision-making and battlefield, there is something really good about the previous tactical cooperation. Especially in the last game. The strongman almost broke his wrist to send 2 players into the safe zone and cleared out the enemies that threatened the players entering the circle. We'll talk about it later after the game starts. Let's take a look at the route first. Go from the top left to the airport. Wow! The queue on the right half of this route is hard to get to,
Joy said. In the 7th set of the route, everyone is paying attention to our city and why city. The reason is also very simple. The top 3 teams in the current standings, CD, CQL, and Fish, are located in these 2 resource points. Under the gaze of all the spectators, the first one of these 3 teams to fly out of the plane turned out to be. It's a CD.
The CD has jumped. It's flying to the right,
Master Roan said loudly. This time CD chose to avoid the battle. But in the direction of their flight?
CD wants to fly to City Y.
Joy's eyes widened. He never thought that CD would choose to go to City Y. But the consciousness of a professional coach made him understand the idea of CD instantly.
I know. I suddenly want to ask CD's conductor for advice.
Joy kept praising. Wei Shen had the same reaction as Joy at first. But he immediately understood the mystery behind it. Mr. Rong is also an old FPS player and said,
I understand what Joy means. In this wave of CD, Y City chooses to avoid fighting and at the same time, it can also search for a wave of resources.
Joy nodded.
In this situation, regardless of whether CD is in our city or not, ZQL and Fish will definitely take a gamble. If they go to 2 teams, CD will have exclusive access to Y City. If ZQL and Fish go to 1 team, Y City will still be 2 teams. Except for CD, neither ZQL nor Fish will think that the team in the city is CD at this time. And after so many peaceful games, ZQL and Fish will definitely not fight to the death with another team in the same city. CD can not only gain a lot of resources, but also successfully avoid the war, killing 2 birds with 1 stone,
Joy said, which is why he said he wanted to ask the CD conductor for advice. Zhou Qinglian and 45AI made the same decision to go to our city to start a CD. This decision is not surprising. They are now in a desperate position. They have to make sure that the score of each set of CD is not high while they have 2 chickens in a row. Under this situation, our city is not an incomprehensible decision. The 2 teams fell down at the same time and saw the existence of another team in the same city. The 2 teams almost simultaneously identified the opposite team as their target CD. The 2 teams kept a safe distance and searched for guns first. They wanted to destroy the CD and maintain their combat effectiveness and leave the city. You can imagine the difficulty. OB's perspective was constantly given to the 2 teams. But CD found 2 cars on the road and drove directly into Y City. As they expected, there was no one in Y City. While CD ensured his own safety, he could also search for supplies with peace of mind. It couldn't be more comfortable. On the contrary, ZQL and Fish managed to survive in our city. The cautious 2 teams started fighting after Zhou Qinglian's 98k shot. But the battle only lasted a second and ended. ZQL_Qinglian used Car 98k to knock down Fish_Ager with a headshot.
Holy shit! It's Fish. Holy crap! It's ZQL, not CD.
The 2 teams wanted to slap themselves in the face. What's the use of being awkward here for a long time? After a long time, they still weren't the right ones. Joy almost laughed.
At this time, the Fish and ZQL players are desperate. ZQL has an advantage here, so I wonder if they will act recklessly.
After Joy said this, ZQL took the initiative to retreat, and Fish did not stop them too much. After 3 minutes of awkwardness, the 2 teams retreated one after another without incident. In the game PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, especially TPP, it is too difficult to destroy a team without damaging the street battle group. And neither team members are good at each other. One is Fish led by superstar player 45AI, and the other is a professional team led by Zhou Qinglian. Once these 2 teams fight, anything can happen. in order to retain the slightest hope of winning the championship. The two teams chose to retreat peacefully. All they can do now is pray that the CD will cool down earlier, giving them a chance. But what they don't know is that CD is now happily searching in Y City. What makes CD even more happy is that this circle is also near the Holy Mountain. And CD, who currently has a car in Y City, is probably the one with the best position among all the teams on the field. The time, place, and people are favorable. I feel, Mr. Rong meant. Master Rong wants to say that CD has won the championship. Right, Ms. Joy said with a smile. Mr. Rong replied, well, without this set, I think CD would have won the championship. CD, full set of 4 people. Holy Mountain Circle, located in Y City, with cars and abundant supplies. All the conditions make up 6 words. The time, place, and people are favorable. Chapter 235 Sex besiege Guangmingding. After searching for supplies, CD took the lead in moving to the top of the Holy Mountain. The 4 people had sufficient supplies. Unexpectedly, CD chose a very bold position for this set. The 4 people were separated at a corner of the top of the Holy Mountain. The distance between the 4 people was very far. Once someone is forcibly charged, there is no support at all. However, Ms. Joy said, CD's position is obviously to collect information. I remember there was a sacred mountain circle before, but CD was stuck outside the circle because of insufficient information collection. In this game, the 4 of us are separated in one corner, and although we can't support each other, I don't think any team would have the guts to directly attack the CD players, because of the special terrain on the top of the Holy Mountain. Once there is a team above to block it, it will be difficult for the team below to rush up. If other teams want to go to the top of the mountain at this time, they will never think that there will only be one person on each side of the top of the mountain. Whether it is TPP or FPP, why do professional teams like to form a circle so much? The first reason is because of the gambling circle, and the second reason is because of information. To put it simply, in one sentence, those in the advanced circle have information, while those in the later circle have no information. There were 2 teams that thought they had transferred very early and wanted to reach the top of CD's Holy Mountain. However, they were beaten down by firepower from all directions and were forced to choose sub-level terrain and housing areas. Each team has a different style of play. There are 2 locations, the room area and the mountain. Generally speaking, teams that are more confident in their team's frontal capabilities will choose to station in the mountains. There's plenty of room to move around and a great field of view. Teams at all corners of the map continued to go up the mountain, and there was constant friction at the foot of the mountain in all directions. So many people were lost in the first circle. Thanks to the Holy Mountain Circle, there were few housing areas, so most of the teams were stationed on the mountain. Like a traffic jam, later teams did not dare to go up. There are more and more teams as you go up, making it impossible to rush up. In the second and third circles, CD was still in the center of the safe zone, but they also shrank after gathering enough information. As we all know, the top of the Holy Mountain has 2 sides. On the far right are several small bungalows. In the middle is a ruin-like terrain, and on the far left is a satellite building and several small warehouses. CD chose the right side because the right side is much better at controlling downhill slopes than the left side. If you personally experience the field of view on the left and right sides, you will find that in the satellite building and tower, there is basically no field of view, and there is no way to observe the enemies down the slope, let alone shoot. For the team down the slope, it is easy to reach up, because no matter which side you reach up, the team above will not have any vision. It is better to be bold in observing information in the early stage, but it is really difficult to play offensive and defensive battles in the middle and late stages. Somewhat overwhelming. And why are the bungalows on the right so good? They have a row of thick walls while having a good view. Under the TPP model, there are 2 situations for the fence. The first one is at a low level, and the housing area has no power to fight back. But if it is on flat ground or a high point, the TPP wall is invincible. When choosing a room area in a normal game, try to choose a room area with walls. There are many benefits. You can set up guns in multiple positions and prevent your opponent from forcing the room area. This is also a point selection skill. Back to the game. Okay, it's the 5th circle. This time it's a corner. CD is on the edge of the circle. Do you want to move? Unknowingly, in the final round, the 5th circle finally made a corner, and the CD circle that was originally in the center of the circle finally reached the edge of the circle. In fact, it was a true destiny circle. There are many definitions of the circle of destiny. The understanding of professional teams like Mjoy is that the first 4 circles are located in the center of the circle, and the last few circles are located next to the white circle, which is the destiny circle. It is easy to understand. The smaller the circle, the more dangerous the center of the circle will be, because it will be attacked by people from all directions. If you are at the edge of the white circle at this time, you can take advantage of the safe zone to clear out all the enemies behind you. This allows the team to have no worries, and at the same time gain a wave of kill points. But the situation in the game is not the same in every set. In this set, CD made a decisive move.
Let's go!
Mao Xiaomo immediately ordered the transfer the moment the 5th safe zone was refreshed. Without driving, he rushed directly into the ruins at the center of the top of the holy mountain. Up to now, CD's head count is still 0. But it is still fully staffed. And now there are only about 10 teams left on the field. It can be said that CD's victory is already certain. Both the audience and CD fans have been celebrating crazily. This set, there is only one question that everyone is paying attention to. That is whether CD can complete the 4 consecutive chickens in the main game. CD is in hot form and looks unstoppable. As soon as the circle was swiped, the CD entered the center of the circle again.
CD chose to enter directly into the center. From a god's perspective, this decision was too wise. There are still 3 teams on their side that want to enter the circle from their direction. If the situation is chaotic, CD is likely to cause attrition or even team members destroyed,
Mr. Rong explained. Mjoy continued.
Another reason is that the area from the small room on the right to the ruins in the middle is really empty. If CD still stays in this room area, once a team takes over the ruins, even if CD spreads a thin line of sky, even the smoke can't get through. They had been observing the center of the ruins before and moved decisively after confirming that no one was there. Now no matter which side the circle brushes to, CD can make strategic deployments.
Because the CD is in the center of the circle. No matter how you swipe the circle, even if you swipe a perfect corner cut circle, the CD will most likely be inside the circle. The 3 teams of Fish, FUD, and ZD competed for the room area where CD was still hot. While the front was fierce, CD continued to steal heads from the side. All 3 teams suffered heavy losses. Fish only had 45 AI left, and he forced himself to move a distance to the left. After escaping FUD's pursuit, FUD was left with not ears and Kargats by alone, guarding a small room area. Other teams on several sides are also fighting fiercely. Several strong teams are still alive in this set, and they are all near the white circle. Although the personnel are not very complete, all the major star players are there. SIC, Lewin is the only lone wolf left. 1896. 3 people. ZQL is fully edited. FUD 2 people. Fish. There is only 1 lone wolf left in 45 AI. Glory 3 people. Separate in 6 directions. The full CD is in the center of the safe zone. Mjoy sighed.
These 6 sects are besieging Guangmingding.
Chapter 236 Brothers. Stay here.
Joy, do you think CD will be in trouble?
Master Rong asked. Mjoy replied.
There will definitely be. Let me tell you. It depends on how the CD is handled. And it also depends on the circle. If the circle is painted in different shapes, there will be different battle conditions. Let me tell you. The best situation for CD is to brush them to the edge of the white circle, so that they can concentrate on killing the people on one side. The worst situation is to brush them to the center circle, so that they will face enemies from all directions. But fortunately, all parties have to rush into the ruins to attack the CD. They can't directly attack the CD's team members. But once the gun fires on the CD's side, the team on the other side will definitely take the opportunity to attack them. Now we have to prepare a good one collaborate to ensure that the team is not double-teamed.
The 6th safe zone was refreshed again. This time God did not favor CD again and refreshed a center circle.
It's really the center circle, so CD will have to take action. Okay. On the right, they left 1 player from King. But it's not enough. There are too many directions to look at.
Although the CD is in the center of the circle, the current center of the circle is not a particularly good location. There are enemies all around, and a team has sneaked into the ruins from the satellite building. But now it has no major impact on CD. CD has gathered between the ruins of 2 square spaces. Mao Xiaomo is watching FUD and Fish alone.
Oh! Kakarot and King watch the teams in front. Godric is almost back-to-back with King, facing the enemy in the other direction. CD's current formation is too bold,
Mjoy said. Wei Shen thought for a while.
If it were them 4 a.m., what kind of decision would they make in this situation? Although CD's choice is bold, it is not impossible to accept it in TPP mode. But to be honest, the best way is to gather 4 people in one direction. Concentrate on fighting on one side, and be careful of the enemies on the other side. Now CD is facing 3 sides at the same time. Once one direction is breached, CD's entire defense line will collapse. There are 2 things that give Mao Xiaomo confidence. First, the team is in great shape and his hands feel hot. Second, because he is indeed leading by more points, he plays a little more unrestrainedly. If they can hold on to this wave, they will complete the first 5 consecutive chickens in the history of Xia Kingdom PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Brothers, stay here. Mao Xiaomo kept boosting morale. But at this stage of the fight, does morale still need to be boosted? Good and Mu Yun were both furious, and Cheng Yao also tightened her grip on the mouse, her eyes burning. Many of the other teams in the competition room were communicating calmly, but hidden beneath the calm was a hint of sigh. As a team that competes with CD, they can most intuitively feel the strength of CD, especially in the last game. CD was killing and shooting wildly, and no team could stop it. So far in this set, CD's information has not appeared once, which means that CD is still full of 4 players. Entering the top 10 officially means that CD has won this year's CUEL championship. Every team is unwilling, but every team is helpless. It's not that they don't have a chance, but in the battle with CD, they lose more and win less. The next day, they are like a little sheep in front of CD, being constantly beaten. Cold-blooded, ruthless killing. The safety zone began to refresh, and the deciding circle of the 7th set began. CD took advantage of the bunker to constantly dodge the gun, never being greedy for the gun. Because of the third-person perspective of TPP, they can observe the opponent's movements in advance. If the opponent has someone holding them with a 98k, they will take appropriate action. Shrink back, and don't give your opponent a chance. Now CD's defense seems to be impregnable, but in fact it can be broken with just one poke. I just don't know if any team can break through this layer of defense. There is also a lot of good news for CD. The biggest good news is that many teams are still fighting each other during the poisoning process, which gives CD a lot of breathing space. However, we are still facing a lot of pressure. What the CD players have to do now is not to fall. Once one of them falls, they will have no time. They fall. Before Msjoy finished shouting, she heard an AWM groan. The level 3 head on Cheng Yao's head was instantly blown away. Glory_Joker used AWM headshot to knock down CD_King. AWM. Joker knocked down the king with this shot. The CD defense line is about to collapse. Cheng Yao was shot down by a sniper. She really didn't expect that an AWM would appear on the field. The level 3 head on her head gave her some time to react as long as she didn't encounter an AWM. But the AWM gun is different. As long as it hits the head, even the 3rd level head will be instantly hit. Cheng Yao wanted to say something about me, but didn't notice AWM. But now is obviously not the time to take over the blame. CD's defense line has become a triangle, and facing the impact of the 2 teams of Glory and ZQL, Mu Yun's firepower alone, it's obviously not enough. Can you hold on? Mao Xiaomo had no choice. He didn't know the specific situation on Mu Yun's side, so he could only ask. Okay, you can block the one on your side first, and I'll try to hold it off for a while. Mu Yun had no choice but to answer bravely. It's not that he's trying to show off, but that Mao Xiaomo and Good are already struggling to support themselves and can't walk away. Once Mao Xiaomo comes to help him, FUD will rush directly into their faces. But it seemed that God was helping CD. 45 AI didn't know when he got behind the 2 FUD members. But the 2 FUD members didn't notice it at all. Still moving forward with mixed smoke behind the smoke. There was no problem with the 45 AI's AKM gun. It fired smoothly and took away the 2 people with the Gallagher gun. Fish_45 AI used AKM to kill FUD_Nodeers. Fish_45 AI used AKM to kill FUD_Carget Spy. Beautiful. The AK at this distance can suppress it so steadily. The 45 AI is indeed a strong contender for this year's Killing King. Msjoy praised. The AKM gun does not have a great advantage in mid-range combat because it is difficult to control. In today's increasingly enhanced version of AK, a player's comprehensiveness has become even more important. He cannot only play 5.56 firearms like before. After 45 AI stole FUD, he entered the circle mixed with the smoke thrown by FUD. Mao Xiaomo also saw the kill information in the upper right corner,
and combined with the gunshot just now, he immediately understood everything. Chapter 237 Two Supernovas.
The 6 major sects are besieging Guangmingding. Now they are fighting among themselves, and one team has been lost first. Here 1896 also suffered heavy losses under the attack of CD and SIC. On the contrary, 6 saved all its main forces in this wave.
Although the speed of the circle brush is slow, it still reaches behind these teams. Now they can only forcefully turn the gun head and aim at the CD. Mu Yun was the only one guarding this side of the large army. But fortunately, there was no one with a gun. And each team did not want to make wedding clothes for other teams. Although Mu Yun was under great pressure, and the box was constantly being attacked, his life was not in danger for a while. Cheng Yao fell to the ground. Although it was not repaired, CD couldn't spare any effort to save her now. He could only watch Cheng Yao bleed to death quietly. Mao Xiaomo and 45 AI face off again. It's just that this time Mao Xiaomo's advantage is infinite. Not just in the circle but with a bunker. 45 AI has no power to fight back. They could only rely on the smoke to forcefully mix. But now Mao Xiaomo was anxious to clear out the people here and help Mu Yun. So the firepower continued to suppress the smoke. But this was even more counterproductive. 45 AI was so crushed by Mao Xiaomo that he couldn't even lift his head. He lay motionless on the ground and wasted a long time on tying a first aid kit on himself before continuing to rush forward. But this time Mao Xiaomo didn't give him any chance. CD_King used M16 A4 to kill Fish_45 AI. ZQL_Chinglian used Car 98K headshot to knock down CD_Kakarot. The moment Mao Xiaomo finished clearing 45 AI, Mu Yun finally couldn't hold on anymore and shot down Zhou Qinglian, who was not far away. There is no way to do this. In order to maintain firepower, Mu Yun can only continuously increase the time for leaning forward to output. Zhou Qinglian and Mu Yun seized an opportunity during the short period of leaning forward and sniped Mu Yun down with one shot. And then the whole team pressed forward. I want to take advantage of the position of CD. Fortunately, Mao Xiaomo made up his position in time. And ZQL knew that there were 2 people on the CD. And there were 2 more people blocking the enemies from the other 2 directions. They were completely unprepared for the fact that CD players would appear. Mao Xiaomo was the first to knock down ZQL. Then he retracted and played a rhythm. Leaned forward again and knocked down someone. Only Zhou Qinglian and ZQL successfully reached the ruins. And this position was on par with CD. There are bunkers on both sides. Whoever the TPP rushes to will die. And Glory's team members were all wiped out by the combined efforts of CD and ZQL. The Circle C was not brushed. And there were only 9 people left on the field. Among the 3 CDs, Mao Xiaomo was rescuing Mu Yun, who fell to the ground. Good came to help hold 1896 up, which also gave Mao Xiaomo time to save others. On the other side, 2 lone wolves, ZQL Zhou Qinglian and SIC_Liwen, also successfully entered the circle. The entire 1896 team is still outside the white circle. Although it is still a full complement, its position is already very dead. And it is just relying on the smoke to forcefully mix.
I have a bold idea.
Seeing this, Mr. Rong suddenly said quietly. Ms. Joy smiled and replied,
I know what you want to say. It's not poisonous milk. I think CD has done its best in handling this wave. Although there are still some problems in handling it. Everyone should be more tolerant about the college team. In terms of location, the only fully staffed team, 1896, is likely to be stuck. Once 1896 is stuck, it's 3 against 1 against 1.
Mr. Rohn said.
Am I going to be able to see Wulianji in my lifetime?
After Mu Yun was rescued, Mao Xiaomo immediately put a smoke in Li Wen's direction to block Li Wen's sight. There is such a principle in the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. Seal the far point and hit the near point. This is true whether it is a professional game or a passerby game. Block the far field of view. Try to block the far field of view first. Don't let the far field of view harass you. And then use all your strength to clear out the closer enemies.
1896 charge. Don't press shift to charge.
As soon as Joy finished speaking, Yu was knocked down by Mao Xiaomo. CD_King used the M16 A4 to knock out 1896_L. Good and Mao Xiaomo plus Zhou Qinglian on the flank. The crossfire between the 3 people made 1896 very uncomfortable.
One thing I want to tell you is that when you find an enemy in front of you, never press shift to speed up. Because there will be no white dots on your screen when you find your opponent the first time you open the camera. There will be a short pause. And you can't open the camera right away. So everyone must remember this. Joy suddenly thought from the wave of operations just performed by YQ. Whether it is TPP or FPP, when you know there is an enemy in front of you, and you are about to have an encounter, you must not press shift. The reasons Joy has also made it very clear. This is also helpful one of the ways a player improves his level. Several members of 1896 are all very high-level players, and they constantly put pressure on CD by shooting early. 1896_L used M416 to knock down CD_Godric with a headshot. L's advanced gun also received results. Good was caught off guard and was directly shot in the head. Seeing the message that someone in CD fell to the ground, Lewin also started to move forward. There were not many people in CD. If he could use his back immediately, he might be able to complete a sneak attack. 1896 3 people entered the circle, but Zhou Qinglian on the flank finally took action at this moment. Knocked down 2 people in 1896 directly from the side. When Mao Xiaomo heard 1890's footsteps coming closer, he immediately gave up rescuing Good. Just lean in and shoot. With the combined efforts of Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Qinglian, 1896 was wiped out in an instant. There are only 5 people alive on the field. But the scene is very delicate now. After Zhou Qinglian cleared the 1896 team members, she directly engaged in a head-on confrontation with Mao Xiaomo. At the same time, Li Wen was also discovered by Mu Yun. The distance is also very close. The battles taking place at the same time make the OB perspective constantly switch. But this kind of 1v1 started quickly and ended quickly. Under the lightning, 2 team members fell to the ground. And the game doesn't end directly. CD_King used M16A4 to kill ZQL_Qinglian. Sick_Li Wen used AKM to knock down CD_Kakarot. Zhou Qinglian and Mu Yun were knocked down at the same time. Li Wen easily made up for Mu Yun and Good, who fell to the ground, scoring 12 points first. There are only 2 people left on the field now. Another 1v1 in the finals. A fateful showdown. CD_King versus Sick_Li Wen. 2 supernova players. Once again. Meet again in the finals. Chapter 238. Unprecedented 5 chickens in a row. It's a moment like this again. I believe that both Li Wen and King will be under a lot of pressure now. Let's take a look at the situation of the throwing objects. King still has 1 thunder and 1 smoke on his side, and Li Wen has 2 mines on his side. At this stage of the battle, it's all about who can use the projectiles better. Before the 8th safe zone was refreshed, both Mao Xiaomo and Li Wen found a good bunker. Mao Dao's side was a large box, and Li Wen was behind a wall. In terms of position alone, Li Wen is much better than Mao Xiaomo because the space for movement is very large. But the safe zone finally fell on Mao Xiaomo's side. Oh! The 8th circle! It's on King's side! Li Wen is about to lose her position. Under the TPP mode, it is unrealistic for Li Wen to enter the circle under Mao Xiaomo's nose. After the circle is over, the field will definitely not be able to accommodate 2 people. It can be said that the outcome of this game will be decided in this circle. Whether it will be CD's violent 5 consecutive chickens or 6 coming out to be the Terminator. Let's wait and see. The players on the field were no longer operating continuously. Mao Xiaomo saw a hint of the opponent's pinching action from behind the box, and immediately pulled it out to hit Li Wen's early shot, at the location where Li Wen will appear. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets kept whizzing past Li Wen's ears. At the critical moment when he threw the thunder, Mao Xiaomo didn't give him any chance. His only limitation behind this wall is that his field of vision is relatively poor. When he pulls out to shoot or throw mines, he can only be in the same position. And Mao Xiaomo seized on this, and kept shooting in advance to prevent Li Wen from coming out. If Li Wen throws thunder with his head, the thunder will definitely be thrown out. But it is hard to say whether he can survive. If he relies on his opponent's marksmanship to win chicken, try not to choose it when making choices on the field. Li Wen couldn't throw the thunder in her hand, so she could only throw it into the open space next to it. Then he directly took out an AWM. This is the most powerful sniper rifle in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. From a god's perspective, Joy and Rongyi have already said that there are 2 AWM shots in the airdrops in this set. One was picked up by Glory, and the other was picked up by SIC. At such a close distance, Li Wen simply threw away the 8x lens and replaced it with a 4x lens, and then held the box in front of Mao Xiaomo. But in TPP mode, Mao Xiaomo can see the opponent's actions clearly from the third-person perspective. It's just AWM. As long as he doesn't show up, even the rocket launcher can't do anything to him. After fighting for a while, Li Wen felt that it was a bit useless. So he simply made a circle from the other direction, trying to get in from the other side.
When Mao Xiaomao discovered it, Li Wen had already circled the circle, and the distance between them was only 10 meters.
Who can win?
The voices in the commentary box were subconsciously sharp. CD once again entered the finals, and had another chance to win. But this time, will anyone successfully stop CD? The answer is negative. The melee advantage of the M16 was fully utilized by Mao Xiaomao. After turning on the first-person perspective, Mao Xiaomao's jump shot flied directly with Li Wen face to face. Although Li Wen had already prepared for it, she was fighting hand to hand. The winning hand was the head. Whoever could hit the opponent's head could take away the enemy in a shorter time and win the final victory. Mao Xiaomao jumped and shot. This caused Li Wen's preview position to deviate a little. It was this deviation that made it too late for Li Wen to make adjustments. CD_King used M16A4 to kill SIC_Li Wen with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight.
Nice. Awesome. Beautiful. So cool.
Good and Muyun held their breaths when Mao Xiaomao just faced off in the finals, not daring to make any big moves for fear of having any impact on Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao's judgment and handling of the endgame are much better than them. In this situation, all they can do is trust Mao Xiaomao. And the fact is, Mao Xiaomao has never failed to live up to their expectations. In the fourth set of the next day, and the third set of the main match, CD once again won the game. Counting this set, it is already 5 consecutive chicken results. This achievement has never appeared in the history of Xia Kingdom's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. So as soon as the interface for eating chicken again came out, the entire CD team roared uncontrollably. This plate of chicken also completely sealed the championship. Although there is still one game left, they can now say 5 words to everyone openly. We are the champions.
Congratulations, CD. Winning a chicken again.
Mr. Rome felt a little unrealistic, but still reported this information.
I actually completed an unprecedented 5 consecutive chickens. I am honored to witness these games with my own eyes. With the end of this game, we can now announce that CD won the final championship,
Ms. Joy said boldly. Although everything is possible in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, in most cases the suspense will remain until the last game. Because even if you lead by 500 points in the last set, there is still a theoretical possibility of a comeback. But CD, this possibility has been killed. In the CUEL College League National Finals, the theoretical maximum score that can be obtained in one set is 92 kills plus chicken, which is 552 kill points plus 250 ranking points. The theoretical maximum score is 802 points. This theoretical maximum score, to put it simply, it's 92 killing chicken and killing everyone except yourself. This probability should be lower than the destruction of the Earth.
Look at the kills in this game. The number 1 spot is still CD. Oh my god. No one can stop me. Really? Every game today is dominated by CD.
Rongyi shook his head. CD's performance made everyone intoxicated. Even now that CD has broken the record of even chicken in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Mr. Rong is not too excited.
First place CD. 6 kills and chicken. Why do I feel like this when I see this result?
Mr. Rong said with a smile. Ms. Joy also smiled and said,
That's for sure. CD had 18 kills, 22 kills, and 29 kills in the first 3 games. Although he continued to win, the 6 kills didn't make everyone excited.
Although it was a joke, it was also true. CD's miraculous performance in the first few games made everyone feel that this team would lose if they didn't kill 15 people. Even if they won the chicken again, 6 kills would be nothing. Chapter 239, where the dream begins. CD chose a war-avoiding strategy in this game, whether it was the early transfer or the mid-late transfer, especially the transfer from the few houses on the side of the white circle to the middle ruins. This transfer was to avoid the battle and play in the final round. Although the finals were still thrilling, fortunately, Mao Xiaomao still managed to survive and became the man standing at the end.
The second place SIC has 7 heads, the third place CQL, the fourth place 1896, the fifth place Glory, the sixth place Fish. They are all teams that everyone is familiar with. Yes, in fact, these teams are now competing for the 2 to 3rd place in the total score. After all, only those 3 positions can stand on the podium. Although there is no trophy, it is still an honor.
After chatting in the commentary box, QL standings after 7 games were finally completed. After the 7th game, there is only one last game left in the CUEL Finals. CUEL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals standings, July 8th. 1. CD First Day,
767, next day, first game, 382, second game, 424, third game, 286, total score, 1859, chicken times 5. 2. ZQL, first day, 618, next day, first game, 21, second game, 242, third game, 216, total points, 1097, chicken times 1. 3. Fish, first day, 501, next day, first game, 104, third game, 258, third game, 150, total score, 1023. 4. SIC, first day, 636, next day, first game, 0, second game, 0, third game, 242, total points, 878. 5. 1896, first day, 519, next day, first game, 116, second game, 0, third game, 174, total points, 809. 6. FUD, first day, 540, next day, first game, 83, second game, 76, third game, 76, total points, 775, chicken times 1.
Okay, it's pretty much what I expected. With a CD of 1859 points. I remember that the ST team's winning score last year was only 1,700 points. Rongi recalled. He remembered last year's champion ST, who scored around 1,700 points in 8 sets, which was already very high at the time. Yes, and ST played very steadily. Basically, they entered the finals in every set. Unlike CD, which is unreasonable and gives you 4 chickens in a row in the main match. Who can bear this? Mstoy replied. Road. In the 7-set main match, we won 5 chicken sets. If you had told me before the match that CD could play like this, I would definitely think you were a fool. But now it seems that I am a fool. There is still the last game. In fact, we can already announce in advance that CD has won the championship of this year's CUL College League National Finals. Now the second place in the standings, CQL, has scored 1097 points, which is different from the first place CD. Joy, do the math quickly, Master Roan said. 1859 to 1097. It's really difficult to do pure mental arithmetic. Joy counted for 5 seconds and said, it should be 762 points ahead. What is the concept of 762 points? Let me tell you. When the CD is placed in a box, ZQL needs to get more than 85 kills to overtake the score. 85 heads. Everyone thought it was Joy who made an international joke. Before the game, no one thought that there would be such a big point difference. Especially the first and second place. CD's crazy performance makes their results so outstanding. The second to 6th place in the standings are ZQL, Fish, SIC, 1896, and FUD. The scores between these teams are not large, and they are all the kind that can catch up in one game. Well, although it sounds a bit unpleasant to say it, they really can only fight for second and third place, since the scores of these teams are not far apart. In addition to having no pressure on CD, the final game also poses a big challenge to the other teams. As for CD, their goal is to win the last game and complete a happy ending. The 8th set, which is the last game of this year's CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals, officially started at 9 o'clock Beijing time. The suspense of the championship is no longer high, but the number of viewers on all platforms has also reached new highs. Although the popularity of each major platform cannot directly represent the number of viewers, the popularity of each major platform has exceeded 3 million. Although this result is far behind competitions like PCPI, SLI, and PGL, it is already a very scary statistic. After all, it is just a national finals for college students. If you ask many PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans, their impression of CUL is Xbox. The current ace sniper of 4 AM is from CUL, and they don't know the rest. This time, CUL's popularity in the national finals has reached a new high. In addition to the beautiful game, CD's magical performance is also a major reason. Being able to have such dominance in a game under the TPP mode is definitely a combination of strength and luck. Without any one factor, it would be impossible to complete so many chicken combos. In the 8th game, CD returned to their home, our city. This is where their dreams begin. Having your own territory and jump point is very important in the game. Like DT and Glory, the two teams are NP City,
which leads to various problems for both teams, which directly leads to the performance of both teams. Not good. After CD and Fish robbed City R once in a training match, Fish took the initiative to give up City R to them and chose City Y himself. This decision also allowed CD to survive the early development period stably, laying a foundation for good results in the future. The place where the dream begins is also where the dream ends. But fortunately, their dream became a reality. CD, who should have easily faced this game, returned to our city and found that there were two other teams in the sky. If the championship has not yet been decided, and they have no room for error, Mao Xiaomao will definitely order a retreat and move all the players to the northern jungle. But now that they have won the championship and all the pressure has been relieved, it doesn't matter even if they land in a box. Let's end the last game right where this dream begins. Continue to our city. Chapter 240 National Championship 1. Fish and SJ. Under Joy's explanation, everyone saw clearly the teams floating above our city in the last game. Fish and SJ. Oh, Fish chose our city for this game. Isn't that a little unwise? Rongyi said. Every team should know the news about CD jumping to our city. Moreover, Fish is now competing for the second and third place teams. It is indeed unwise to choose to come to our city and CD to come to Gang. But for the Fish team, second, third, or fourth place has little difference in meaning to them. Kobe once said that second place is the biggest loser. They once again had a 4v4 team battle with CD on the stage of the finals. Whether they lost or won, it was an unforgettable memory for them. CD is a strong opponent and a respectable opponent. After this game, I may never have the chance to fight CD again in my life. I also hope to leave some precious memories in the last game. But what no one expected was that there was another SJ team with the lowest points. And they also chose to skip our city. Their original intention was to learn from CD. After all, the arrogance in their hearts had been wiped out by now. After adjusting their mentality the next day, the SJ team still focused on learning. Because CD had been competing for the championship before. If they forced themselves to go to CD, they would definitely be reviled by thousands of people. It was not until the last game that they had this opportunity. But a place as poor as our city has turned into a melee. The three teams circled and crossed, and 12 people flew into the city at the same time. Chaos is about to break out. Mao Xiaomao landed on the roof of a 3-story building. When he saw a MP9, he jumped off the building and chased down the players, who didn't have guns below. Although it is a UMP with 0 machine sights, the recoil of the submachine gun can be said to be very easy to control for the CUL players. And they successfully knocked down an SJ player with one stroke. CD_King used UP9 to knock out SJ_KZH. The SJ team member had just opened the door, and was knocked down by Mao Xiaomao not far away before he had time to step into the door. But he had no chance to make up for it. Just as Mao Xiaomao was about to retreat into the house to search for some equipment, he heard several gunshots and instantly fell into a pool of blood. Fish_45 AI used AKM headshot to knock down CD_King. The 45 AI's machine-aimed AK accurately fired directly at Mao Xiaomao's head. Mao Xiaomao, who was without a helmet, was knocked down in an instant. In this way, Mao Xiaomao's CUL journey was completely over. The situation of the other members of CD was not very good either. Cheng Yao was rushed into the house by 2 SJ members. She knocked down one person with a pistol, and was killed by another enemy with a follow-up shot while changing bullets. Muyun also lost to 45 AI due to the inferiority of firearms. In the blink of an eye, CD only had one player left. Good. At the outermost edge of our city. He had just killed an SJ player. Damn it! Why are you all so cold? After killing everyone, Good found that he was the only one left in his team. And the health bars of the remaining 3 people had turned gray. Don't worry. I'll avenge you, Good said with a grin. There is no pressure on CD. If you want to die, just die together. There is no point in trying to rank alone. 1 minute later, news of Good's death also appeared on the big screen. Faced with the double teaming of the 3 fish, Good also made a small mistake. The M416 he aimed was not suppressed, and was instantly killed by the 45 AI. It is a bit unrealistic to relax from the tight state, and then face a high-level player like 45 AI. However, CD has fulfilled his dream. And the reverse chicken attack in the last set is not harmful. Nothing in life will be so perfect. Being able to win against CUL, no matter which player in CD, was filled with an emotion called satisfaction. I read the last CD quietly, locking Fish's perspective. As a result, Fish lived up to expectations.
In the last game, they took off all their burdens and stormed the 1896 Destiny room. They had a terrifying 23 kills, although it was not as good as CD's 29 kills in the previous game. This result was enough to put them in this ranking, ranked second in CUL single game kills. Good luck. The chicken icon appears again tonight. The second CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Finals competition has also ended.
Okay, we've heard the cheers. This year's CUL competition has ended here. In the last game, Team Fish scored a beautiful 23 kills, marking a successful conclusion to this year's CUL. The final standings are out. There is no doubt. Team CD won this year's CUL championship,
Rongi said loudly, accompanied by cheers from the scene. The atmosphere has also reached its peak. CUL PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds College League National Final Standings, August 8th. 1. CDE First Day, 767. Next Day, 1098. Total Score, 1865. Chicken times 5. 2. Fish, First Day, 501. Next Day, 910. Total Score, 1411. Chicken times 1. 3. ZQL, First Day, 618. Next Day, 641. Total Score, 1259. Chicken times 1. 4. SIC, First Day, 636. Next Day, 502. Total Score, 1138. 5. FUD, First Day, 540. Next Day, 395. Total Score, 935. Chicken times 1. 6. 1896. First Day, 519. Next Day, 326. Total Score, 845.
Okay, CD won the championship with an absolute advantage of 1,865 points. Among them, a terrifying 5 chickens were scored. This result is really terrifying. At the same time, CD also won the double single-day points championship on the first day and the next day. It seems that this year's CD harvest is going to be great. Yes, the second place is Team Fish. In fact, they also got a terrifying score of 910 points on the second day. It's not that we didn't work hard, but the enemy had gunned them. They finally got 1411 points and won the runner-up of this CUL. The third place is ZQL. The points for both days are relatively stable. They are a very stable team. They won the third place with a score of 1259. The above are the top 3 of this year's CUL. Let's congratulate them with the warmest applause.
As mentioned before, CUL has 5 final trophies. Both single-day points championship trophies belong to CD. The championship trophy with total points still belongs to CD. There is a high probability that the CUL National Finals MVP trophy will also be owned by CD. The only thing that is in suspense is the Killer King trophy in the CUL National Finals. This trophy is still full of suspense. If CD successfully wins this trophy, it will be exclusive to all 5 trophies.